In the 24th century, Dr. Yuntang, a military physician, unexpectedly finds herself transmigrated into the role of a genuine daughter of a noble family, only to be coerced by her entire family into substituting for a false daughter in a marriage arrangement. To make matters worse, the man she is to wed is none other than a paralyzed prince, a mere shell of a person, capable only of moving his head. Fear not. Armed with silver needles and surgical blades in her left hand and a bomb in her right, Yuntang possesses a versatile space to aid in his healing. When wicked servants seize control of the prince's residence, she retaliates with ferocity. When a scheming white lotus dares to bully her, she sends them flying with a swift kick. When a tyrannical emperor oppresses and exiles, leaving the prince with no chance of survival, she boldly empties the imperial treasury, leaving the emperor's family to face the winds of the northwest. The once vegetative prince regains his handsome visage and embarks on an unrestrained journey of adoration for his wife, seeking her affection daily. She slays foes, and he hands her the blade. She ignites flames, and he pours oil onto the fire. Together, this formidable couple topples the tyrannical emperor, seizing control of an empire worth trillions. Chapter 1. The genuine daughter is forced into marriage, promptly severing ties. As night descends upon the eastern Shun kingdom, a wedding procession, replete with music and celebration, arrives at the gates of the Yuntang marquis residence. Yuntang, as a village girl raised in the countryside, being asked to replace Qingqing in marrying the night prince is a stroke of fortune. Should you continue to threaten us with self-harm, do not expect me, your second brother, to acknowledge you as my sister. Upon opening her eyes, Yuntang finds herself suspended by a white silk ribbon from the beam of her chamber, while a strikingly handsome man clad in opulent robes glares at her palpable disdain. Beside him, a woman dressed in delicate pink silks, her eyes glistening with tears, gently speaks to Ji Qingfeng. Dear second brother, please do not speak so. After all, I am the legitimate daughter of the Yuntang marquis, lost for many years, while I am merely an adopted daughter mistaken. Taken in by a wet nurse. It is already a blessing that my parents and brothers have taken me, and I am grateful beyond measure and could never presume to usurp my sister's right fu. Place. Ji Qingfeng gazed at Ji Qingqing, who displayed such understanding and embraced her with tenderness. Qingqing, she's soon to be married. In the hearts of our family, only you are worthy of being the legitimate daughter of the Yuntang marquis. What is Ji Yuntang in comparison? Were it not for your benevolence in relinquishing the position of Night King's consort to her, this unsightly woman would have likely remained unfit to enter the royal gates for Al. If at time that it is one thing for her to not appreciate your kindness, it is another for her to threaten her life in refusal to enter the bridal sedan. How could such a coarse, rustic girl ever be deemed my sister? The two exchanged their words openly, their voices resonating within the room. Ji Yuntang emerged from the white silk, twisting her neck, her gaze laced with sarcasm as it swept over the two before her. With such venomous tongues, do you suffer from uremia? Moments ago, memories that did not belong to her had been forcefully instilled in her mind. This revelation led Ji Yuntang to understand that she, a distinguished military doctor and PhD from the 24th century, had perished from overwork in her lab and found Herschel. Transmigrated. The original owner also bore the name Ji Yuntang, the sole legitimate daughter of the Yuntang marquis. Destined for a life of luxury and ease, she had been mistakenly raised in the countryside since birth, enduring the harsh realities of gathering pig feed and chopping wood. A large dark spot marred half of her face, rendering her exceedingly unattractive, and she was derided as an ugly girl wherever she went. As a result, Ji Yuntang had developed a timid and weak disposition. Ji Yuntang was overjoyed, believing that after enduring great hardships, she would finally be reunited with her parents and 3 elder brothers, ushering in a period of prosperity. Who is Luo Jianhe? He is the 3rd son of Emperor Jingyang, a renowned war god of the Eastern Qin Kingdom. He began his journey on the battlefield at the tender age of 12, achieving remarkable feats and earning accolades from all. Yet, the fate of a hero is often fraught with misfortune. The once illustrious Night King now finds himself in a state of decline after descending from the battlefield. He fell this moment. He lies in bed like a living corpse, blind and crippled, his appearance ravaged beyond recognition. Apart from two nostrils and a mouth to draw breath, his body is a grotesque sight, decaying to the bone, utterly immobile. The so-called substitute marriage is merely a means to bring joy while simultaneously serving as a burial accompaniment. Naturally, Duke Yuntang does not wish for his beloved daughter to wed such a broken man. Although Ji Qingqing is a false daughter, she has been raised under his roof for 15 years, fostering a profound father-daughter bond. After all, how could one cultivate feelings for a daughter whom they have never even seen since birth? Ji Yuntang unraveled the events that had transpired and felt a sense of injustice on behalf of her predecessor. Such cold-hearted and callous family members are better left behind. Ji Yuntang, whether you like it or not, you'll marry today. Do you wish for me to find someone to bind you and stuff you into the bridal sedan chair? Ji Qingfeng's gaze swept over Ji Yuntang's face, marred by dark spots, before drifting down to her neck, reddened from the constricting white silk. He felt a sense of disdain in his heart. This wretched woman was indeed feigning death to elicit sympathy. It was no wonder that she, coming from the countryside, could not compare to their exquisite Qingqing. Allow me to take the place of the bride from this moment forth. I, Ji Yuntang, shall sever all ties with the Yuntang marquis, and I will no longer be a daughter of the Ji family. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingfeng felt as though he had stumbled upon the most ludicrous jest. Severing all ties. The visage of the Night King, rotting and ghastly like a malevolent specter, had undoubtedly frightened away countless princesses. If memory served him correctly, Ji Yuntang was to be his fifth consort. He could not fathom that this rustic bumpkin could withstand such a fate. Ji Qingqing, witnessing Ji Yuntang's bold declaration to disassociate with the Yuntang marquis, felt a surge of delight in her heart, yet she cursed inwardly. Fool. However, a hint of anxiety flickered across her delicate features, and her tone, unmistakably tinged with schadenfreude, revealed her true sentiments. Before Ji Qingqing could articulate her thoughts, Ji Yuntang ruthlessly interrupted her. Ji Qingqing, remember this. To wield that which does not rightfully belong to you is to invite inevitable restitution. Ji Qingqing's face paled, her body swaying slightly, yet her hands clenched in a fist beneath her sleeves. This wretched harlot dared to threaten her? Having spent a month as the esteemed lady of the Yuntang marquis was already a sign of respect. Toward her lack of gratitude was one matter, but how dare she covet every thing that belonged to Ji Qingqing? Such transgressions would not be permitted. All that Ji Yuntang possessed was rightfully hers. With this thought, a deep-seated resentment glimmered in Ji Qingqing's eyes. When she lifted her gaze again, her countenance was already drenched in tears, her delicate form swaying, like a fragile flower on the brink of collapse. Elder sister, it is all my fault. I understand your dissatisfaction with me occupying the position of legitimate daughter, but it was never my intention. Perhaps I should simply depart from the Yuntang marquis. As Ji Qingfeng attempted to obstruct Ji Qingqing's departure, his eyes brimmed with disdain. He raised his hand, ready to strike Ji Yuntang. Ji Yuntang, you wretched woman, what does your identity swap have to do with Qingqing? She was but a newborn at that time. In my view, this is merely your destiny. You were never meant to be the young lady of the Yuntang marquis. Before the hand he raised could descend, Ji Yuntang retaliated with a swift slap across his face, the sound echoing sharply in the air. This slap is for your sister, as she has a blind brother. The young lady of the Yuntang marquis? Whoever desires to play that role may do so. I, Ji Yuntang, disdain it. With those words, Ji Yuntang grasped the red veil from the table and turned to leave. Chapter 2. The emergence of the spatial realm, the first encounter with the living dead prince. The sound of the slap was crisp and resounding, leaving a vivid mark upon Ji Qingfeng's face. A searing pain coursed through his entire being, and his mind erupted in disbelief. Had he truly been struck by this seemingly feeble and unattractive girl? How could this be possible? Ji Qingqing gasped, urgently grasping his hand and offering gentle persuasion. Second brother, perhaps we should let this go. Today is sister's wedding day, a joyous occasion. We ought to avoid discord to prevent angering our parents. While she appeared tender and considerate, Ji Qingqing's heart raced with anxiety. For years, Ji Yuntang had endured without retaliation, But today, she not only wielded her words with remarkable eloquence, but also struck Ji Qingfeng. Her actions had become increasingly erratic. She could not allow any further complications to arise from this matter. Once Ji Yuntang wed into the Night King's residence, everything would settle into place. The position of the legitimate daughter of the Yuntang marquis would be beyond anyone's grasp. With the assistance of the matchmaker, Ji Yuntang exited the grand gates of the Yuntang marquis. Throughout her departure, she noticed the absence of her parents and grandmother, who did not come to bid her farewell. This clearly illustrated the disdain they held for her within this household. The person sent to receive her was the eighth brother of the Night King, Luo Xinian, who had grown increasingly impatient as time passed. Miss Ji, do look at the hour. Can you bear the consequences of missing the auspicious moment? The Yuntang marquis appeared utterly indifferent to the situation. As Luo Xinian pondered this, his expression darkened further. The emperor had decreed that a daughter from the Yuntang marquis should marry the Night King to bring good fortune. Indeed, Marquis Ji Nanchuan publicly proclaimed Ji Yuntang to be his illegitimate daughter, while Ji Qingqing retained her status as the legitimate offspring of him and his lawful. In Luo Xinian's eyes, the Night King, Lord Luo Juanhe, held a status of immense prestige even if he were bedridden and required care for his every need. Ji Yuntang, as an illegitimate child, was unworthy of such a connection. Ji Yuntang paid no heed to Luo Xinian's words. Her heart was wholly focused on her pulse. The more she examined it, the heavier her heart became. Indeed, the original owner's demise was not merely due to hanging. She had also been inflicted with a lethal poison within her body. The dark spots adorning her face were the result of accumulated toxins. Now, those toxins had infiltrated her very being, and if she did not detoxify soon, she feared she might truly accompany the Night King to the grave that very night. If only my portable space could have arrived with me. As Ji Yuntang contemplated this, a vision of several modern high-rise buildings materialized before her. Hospitals, shopping malls, armories, farms, and a mystical spring well filled her view. A surge of joy coursed through her. The heavens had bestowed upon her the gift of her golden finger as well. How marvelous! She might yet escape death. Ji Yuntang hurried to the small pharmacy within the hospital, retrieving a detoxification pill from the drawer of the shelf and placing it into her mouth, closing her eyes to silent. Regulate her breathing. After approximately 15 minutes, the palanquin touched the ground, and a voice devoid of emotion announced, "The Night King's residence has been reached. The princess should disembark." The Night King's abode was shrouded in an eerie gloom, devoid of any celebratory essence that one might expect on a wedding night, permeated instead by an oppressive atmosphere. While others wed during the day, the Night King held his ceremonies at night. The customary rituals of kicking the palanquin door and crossing the fire basin were entirely skipped. Hastening directly to the wedding vows, Luo Juanhe, paralyzed and unable to move, had Luo Xinian stand in for him at the ceremony. Though he had never married himself, this marked the fifth occasion he had substituted for Luo Juanhe. Yet this time, dissatisfaction stirred within him. Just as he disembarked the palanquin, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Ji Yuntang's countenance beneath the veil. Her face, red by an abundance of dark spots, was more terrifying than that of a malevolent spirit. Upon the realization that she was to take the place of the third brother and wed this woman, Luo Xinian's countenance darkened considerably, his grip on the crimson silk becoming ink. Recently rough, Ji Yuntang wrenched her hand away, removed the red veil, and stated emotionlessly, "There is no need for the wedding ceremony. Let us proceed directly to the bridal chamber." Luo Xinian scoffed inwardly, recognizing her as nothing more than a base village girl, so eager to offer herself to a man. Very well. She was impatient for the nuptial rites. He was curious to see how this woman would react when confronted with the reality of their union. Ji Yuntang discerned the disdain in the man's eyes, but chose to disregard it. Having recently consumed an antidote, her body required time to recuperate. Thus, it was preferable to minimize complications and streamline the process as much as possible. Before long, Ji Yuntang, guided by a maidservant, arrived at a courtyard and looked up to see the sign of Jinghong Courtyard. "Your Highness, this is the room of His Highness, the Night King." The Night King's residence does not boast an abundance of servants like other palaces. Once inside the bridal chamber, it is advisable for you to refrain from troubling the servants, regardless of what you may observe. Please step inside. With that, the maid forcefully pushed her into the room and swiftly locked the door behind her. Yuntang narrowed her beautiful eyes, ready to unleash her fury, only to be met with an overwhelming chill that enveloped her. She shivered slightly. Strangely, despite it being August, the room felt as frigid as an ice cellar. One might easily mistake it for an air-conditioned space. Air conditioning? Yuntang jolted, for she did not believe such advanced technology existed in ancient times. She maneuvered around the intricately carved screen and swiftly entered the inner chamber. Upon discerning the scene before her, she instinctively gasped in shock. Before her lay a man, supine in a bath filled with ice, his elongated form clad in damp, light red undergarments that clung to his skin, revealing a gaunt frame reminiscent of a mare. Erect, his dark hair cascaded over half of his face, while the other half bore a wound so deep that the bone was visible, the flesh grotesquely protruding, with the skin nearly entirely decayed. His neck and the area behind his ears were marred. With scarcely a patch of unblemished skin, it was all putrid flesh. Despite Yuntang's extensive experience in treating numerous injuries in the army, the sight before her sent tremors through her pupils. The visible devastation was already so harrowing that she could hardly fathom the extent of the torment concealed beneath the Night King's garments. The attire he wore was not merely light red, but rather stained crimson with blood. To be submerged in icy water while festering wounds oozed pusho, excruciating must that be? At that moment, Yuntang finally grasped why Ji Qingqing had evaded this marriage with such fervent disdain, refusing to wed at any cost. Even were he of noble lineage, a prince, no woman would willingly marry such a husband. Your Highness, the Night King, can you hear my voice? Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of Luo Jun's chest, she might have assumed him to be a corpse. Chapter 3. Did the princess consort die of fright from the Night King? Unable to bear the sight of him in such a state, Yuntang resolved to assist him, intending to lift him onto the bed, change him into clean garments, and tend to his wounds. Originally, Yuntang assumed that the nearly 2-meter-tall Luo Junha would be quite heavy. She worried whether her petite frame could lift him. Yet to her surprise, she effortlessly hoisted him up. With the man in her arms, Yuntang made her way directly to the bed. However, upon seeing the so-called bed, a surge of indignation flared within her. Outside, Luo Xinian lingered at the door, initially hoping to witness Yuntang's embarrassment. Yet, as time passed without any cries for help, his suspicion grew. With a disdainful sneer, Luo Xinian scoffed. Naturally, the previous princesses had all been terrified on their wedding nights, their faces drained of color and utterly panicked. How different could this village girl be? If she were to perish, it would matter little, no one would care. Yet, his third brother was to bear the unfortunate reputation of bringing misfortune to his wife. Just then, the door to the room was forcefully kicked, and a woman's voice echoed with evident fury. Someone, open the door for this princess. Luo Xinian halted, turning to gaze at the door, which now rattled from the impact. He raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that this homely creature was still alive. What had she been doing all this time in the room? Could it be, oh no, my brother is in danger? Panic seized Luo Xinian's heart as he hurried over, instructing others to open the door. Having grown up in the countryside, Yuntang was already small in stature. After repeatedly maneuvering Luo Junha within the room, her breaths became increasingly labored, and her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. The ceremonial attire she wore was thoroughly soaked, prompting her to remove it, leaving her clad only in a white undergarment. Witnessing this scene, Luo Xian became increasingly convinced that Yuntang had done something to Luo Junha. Internally, he cursed the other party for their insatiable desires, shamelessly preying even upon someone nearing death. Unaware of Luo Xian's thoughts, Yuntang's first inquiry upon her emergence was directed at her servants. Where can I find an axe in the Night King's residence? Luo Xian's expression shifted, darkening in an instant, his fists clenching with a crackling sound. An axe? What could she possibly need an axe for? To commit murder and dismemberment? Ji Yuntang subtly raised an eyebrow, casting a scornful glance at Luo Xian before retorting coldly. This princess is not so desperate as to resort to such measures even in the stat. Your third brother is in, one could hardly bring themselves to act against him. Prince Chun, it would be wise for you to send a new bed for me and the prince otherwise. Ji Yuntang noted that the servants of the Night King's residence seemed to heed Luo Xian's commands. Considering that they had subjected the ailing Luo Junha to ice baths and frigid beds, it was evident that Luo Xian's influence was involved. Meeting the girl's icy gaze, Luo Xian's countenance darkened slightly. What do you intend to do? Nothing much, really. It's just that upon entering the bridal chamber, my mood has soured considerably, and in such a state, I feel compelled to smash your icy bed to smithereens. Luo Xian's expression turned cold. Impudence? Ji Yuntang, do you have any idea that the 1,000-year-old icy stone bed was procured with immense effort and resources by Lady Liefo? Or my third brother? He suffers from fire poison, and the physician has stated that he must bathe in icy water daily and sleep on the ice bed to expel the toxins. Should you dare to damage that bed, I shall have your life. Ji Yuntang was incensed. What nonsense! Which quack uttered such drivel? Bring him to me, and witness whether I do not end his life. Just because his skin is severely burned does not equate to being afflicted with fire poison. His Highness, the Night King, currently suffers greatly from physical depletion, yet he is still a normal person. Which sane individual could endure sleeping in such a damp and frigid environment every day? Moreover, the bed was devoid of even the simplest sheets and covers, covered instead in a revolting mixture of blood and excrement, the stench nauseating enough to induce retching. Is this how the servants of the Night King's residence tend to their master? Luo Xian gritted his teeth, astonished by Ji Yuntang's audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Ultimately, her motivations were self-serving. She feared that Luo Jun's deteriorating health would prevent her from bearing royal offspring. This woman is utterly shameless. Luo Xian could barely contain his desire to strangle her. Ji Yuntang, I do not strike women, but the physician has confirmed that my brother must sleep on the icy stone bed to combat the fire poison. What do you, an ignorant village girl, understand? Would Lady Li truly harm her own son? Ji Yuntang narrowed her eyes prior to her marriage. She had gathered some information regarding the Night King. Li Fei, Chao Weiner, is the daughter of the Minister of War. She bore Emperor Jingyang a son and a daughter, namely the third prince, Luo Junha, and the 10th princess, Luo Qinxue. Logically speaking, in order for Li Fei to establish herself within the palace, she must rely on Luo Junha. Thus, she certainly has no reason to harm her own son. Ji Yuntang is perplexed as to whether Li Fei is genuinely ignorant or merely misled by the so-called imperial physician. Allowing Luo Junha to lie on a cold stone bed day after day will not alleviate his suffering, rather, it will exacerbate his condition. Now that she has arrived, she will not permit Luo Jun's situation to deteriorate any further. I am the legitimate wife of His Highness, the Night King. Bound by 3 letters and 6 promises, why would I harm my husband and doom myself to a life of widowhood? Since I have already married into this family, the Night King's residence shall henceforth be governed by me, Ji Yuntang. As long as His Highness lives, I shall be the mistress of this estate. What I do is none of your concern, outsider. Ji Yuntang raised her chin slightly, clad in a thin white garment, as she stood at the doorway. Her dark, clear eyes were devoid of emotion, yet she emanated a composure that belied her youth. The young woman stood with an air of tranquility, exuding an innate nobility as if she transformed in an instant. Luo Xian was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she truly was a village girl raised in the countryside. The aura of authority surrounding her could rival that of his third brother, a warrior renowned for his prowess in battle. Chapter 4. Attending to the Night King's wounds in the space, the arrival of the new bed this evening was of little consequence. After all, she had already arranged for Luo Junha to be settled on the hospital bed within her space. The respirator and electrocardiograph were duly connected. The man's condition was far more dire than Ji Yuntang had anticipated, and as she assisted in changing his garments, her eyes betrayed her with unshed tears. His body, from the neck down, was a tapestry of intersecting wounds, some remnants of past battles, others fresh injuries with torn flesh. His back and legs bore varying degrees of burns. All wounds now darkened with infection. The most grievous injuries were on his legs, where the muscle had atrophied due to prolonged immobility, leading to sores that festered. The undergarments below were stained with dried blood, matted with a grotesque mixture of flesh and excrement, emanating an unspeakable stench. In her previous life, Yuntang had often tended to soldiers' wounds within the military, yet she had never encountered a case as severe as Luo Juanhe's. The sheer number of injuries made her task particularly challenging. The necrotic black flesh required excision with a scalpel, followed by disinfection with iodine, and the application of her specially formulated epidermal growth ointment. Yuntang dared not move him excessively, proceeding with utmost caution in her ministrations. Alas, it appeared that the pain was overwhelming. A pained groan escaped the throat of the man on the hospital bed, and his body began to writhe. Yuntang immediately set down the scalpel used for debridement, her voice tender as she offered him comfort. "My Lord Knight King, do not be afraid. I am here to assist you." In his slumber, Luo Juanhe envisioned himself clad in gleaming silver armor, battling fiercely upon a war-torn battlefield strewn with countless corpses. The earth stained crimson as if it were a hellish purgatory, suffocating in its horror. With a sudden shift, he found himself engulfed in a sea of flames. The ferocious fire searing his flesh, yet when he attempted to cry out, no sound escaped his throat. Despair, hopelessness, and anguish overwhelmed his spirit. Would it be better to succumb to death? Just as he prepared to relinquish his struggle, a melodious voice pierced through the shackles of his despair, resonating sweetly in his mind, like the gentle rain of Jiangnan. "Do not fear, I am here to assist you." In an instant, the flames that tormented him were extinguished. Luo Juanhe trembled. Was he dreaming? Yet, the woman's voice felt so strikingly real. This was a dream he had experienced countless times before, each ending with him perishing in the inferno or being pierced by 1,000 arrows on the battlefield. No matter how fiercely he fought, his efforts were in vain. But why, on this occasion, did he feel an unprecedented lightness? Was he truly on the brink of death? As he hesitated, the gentle voice spoke once more. "With me, you shall not perish." Luo Juanhe was taken aback. He now realized this was no mere dream. Someone was genuinely speaking to him. Yuntang observed as Luo Juanhe, under her soothing words, began to find tranquility. She continued to whisper in his ear, "Relax, do not be anxious. I am your princess, I will not harm you." His princess? Had he truly married once more? Yet now, he is akin to a mere shell of a man. Why must they compel him to take a wife and bring misfortune upon another's daughter? Luo Juanhe's emotions are a tangled web. His body lies immobile, his vision obscured, yet his sense of perception remains acutely intact. Prior to this, his royal parents had already arranged for him to marry 4 princesses. Upon their initial encounter, those 4 women either shrieked in terror or gazed at him with repulsion, as though he were a loathsome creature. They hurled insults, calling him a monster, a worthless wretch, and questioned why he continued to exist in such a state. Their decorum and grace, befitting noble women, had vanished entirely. Only Yuntang, upon seeing him, remained composed and unperturbed. Luo Juanhe felt an urge to open his eyes and behold her, to discover what manner of person she truly was. Yet, soon after, a wave of drowsiness overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber once more. "Your Highness, sleep well," Yuntang murmured, as she administered a dose of anesthetic to Luo Juanhe. Resuming her work on his festering wounds, she procured spiritual spring water from her space, cleansing the bloodstains from his body, and after applying medicine with a cotton swab, she carefully wrapped the area in gauze. Throughout the night, Yuntang managed to tend to the wounds on his chest and neck. Once her task was complete, she ventured to a convenience store, returning with several packages of adult diapers and underpads. Upon removing his trousers, a foul odor assailed her senses, and she discovered that he had soiled himself. With no other recourse, she replaced his clothes with a fresh set and placed the underpads and diapers beneath him. At 8 o'clock, the clock chimed, and Yuntang carried Luo Juanhe out of the space. She surveyed the furnishings in the room. Nothing had changed since last night. To this day, no one had delivered a bed for them. The ice-stone bed was certainly uninhabitable, and due to the constant presence of ice, the bedding, pillows, and clothing in Luo Juanhe's room were too damp to be of any use. Yuntang could only carry him outside, intending to find a drier room first. Just as she stepped out, a burly man with a dark face approached, blocking her path. "Princess, it is time for the prince to dispel the fire poison." Where do you intend to take him? Ji Yuntang looked at him. The man was robust and towered over her by at least 2 heads, holding 2 large buckets of ice in each hand, glaring menacingly at her. The prince will no longer need to dispel the fire poison, and you need not bring ice anymore, Ji Yuntang replied, her voice as cold as ever. Prepare a clean room for the prince. We shall no longer reside here. The man let out a sinister laugh. That is not for the princess to decide. If the prince does not bathe in ice water for a day and suffers any consequences, I cannot bear the responsibility. Ji Yuntang's gaze turned icy, her grip on Luo Juanhe tightening slightly. What if I refuse to let go? Princess, I must insist, the man declared, dropping the buckets in his hands and swinging his fist towards Ji Yuntang's face with fierce momentum, the wind whistling ominously. Ji Yuntang bent slightly at the waist, evading the blow. While she was adept at close combat, she dared not make any large movements at that moment, fearing for the safety of Luo Juanhe in her arms. Ji Yuntang had not anticipated that the servants of the Night King's residence possessed such audacity, dismissing her with such disdain, and even disregarding Lord Luo Juanhe. She had never been one to suffer indignities quietly. Having presented herself willingly, Ji Yuntang saw no reason not to take action. With a swift flick of her wrist, 3 silver needles shot forth from her fingertips, aiming for the man's face. He scoffed at the trifling threat, believing that mere needles could not harm Chen Hu. However, in the next instant, his smile froze upon his lips. Chapter 5. Dealing with the malevolent servant Chen Hu felt a sharp sting in his thigh and, lowering his gaze, discovered a gleaming dagger embedded in his leg, blood staining his trousers crimson. The slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, draining the color from his face. You tricked me. Ji Yuntang remained unfazed, employing cunning in the art of warfare. I forgot to mention, the dagger is poisoned, and the only antidote lies with this princess. If you wish to avoid a swift demise, I suggest you leave promptly. Chen Hu let out a derisive snort. Poison? Who are you trying to deceive? The 2 young maidservants hiding nearby were horrified. They had not expected the new princess to be so ruthless. Chen Hu, who had once dispatched a full-grown tiger with just 3 punches, now found himself bested by Ji Yuntang, a seemingly frail woman. For him, this was a profound humiliation. Ji Yuntang, uninterested in wasting time, cast a cold glance at the 2 maidservants. Apart from this exquisite courtyard, prepare the finest chamber in the Night King's residence for His Highness. All furnishings and garments must be replaced with new ones, and the tea sets and utensils should be of the highest quality. You have a mere 15 minutes. Go at once and attend to the needs of this princess. Upon hearing Ji Yuntang's words, a young maid named Taoji trembled in fear and immediately knelt down. Wang Fei, the finest room in the Night King's residence, is currently occupied by Miss Lu. Miss Lu? Ji Yuntang frowned, perplexed that she was unaware of another occupant in the Night King's abode. Lu Linlang, the daughter of Granny Su, now held sway over the household's affairs, as Granny Su was once the savior of our prince, and thus held in high regard. Consequently, the servants of the Night King's residence predominantly obeyed her commands. After absorbing this information, Ji Yuntang began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that since Luo Juanhe had become bedridden, the Night King's residence had been effectively commandeered by a mere matron, while that so-called Miss Lu had audaciously assumed the role of mistress, enjoying privileges that even Luo Juanhe himself did not possess. A cold smile crept across Ji Yuntang's face. How audaciously she had usurped another's domain. She resolved to confront this Miss Lu shortly. Turning to Taoji, she instructed, Go and prepare a clean room for His Highness to rest, ensuring the bedding is sufficiently thick. Then, addressing Xiaoya, she added, Head to the kitchen and have them prepare a light spinach and carrot porridge, finely chopped, for I shall personally attend to His Highness's meal. Yes, Wang Fei. Both Taoji and Xiaoya replied, not daring to defy her, and hurriedly departed. Last night, Ji Yuntang had already administered glucose and anti-inflammatory medication to Luo Juanhe. This morning, she also provided him with a small cup of spiritual spring water, and at this moment, he had fallen asleep. Shortly thereafter, Taoji emerged, her demeanor somewhat hesitant. Your Highness, the room in the western garden has been prepared, she reported. Take me there, Ji Yuntang instructed, cradling Luo Juanhe as she made her way to the western garden. The room was modest in size, yet it exuded a sense of openness, cleanliness, and orderliness. It was furnished with a new Nanmu tea table and a writing desk, and the tea set was pristine. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow, which left Ji Yuntang feeling quite satisfied. She carefully laid Luo Juanhe down on the bed and casually instructed. The blankets and mattress used by the prince must be aired out daily, and the windows should be opened for ventilation every day. Taoji appeared troubled, her lips moving as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Suddenly, she knelt down with a thud. Your Highness, but I am a maidservant of Miss Lu, and I cannot serve the prince. She and Xiao Yi had indeed been Luo Juanhe's maidservants previously, but they had since been assigned by Mama Su to attend to Lu Linlang. Today, Lu Linlang had arranged for her and Tao Ji to monitor the new princess. Caught between the two formidable women, she dared not defy Lu Linlang, yet she also feared to offend Ji Yuntang. Ji Yuntang's lively eyes darkened slightly. It was astonishing that Lu Linlang wielded more power in the Night King's residence than she, a princess. It seemed that she must assert her authority over Lu Linlang today. Get up and lead the way. I wish to meet Lu Linlang. Yes, Tao Ji replied, lowering her head as she followed closely behind Ji Yuntang. Within the elegant Yun pavilion, the shadows of flowers danced gently, and the pond sparkled like diamonds. The intricately carved railings encircled the opulent waterside mansion, where exotic blooms and rare herbs unfurled around the courtyard, creating a picturesque scene that captivated the heart and soul. Beneath a peach tree, a young woman of 17 or 18 reclined on a grand armchair, clad in a verdant skirt adorned with delicate lotus patterns, edged with intricate golden embroidery. Behind her, a maid wielding a round fan gently fanned the air. The young woman's beauty was striking, her hair styled in an elaborate flowing cloud bun, adorned with a jade dragon hairpin, while silver tassel earrings dangled gracefully beside her earlobes. She shimmered with the brilliance of jewels, exuding an aura of opulence. Upon noticing Ji Yuntang entering without so much as a greeting, Bai Qi, the maid serving Lu Linlang, rushed forward with indignation. How dare you? Who are you to intrude upon Miss Lu's courtyard? Depart at once and cease this disturbance. Before Bai Qi could finish her tirade, Ji Yuntang delivered a resounding slap to her face, causing her to spit blood. TSK, with such a foul mouth, you are surprisingly weak. I haven't even exerted myself yet. What? You are the newly appointed Night Princess? Bai Qi was taken aback, and even Lu Linlang, who had feigned sleep in her grand chair, was startled. She opened her eyes, her gaze landing on Ji Yuntang, a frail figure devoid of any significant figure. Her chest lacking in substance, clearly underdeveloped. A single ordinary wooden hairpin adorned her head, and her plain white gown emphasized her humble appearance. What struck Lu Linlang most was Ji Yuntang's face, marred by a dark mark that nearly consumed the left side, rendering her exceedingly unattractive. You are the Night Princess, the fifth wife newly wed to my brother He. Ji Yuntang observed the disdainful expression of the young woman before her, a cold smile curling at the corners of her crimson lips. Knowing my identity as a princess yet failing to show due respect? It seems that Aunt Su has not imparted the rules of the Night King's manor to you. With that, Ji Yuntang swiftly moved to stand before Lu Linlang, seizing her arm and executing a flawless shoulder throw, bringing Lu Linlang crashing to the ground. With a thud, Lu Linlang lay sprawled, limbs akimbo. You wretched girl. How dare you strike me? Lu Linlang's voice was shrill, her exquisite features contorted in disbelief. Having resided in the Night King's manor for a decade, she was accustomed to being treated like a young lady by the servants. She had never endured such humiliation. Instantly, she scrambled to her feet, intent on retaliating against Ji Yuntang. You insolent wretch, do not presume that entering the Night King's manor makes you a princess. I shall tear you apart today. In a fit of rage, before she could regain her footing, Ji Yuntang executed a sweeping kick, sending Lu Linlang sprawling once more. This time, Ji Yuntang mounted her, unleashing a flurry of slaps upon Lu Linlang's face. Chapter 6. Whoever seeks to harm me shall be met with retribution. I am the princess, the mistress of this Night King's manor, while you are merely a servant. Do not mistake this for mere physical assault. I could even sell you. And who would dare protest? How audacious for a lowly maid's daughter to wield authority within the Night King's manor, treating trifles as commands, while the manor provides you sustenance and clothing. Have you truly deluded yourself into believing you are a mistress here? The phrase "the daughter of a lowly maid" stung Lu Linlang deeply. Though she hailed from humble beginnings, her mother had saved the Night King's life, which had elevated her own status within the Night King's residence over the years. Yet now, Ji Yuntang dared to humiliate her so brazenly? Bai Qi, anxious and distressed, hesitated to intervene, fearing further punishment. With a quick glance, she stealthily slipped away to inform Granny Su of the situation. Ji Yuntang, having noticed her departure, did not intervene. Instead, She unleashed her fury upon Lu Linlang, delivering over 20 slaps that vented all her pent-up rage. As her gaze swept across the jewelry adorning Lu Linlang, Yuntang seized the opportunity to snatch away the hairpin and earrings from her head. Today, you have encountered the wrath of the princess. Consider yourself unfortunate. Lu Linlang, battered and bruised by Yuntang's relentless assault, found herself utterly defenseless. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her earlobe, jolting her back to reality as she grasped that her cherished ornaments had been stolen. "Ah, those are mine. You wretched girl, return them at once," Lu Linlang cried, reaching out to reclaim her belongings, only to be met with a fierce punch from Yuntang that sent blood gushing from her nose. Holding the stolen items triumphantly, Yuntang smirked and declared, "If I am not mistaken, this jade dragon gold hairpin and silver tassel earrings are ornaments reserved for the princess. As a mere servant, if you did not steal them, you would never afford such treasures in your lifetime. Do you believe I won't have you reported to the authorities?" Upon receiving Bai Qi's message, Granny Su rushed over with her attendants. Yet, before she could even step into the courtyard, Yuntang's words reached her ears, causing her aged face to harden immediately. Lu Linlang adorned herself with a set of 5 exquisite pieces of jewelry, complemented by a splendid headdress of cloud-like tresses and floral embellishments, a necklace of golden pearls, and a dual dragon-patterned bracelet, all graciously bestowed upon the night princess by the emperor's emissaries. Upon witnessing Lu Linlang's delight, Mama Su decided to present the entire collection to her courtyard. Her daughter, after all, was deserving of the finest jewels in the world. What was the night princess, whose days were numbered, in comparison? Moreover, Yuntang hailed from humble origins and was not favored by the Yongning marquis, rendering her even less entitled to such opulent treasures. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Linlang spotted Mama Su's figure and, driven by an unknown surge of strength, shoved Yuntang aside, tumbling towards Mama Su. "Mother, save me. I am on the verge of being slain by this wretched woman." Mama Su gasped, taken aback by the grotesque visage that suddenly appeared before her, nearly losing her wits in fright. "Why, you are Linlang?" With tears streaming down her face, Lu Linlang cried out, "Mother, do you not recognize your daughter? It's all that vixen Yuntang's doing that has left me in this state. You must avenge me. I wish to see her dead." Mama Su looked upon her daughter, transformed into a ghastly sight, as though she had encountered a specter. Lu Linlang, once a picture of youthful beauty, now bore the bruises of a fierce assault. Her once bright eyes were reduced to mere slits, and blood flowed from her nose, mouth, and ears, presenting a most tragic spectacle. Madame Su was consumed by rage, her plump visage turning a deep crimson. She stamped her foot fiercely, causing the flagstone floor to tremble beneath her. "Bring forth the night princess, and let me teach this insolent wretch a lesson." Yuntang cast a scornful glance at Madame Su's rotund figure, a mocking smirk tugging at her lips. "You, with your audacious bravado, who feasts and resides in the prince's manor, dare to strike your mistress? Is it the darkness of the sewers that has rendered you so ignorant of propriety?" At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. In the blink of an eye, a 1-meter-long blade materialized in her hand, its edge sharp and whistling ominously. She swung her right arm, brandishing the weapon as she began to strike at her foes. With a single blow, blood erupted. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They stared at the courtyard, where Yuntang, her face smeared with blood, yet bearing a faint smile, instilled fear in their hearts. Who could have imagined that this seemingly delicate girl could kill without batting an eye? What sort of madwoman was she? The tides had turned. The previously overwhelming numbers now fled before Yuntang's relentless pursuit, scattering in every direction. The blade in her hand sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh, cleaving down upon anyone in her path. Madame Su, a sheltered matron, had never encountered such reckless ferocity and was left utterly terrified. "Why, you night princess? I am the prince's savior. How dare you attempt to kill me?" she stammered. "Even with the immense gratitude owed to you by my lord, the decade of sustenance and care, along with your daughter's upbringing, should have long been repaid." Yuntang's gaze was slightly frosty as she methodically wiped the blood from her fingers with a handkerchief, then retrieved some alcohol from her space to disinfect her hands. With a smile, she declared, "This princess has but one life. No one cares, and no one mourns. Upon marrying into this family, I am bound to your prince. Should anyone dare to take my life, I shall be compelled to eliminate them first. If you are unafraid of death, then do come and test me. Let us see whether your skull is harder than the blade I wield." Madame Su glanced at the bodies strewn across the ground. 6 servants had perished at Ji Yuntang's hands in the mere span of a single incense stick. This was no frail woman. She was clearly a ruthless killer. Madame Su could not help but inwardly curse her subordinates as a pack of inept fools. Why had the intelligence they gathered been so wildly inaccurate? Was it not said that Ji Yuntang was inherently timid, as cowardly as a mouse, too fearful to retaliate against even the slightest reprimand? If she were truly so cowardly, then surely no bold woman could exist in this world. Yet, there was no avenue for her to seek redress. Despite Ji Yuntang's lack of favor, she remained the mistress of the Night King's residence, while Madame Su was merely a servant. It was only natural for a mistress to discipline her servant and eliminate those who were disobedient. It appeared that Madame Su would have to bide her time, waiting for the prince to awaken so she could lodge a complaint. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her voice involuntarily softened. The Night Prince, known for his benevolence, was inclined to provide for the servants and their daughters. This had nothing to do with the princess, did it? Chapter 7. The first subordinate collected. Ji Yuntang wiped the blood from the blade and tossed the handkerchief onto the ground, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of her crimson lips. It was a mistake to think it was inconsequential before. However, the present circumstances have changed everything. The resources that sustain you now belong to our shared estate, and within the Night King's residence, what belongs to the Night King is equally divided with this princess. Do you dare question my authority to discipline you? Those in servitude must maintain their proper demeanor. Arrogance and cruelty towards their masters cannot be tolerated. If this were to spread, what would become of the Night King's house rules? You have until the end of the day to vacate the elegant residence. If you have not departed by tomorrow, I assure you that my blade shall show no mercy. After Ji Yuntang spoke, she cast a glance at the trembling Madame Su and the bruised Lu Linlang before shouldering her large knife and departing. The 2 women instantly exhaled in relief. Yet, their anxiety was soon rekindled when a small knife suddenly flew from an unknown source, severing the pearl necklace around Madame Su's neck, causing her to collapse in shock. The pearls scattered chaotically across the floor as Ji Yuntang's icy voice resonated once more. With a dismissive pat of her hands, Ji Yuntang exited, leaving Lu Linlang to struggle to her feet, her face twisted in resentment. Mother, what shall we do now? Must we truly vacate this place? Everything in the elegant residence has been meticulously curated by me over the years. I have resided here for so long. I refuse to relinquish it to that wretched woman. Today, Granny Su emerged in a foul mood, her countenance reflecting her inner turmoil. Yet, she managed to retain a semblance of composure, letting out a cold snort. Linlang, cease this nonsense. Do you not see that this wretched woman has already displayed her authority over us? Today, she is deliberately making an example of us. If we oppose her now, we risk giving others the impression that the servants of the Night King's residence are truly disrespectful and mistreating Lord Yi. The mother and daughter exchanged a glance, both perceiving the treachery in each other's eyes. They silently vowed that the torment they endured today would one day be repaid in kind by Ji Yuntang. Unbeknownst to Ji Yuntang, she had already become the target of their animosity. Even if she were aware, she would remain indifferent. As a distinguished military medical doctor with nearly a decade of experience on the battlefield, she had witnessed all manner of bloodshed and chaos. She had long honed her iron-fisted resolve. If challenged, she would confront it head-on, unafraid to start anew. After dispatching her adversaries, Ji Yuntang felt her muscles loosen and her body awaken. Yet, she recognized her own physical limitations. This body was still woefully weak and lacked proper conditioning. After taking the lives of a few individuals, she acutely sensed her fatigue and inadequacy. With a sigh, she muttered to herself, "It seems I must engage in rigorous training to swiftly regain the physical prowess I had in my previous life. Surely, it is not too much to expect to fell a cow with a single punch, if not a bear." As Ji Yuntang stepped into the western garden, she was suddenly enveloped by the imposing shadow of a tall figure that blocked her path. "What is this? Are you still dissatisfied after our morning bout? Do you wish to spar again?" Ji Yuntang's eyes darkened as she sensed Chun Hu's ominous approach. Clenching her fists, she immediately assumed a combative stance. However, in the next moment, to her astonishment, Chun Hu fell to his knees before her with a woeful expression. "I beseech you, noble princess, grant me your mercy. Previously, I failed to recognize your esteemed presence and inadvertently offended you. Please, I implore you, provide me with the antidote. From now on, I shall dutifully heed your every command within the palace, ever loyal and attentive." The towering figure of over 6 feet, once brimming with arrogance, now displayed a pitiful demeanor as he knelt on the ground. Chunhu found himself utterly helpless. After Ji Yuntang had stabbed him with a small knife, he initially dismissed it as a mere scratch, thinking it inconsequential. He had hastily summoned an old physician, believing the injury trivial. Yet, to his dismay, as soon as the blade was extracted, the blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The old physician had warned him that if the bleeding persisted, he might become the first young man in Dongchen Kingdom to perish from a mere wound. Disregarding the physician's expertise, Chunhu, in a fit of rage, had beaten the man and unceremoniously cast him out along with his medical kit. Subsequently, every apothecary he approached either feigned closure or claimed the physician was out. After visiting over a dozen shops, none were willing to offer him aid. Upon returning home, the pain at the wound's site intensified, and even the slightest movement sent a jolt of agony through his bones. It dawned on Chunhu that Ji Yuntang's warning about the poison on the blade was no jest. The toxin was so peculiar that even the old physician could not identify it. At first, he believed the other party was jesting, but he now realized that without medical intervention, his life was genuinely at stake. At this moment, the only person capable of saving him, apart from Ji Yuntang, seemed to be no one else. What were principles worth? What was wealth compared to the preciousness of life? He was a sagacious individual, adept at both yielding and persevering. Ji Yuntang turned her gaze towards Chunhu, raising an eyebrow. Are you truly willing to serve my interests? Currently, within the Night King's residence, she lacked capable individuals. And although Chunhu possessed martial prowess, he was somewhat brutish. Yet, if he could be brought under her command, it would certainly be advantageous. Absolutely. As long as the noble princess can save me, I shall henceforth heed only your commands. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply without hesitation. He affirmed with unwavering loyalty. Ji Yuntang lightly curved her lips, yet remained cautious. From her spatial pouch, she produced a black pill and handed it to him. Very well, I can save you. Consume this antidote, and thereafter, come to me every half-month for another dose, until you have taken a sufficient amount for 6 months. Only then will the poison within you be eradicated. During this interval, you are to remain steadfastly by my side in the Western Garden, safeguarding both the prince and myself. Should any harm befall me, there will be no one capable of rescuing your life. Chunhu understood that Ji Yuntang did not fully trust him, intentionally keeping him on a tight leash. Although he was uncomfortable with the notion of his fate resting in someone else's hands, at this moment, he felt utterly powerless. Furthermore, the incident of Ji Yuntang reprimanding Granny Su and her daughter had already spread like wildfire among the servants of the residence, becoming common knowledge. He was well aware that this princess was far from the timid figure depicted in rumors. The poise and courage she exuded were incomparable to those of the previous 4 princesses. Perhaps, Ji Yuntang truly possessed the ability to alter the current circumstances of the Night Prince's residence. Indeed, I shall pledge to protect both the prince and the princess with my life. Chapter 8. The Awakening of the Comatose Prince. Upon finishing his words, Chunhu swallowed the pill he held in his hand, and immediately felt the excruciating pain in his body dissipate. As he unwrapped the bandages binding his wound, he found that the bleeding had ceased and the injury was showing signs of gradual healing. Chunhu's heart surged with joy. It was truly miraculous. Unbeknownst to him, the pill he ingested had been concocted by Ji Yuntang with water from a spiritual spring, boasting healing properties several times more effective than those available outside. While Chunhu reveled in his delight, he couldn't help but fantasize about whether Ji Yuntang, this auspicious princess, could indeed revive the Night Prince. Should she succeed in restoring the Night Princess' health, following her would not seem so much of a loss after all. Ji Yuntang, oblivious to his thoughts, moved to the center of the courtyard and filled a basin with water to cleanse her hands. Chunhu, she began, I have an important task for you. The icy stone bed where the prince resided must be delivered intact to the residence of the Qin Prince, personally handed over to His Highness, along with a message. Inform him that this bed is of considerable worth, and should he desire it, I shall graciously gift it to him. He must sleep on it every night, lest my hopes for him go unfulfilled. Ji Yuntang, by nature, harbored a vengeful spirit. Having declared her intent to deliver the bed to the Prince of Qin's residence last night, she was determined to ensure it reached Luo Xinian without fail, regardless of the intentions Luo Xinian harbored toward Luo Juanha. Ji Yuntang was resolute in her desire to thwart any attempts cloaked in the guise of concern for Luo Juanha that might inflict harm upon him. She would undoubtedly save the man, but should anyone impede her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Yes, my lady. I shall promptly deliver the bed to His Highness the Prince of Chun, Hu affirmed before proceeding to Jinghong Courtyard. Ji Yuntang pondered from where she might procure two assistants to aid him. After all, the bed made of ancient ice stone, buried beneath the Arctic glaciers for millennia, was not only frigid but exceedingly heavy, weighing no less than 1,000 pounds, far beyond the capability of an ordinary individual to lift. However, as a commotion outside the courtyard ensued, Ji Yuntang's pupils dilated in disbelief upon witnessing the scene before her. Was she dreaming? Chen Hu single-handedly had hoisted the ice stone bed upon his shoulder. Ji Yuntang exclaimed inwardly, "What manner of subordinate have I acquired? A veritable strongman, indeed." As Chen Hu ambled past the west courtyard, he flashed a simple smile at Ji Yuntang, signaling his departure. "My lady, I shall now take the bed to His Highness the Prince. Indeed, if the occasion arises, you might consider requesting a transportation fee from Luo Sinian. A man so concerned with his reputation is likely to oblige," Ji Yuntang casually suggested. Chen Hu nodded in agreement, but gave little thought to her words. As a mere servant, he felt no audacity to ask the princely Luo Sinian for monetary compensation. Because Ji Yuntang had specifically instructed that the stains of excrement, urine, and blood on the bed need not be cleaned, Chen Hu treaded carefully with each step, fearful of inadvertently brushing against those remnants, which would deprive the prince of his enjoyment. As Ji Yuntang entered the room, Luo Jianha, lying on the bed, stiffened slightly at the sound of the door opening. Is it her? His little princess? When Luo Jianha awoke that morning, he felt a refreshing sensation enveloping him, the prior discomfort of stickiness completely absent, as if he had not been submerged in icy water. Even the foul stench that lingered at the tip of his nose had vanished. Were it not for this unprecedented comfort, he might have believed he had merely dreamt the previous night away. "Your Highness, are you awake?" Ji Yuntang noticed a slight movement of Luo Jianha's head and, thinking she might be imagining things, tentatively posed the question. After an indeterminate period, the man's lips parted, and he laboriously uttered 3 words, "You are who?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with weight. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuntang turned and approached the table, pouring a glass of water for him. "I am your newlywed princess, Ji Yuntang." Ji. His expression held a trace of bewilderment, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he inquired, "Are you the young lady from the Yuntang marquis?" In all of Dongchen Kingdom, the only Ji family he could recall was that of the Yuntang marquis. Ji Yuntang did not keep him in suspense. She spoke candidly, "Indeed. But I am a lost scion of theirs, having been swapped at birth and raised in a small village, never having spent a single day as the young lady of the Yuntang marquis." As Ji Yuntang spoke, she deftly shifted the topic, assuring the prince that before her marriage, she had severed all ties with the Yuntang marquis. Henceforth, there would be no more mention of the young ladies of that house. She would only be known as the Night Princess. Luo Jianha, being a perceptive individual, understood that Ji Yuntang's words were meant to convey that her marriage to him held no ulterior motives, nor would she contribute in any way to the Yuntang marquis' claim to nobility. He sighed, reflecting on how astutely she perceived the intricacies of human emotion. However, given his current predicament, marrying would only burden her further. To what a man like him, deemed a waste, would be a disservice. Once he departed from this world, he would grant her a divorce, allowing her the freedom to remarry or carve out her own path, to live a life truly her own. Ji Yuntang moved closer, settling by his bedside. "With me here, you shall not perish." As they drew nearer, she noticed that Luo Jianha's pupils lacked focus. His eyes, strikingly beautiful with their distinctive peach blossom shape and lashes like raven feathers, now appeared hollow and devoid of life, resembling a tranquil lake that stirred not a single ripple. Ji Yuntang couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Such exquisite eyes, what had caused them to lose their luster? Recalling her past life, where she had employed acupuncture to treat patients suffering from eye ailments, she voiced her concern. Luo Jianha's expression remained unyielding as he turned slightly away. Yet a sense of desolation lingered in his gaze, akin to ashes. "Thank you, Miss Ji, but there is no need to trouble yourself. I am destined to perish. Your efforts to grant me a semblance of dignity akin to that of a normal person fill my heart with gratitude. From this point on, I shall leave the rest to fate, for I seek no further indulgences." As his words trailed off, he wearily closed his eyes, his entire being shrouded in despondency, devoid of any desire to survive. Even the water brought to his lips was met with reluctance, as if the very act of breathing had become a burden. Ji Yuntang furrowed her brow slightly. Illness, she could remedy. Yet, if a person is resolute in their desire for death, that poses a challenge. Chapter 9. I will save you. You must live in Yuntang's perspective. Aside from medication and surgical intervention, a positive mindset is crucial for recovery. Rising to her feet, she addressed him, Your Highness, I, Yuntang, have never subscribed to the notion of destiny. The phrase leave it to fate strikes me as insincere. I prefer the idea of the tides turning, of fate being cyclical. Although I am unaware of the events that have transpired in your life, I am certain there are numerous deeds left undone, countless grievances unavenged. Are you truly willing to embrace death so readily? The ones who have wronged you still draw breath. Why then would you relinquish your own life prematurely? Facing adversity need not be terrifying. What is truly daunting is the unwillingness to confront it. A man of valor finds no difficulty in life, nor does he fear death. Presently, there exists someone capable of saving you, and you still possess the breath of life. Why not take a chance? Could there be a fate worse than your current plight? What if I truly succeed in healing you? As Yuntang spoke, her gaze gradually hardened, and she paused momentarily, a self-deprecating smile flickering at the corners of her lips. Your Highness the Night King, allow me to speak candidly. The Yuntang marquis did not merely arrange my marriage to you for the purpose of bringing you good fortune. They intend for me to accompany you in death as well. Should you perish, I would find no reason to live. I have only just escaped the clutches of my abusive foster parents in the countryside, and I have managed to flee from those shameless relatives. At merely 15 years of age, my life is just beginning, and I am not ready to embrace death, especially not for a man who is intent on self-destruction. However, let me clarify that my intention in sharing these sentiments is not to implore you, Your Highness, to consider my perspective. I merely wish to convey that, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not abandon you. I will employ all the medical knowledge I possess to ensure your healing. Should you refuse to cooperate, fear not. I shall bind you with ropes and administer treatment regardless. I have encountered many disobedient patients, and I, Yuntang, assure you that I will fulfill my promises. The tone of the young woman was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable strength that startled Luo Juanhe. For 3 years, he had languished in bed, and never had anyone uttered words of unwavering support to him. His father, mother, and even his younger sister all seemed eager for his demise. Luo Juanhe opened his mouth, a bitter smile gracing his lips. My existence only burdens you. It is your death that would weigh me down. As long as you live, I still have a chance, do I not? In her previous life, Yuntang did not idolize celebrities, she revered heroes. In her heart, Luo Juanhe was a great hero, a warrior fighting for his country and its people, who deserved far better than this fate. Moreover, he is merely 22 years old, an age that in modern times equates to a recent university graduate. It would be an utter tragedy for him to perish at such a tender age. Luo Juanhe felt a pang of anguish. It was not that he wished for death, but rather that he was unable to continue living. Over the past 3 years, Luo Xian had summoned no fewer than 100 physicians, yet each one departed with a sorrowful shake of their head, advising the Night King's residents to prepare for his final arrangements. The sole reason he clung to life was his unwavering concern for the 200,000 soldiers in the Longyue army, and his sense of obligation towards his loyal attendants. And Qi and Long Yin, who had stood by him through thick and thin. Yet now, some of them teetered on the brink of death on the battlefield, while others languished in the cold confines of a prison. At that moment, the voice of Qiao Yi broke through the silence. Your Highness, the prince's lunch is ready. Shall I serve it now? Please bring it in. Once the meal was presented, Yuntang's dismay was palpable upon seeing the dishes. I instructed you to have the kitchen prepare congee for the prince. Is this all they could muster? A bland spinach and carrot porridge? The minuscule bowl contained little more than a clear broth with scarcely any rice, garnished with a few wilted cabbage leaves and tiny lotus root pieces. A display of utter negligence. This fare was so unappetizing that it would likely be scorned not only by Luo Juanhe, the ailing patient, but perhaps even by swine. Observing the displeasure on Yuntang's face, Qiao Yi trembled with fear and knelt upon the ground. Your Highness, please do not be angry. The prince has grown accustomed to a bland diet. He often expels whatever he consumes, or worse, it all ends up as waste. The kitchen has taken it upon themselves to prepare meals that are easier to digest for the prince. She, of course, dared not reveal this to Yuntang, for it was a deliberate instruction from Lu Linlang, with a laxative added to the mix. Should Yuntang administer it to Luo Juanhe, causing him bodily harm, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Conversely, If she refrained from feeding it to Luo Juanhe and he suffered from hunger, she would also bear the brunt of the fallout. Ji Yuntang, filled with indignation, brusquely dismissed Xiao Yi. Such large lotus root cubes, and you call this easily digestible? Take it back and prepare it anew for this princess. If you fail again, I shall personally oversee your efforts. Hearing the girl's fierce voice, Luo Juanhe, though unable to see Ji Yuntang's appearance, could vividly imagine her current fierce demeanor. A sense of bewilderment washed over him, mingling with a trace of amusement. How long had it been since someone had stood up for him so boldly? He was acutely aware of the dynamics within the Night King's manor. The once proud and noble had now become prey for the petty. The servants had long ceased to regard him as their master, completely oblivious to the kindness he had once shown in taking them in. Only when Luo Sinian visited did they feign respect, putting on a show of courtesy. Once he departed, their true colors would swiftly resurface. Luo Juanhe understood that he could not alter this reality. Over time, he became indifferent to his circumstances, what he ate, wore, or where he resided. His vision had faded, and his health deteriorated day by day. Yet, with Ji Yuntang's entrance into his life, a flicker of light pierced through the darkness that enveloped him. In a moment when no one was watching, a genuine smile tugged at the corners of his lips, stirring something deep within him. Perhaps, just perhaps, fate had not been entirely unkind to him. After Xiao Yi departed, Ji Yuntang made her way to the small kitchen within the space. There, on the gas stove, a pot of millet pumpkin porridge had already been simmering, bubbling gently. Beside it, an induction cooker held a plate of golden steamed eggs and a basket of delicate soup dumplings. Fortunately, she was well aware that the servants of the Night King's manor were rather self-serving, and she had long been prepared for such a scenario. With access to the space, Ji Yuntang was resolute in ensuring that both Luo Juanhe and herself would not go hungry. She quickly devoured a plate of soup dumplings and savored a bowl of pumpkin porridge, her entire meal taking no more than 5 minutes. Once satiated, she emerged from the space carrying the steamed eggs and millet porridge. Luo Juanhe caught a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting towards him, and his stomach betrayed him with a couple of audible growls. His cheeks flushed slightly, but thankfully his injured skin concealed it. Ji Yuntang, however, chuckled and remarked, "Your Highness, are you hungry? I have prepared some food for you. Allow me to assist you in sitting up." She retrieved a soft cushion from the space, placing it behind his back, and carefully helped him to sit upright. The millet pumpkin porridge was still quite hot, so Ji Yuntang began by feeding him the steamed eggs. Perhaps moved by the girl's words earlier that day, Luo Juanhe surprisingly complied, obediently opening his mouth. Chapter 10. The princess' first experience with diapers. The steamed egg melted in his mouth, tender and exquisite, and Luo Juanhe was astonished by the delightful flavor. "Did you make this?" he asked, savoring it slowly, momentarily at a loss to identify the taste. "Indeed, this is a steamed egg, which serves to replenish the protein necessary for the human body. I have added salt, sesame oil, and chopped scallions, ensuring that the flavor is far from bland. You are welcome to indulge in it." While Luo Juanhe did not grasp the term protein, he certainly understood steamed egg, recognizing it as a dish made from chicken eggs. In Dongshan country, the customary method of preparing eggs is to boil them and remove the shells, but he had never tasted such a delectable variation before. He was pleasantly surprised that eggs could be transformed into such diverse culinary delights. Perhaps due to genuine hunger, Luo Juanhe's appetite was robust. He finished an entire bowl of steamed eggs, after which Ji Yuntang offered him some millet pumpkin porridge. The porridge was cooked to a soft consistency, with a subtly sweet and tender texture, and she had no concerns about Luo Juanhe's ability to swallow it. After the meal, Ji Yuntang began to clear the dishes. As she turned her head, she caught a glimpse of Luo Juanhe's expression, which appeared somewhat peculiar, marked by an unspoken embarrassment and restraint. Approaching him with curiosity, she inquired, "What is the matter? Have you upset your stomach?" It seemed implausible, as this recipe had been certified by experts from multiple countries, making it ideal for those with digestive issues. Luo Juanhe's countenance reflected a hint of discomfort as he stammered, "No, it's not that. Could you step outside for a moment?" Upon witnessing his demeanor, Ji Yuntang quickly deduced the truth. He was evidently in urgent need of relief. In her experience at the hospital, patients who were both pressed and prideful often bore a similar expression, as if they had ingested a fly. Ji Yuntang was no stranger to such scenarios and thought to herself, "How amusing. I was worried for nothing. Your Highness, if you need to relieve yourself, feel free to do so. I have placed a diaper beneath you. which will ensure that neither your trousers nor the sheets will become soiled. From now on, you may urinate as you wish, without any sense of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Luo Juanhe's expression contorted further. He could scarcely believe that this woman would speak of such matters with such blatant vulgarity. Moreover, what was this diaper? He had never encountered such a term before. The thought of the dryness beneath him today sent a shiver down his spine. Could it be that she had seen him completely exposed? As if on cue, Yuntang's next words confirmed his fears. Your Highness, I have seen and touched every inch of you. However, rest assured, I am a physician of high integrity, and I find nothing particularly appealing about your physique, so there is no need for you to feel embarrassed. After all, to a doctor, aren't all humans merely a mound of flesh? The difference is that you, at this moment, are but a decayed piece of meat. I must employ my lifelong medical expertise to transform this flawed form into something presentable and refined. Luo Juanhe was left speechless. Embarrassment, shame, anger, and helplessness surged within him, ultimately coalescing into a weary sigh. If Ji Yuntang did not disdain him for being a mere invalid, what right did he have to be overly sensitive? Yet, a flicker of doubt regarding the diaper lingered in his mind. Since his paralysis, he had experienced countless instances of bedwetting. Yet he had never heard of a garment that could prevent one's clothes from becoming wet. Although Luo Juanhe found it hard to believe, he could not suppress his curiosity any longer. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it true that the diaper you mentioned can keep my pants dry?" Ji Yuntang nodded assuredly. "Of course, you can use it without worry. I have plenty more on hand. If you feel embarrassed standing before me and cannot relieve yourself, I shall step outside." Aware of his pride, Ji Yuntang opened the door and left, allowing Luo Juanhe to finally relax. After he tried it, Luo Juanhe was utterly astonished. It was his first encounter with the miraculous nature of the diaper. Just as she had described, he emerged from the experience feeling completely dry below. Outside the west courtyard, Xiaoye and Taoji had already brought forth the freshly prepared meal from the kitchen. In addition to the spinach and carrot porridge that Ji Yuntang had specifically requested, there were also the rare offerings of 3 dishes and a soup: spicy stir-fried okra, steamed base, plum blossom tofu, and sour bamboo shoot chicken skin soup. Upon seeing Ji Yuntang, Xiaoye approached her with a hint of eagerness, presenting the chopsticks with both hands. "Your Highness, the spinach and carrot porridge prepared by the prince is ready. I thought since you missed breakfast, I would have the kitchen prepare you a portion as well." Ji Yuntang did not take the chopsticks. Instead, she picked up a spoon and stirred the porridge, remarking with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, so they can indeed cook. I had thought they were a bunch of dimwits incapable of understanding human speech." Xiaoye laughed nervously, cautiously agreeing, "Your Highness is jesting. From now on, you shall be the mistress of this residence. Who would dare to disregard your words?" Ji Yuntang disregarded Xiaoye and took a seat, initially suspecting that the food might be poisoned once again. However, upon thorough inspection, she discovered that it was free from toxins. The unusual behavior of the maidservant raised her suspicions, compelling Ji Yuntang to remain vigilant. Having already satisfied her hunger, she merely took a few symbolic bites and casually remarked, "Since you are so diligent in overseeing my meals, allow me to share my preferences. I have a penchant for bold and spicy flavors, but I am allergic to peanuts and legumes. Please inform the kitchen to refrain from including these ingredients in my meals henceforth." "Yes, my lady, we shall remember." Both Xiao Yi and Tao Ji responded in unison. Ji Yuntang took a few more bites, finding the dishes utterly bland, far inferior to her own culinary creations, and prepared to rise. At that moment, Xiao Yi and Tao Ji exchanged glances and suddenly knelt before her. "My lady, we beseech you to take us in. We are willing to serve you and the prince closely. Grant us this opportunity." Thus, Ji Yuntang became the most suitable candidate for their allegiance in their eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she discerned their intentions. These two were prepared to use her as a shield. Such duplicitous individuals were not to be trusted. However, it did not hinder her from turning the situation to her advantage. Ji Yuntang envisioned preparing daily meals for Luo Juanhe in her small kitchen, and the source of those ingredients would be difficult to explain. Having 2 maidservants to provide cover would certainly prove beneficial. Ultimately, if any issues arose, she could simply eliminate the threat. She reluctantly agreed. "Very well, you 2 may stay. However, the prince is accustomed to being served by this princess. From now on, all meals must be delivered to me first. Do you understand?" The 2 silently acknowledged, "Yes, princess." Chapter 11. Ji Yuntang delivers the ice bed to the Prince of Chun. Meanwhile, at the Prince of Chen's residence, Chun, who was driving an ox cart, delivering the ice bed when Luo Xian happened to be away on business. Remembering Ji Yuntang's instructions, he did not hasten to depart, but instead found a shady spot outside the door to wait for Luo Xian's return. His Highness, the Prince of Chun, please wait. I am a servant from the Night King's residence, and today, at the behest of our esteemed princess, I have come to deliver this ice stone bed to His Highness. I hope you will graciously accept it. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian paused momentarily, turning to cast a glance at the ice stone bed covered with a black cloth on the cart. His strikingly handsome face instantly turned pale with rage. Without needing to think, he knew it must be that rustic woman, Ji Yuntang, who had ordered this delivery. How audacious she was, completely lacking in awareness. Luo Xian had assumed that Ji Yuntang had merely spoken out of anger the previous night, but it was astonishing that she had truly sent the ice stone bed, which his third brother had used, to him. Did his residence truly lack such a bed? His third brother was the one suffering, needing the cooling remedy. Yet Ji Yuntang had taken the ice stone bed away. What would his third brother sleep on from now on? Seemingly attuned to Luo Xian's thoughts, Chunhu added, "Rest assured, Your Highness, Prince Chun, our esteemed lady has prepared a new chamber and bed for His Highness, the Night King. She has adorned it with thick mattresses and linens, ensuring that he sleeps in comfort, far superior to this cold, unyielding stone bed. Moreover, Our Lady wishes to convey a message to Your Highness. The icy stone bed is quite a costly piece, crafted from rare and precious materials. Most notably, our Lord has spent 3 years resting upon it, leaving behind his unique imprints. It would be prudent for Your Highness to inspect it personally. Not to mention, Your Highness and our Night King are bound by fraternal ties. If our Lord, despite his ailments, could endure such a bed for so long, I am confident that Your Highness, being vigorous and agile, would fare well upon it. Our Lady eagerly anticipates your feedback regarding this experience." Upon hearing Chunhu's words, flames of fury ignited within Luo Xian's eyes. Unable to contain himself, he struck the carriage with a fist. Has Ji Yuntang lost her mind? What is she truly aiming for? Does she presume that becoming the Night King's consort grants her absolute authority over the Night King's estate? That would be an egregious overestimation of her own significance. Matters concerning me are not for her to dictate. Luo Xian's chest heaved with emotion. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of a large pile of cow dung beneath the ox cart. He frowned in disgust and exclaimed, "Why are you still lingering here? Do you intend to pollute the air of my royal residence?" Chunhu remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his face. "Your Highness, it has been quite a challenge transporting the ice bed. This ox cart was rented by me from outside. Just look at the transportation and labor costs." He continued, "Your benevolence and consideration for your subordinates are well known. Surely you would not deny me this sum, would you? If you were to refuse, would that not imply a lack of kindness and empathy towards your servants?" Luo Xian trembled with rage, aware that passers-by were watching him. He could hardly bear to make things difficult for Chunhu, a mere servant, so he shot him a resentful glare and commanded, "Bring him 100 taels of silver." Before long, Sumu, Luo Xian's personal attendant, delivered 100 taels in banknotes to Chunhu. At that moment, Chunhu felt as though he were dreaming. He pinched his thigh to confirm the reality of his situation. Ouch! This is truly not a dream. Just as Ji Yuntang had mentioned, Luo Xian indeed handed him 100 taels in banknotes. Chunhu's hands trembled with excitement. In the Night King's residence, his monthly salary was at most 2 taels. However, due to his prodigious appetite, consuming at least 8 bowls per meal, Madame Su had taken all his wages to offset his food expenses. Moreover, he owed her an additional 500 taels for his meals. Despite his physical strength, Chunhu found himself utterly destitute. He never anticipated that a casual remark from Ji Yuntang before he left would result in such a windfall of 100 taels. This assignment, upon reflection, felt exceedingly profitable. Chunhu, having received his payment, felt a surge of joy. He noticed the servants of the Qin Wangfu bustling around the icy stone bed on the ox cart. Yet they struggled to lift it. Out of kindness, he effortlessly lifted the bed and assisted in carrying it into the front courtyard of the Qin Wangfu before departing. Once Chunhu left, the servants stared at the stone bed, their hearts troubled. After all, leaving it in the courtyard was not ideal. It occupied considerable space and was quite conspicuous. Most importantly, not everyone possessed the strength of Chunhu to lift it with such ease. Upon hearing this, 10 servants immediately exerted all their strength and began to move. During the process, one of them inadvertently pulled away the black cloth covering the bed. When they beheld what lay upon the icy surface, Their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Those with weaker constitutions could not hold back and rushed aside to vomit. Su Mu, too, turned pale. Having followed Luo Xinyan since childhood, he was no stranger to life and death and had blood on his hands countless times. However, the sight of this bed struck him with such intensity that even his stealthy heart felt a pang of anguish. Luo Junhe, a renowned general of the Eastern Qin Kingdom, had fought valiantly on the battlefield against external foes for nearly a decade, only to end up in a state of disability. Was it possible that he slept on such a bed every night? If this were to become public knowledge, it would surely dishearten the citizens of the Eastern Qin Kingdom. After much contemplation, Su Mu instructed the servants to refrain from moving the stone bed further. He then turned and made his way to the study to inform Luo Xinyan of the situation. He stood in the room, hesitating for quite some time, at a loss for words to describe the scene he had witnessed. It was then that Luo Xian, growing increasingly impatient, inquired, "If you have something to say, speak up. If not, kindly leave and do not linger here, obstructing my view." Su Mu sighed, swallowing the words lodged in his throat, and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you should promptly go to the front courtyard and inspect the ice stone bed sent by the Night Princess." Chapter 12. The Crown Prince lies on a bed of excrement. Luo Xian was well aware of his attendant's character. He was not one to intrude without reason. If there were no pressing matter, he would not dare to disturb him while he attended to official duties. Realizing this, Luo Xian immediately set aside the letter in his hand and hurriedly made his way over. Before he had even reached the front courtyard, a pungent stench of excrement and filthy water assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow in displeasure. He initially assumed that the servants of the Crown Prince's residence had been negligent in cleaning the latrines, allowing the odor to waft so far. He did not suspect that it emanated from the ice stone bed. Upon arriving at the front courtyard and witnessing the maids and servants pinching their noses, their delicate faces contorted in disgust, Luo Xian began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Surely, the servants in his household were not so lacking in decorum. What could they have encountered to elicit such expressions? He quickened his pace. When he caught sight of the stone bed in the courtyard, his tall frame felt as though it had been struck by lightning, and he was rooted to the spot, his expression gradually stiffening, the muscles in his cheeks twitching involuntarily. Nothing is more shocking than witnessing something with one's own eyes. In the center of the courtyard lies a stone bed, its surface marred by dried yellow excrement and blood-stained red patches. Particularly, the area in the middle harbors a deeper hue, as if it has absorbed all filth. An unmistakable imprint of a human form has been etched into the stone, resembling a grotesque sculpture. Not a single part of the bed is clean. This is no bed, but a veritable den of filth. Even the beggars outside the crumbling temples would likely refuse to lay upon it. He distinctly remembers when the cold ice stone bed was first delivered to the Night King's residence, it gleamed with a pristine white. How could it have succumbed to such a grim transformation in less than 3 years? Did the servants of the Night King's estate never once tend to his brother's needs? Luo Xinyan's lips pressed tightly together, his expression forlorn, as a torrent of emotions swirled within him. Although Luo Junhe and he were half-brothers, their bond surpassed that of any royal siblings. He was the kindest soul to him, aside from their mother. Luo Xinyan believed that his frequent visits to the Night King's residence would ensure that the servants treated Luo Junhe with due care. Yet, he was horrified to learn that his brother slept every night on such a filthy bed. A choking sensation gripped his heart as he dared not contemplate further. What did Luo Junhe eat each day in the Night King's abode? Did he suffer from hunger daily, or was there no one to bring him sustenance? With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Luo Xinyan's gaze clouded, and he slowly lifted his eyes, instinctively moving towards the cold ice stone bed. Su Mu comprehended his intentions, and while astonished, immediately stepped forward to intervene. "Your Highness, you must not." However, Luo Xian pushed Su Mu aside. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was hoarse and strained. "Even my frail and ailing brother can find repose. How could I not?" He recalled Yuntang's earlier words and finally understood the profound reaction upon seeing this bed. Regrettably, throughout this time, Luo Xian had never set foot in Luo Junhe's chamber. Whenever he wished to visit, he was invariably stopped by Mama Su, who would say the Night Prince had taken his medicine and was asleep, or that he was bathing in ice to alleviate the fire poison, or that he was undressed and could not be disturbed. In short, a plethora of excuses continually emerged. Luo Xian did not doubt her. He was acutely aware of how much Mama Su had once done to save Luo Juanha's life and the significance he placed on her. In the Night Prince's residence, Luo Juanha had never been remiss in his generosity towards her and her daughter. Any reward he received from battles was promptly shared with Mama Su. Yet, he never anticipated that such trust and care would lead to his own unjust suffering. Every time Luo Xian encountered Luo Juanha, it was when he was being carried out to bask in the sun. A wooden recliner would be placed in the courtyard, with one lying down and the other seated, exchanging light-hearted banter. Luo Xian, concerned that Luo Juanha might become uncomfortable from sleeping too long, would keep him company, recounting the myriad amusing happenings in the capital. However, at that time, Luo Juanha had never spoken a word against Madame Su or the servants in his presence. The emotions swirling within him became increasingly intricate. Luo Xian, undeterred by filth, removed his boots and lay directly upon the cold, icy stone bed, which was tainted with excrement. The moment his body made contact with the bed, a shiver coursed through him, and he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. As a practitioner of martial arts, he possessed inner strength to protect himself. Yet he still felt the bone-chilling cold, the relentless chill burrowing into his flesh. Before even a stick of incense could burn out, Luo Xian could no longer endure the frigidness. His lips turned pale as he quickly rose from the icy stone bed. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Su Mu, prepare hot water. I shall bathe and then enter the palace." Night King's Manor. In order to conveniently care for Luo Juanha, Ji Yuntang moved into the adjacent room in the western courtyard, with the two chambers closely aligned. During her idle moments, she began utilizing the medicinal herbs within the space to alleviate the toxins accumulating upon her face. Previously too occupied to take a closer look, Ji Yuntang now, upon gazing into the mirror, realized that the original owner's visage resembled her own from a decade prior. In other words, this face was merely a younger version of herself. In her previous life, after obtaining dual doctoral degrees and returning from overseas, Ji Yuntang unhesitatingly relinquished a lucrative job with an annual salary in the millions to serve her country, transitioning into the military as a physician. Her appearance was strikingly elegant, with captivating fox-like eyes, porcelain skin, and naturally crimson lips, exuding a beauty that was almost aggressive. Yet, she possessed a demeanor that was cold and distant, often creating an air of remoteness around her. Ji Yuntang has always believed that being a military doctor is a profoundly sacred vocation. Others have dubbed her the ice beauty of the army, a flower atop a lofty peak, difficult to approach. Therefore, she harbors no doubts about how exquisite her face will appear once it is healed. Ji Yuntang swiftly concocted an antidote paste by adjusting the proportions of various medicinal herbs. Donning a pair of disposable gloves, she applied it to her face and then reclined on a soft chair in the courtyard to bask in the sun. "Who are you? And what are you doing in the Night Princess's courtyard? Where has the Night Princess gone?" Chapter 13. The princess applies excrement to her face faced with skepticism. Ji Yuntang remained unfazed, lazily lifting her eyelids to cast a fleeting glance at Chen Hu. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Hu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, unable to believe his eyes as he stared incredulously at Ji Yuntang, his words tumbling out in disarray. You are the princess? Princess, why have you smeared excrement on your face?" Ji Yuntang merely replied. She sniffed the paste. It did possess an aroma, albeit a slightly bitter herbal scent, far from the absurdity of a foul odor. However, she chose not to elucidate to Chen Hu, simply stating, "It is for beauty and skincare." Chen Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. What madness was this? Had he fallen so far behind? Now, even excrement could be utilized for beauty? Was the princess's mind perhaps impaired? Chen Hu contemplated how other noble ladies adorned themselves in gold and jewels, lavishly applying various expensive cosmetics, presenting themselves in splendid fashion each day. In stark contrast, Ji Yuntang appeared barefaced, clad in the simplest white gown, her attire less elaborate than that of the servants in the Night Prince's residence. Thus, it can be inferred that Ji Yuntang must have resorted to the irrational act of smearing her face with excrement due to her inability to afford beauty products. Chen Hu promptly retrieved the 100 taels of silver note given to him by Luo Xian from his sleeve. "Your Highness, I have just received this 100 taels from His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Perhaps you could use it to purchase some cosmetics?" Chen Hu's gaze lingered on the silver note in his hand. Although he felt a pang of regret, he harbored no reluctance. To him, without the task assigned by Ji Yuntang, he would never have come into possession of such wealth. After all, he merely acted as a messenger, accomplishing nothing of substance. Ji Yuntang observed Chunhu's every reaction with mild surprise. She understood better than anyone the significance of 100 taels to someone like him. A mere servant in the Night King's residence. Yet here he was, without hesitation, offering her the silver? She felt a flicker of emotion and replied, "No, thank you. Since it was gifted to you by His Royal Highness, you should keep it. If I desire silver, I shall earn it myself. However, Your Highness, you." Chunhu began, only to be interrupted by Ji Yuntang. "There are no buts. Even if I am no longer favored, I remain the mistress of the Night King's residence. A mere 100 taels is not enough to compromise my dignity. Chunhu, I have a task for you now. Do you see the piece of paper pressed beneath the teacup? Bring it to me." Chunhu turned to retrieve the paper, drawing it from beneath the teacup. To his astonishment, he found the sheet to be as pristine as freshly fallen snow, remarkably smooth and clean, entirely unlike any Xian paper he had encountered before. Most intriguingly, he discovered that the paper bore 4 peculiar illustrations. "Your Highness, what are these?" Ji Yuntang traced her fingers delicately over the paper, elucidating. "These are the fitness equipment I have sketched, the parallel bars, the 5-step stance, the horizontal ladder, and a 40-pound barbell. Please seek out a carpenter in the city and ascertain whether they can construct these, ideally with great haste." Ji Yuntang's current predicament was far from favorable. Her frail body necessitated immediate training to restore her former physical prowess. "Understood, Your Highness. I shall promptly venture into the city to find a carpenter." Though Chunhu did not comprehend the nature of these items, he was an obedient and proactive individual, swiftly departing with the paper in hand. Unbeknownst to him, a small green figure flitted past the entrance, yet Ji Yuntang noticed, a cold smirk curling upon her lips. It appeared that some individuals could no longer contain their malicious intentions. Meanwhile, as Chunhu had yet to exit the gates of the Night King's residence, he was obstructed by 4 attendants. Granny Su and Lu Linlang emerged, flanked by 2 maidservants. "Chunhu, where are you off to? Have you chopped the firewood in the back courtyard? Have the horses been fed?" At this, Lu Linlang became incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chunhu. "Impudent wretch! How dare you address my mother in such a manner? Kneel and apologize at once." Her face, still swollen from the blows dealt by Ji Yuntang, appeared grotesquely contorted, bearing an unsettling semblance of ugliness. "I merely spoke the truth. What fault lies therein? As fellow servants of the Night King's manor, you cannot genuinely believe that being addressed as Miss Lu elevates your status above mine." In Chunhu's heart, disdain festered. Lu Linlang was, without question, the person he loathed most within the manor, bolstered by her connection as the beloved daughter of Granny Su. She wielded her authority to bully and berate other servants at will. Upon learning of Ji Yuntang's earlier altercation with Lu Linlang, one could scarcely fathom the relief that permeated Chunhu's spirit. Lu Linlang's neck flushed crimson with indignation. Nothing irked her more than others invoking her status to belittle her. Realizing that she stood no chance against Chunhu's formidable strength, 10 of her would scarcely match one of him. She stamped her foot and clung to Granny Su's arm, feigning a sulk. "Mother, this wretched servant is bullying me. You must avenge your daughter." Chunhu, under the authority of Granny Su, knew that if she intervened, he was confident the other would kneel and beg for forgiveness. A disingenuous smile creased the folds of Granny Su's corpulent face, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. "Chunhu, I have heard that you received 100 taels of silver today. Do not forget that you still owe me 500 taels. Perhaps now is the time to settle your debt?" Their purpose in bringing people today was solely this matter. However, as Ji Yuntang had not demanded his silver, he would certainly not relinquish it to Granny Su. Should it fall into her grasp, he would gain nothing in return. "This silver is the delivery fee given to me by His Highness the Prince of Chun. It is earned through my own efforts. Why should I simply hand it over at your whim? If you possess any skill, you should also carry a 1,000-pound bed to earn your living." Chapter 14. This princess consort most enjoys beating dogs. Madame Su was taken aback by Chunhu's audacity to confront her in front of so many people. Seeing that soft tactics were futile, she resorted to a harsher approach. "Do not forget who provides for your daily sustenance. If you do not hand over this 100 taels of silver today, do not expect to leave through that grand door behind you." As her words fell, unexpectedly a light, airy voice floated down from above. "Of course, it is His Highness the Night King. Are you truly the one who provides for him?" The crowd turned to witness Ji Yuntang leaping gracefully from a paulownia tree beside the courtyard wall, clad in an immaculate white dress. With an unadorned face and a simple begonia wood hairpin tucked into her hair, she exuded an aura of purity, while her left cheek bore dark spots. Her fox-like eyes sparkled like stars, clear as crystal, seemingly capable of piercing through the hearts of those around her. Madame Su felt a jolt of surprise. How had they failed to notice Ji Yuntang among them? When had she arrived? And how much of their conversation had she overheard? Upon spotting Ji Yuntang, Chunhu immediately approached her. "Princess consort, what brings you here?" Ji Yuntang crossed her arms, her gaze icy. "What a coincidence. I do take pleasure in beating dogs." The two spoke as if no one else was present, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, yet resonating enough for everyone in attendance to hear. Lu Linlong's face turned ashen in an instant, her complexion devoid of color as she instinctively sought refuge behind Granny Su. It was evident to anyone that when Ji Yuntang spoke of dogs, she was referring to both Lu Linlang and Granny Su. Earlier that morning, Ji Yuntang had mercilessly beaten her, and now, upon seeing her, it was a lie to claim that she bore no psychological scars. Ji Yuntang paid them no mind, continuing her conversation with Chunhu. "Chunhu, did I not instruct you to attend to some matters? Why have you not yet departed?" Ji Yuntang mused, her gaze darkening slightly. "Is there still more to this?" "Ah, I seem to recall that Granny Su mentioned she was the one providing for your sustenance, correct?" Chunhu, a man of straightforward nature, promptly recounted the entire saga. "Indeed, my lady, while I possess considerable strength and consume much within the Night Prince's residence, I also undertake the labor of 5 or 6 others daily. The arduous and menial tasks within the manor are predominantly shouldered by me alone. To this day, I have not received my monthly wages for 5 years. Granny Su has not only withheld my pay, but has also compelled me to cover my own food expenses, resulting in a debt of 500 taels to her." Upon hearing Chinhu's accusations, Granny Su immediately panicked. "Chinhu, do not speak such nonsense. I have faithfully disbursed your 2 taels of monthly pay as recorded in the manor's ledgers. The servants of the manor can all attest to the kind of person I am. Cease your baseless slander here." Granny Su, overseeing the entirety of the Night Prince's residence, maintained an image of a virtuous and diligent matron, revered for her frugality and household management, both among the servants and outsiders alike. This is precisely why the servants of the Night King's residence are utterly obedient to her, disregarding even the words of Luo Jianha. Should it come to light that she has withheld 5 years' worth of monthly wages from Chunhu, would these servants continue to heed her commands? Ji Yuntang is well aware of Su Momo's stubbornness. A cold smile lingers at the corners of her lips as her gaze darkly settles upon her. "You claim to have disbursed the monthly wages to Chunhu, then let us examine the account books. In that moment, the truth of who has spoken falsely will be laid bare before us." Su Momo, taken aback, stammered. She had merely made a casual remark and certainly did not dare to present the account books. For the records of the Night King's residence were hastily fabricated by her own hand. If an investigation were to ensue, and word reached the palace, it could very well incite considerable turmoil. As Su Momo hesitated, Chinhu's booming voice began to rise above the murmurs. "Have you all stuffed your ears with donkey hair? Did you not hear the princess request to see the account books?" With Ji Yuntang's arrival, Chunhu felt a renewed sense of conviction. If today's accounts remain unresolved, he would be unjustly labeled a scapegoat. Su Momo, having lost all sense of shame, warranted no further deference from him. At that moment, Ji Yuning spoke again. "Is Su Momo's reluctance to produce the account books due to discrepancies within them?" "Impossible," Su Momo quickly retorted, her voice laced with unease. "The account books of the residence were personally overseen by this old servant and cannot possibly contain errors." Aware that Ji Yuntang would not relent until the account books were examined, she pondered how a simple village girl could possibly comprehend such records. With this thought, Granny Su let out a sigh of relief. She maintained a stern expression and said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. This old servant will fetch the account book for you right away." Ji Yuntang sat in the front courtyard, having already drained 2 pots of tea, while Granny Su dawdled in bringing the account book to her. "Why are you moving so slowly? Have you not eaten? You look as round as a ball, hardly resembling someone who is underfed. If you make me wait this long again, you shall roll over to me on the ground." Granny Su's face shifted through shades of embarrassment and anger, yet she dared not speak. After all, it was true that she was indeed overweight, resembling a ball. Ji Yuntang's public remark was rather humiliating. Granny Su silently harbored resentment, vowing to humiliate Ji Yuntang when the opportunity arose. As Ji Yuntang turned to the first page of the account book, She felt a mix of anger and amusement. The prince spent 50 taels on a bed, 3,000 taels for ice over the course of a year. If I recall correctly, you have not even cleaned the prince's bed once. I moved him to the western garden, and he has been using the existing courtyard and bed. How could there be an expenditure of 50 taels on a bed? Moreover, the ice cellar is exclusive to the palace, so it must be that these ice blocks were sent from there. If my guess is correct, they were likely delivered by Lady Li. Shall we go to Lady Li and inquire directly whether she received any funds for her son's ice consumption? Chapter 15. The absurd ledger of the Night King's manor. Madame Su was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ji Yuntang possessed such a keen insight, able to pinpoint the issue with a mere glance. With many more questions looming ahead, she dared not confess. As for the expenses related to ice, they were settled annually. Ice was rare and exorbitantly priced within the palace. Although Lady Li was the prince's mother, the prince had long since established his own household. It was unreasonable to expect her to continuously subsidize him. Such rumors would be tantamount to filial ingratitude and would tarnish the prince's reputation. Thus, the old servant took it upon herself to allocate 3,000 taels of silver to the Ministry of Internal Affairs without Lady Li's knowledge. Ji Yuntang smirked. What a cunning old woman she was. In the brief span of a tea ceremony, she had concocted a plausible excuse and shifted the blame entirely onto Luo Juana. This demonstrated just how adept Madame Su was at this deceitful game. Ji Yuntang chose not to expose her and turned the page to continue reading. Mei Duwan, receiving a monthly salary of 2 taels, suddenly had her pay increased to 10 taels per month starting from October of last year, totaling 60 taels over the year. How could this be accounted for? Is it possible that the bookkeeper of the manor is incapable of performing the simplest arithmetic? Madame Su's mind raced as she pondered how to obfuscate the truth from Ji Yuntang. Before she could articulate her thoughts, whispers began to circulate among the servants present. Indeed, I recall that Du Wan was a third-rank maid. Even our first-rank maids earn only 4 taels a month. How could she possibly receive 10 taels? Do not speak of the first-class maid failing to meet expectations. Even the esteemed Aunt Su herself receives no more than 5 taels of silver per month. How could she possibly permit others to earn more than herself? The exchange of words was a resounding slap in the face, causing Aunt Su's visage to turn a shade of green with fury. These wretched fence-sitters have conveniently forgotten the manner in which she typically treats them. How dare they undermine her in front of Ji Yuntang? It is utterly outrageous. Listening to these absurd accounts, Chunhu hastily inquired, Your Highness, what about my share? Ji Yuntang remained composed, yet her gaze fell upon Chunhu's name, and she spoke with an unruffled demeanor. For the servant Chunhu, the monthly silver amounts to 3 taels, with a yearly bonus of 5 taels last year. Before Ji Yuntang could finish her sentence, Chunhu's temper flared, and he erupted into a furious tirade. To hell with that miserly yearly bonus. I have never even received my monthly silver. Yet they concoct a nonsensical bonus of 5 taels. This incompetent accountant must have lost his mind. If only he could fabricate a more plausible excuse. Having observed the scene unfold, Lu Linlang noticed that Chunhu now dared to assert dominance over them, and immediately retorted, Chunhu, do you claim you haven't received it? How can you prove you did not receive this silver? How could he prove it? Chunhu found himself at a loss. Each servant at the Night King's manor received their monthly silver separately, leaving no evidence to substantiate whether he had received it or not. Aunt Su could easily turn the tables and accuse him of slandering her. Chunhu felt a sense of despondency, acutely aware that Su Momo had tampered with the account books, yet he found himself powerless to act. Su Momo's heart quivered. How could she have overlooked such a flaw? Ji Yuntang was indeed a meddlesome individual, a liar. With a swift motion, Ji Yuntang hurled the account book at her face. Su Momo, do you truly believe yourself to be the most astute in the world, superior to all others? Your method of balancing accounts, relying solely on the old records without any new entries or dismissals, do you really think that if the final figures align, the account is complete? Su Momo was taken aback. How could Ji Yuntang, who was presumed to be an illiterate village girl, possess knowledge of the 4-column accounting method? Was this merely a stroke of luck? As she stood in a daze, Ji Yuntang continued, The Wangfu has not had a mistress until now, but that has changed. Henceforth, the stewardship of the Night Wangfu shall rest solely upon this princess. Considering Su Momo's status as the prince's savior, I shall not make things difficult for you. As long as you rectify the missing silver from the accounts over the years and ensure that all overdue monthly payments to the servants are settled, we can consider this matter resolved. Caught off guard by Ji Yuntang's declaration to strip her of her managerial authority, Su Momo could no longer feign ignorance. In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "Princess, I have been steadfastly loyal to the knight Wangfu. Throughout the years, whether the prince was leading troops into battle or bedridden, I have devoted myself entirely to managing the estate, expending considerable effort in the process. The authority of the stewardess, Su Mama, within the Night King's mansion serves as her greatest source of confidence. It is precisely this power that enables her to exercise control over all financial expenditures within the estate. The servants, driven by the meager monthly silver, dare not defy her commands or oppose her wishes. This includes Chunhu from before. Should she lose her stewardship, the foundation of Su Mama's wealth would crumble, leaving her with no means to profit from her position. Lu Linlang shares a similar sentiment. Her ability to enjoy the life of a young lady of affluence in the Night King's mansion is derived from her mother's grasp on the household's management. My mother was right. Before your arrival, she maintained the mansion in impeccable order. How dare you attempt to strip her of her authority? Ji Yuntang. Do not presume I am unaware that the royal decree granting marriage to brother he was not intended for you, but for the true heiress of the Yongning marquis. Ji Qingqing. You, a mere illegitimate child raised in the countryside, cannot possibly compare to the esteemed Miss Ji, who is cherished by the marquis. What right do you, this impostor, have to enter the gates of our Night King's mansion? Chapter 16. The protection of the vegetative prince. As Lu Linlong's shout echoed, a resounding slap struck her face. The sound reverberated in the air as Ji Yuntang seized Lu Linlang by the collar, unleashing a flurry of blows with swift precision. The sound of slaps rang out incessantly, leaving Lu Linlong's already swollen visage utterly disfigured, with two of her teeth having been knocked out in the process. Do not strike. How could Ji Yuntang heed her words? Her hand waved even more vigorously, creating afterimages before her eyes. Su Momo, realizing the gravity of the situation too late, felt darkness encroach upon her vision, teetering on the brink of fainting. Regaining her composure, she rushed forward to intervene. Linlang. My dear Linlang, stop this at once. Ji Yuntang, you wretched creature, cease your actions immediately. Seeing her attempts to halt Ji Yuntang futile, Su Momo glared fiercely at the onlooking servants, her voice rising in desperation. What are you standing there for? Hurry and rescue my precious daughter. The servants, having been rendered dumbfounded, recalled the morning's gossip about Ji Yuntang assaulting Miss Lu and even killing several servants. Yet, rumors remained mere whispers. Some had doubted them entirely. The newly arrived night princess appeared frail, almost monkey-like, and at first glance, one would assume she lacked martial prowess. How could she possibly overpower 6 robust servants and mercilessly beat Miss Lu? However, witnessing the scene before them compelled them to accept the truth. This new night princess was indeed merciless, striking without an ounce of compassion. The servants exchanged glances, hesitating, as they began to doubt their ability to confront Ji Yuntang. If anything happens to my Linlang, you can forget about your contracts. I will sell you to Nanfeng Pavilion as lowly courtesans, ensuring you suffer a fate worse than death. Upon hearing Su Momo's words, the servants' expressions shifted dramatically. Their contracts still rested in Su Momo's possession, and the prospect of being sold to Nanfeng Pavilion meant a lifetime of despair awaited them. Upon realizing this, they no longer hesitated. Seizing the broom and dustpan beside the courtyard wall, they charged towards Ji Yuntang. Chenhu, already brimming with excitement, found Ji Yuntang's striking demeanor captivating, stirring an eager restlessness in his own hands. As several servants lunged at Ji Yuntang, Chenhu bellowed, "Grandsons, prepare to receive your grandfather's kick." With fists poised for action, he swiftly engaged, effortlessly lifting and tossing the servants aside with remarkable ease. The thuds of their landings echoed like a relentless drumbeat as the servants fell like dumplings, all toppling over before they could even reach Ji Yuntang. Madame Su's face turned a furious shade of green, her ample flesh quivering uncontrollably. Finally, she spewed a mouthful of blood, her vision darkening as she fainted. After delivering countless slaps, Ji Yuntang's hands grew weary. She unceremoniously discarded Lu Linlang as if she were a worthless rag, then wiped her hands clean with a tissue, skillfully retrieving a bottle of alcohol from her space to spray on her hands. Chenhu, noticing the intriguing object in her grasp, was filled with curiosity as it seemed to release liquid with the slightest press. "Your Highness, what is this that you are spraying? It has a distinct scent of alcohol," he inquired. "It's alcohol. I just dealt with a dog and needed to cleanse my hands," Ji Yuntang replied. then tossed the remaining half-bottle of alcohol to Chenhu. Here, this is for you. After you handle a dog, you can press it twice to disinfect your hands. Instinctively, he caught the delicate, transparent bottle, his heart racing with excitement. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Could it be that the princess crafted this herself? The inhabitants of the Night King's residence appeared to underestimate her, and Chenhu increasingly felt that following Ji Yuntang was a sagacious decision. He treasured the alcohol he had secured and then stepped outside to seek out a carpenter. Granny Su and Lu Linlang lay unconscious on the ground, hastily carried away by several servants who rushed out to find a doctor. Luo Juanhe had long since awakened. Though he was blind, his hearing was extraordinarily acute. To this day, he still found it difficult to address Ji Yuntang as princess, as it felt surreal to him. He feared that if he awakened from this dream, she might vanish. Ji Yuntang, however, remained unfazed, skillfully retrieving 2 soft cushions from the corner of the bed to support his hips and back. "Have I disturbed your slumber?" she inquired. "The servants of the Night King's residence seem to hold me in little regard as your princess. My words are less fragrant than Granny Su's flatulence. I have only just arrived at the Night King's residence, yet Granny Su and her daughter have not regarded me with any respect. Despite hearing that she is your savior." Ji Yuntang refrained from elaborating further, fearing it might displease him. She was still unaware of Luo Juanhe's true sentiments toward Granny Su and her daughter. If, as Chuntao had suggested, he held Granny Su in high esteem, treating her with the filial piety of a senior, then he might overlook any misdeeds she committed within the residence. With a calm expression, Luo Juanhe replied, "Indeed, she is my savior. When I was a child, I fell into the water, and she leaped into the lake to save my life. Since you have married this prince, you are now the mistress of the Night King's residence. Even Lady Su should not trouble you. From now on, all matters within the palace shall be solely at your discretion, with Lady Su assisting you from the sidelines." Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuntang could not help but smile slightly. It seemed that Luo Juanhe was indeed a reasonable man, not allowing her to yield simply because Lady Su was his benefactor. Ji Yuntang thought that once Lady Su awakened, she would surely seek out Luo Juanhe to complain, so it would be better for her to take the initiative. Luo Juanhe. He was aware that his little princess was formidable, and he had not anticipated her to be quite so adept. His immediate concern was whether Ji Yuntang had suffered any grievances or injuries. Though he contemplated these thoughts, he found it difficult to voice his concern. He merely stated, "Do not blame her. You are the master, and she is but a servant. The two are separate matters. If she has offended you in any way, it is only natural for you to reprimand her. Furthermore, now that you are wed into the royal household, the authority of the steward should rightfully be entrusted to you. This is a shortcoming on Lady Su's part, and you have committed no wrongdoing." Chapter 17. Birth Mother. Lady Li hearing him speak in such a manner, Ji Yuntang felt a great sense of relief. She rose to her feet and, with a light-hearted tone, inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight, my lord? I shall prepare it for you." After spending 2 days in Ji Yuntang's company, Luo Juanhe had come to understand her character. It was not his style to desire something without expressing it. He did not hesitate to respond, "Yes, the steamed egg from this morning was delightful. I thoroughly enjoyed it." "Thank you, Miss Ji. Your Highness, while steamed eggs are indeed delectable, it is advisable not to indulge in them excessively within a single day. Allow me to prepare a nourishing base milk soup and a porridge made of yam, pumpkin, and millet for you. These dishes will aid in your recovery." Though Luo Juanhe had never tasted such delicacies, his imagination conjured their exquisite flavors, and he felt a sense of anticipation as he remarked, "Then I shall express my gratitude to Miss Ji in advance." Ji Yuntang raised an eyebrow slightly. After all, she needed to prepare a meal for herself as well, and making an additional portion was merely a matter of convenience. She swiftly entered her space, first catching a plump bass from the stream on her farm, and then proceeded to her small kitchen to commence her culinary endeavors. In the palace, at Weiyang Palace, the hall was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, its ceiling draped with glazed tiles. The walls were embellished with egg-sized luminous pearls, casting a radiant glow throughout the palace. The fragrant smoke of orchid incense wafted gently from a low table, showcasing the exquisite luxury of its resident, none other than Luo Ju and his mother, the noble consort Li. Chaowaner. Today, Luo Xian was determined to clarify the matter at hand, and thus he seated himself upon a stone bench at the entrance of Weiyang Palace, waiting. This wait extended for 2 full hours, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson. The palanquin of Consort Li finally appeared at the palace gates. Luo Xian's eyes brightened, and he promptly rose, striding forward to pay his respects. Greetings to your highness. Consort Li. The palanquin was lowered, and Consort Li gracefully descended, adorned in a flowing blue lotus pattern pleated gown. Though she had given birth to 2 children, her oval face remained radiant and youthful, untouched by the passage of time. Her long, dark hair was elegantly styled into a lavish and intricate updo, while the bright red plum blossom hairpin at her forehead accentuated her fair complexion, which appeared even more snow-like. Lady Li turned her gaze towards Luo Xian, her voice imbued with warmth. What brings the crown prince to Weiyang Palace today? Your highness, I have come unannounced to seek your counsel regarding a matter concerning my brother's health. Upon hearing Luo Xian mention Luo Juanha, a fleeting shadow crossed Lady Li's charming face, quickly replaced by her gentle smile. What ails here? Do I not send ice from the palace daily to alleviate his fever? Luo Xian noticed the brief change in Lady Li's expression but attributed it to the dim lighting, dismissing it without further thought. In his memory, Lady Li was a virtuous and capable woman, well regarded within the palace. Although her rank was not as elevated as that of the Empress or Consort Chu, she had never engaged in disputes or displayed jealousy over favor. Her demeanor was consistently gentle and dignified towards both princes and servants alike, evoking a sense of comfort that rendered anger towards her inconceivable. Due to his brother Luo Juanha, Luo Xian held great respect for Lady Li and often visited Weiyang Palace bearing gifts. However, in his haste today, he had not prepared any offerings. He followed closely behind the noble Consort Li, inquiring, Your Highness, has Brother San truly succumbed to the fire poison? Yet, despite enduring 3 years of icy baths and sleeping upon a frigid stone bed, his condition seems to deteriorate without any sign of improvement. Could it be that Physician Zhu misdiagnosed him, and he is merely suffering from burns inflicted by that catastrophic fire? Perhaps the treatment he has received all these years has been misdirected? Suddenly, Consort Li halted her steps, her gentle smile vanishing as she turned to face him. Physician Zhu, the esteemed head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, was renowned for his unparalleled medical expertise, and he had been tending to the emperor's health. There was no doubt in her mind that his diagnosis concerning Here was infallible. I am aware of the deep bond you share with Here and the concern that has consumed your heart for his well-being over the years. I too have felt the weight of this burden. The effort it took to locate and transport the cold stone bed to the capital was immense, and I poured my heart into it. Here is like a son to me, and I desire nothing more than for his health to be restored swiftly. For countless years, I have ventured from the palace to temples, praying ardently for him, spending entire days in recitation of scriptures. I have even sought the aid of several noble ladies, imploring the emperor to grant him a marriage to uplift his spirits. I have done everything within my power. If he still cannot be saved, I am at a loss as to what to do next. Consort Li gazed up at the colorful hues of the sky, her voice growing increasingly sorrowful, and a hint of agony spread across her delicate features. Luo Xian immediately realized his grave error. How could he have doubted the noble Consort Li? She is the biological mother of Luo Juanha. Even a tiger would not harm its own offspring. How could such a gentle and magnanimous person wish harm upon her son? Over the years, Consort Li has indeed done much for Luo Juanha, even enduring 3 days of kneeling at the gates of the Golden Luan Hall to procure the precious ice blocks from the palace's ice cellar for him. This maternal love, so meticulous and profound, is truly moving. Luo Xian opened his mouth, feeling a pang of shame as he spoke. Consort Li, I apologize. I have misunderstood you. I am aware of the sacrifices you have made for the third prince, which are evident to all. Today, I have acted in offense. I shall personally come to seek your forgiveness another day. Consort Li shook her head, though a flicker of shadow crossed her eyes. It is well. You act for the good of Here and have done nothing wrong. Yet, I cannot fathom why Prince Chun would suddenly delve into this matter today. Luo Xian felt a surge of anger at the thought. He was gravely suspicious that the stains of excrement and blood on that icy stone bed were deliberately thrown there by Yuntang. Were it not for her, he would not have stormed into the palace to question Consort Li in such a furious manner. It was all that ugly creature, Yuntang, stirring up trouble. The mere recollection of having slept on that filthy bed made his stomach churn, nausea rising within him. Upon hearing this, Consort Li's eyes widened slightly, and she frowned. Oh, is that so? The night princess you speak of, is she not Ji Qingqing, the daughter of the Duke of Yongning? Chapter 18. The bucket has come to life. Protect the prince. Luo Xian shook his head coldly, and said, "No, it is Ji Yuntang. It is rumored that she is the illegitimate daughter of that old fox, Ji Nanchuan. This woman has lived in the countryside since childhood, and now that she has entered the Night King's residence and married our third brother, she has indeed transformed from a humble existence into a phoenix. In less than 2 days, this ugly creature has turned the Night King's residence into chaos, disturbing the peace. I see her intentions are far from honorable. She covets my third brother's body and wealth." Li Fei's eyes flickered with understanding as her voice gradually softened. Ji Yuntang. She surprisingly was not frightened away by Heer's appearance, which truly astonishes me. Although Li Fei typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Night King's residence, she secretly wished for Ji Yuntang to create turmoil there. Thus, she gently parted her red lips and said, "Since Ji Yuntang is now married to Heer, she is indeed his princess. Regardless of how crude her behavior may be, you ought to address her as third sister-in-law, rather than refer to her as an ugly creature, for it reflects poorly on the upbringing of our Eastern Shun Kingdom's royal family. I am quite occupied with palace matters and lack the leisure to look after Heer. Knowing he has a princess to attend to him brings me peace. Henceforth, you must not be disrespectful to your third sister-in-law when you encounter Ji Yuntang." Luo Snian, however, held a different opinion, stating, "Li Fei, your kindness is excessive. You do not comprehend that this ugly third sister-in-law is boorish and ignorant, arrogant and domineering, behaving without reason, entirely lacking the demeanor expected of a princess. Should she venture outside, she might even disgrace our third brother, tarnishing the reputation of our royal family." Upon hearing Luo Xinyan's description, Consort Li felt an increased satisfaction towards Ji Yuntang, though her countenance betrayed none of her sentiments. "I shall summon her to the palace on another day, allowing Granny Sun to instruct her on the etiquette of the court," she resolved. After a day filled with exhaustive endeavors, having acquired the information she desired, Consort Li unhesitatingly issued a dismissal to Luo Xinyan. He, feeling somewhat awkward about lingering, promptly rose to take his leave, affirming, "Indeed, I shall return another day with gifts to visit the Empress." With that, he turned and departed. Once Luo Xinyan had left, Jianlan, the chief maid beside Consort Li, quickly approached, saying, "Your Highness, you have toiled throughout the day. I shall arrange for warm water to prepare for your bath and change." "Very well, do so," Consort Li replied. In the resplendent palace, the warm water filled the alabaster tub, as Consort Li permitted Jianlan to assist her in disrobing. She stepped gracefully into the bath, delicate hands scooping water to cascade over her form. Under the dim light, the telltale signs of intimacy were starkly evident, the crimson marks of passion laid bare. The smile that once adorned her face vanished, her enchanting eyes narrowing with intrigue. "Ji Yuntang, do not let me down." After exiting the palace, Luo Xinyan was consumed by a surge of frustration, increasingly convinced that Ji Yuntang harbored ulterior motives towards his elder brother. He resolved that it was imperative to expose her schemes today, lest the passage of time lead to Luo Juanhe being ensnared by her charms. With a decisive shift in his intentions, he commanded, "Sumu, we shall not proceed to Linglong Pavilion. Instead, take us to the Night King's manor." Meanwhile, Granny Su gradually regained consciousness under Dr. Chi's silver needles. He remarked, "Granny, you fainted due to excessive agitation. In the future, you must strive to control your temper. I shall prescribe 2 doses of medicine for you, which will assuredly take effect." However, Granny Su paid no heed to his words. She sat up abruptly, seizing Dr. Chi's medicine box with urgency. "What has become of Linlang? Dr. Chi, you must save her. If anything happens to her, how shall I endure?" Her wails echoed with despair, akin to a mourning widow, causing Dr. Chi's head to throb incessantly. The young lady's injuries are somewhat severe. Her face is swollen, and she has lost 2 teeth. I have already bandaged her and applied ointment. She has yet to awaken, but as long as the servants tend to her properly, she should regain consciousness within half a day. Dr. Chi continued, "I have other patients to attend to, so I cannot linger here. Farewell." With that, he hurriedly collected the silver from the table and departed with his medicine box. He had always held a deep-seated fear of weeping women, especially of someone as unreasonable as Granny Su. It was best to avoid confrontation. Granny Su clenched her teeth, her expression fierce, as she pounded her fist, sized like a sandbag, against the bed, producing a resounding thud. "That little wretch, Ji Yuntang, dares to humiliate us so. I shall go directly to Lord Yi to lodge a complaint. I refuse to believe that the Lord would show favoritism to that little vixen, considering I am his savior. I must see her perish to quell the hatred in my heart. With her fury ablaze, Granny Sue rose and stormed toward the exit. As soon as she stepped outside, a servant hurried to inform her, Madame Sue, His Highness Prince Chin has arrived and is at the door. Upon hearing this, Madame Sue immediately halted her steps, her mind racing with possibilities. Prince Luo Sinian frequently visited the Night King's residence and was well aware of her character. Madame Sue was adept at maintaining a faade of impeccable propriety, thus earning a relatively favorable impression from him. She understood that following the events of the previous day's wedding, Prince Luo Sinian harbored a disinclination towards Ji Yuntang, the Night Princess. Rather than seeking support from the lifeless Luo Juanha, it would be far more prudent to appeal to the influential Prince Luo Sinian for justice. If all else failed, she could later bring her grievances before Luo Juanha. With this thought in mind, Madame Sue quickly donned a tearful expression and waddled toward the entrance. By the time Prince Luo Sinian arrived at the Night King's residence, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the hazy moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the earth. With the occasional flutter of wings as birds flew overhead, Bayu spotted a moving figure resembling a water bucket rushing towards them from a distance. He instinctively drew his sword and brandished it in front of him, shouting, "A water bucket has come to life. Protect the prince." Luo Sinian furrowed his brow, casting an incredulous glare at his foolish subordinate. "What kind of vision do you possess?" "That is Madame Sue." Su Mu sighed, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. How could he be burdened with such a dim-witted companion? It was one thing to be foolish, but to possess such poor eyesight was entirely another. Clearly, there was a reason why the prince had assigned Bayu to tasks outside. At that moment, the water bucket, Madame Sue, had reached Prince Luo Sinian, and despite the distance being less than 100 meters, it seemed as though she had exhausted every ounce of her strength. Gasping for breath, she suddenly fell to her knees before Luo Sinian, weeping, "Your Highness, the Prince of Chun, you must stand up for me. My life and that of Lin Lang in this household have become unbearable." Chapter 19. The God of War Prince is insulted as a dog. It was the first time Luo Sinian witnessed the tearful anguish of Aunt Sue. He inquired, "Aunt Sue, what has transpired? Please rise and speak." Wiping away her old tears, Aunt Sue struggled to rise due to her considerable weight. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Noticing her difficulty, Luo Sinian exchanged glances with Su Mu and Bayu, signaling them to assist her. They approached and helped her to her feet. With a strained voice, she began to wail, "Your Highness, the Night Princess is utterly arrogant. Today, she not only killed 6 servants of the manor but also injured my daughter, Lin Lang, and has driven us from our dwelling. Lin Lang remains unconscious, and if this continues, we, the servants, will truly have no means of survival. Your Highness, you must stand up for us. I have served diligently in the Night Prince's residence for many years, managing the affairs of the household. Yet with the arrival of the Night Princess, everything has changed. I genuinely do not know what to do." As Luo Sinian listened, his brows furrowed deeper. His fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, cracking ominously, with a tempest brewing in his eyes. "This Ji Yuntang is truly lawless. I shall teach her a lesson." Luo Sinian was evidently blinded by rage, completely disregarding the tasks entrusted to him by Lady Li. In his mind, Lady Li had never encountered Ji Yuntang and was utterly ignorant of the woman's malevolence. Had she been aware, she would have relished the opportunity to teach her a lesson herself. Granny Sue, perceiving her success in inciting Luo Sinian to defend her with just a few words, felt a glimmer of triumph in her murky eyes, her lips curling into a smirk of accomplishment. "Ji Yuntang, this time I shall witness your demise." In the West Garden, Ji Yuntang swiftly prepared a meal in the small kitchen. With Luo Juanha's arms and legs still immobile, eating proved to be quite inconvenient. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Yuntang retrieved a small table from her storage space and positioned it atop his bed. She served a bowl of base milk soup and a porridge of yam, pumpkin, and millet on the small table before Luo Juanha, inserting a straw into the soup. The milky white broth was rich and fragrant, the fish tender and succulent, devoid of any extraneous bones, garnished with finely chopped green onions, an enticing sight that promised a delightful feast. The yam, pumpkin, and millet porridge, blended to perfection in the high-speed blender, released an intoxicating aroma. To enhance the sweetness of the dish, Ji Yuntang added a small piece of rock candy, and even the mere scent was enough to whet one's appetite. She placed a thick, soft cushion behind Luo Juanha to ensure he sat comfortably, then gently guided the straw to his lips, encouraging him to sip the fish soup. "Your Highness, this is a straw," with a gentle pull. "You can drink the fish soup and porridge from the bowl. Do give it a try." Luo Juanhe felt a stick, the width of a finger, pressed against his lips. He opened his mouth and gently sucked, and in an instant, the fish soup from the bowl flowed into his mouth, its rich aroma enveloping his palate just as he had sensed at the tip of his nose. Once again, he was astounded by Yuntang's culinary prowess. It was simply exquisite. In all his years, he had never tasted such delectable fish soup. Perhaps even the imperial chefs could not rival her skills. Observing his adeptness with the straw, Yuntang brought forth her own dinner and placed it upon the table in the room. She had prepared a selection of home-style dishes: tomato and egg soup, shredded pork and garlic sauce, braised ribs, and a bowl of rice. Just as she took a mouthful of rice, an irate voice erupted from outside the door. "Yuntang, come out here at once." Recognizing the voice belonged to Luo Xianian. She paid him no heed and continued to focus on her meal. For her, the act of eating was paramount, and nothing could eclipse its significance. If there was something of importance, it could wait until she had finished. Luo Juanhe paused momentarily, puzzled, and inquired, "What has the eighth brother so riled up?" Yuntang bit into a piece of rib, the succulent juices bursting in her mouth, delightfully chewy and filled with blissful flavors. In the presence of such savory meat, the vegetables paled in comparison. With her words slightly muffled, she replied, "Ignore him and enjoy your meal." Outside, Luo Xianian shouted 3 times, only to discover that no one was responding. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of Yuntang. Madame Su's eyes darted with shrewdness. As she sensed her opportunity had arisen once more, she approached and slyly remarked, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, take a look at the Night Princess. She scarcely regards you." This incited a fiery indignation within Luo Xian. Initially hesitant about intruding upon his elder brother's chamber, he was now consumed by urgency. Who could fathom what that grotesque Yuntang was doing with his brother behind closed doors? Luo Xian stepped forward and forcefully kicked open the door to the west garden. Too late for Sumu to intervene. Yuntang glanced up, her gaze frosty, as their eyes locked, an electric tension crackling between them. Such fury, had one consumed explosives? The sight that greeted Luo Xian was astonishing. Yuntang and Luo Juanhe were seated together, partaking in a meal. One was perched upon the bed, a small table set before her, with a white tube protruding from her mouth, while the other sat on the floor, an array of vibrant dishes before him, their aroma enticingly unfamiliar. Luo Xian erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Yuntang, what have you fed my brother? The physician has stated he may only consume rice soup and nothing else. Should my brother suffer ill from your negligence, I dare say even 10 of your heads would not suffice to appease my father's wrath." Yuntang rolled her eyes and continued to eat, retorting, "Oh, then let us await your brother's ailment, so that he may come and deal with me." Though Luo Juanhe was unaware of the preceding altercation, it was evident that Luo Xian was now confronting Yuntang. He reprimanded coldly, "Eighth brother, you shall not be disrespectful to your sister-in-law. Third brother, do you not realize that this woman harbors ill intentions towards you?" Yuntang scoffed. "Oh, pray tell, how am I devoid of good intentions? You had Chun who deliver the icy stone bed of third brother to my residence, deliberately soiling it with excrement and dog blood, leading me to mistakenly believe it was left by him, compelling me to lie upon it. The mere recollection of it now makes me feel nauseous. It's one thing for you, an eyesore, to disgust me, but to tarnish third brother's reputation, making others think that the esteemed war god prince spends his days lounging in filth, with no one to assist in cleaning it. What is your true motive?" Luo Juanhe fell silent, suddenly finding the fish soup in his mouth lacking in flavor. Chapter 20. "I cannot cure your foolishness." Luo Juanhe lowered his head with a bitter smile. How ironic. The words spoken by Luo Xianian were undeniably true. Yuntang found herself at a loss for words. Was this Luo Xianian truly a prince, lacking such discernment? While they were still dining, he incessantly spoke of excrement. She wondered where his manners had gone. Yuntang set down her chopsticks and turned to face the bed, where Luo Juanhe sat with his head bowed, his expression inscrutable. Half a bowl of fish soup remained, while the yam, pumpkin, and millet porridge lay untouched. One could only imagine the embarrassment and discomfort he must be feeling at that moment, unable to endure any longer. Yuntang reflected on her efforts over the past few days to prepare exquisite dishes to cheer Luo Juanhe, only for Luo Xianian's remarks to plunge them back into despondency. He dares to bully her prince, then he should not blame himself for facing the consequences. "Prince, Is your eighth brother suffering from some affliction? Could it be that his brain did not develop properly in childhood, causing his cerebellum to atrophy? How else could he utter such foolish words? After Ji Yuntang finished speaking, she turned to Luo Cyanian, hands on her hips, and bluntly declared, Luo Cyanian, if you're ill, go see a doctor. I am not a physician capable of curing your 18 years of folly. Ji Yuntang, you. Luo Cyanian began, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the cold, emotionless voice of Luo Juanha. In my territory, it is not your place to act recklessly. Luo Juanha, usually known for his calm demeanor, rarely displayed his emotions as a soldier, nor did he ever lose his temper with those around him. Yet today, for the first time, he was enraged with Luo Cyanian. It would be disingenuous to say that Luo Cyanian was not shocked. He stumbled slightly. Third brother, I. Luo Juanha closed his eyes, turning away as though unwilling to engage him. I am weary. You may leave. Luo Cyanian's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, then relaxed, only to be followed by a bitter retort. Third brother, you have been bewitched by this woman. One day, you will regret it. Madame Su had long been dumbfounded. She initially intended for Luo Cyanian to trouble Ji Yuntang, but was taken aback when he was dismissed by Luo Juanha. It is often said that brotherly bonds are scarce within royal families, yet even a casual observer could see the depth of the relationship between these two. However, for the sake of Ji Yuntang, Luo Juanha seemed willing to cast aside that fraternal bond. The bird that dared to stick its head out has taken flight, leaving Granny Su without a pillar of support. She contemplated slipping away unnoticed, but her considerable girth made it nearly impossible to evade detection. Hardly had she taken a few steps when a stone struck her knee. Ouch, that hurts terribly. With a sudden weakness in her legs, she fell to the ground with a thud, wailing in pain. Ji Yuntang narrowed her beautiful eyes, a smile that was both amused and mocking gracing her lips. Granny Su, since you've come this far, why not step in and greet the prince and me? I have pressing matters to attend to, and it would be inappropriate to disturb the prince and princess during their rest. With Luo Cyanian having been mercilessly expelled by Luo Juanha, what fate could await her? Moreover, considering Luo Juanha's current fury, entering would be akin to courting disaster. While others might be oblivious, she knew all too well that for 3 years, the icy stone bed had remained untouched, never once cleaned by her hand. At that moment, Luo Juanha's deep voice resonated. Granny Su, come in. I have something to discuss with you. Realizing there was no escaping this confrontation, she reluctantly hobbled into the room, bracing herself. Luo Juanha interrupted her thoughts, stating, the princess has already informed me about this matter. In the past, when I was unmarried, you managed the entire Night King manor without my interference. However, now that I have taken the princess as my wife, the household must rightfully be entrusted to her. Madame Su, you have saved my life, and I am profoundly grateful and willing to repay you. However, this has no bearing on my royal consort. She holds no obligation to express gratitude towards you as I do. Should you offend her, and she chooses to retaliate, I see no issue in that, and I shall not intervene on your behalf. I hope you will assist my consort diligently in managing the affairs of the Night King's residence. I am also prepared to ensure your comfort in your later years. Henceforth, I do not wish to hear any disrespectful remarks from the servants of the Night King's residence regarding my consort. I have said all that I needed to. You may leave now. Luo Juanha's words left Madame Su in a cold sweat, her back dampened from anxiety. With this incident, she realized that his allegiance was firmly with Ji Yuntang. Yes, my lord, I take my leave. Madame Su departed, and the western courtyard fell silent once more. Ji Yuntang quietly cleared the dishes from the table. She had finished her meal, yet a significant portion remained before Luo Juanha. My lord, your fish soup and rice porridge have cooled. Would you like me to warm them for you? As Ji Yuntang reached for the fish soup, Luo Juanha's melancholic voice, laced with a touch of remorse, echoed in her ears. Miss Ji, on behalf of my eighth brother, I wish to extend my apologies for today's events. He is young and lacks understanding, navigating social matters with a certain clumsiness. His actions, though impulsive, stem from a place of concern for me. I understand his perspective, albeit limited, and I deeply regret any offense caused to you. Ji Yuntang let out a scoff, remarking on how considerate one could be towards him, yet lamenting that he remained oblivious to the hardships endured by his elder brother over the past 3 years. Soft-hearted and easily manipulated, he was destined to face significant repercussions in the future. However, the prince need not worry, for Luo Cyanian was merely an immature youth, and she would not stoop to his level. She simply hoped he would refrain from provoking her again, Otherwise, she would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Luo Juanhe's brow relaxed, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. Despite being a few years younger than Luo Xinian, her words exuded a remarkable steadiness. Should there be another occasion, Miss Ji could act without hesitation, treating it as a lesson for her inept younger brother on behalf of his elder sibling. This arrangement suited Ji Yuntang perfectly, liberating her to pursue her intentions unimpeded. Amused by Luo Juanhe's words, she recognized his protective nature towards Luo Xinian, yet noted he did not indulge him excessively. Chapter 21. Do I appear unsightly in my current state? Luo Juanhe, the formidable warlord prince, demonstrated a unique set of standards in his conduct, maintaining a preference for discerning right from wrong, and she found his character rather appealing. My lord, I have warmed the fish soup and rice porridge for you. After your meal, I shall tend to the wounds and necrotic tissue on your face. Luo Juanhe nodded slightly, his unfocused gaze seemingly reflecting a scattering of starlight. Thank you for your efforts, Miss Ji. If fortune permits my survival, I shall be sure to repay your kindness in the future. His words brought joy to Ji Yuntang, and she replied, It is wonderful that you think this way. Rest assured, I will heal you, enabling you to live with dignity like a normal person. As for me, I possess no peculiar hobbies. I merely have a fondness for the mundane treasures of gold and silver. When the time comes, I shall eagerly await your tokens of gratitude in the form of such trinkets. To her surprise, she realized she had revealed herself to be somewhat of a materialist. Luo Juanhe's thoughts shifted, and he quietly etched her preferences into his memory. After their meal, Ji Yuntang focused her mind, and once again transported Luo Juanhe to the sterile operating room within her secret space. This time, Luo Juanhe's consciousness was alert. He felt his body lighten, landing upon a surface as soft as cotton. A peculiar scent wafted to his nostrils, yet it was not unpleasant. His finely honed instincts as a master alerted him that this was not his Night King's residence, but he sensed no immediate danger surrounding him. Ji Yuntang observed the subtle shifts in Luo Juanhe's expression, pondering how astute his perception was. She wondered how such a remarkable man had found himself in this predicament. Your Highness need not be anxious. This place is entirely safe. It is my secret space, inaccessible to outsiders. Here, I shall tend to your wounds without any interruptions, she assured him. Luo Juanhe's lips pressed into a straight line, his vacant gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ji Yuntang's position. Who, exactly, are you? He demanded. I am Ji Yuntang, your princess consort. Surely, you are already aware of this, she replied. Luo Juanhe found himself at a loss for words, refraining from further inquiries, aware that the other party might still harbor some reservations about him. With unparalleled medical skills, formidable martial prowess, a collection of adult diapers, urine pads, straws, and the ability to prepare culinary delights unheard of by the average person, the mysteries surrounding Ji Yuntang multiplied with each revelation. Was she truly the daughter of the Yuntang marquis who had lived in the countryside for 15 years? If Ji Nanchuan and his 3 sons were to discover that the genuine daughter they painstakingly brought as a substitute bride was, in fact, an extraordinary woman of boundless capabilities, one could only wonder if their regret would be profound. Unbeknownst to Ji Yuntang, Luo Juanhe's thoughts were a whirlwind. She meticulously arranged all the medical instruments, scalpel, silver needles, gauze, tweezers, iodine, on the tray before her. Your Highness, I am about to scrape away the charred flesh from your face. It may cause some discomfort, so please bear with me. Luo Juanhe nodded, his expression remaining inscrutable. Miss Ji, there is no need for concern. Proceed with confidence. This minor pain is something I can endure. Though Luo Juanhe had never encountered such healing techniques, he felt an inexplicable trust in her. As a man on the brink of death, merely clinging to life, he felt fortunate to have met her and to receive her devoted care. Regardless of the outcome, he found himself content. The condition of his face was grave. The left side bore a 10-centimeter-long laceration, its jagged edges revealing the bone beneath, while the right side was severely burned, the flesh connecting to his chin charred and blackened, with the wound already festering and infected. After Ji Yuntang cleansed the wound with spiritual spring water, she delicately used a scalpel to carefully incise the blister, allowing the yellow pus to ooze out gradually. Luo Juanhe's entire body tensed, his jaw clenched tightly, and soon beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Ji Yuntang gently reassured him, Your Highness, if it hurts, feel free to vocalize. There is no one else here to hear you. Luo Juanhe let out a muffled groan. Closing his eyes, this king can endure. He was a soldier, a god of war. Soldiers bleed and sweat without shedding tears. And a god of war endures pain without faltering. 3 years prior, during that great fire, he had not shed a single tear. And he certainly would not do so now. Once Yuntang finished tending to the wound, she proceeded to conduct a CT scan and drew a vial of blood from his arm for testing. The report revealed extensive damage to the skin tissue. Yet it was not completely necrotic, indicating that the flesh on his body and face still possessed the potential for regeneration. Yuntang was filled with joy. This outcome was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. As long as he consistently washed with the spiritual spring water and applied the scar-repairing ointment and epidermal growth factor she had formulated, restoring his appearance would not pose a challenge. Noticing her silence, Luo Juanhe assumed his appearance had frightened Yuntang. He spoke in a subdued tone. "Miss Ji, do I look very ugly in my current state?" "Not unattractive at all. I heard from Chun who that His Highness the Night King was once the most handsome man in the Eastern Qin Kingdom, adored by so many women that they could encircle the entire Night King's residence. You have merely suffered a superficial injury and are currently lacking in nourishment. Once you regain your health and restore your appearance, you will surely astonish them all." Luo Juanhe lowered his gaze, his expression complex. He merely assumed that Yuntang was offering him empty comfort and did not take her words seriously. His visage, as many renowned physicians and famous doctors from the martial world had declared, was beyond cure, unless he were to find the fabled ghost doctor, elusive as a dragon's tail. Yet, such a ghostly healer roams far and wide, never settling in one place, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Luo Juanhe had long since abandoned any hope. Observing his skepticism, Yuntang immediately placed her hand on her chest in assurance. "Your Highness the Night King, do not doubt me. I can truly heal your face. Like you, I am also labeled as an ugly woman, despised by my family and 3 brothers, unable to hold my head high wherever I go. I once believed that fate had been unkind, denying me beauty, and contemplated ending it all. Yet, I have come to understand that their disdain is their loss. If they cannot tolerate my appearance, let them blind their own eyes. I, Yuntang, live my life with integrity. Why should I care about the opinions of others? Life is but a fleeting journey, and one should seek joy. We have done nothing wrong, and those whose thoughts do not align with ours need not persuade one another. We should simply seek to be true to ourselves." Luo Juanhe once again profoundly felt the unique thoughts of Yuntang. Such magnanimity and grace are perhaps unmatched even by many royal offspring. The words spoken by Miss Ji today have enlightened me, and I shall forever cherish them in my heart. Yuntang smiled, modestly responding that we mutually learn from one another. After tending to his wounds, she gently applied the scar repair ointment to Luo Juanhe's face. However, with the green ointment smeared all over, it appeared rather peculiar. She wanted to laugh but dared not, suppressing her amusement as her shoulders trembled slightly. The thought that Luo Juanhe would have to apply this ointment for 3 months made Yuntang feel somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 22, The Return After 3 days. The princess consort does not attend. Meanwhile, at the Qin Wangfu, he wielded his sword with remarkable speed and precision, fiercely engaging in combat with a dozen guards. It was evident to all that he was in a fit of anger, seeking to vent his frustrations in this manner. "Come on, you bunch of useless fools, not a single one of you can best me." The guards suffered in silence, none daring to exert their full strength for fear of inadvertently injuring Luo Sinian. Sumu, catching the desperate glances from the guards, could only muster the courage to step forward and advise, "Your Highness, you have been training for quite some time. Perhaps it would be wise to take a break." At that moment, all the guards, sensing the gravity of the situation, wisely collapsed onto the ground, clutching their bellies and rolling about. "Alas, I have lost. I have been defeated by His Highness the Chunwang. His Highness is simply too valiant. We are utterly no match for the esteemed prince, and we humbly concede." "Indeed, His Highness Prince Chun is truly formidable. Even if we were to engage him 100 times, we would still be unable to prevail." Luo Sinian furrowed his brow, for he clearly perceived that the guards were merely putting on a show for him, none daring to confront him with their full strength. With this thought in mind, he casually tossed the sword in his hand to Su Mu and walked away, feeling utterly disheartened and unwilling to continue the fight. Upon his departure, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone present. He could not fathom why he could understand the trials of heroes facing the allure of beauty. Yet he could not comprehend the hold that the hideous Yuntang had over his brother. Was it possible that his 3rd brother was blind to her true appearance, thus falling under her spell? Yes, that must be it, Luo Sinian assured himself in silence. Observing Luo Sinian drinking alone, Su Mu hesitated for a moment before approaching him. Your Highness, you are well aware of Lord Ye's character. He is not one to act without discernment. The reason for his outburst today, perhaps, is grounded in some rationale. Do you think we might be wronging Lady Yi? Am I to wrongfully accuse that ugly woman? Luo Snyan abruptly sprang to his feet, causing the wine cup in his hand to shatter, scattering shards and liquid across the floor. Su Mu, whose side are you on? What merits does that repugnant creature possess that even you have begun to defend her? I have already sought confirmation from Lady Li regarding the matter of the ice stone bed that she presented to me. Indeed, that bed was specifically intended for my third brother to alleviate his fire poison. Lady Li invested considerable effort in its acquisition, and it is far from the claim made by Ji Yuntang that it would induce coldness within him, thereby jeopardizing his ability to procreate. In other words, even if I have wronged her, the words of Nurse Su, which both you and Bai Yu have heard today, are telling. You are fully aware of how much my third brother values her. Would Nurse Su deliberately tarnish Ji Yuntang's reputation? Upon witnessing Luo Xinyan's anger, Su Mu immediately knelt on the ground, imploring, Your Highness, please quell your wrath. That was not my intention. He merely believed that Luo Juanhe was not the sort to forsake principles for fleeting beauty. Although he may be blind, his heart is as perceptive as a mirror, fully cognizant of everything. Over the years, all the hardships have been borne solely by Luo Juanhe, and he has never once complained of injustice in front of Luo Xinyan. Such a person would not unleash his fury upon his dearest brother over a newlywed princess, unless, perhaps, it is they, the prince, who are truly blind to the truth. Su Mu dared not voice these thoughts, but Bai Yu, with his forthright nature, could not hold back. I believe that Nurse Su does not appear to be a person of good character. She is certainly less agreeable than Lady Yi. After all, I have been by the prince's side for 7 years and have never encountered a servant from a prominent family who is more well-fed than their own master. Nurse Su's physique could rival that of both Su Mu and myself combined. Upon a closer look, both Lord Yi and Lady Yi appeared to be emaciated, so thin that one might mistakenly believe that old Madame Su was the true master of the Yi residence, with the Lord and Lady merely her servants. Luo Snyan, in a fit of frustration, seized a book and hurled it at Bai Yu's head. Bai Yu, you scoundrel! What nonsense are you spouting? How could old Madame Su possibly be that kind of person? Su Mu tugged at Bai Yu's trousers, urging, Bai Yu, kneel down quickly. Do you wish to be punished by the Lord with the Shin Tai whip? Bai Yu wanted to protest his innocence, but the thought of the whip's sting made him falter. He immediately knelt down to admit his mistake. Your Highness, I was in the wrong. Please consider my words as mere venting. Ah, no. As folly. You are magnanimous. Just treat me as a passing wind. Luo Snyan shot a fierce glare at his two foolish subordinates. You too, hurry and get out of my sight. Hearing this, Su Mu and Bai Yu exchanged glances and promptly dashed out of the study. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Ji Yuntang rose early. Habitually, she first went to Luo Juanhe's room to change his diaper. It seems the fish soup I made last night was quite good. Your Highness, you've produced quite a lot. Luo Juanhe, aware that Ji Yuntang was teasing him, felt his face flush and awkwardly turned away, unable to face her directly. Despite having been seen by Ji Yuntang several times, he still could not confront her naturally, each encounter causing his heart to race. After she finished changing his diaper, she asked, Your Highness, do you need to relieve yourself? Shall I carry you? Luo Juanhe promptly shook his head, saying no. It's unnecessary. To alleviate her doubts, he added, I am yet to feel the urge. Ji Yuntang, aware of Luo Juanhe's embarrassment, felt little concern herself. She understood that nature's call was a universal human experience. In terms of sentiment, Luo Juanhe was her nominal husband. From a moral standpoint, he was her patient. In her heart, he remained her heroic figure. Ethically, she was currently residing on his territory. Regardless of the reasoning, Ji Yuntang felt compelled to attend to him. Very well. Summon me when you have the need, Ji Yuntang declared, casually tossing the diaper into the waste bin before bagging it for disposal. After washing her hands, she took a leisurely stroll. The fitness equipment Chun Hu had arranged would not arrive for another 2 days. So Ji Yuntang decided to practice her horse stance in the courtyard. Setting aside the fact that she had long severed ties with the Yuntang marquis, and fully aware of their disdain for her, Ji Yuntang found no reason to humiliate herself further. She deemed it far more enjoyable to create culinary delights in the palace and keep Luo Juanhe company. With a cold smirk, she thought, Are you the princess or am I? Do I need your permission for my actions? Her gaze, icy and piercing, was directed at Xiaoyi, who faltered under the intensity. Lowering her head nervously, "Your Highness, please do not be angry. I meant no disrespect. I merely spoke out of turn." The princess's expression was indeed quite fearsome. Had it not been for her unwavering confidence that she had not revealed any vulnerabilities in front of Ji Yuntang these past few days, Xiao Yu would have been compelled to believe that her intentions had been discerned. Ji Yuntang cast a disdainful glance at her and coldly remarked, "Since you are aware of your own indiscretion, go engage in some tasks that require less talking. You and Taoji should uproot all the flowers and plants surrounding the courtyard and erect a fence around it. I intend to raise ducks here." Xiao Yu was left dumbfounded. What? Raise ducks? But where would we even procure ducks for the manor? Ji Yuntang smirked mockingly. "You do not have any." "I do." It was indeed absurd. When she was wed, the Yuntang marquis had prepared her dowry, which consisted of a grass carp, a native dog, and a pair of ducks, claiming it was a tradition of 3 poultry in folk customs. However, the traditional trio should have included a goldfish, symbolizing prosperity, a Pekingese dog, symbolizing wealth and fortune, and a pair of mandarin ducks, symbolizing harmonious union. Yet, in the Yuntang marquis, these had been reduced to mere common fowl. Now, these 3 items resided in her farm space. Ji Yuntang scoffed. How could she not comprehend the underlying insult of this supposed dowry? While they feigned goodwill with their gifts, they were, in fact, belittling her. If they were unashamed of such a humiliating dowry, why should she hide it away? Instead, she would bring it to light, showcasing the true, grotesque nature of the marquis' family to all. Tao Ji and Xiao Yi exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. They could not discern whether Ji Yuntang was genuinely intent on raising ducks in the manor or merely jesting, yet they dared not oppose her. The 2 individuals promptly proceeded to the wall to pull out the weeds. Meanwhile, within the esteemed residence of the Yuntang marquis, the venerable matriarch, clad in a silk robe adorned with cloud patterns, occupied the principal seat. She exuded an air of nobility, her silver hair framing a face that radiated kindness, poise, and wisdom. At that moment, she was beaming at her granddaughter, Ji Qingqing, seated below her. "Qingqing, the tale you just recounted about the farmer and the snake is truly delightful. It has been ages since I have heard such an enchanting story," remarked the matriarch. With a charming smile, Ji Qingqing affectionately wrapped her arms around her grandmother's, gently shaking them. "Grandmother, I merely wish to alleviate your boredom indoors by sharing some tales from my collection." The matriarch burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed. My beloved Qingqing is the epitome of a dutiful granddaughter. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated." With a sweet smile, Ji Qingqing moved behind the matriarch, offering a gentle massage to her shoulders. "As for my brothers, they will eventually establish their own families and careers. Besides, whether they are engaged in business, studying at the academy, or occupied with other endeavors, it is all for the benefit of our Yuntang marquis. Their success will undoubtedly bring glory to our house." Madame Meng Shuwan, the lady of the Yuntang marquis, nodded in agreement, adding, "Mother, Qingqing is correct. Chair, Fenger, and Hanger each have their aspirations. They have long vowed before me and the marquis that within 5 years, they shall achieve remarkable accomplishments. Now, Cheo has ascended to the esteemed position of heir and has taken on the role of right junior minister at the Dali Temple. As for Fenger and Hanger, with 4.5 years having passed, I firmly believe that given them another year, their ventures in commerce and academia will undoubtedly astonish all of Dongqing Kingdom." Just as Mengshi finished speaking with a smile, a youthful, magnetic male voice resonated at the doorway. "Mother, a year is unnecessary. In just 6 months. My brothers and I will make everyone take notice." Everyone turned to see 2 tall figures striding in. One, with striking features clad in black, exuded an extraordinary aura, while the other, with a visage like exquisite jade, donned white attire and wore a gentle smile. The newcomers were none other than Ji Qifeng, the second young master of the Yuntang marquis, and Ji Zihong, the third young master. The brothers, aged 18 and 16, respectively, were well-known young gentlemen in the imperial capital. Upon seeing them, Ji Qingqing fluttered over like a joyous butterfly. Ji Zihong smiled and said, "Grandmother, mother, our elder brother has just been summoned to the study by father. My brother and I have come ahead. Having spent years at the Royal Academy, he carried an air of scholarly elegance. Excellent. Now that our family is gathered, it is just." Ji Qingqing's words trailed off momentarily, her expression darkening with a hint of sorrow. Since the last incident where Ji Qingfeng was struck by Ji Yuntang, the anger within him had yet to dissipate. Observing her family's disdain for Ji Yuntang filled her with a bittersweet joy, yet a profound worry lingered on her face. However, did my sister truly intend to sever ties with our Yuntang marquis, as she claimed last time? Surely, she could not be serious. The matriarch, Lady Ji, felt her countenance darken, and she forcefully set her teacup down upon the table. Humph, severing ties. As if our esteemed Yuntang marquis were somehow in need of a rustic girl of humble origins. Upon hearing the term rustic girl of humble origins, Meng's brow imperceptibly furrowed. After all, Ji Yuntang was her own flesh and blood. How could the matriarch speak of her in such a manner? Yet, she merely lowered her gaze to sip her tea, refraining from defending Ji Yuntang. Ji Zihong swayed his teacup, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sister Qing'er, you need not worry. Ji Yuntang is wed to that incapacitated king of the night. Perhaps she is presently occupied with attending to his most base needs, and would never dream of abandoning us. In Chapter 24, raising a dog named Bai, Lady Ji's face flushed with indignation, yet she nodded in agreement. You are correct, Zihong. Ji Yuntang is married to that soon-to-perish wastrel, the king of the night. One never knows when he might breathe his last, and at that moment, she would still require the support of our Yuntang marquis. Would she truly dare to sever ties? At this juncture, Lady Ji's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. Madame Ji's words resonated perfectly with Ji Qingfeng's intentions. He immediately rose to his feet and proactively declared, Yes, grandmother, I shall go arrange this at once. Instruct the guards not to allow that wretched Ji Yuntang to enter. I shall ensure that she kneels outside for a full 3 hours before reconsidering. Having spoken, he hastily departed, a fervent smile illuminating his face. Ji Yuntang, are you prepared to face the tempest of my wrath? Unbeknownst to Ji Yuntang, events were unfolding at the Yuntang marquis. After instructing Taoji and Xiaoye to secure the fence, she retrieved 3 items of her dowry from her spatial realm. The grass carp was placed in a large vat at the side of the courtyard, while 2 ducks were confined within the fenced area. The local dog was allowed to roam freely in the outer yard. Ji Yuntang observed that the dog, with its glossy black coat and bright eyes, had grown slightly larger than when it had arrived, likely due to her nourishing it with spiritual spring water and dog food over the past few days. As soon as it emerged, it began to bounce joyfully around her ankles. Having never raised a dog in her previous life, Ji Yuntang was not well versed in canine breeds, but she sensed that this little creature took a liking to her. Thus, she bestowed upon the small black dog an ambitious name, Ji Bai. Kneeling down, she gently stroked the puppy's fluffy head and spoke earnestly, Bai, a woman who does not aspire to wealth is not a good woman. Though I may currently be impoverished, I firmly believe that one day we shall amass billions of silver. At that time, you shall be my foremost companion. Oh no, it should be the second mighty general. The first should be my man. In the room, Luo Juanhe, upon hearing these words, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. At least she still possessed a semblance of conscience. If she couldn't even surpass a mere dog, how heart-wrenching would that be? As if confirming Luo Juanhe's suspicions, Ji Yuntang's subsequent words struck his heart with precise accuracy. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry me, this future billionaire? She mused. Perhaps I should raise a few handsome men to prevent them from vying for my affection and engaging in fierce competition. The girl's voice resonated with joy and delight, yet it fell upon Luo Juanhe's ears as a dissonant chord. She clearly had someone already and was willing to stay by his side to care for him. Why then did she still yearn to marry another? If that were the case, why was she so kind to him? A wave of frustration surged within Luo Juanhe, leaving him sullen when Ji Yuntang brought him lunch that afternoon. Your Highness, it's time to eat. Guess what I prepared for you today? She chirped. There's vegetable corn porridge and minced meat tofu pudding. It's a bit hot, but I've let it cool down. It's just right now. Please, get up and try it. As Ji Yuntang set up a small table on the bed and adjusted his pillows, she heard him coldly reply, I have no appetite. Take it away and feed it to the dog, Ji Yuntang. She was perplexed. What had caused this man to suddenly throw a tantrum? She couldn't fathom where she had offended him. Ji Yuntang pressed once more. Are you truly not going to eat? Luo Juanhe turned his face away, refusing to eat. Very well, then I shall indulge myself. Ji Yuntang emerged from the small kitchen, carrying a delectable bowl of spicy hot pot, accompanied by a refreshing serving of lemon-flavored boneless chicken feet. Just the sight of it made one's mouth water. Initially, she intended to wait for Luo Juanhe to finish before she savored her meal in solitude, for the flavors were undeniably intense. However, with his refusal, she changed her mind. She would eat in front of him, challenging this man's resolve. With an elegant demeanor, Yuntang began her feast, deliberately slurping the noodles to emphasize their delightful taste. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching Luo Juanhe's nostrils, as he desperately tried to ignore it, yet his stomach audibly protested. Yuntang chuckled softly. Remarking on the man's stubbornness, his mouth might resist, but his body was undeniably honest. Come on, eat up. I've saved it all for you. I haven't touched a single bite. She placed a bowl of vegetable corn porridge and minced meat tofu putting on the small table before him, producing a fresh straw to insert. The ingredients had been blended to a fine consistency, alleviating any concerns about his ability to digest them. As Luo Juanhe hesitated, the young woman's voice gently resonated in his ears. Your Highness, your life is your own. Do not deny your body at any time or place. Her words pierced through the clouds of his thoughts, illuminating his mind. You are right. I was indeed being petty just now. He realized that if he wished to stand beside Yuntang, to walk alongside her, he must recover swiftly. As for the men she had mentioned earlier with him around, no one can ever hope to take Yuntang away. Luo Juanhe possessed such confidence. Realizing this, he began to eat heartily, his movements swift yet graceful. Pressing his lips together, Luo Juanhe discerned the carefree tone in Yuntang's words, juxtaposed with a composure unexpected at her age. How deeply must one be wounded by familial ties to attain such profound insights? A sudden pang of sympathy for Yuntang welled up within him, and he softly uttered, From now on, the Night King's residence shall be your home. Yuntang felt a stir in her heart. All right, then His Highness the Night King must recover swiftly, for I await your fortune to support me. In this foreign realm, where she felt unloved by her father and mother, and devoid of friends and family, Luo Juanhe indeed provided her with solace and warmth, for which she was immensely grateful. Miss Ji, there is one more thing. May I call you a Tang from now on? Chapter 25. Yuntang has passed away. Ji Qingqing arrives with a coffin. Yuntang appeared lost in thought, softly murmuring, a Tang. This address, whether in her past life or this one, had never been uttered by anyone before. Having remained single for 28 years, she had either been immersed in the study of medicine or traversing the path toward it, ultimately dedicating her life to the craft. Now, with a second chance at life, these new experiences were worth exploring. With this thought, Yuntang immediately brightened. Of course. Your Highness the Night King may call me whatever he wishes. Luo Juanhe felt a surge of joy. The heavy burden on his heart finally lifted, as he had feared she might refuse. Soon, he awkwardly inquired, Can you refrain from calling me Your Highness, the Night King? He felt that such a title was excessively formal and created a distance between them. Then what shall I call you? Yuntang blinked playfully, suddenly wishing to tease him. Young Master Luo? Master Luo? Junjun? Huohua? Huobao? As Yuntang continued, her suggestions became increasingly absurd until Luo Juanhe quickly interjected. Just call me Ahi. Yuntang repeated the two syllables in her mind and found them unexpectedly pleasant. All right, from now on, I shall call you Ahi. After tidying up the dishes, she applied scar repair ointment to Luo Juanhe's face once more. Subsequently, she also applied the antidote she had prepared on her own face before stepping outside to bask comfortably in the sunlight on a lounge chair. They did not even catch a glimpse of a servant from the Night King's residence, and a profound, unspoken rage marked the faces of the onlookers. If word of this spread, how could the reputation of the Yuntang marquis endure such disgrace? What do you mean by that, brother? Ji Qingfeng pressed for clarification. Who in Dongshan Kingdom is unaware that the Night King, Luo Juanhe, has wed 5 princesses over the past 3 years? The first 4 either perished from fright on their wedding night or fled in terror. Do you truly believe that Yuntang, with her timid disposition, could fare any better than the previous 4 brides? Heeding Ji Huaiche's reasoning, it was entirely plausible that Yuntang had already succumbed to fright on the very night of her marriage to the Night King. His argument was sound and well-founded, particularly given his position as the right minor minister in the Dali Temple, where he investigated and adjudicated various cases daily. The words that escaped his lips evoked an undeniable sense of conviction. The entire household of the Yuntang marquis laughed in agreement, extolling Ji Qingqing's brilliance and natural beauty, proclaiming that she was destined to become the crown princess. They had wholeheartedly accepted the notion that Yuntang was deceased, as if her passing were an inconsequential matter. Ji Qingfeng shook his head with a tinge of regret. It was indeed a pity that he had not yet had the opportunity to humiliate that ugly creature before her untimely demise. She had escaped too easily. However, Ji Qingqing harbored a different sentiment, sensing an underlying strangeness to the situation. The demeanor displayed by Ji Yuntang on that fateful day still haunted her thoughts. How could someone with such an imposing presence perish so easily? She simply could not bring herself to believe it. Resolute in her determination, Ji Qingqing resolved to seek the truth for herself. Only upon laying eyes on Ji Yuntang's corpse would she accept that her sister was truly gone. Ji Zihong observed the tearful Ji Qingqing, her sorrow akin to that of a weeping pear blossom, and gently stroked her hair. Sister Qingqing, why would you wish to bury her? Her remains are only fit to be discarded in a potter's field, left to be devoured by wild dogs. Ji Qingfeng produced a handkerchief, tenderly wiping away Ji Qingqing's tears. Qingqing, your kindness is your downfall. Have you forgotten how she once humiliated you? Such a person is hardly worthy of grief. Ji Qingqing shook her head through her tears, pleading with her brothers, elder brother, third brother, please do not speak this way. Regardless of her faults, she remains our only kin in this world. Now that she has met such a fate, abandoned without a proper burial, how can we turn our backs on her? I understand that my brothers are all preoccupied with their affairs. Rest assured, I shall take it upon myself to handle this matter. Tomorrow, I will personally visit the Night King's residence with a few attendants to retrieve my sister's remains. We cannot allow others to perceive the Yuntang marquis as truly indifferent, neglecting the daughter who has been married off. Mengshi furrowed her brows in concern. Qingqing, can you manage alone? Perhaps I should accompany you? Ji Qingqing had no desire for Mengshi to encounter Ji Yuntang, fearing that the latter might evoke feelings of pity or, worse, reveal her own ruthless nature. Do not worry, mother. The Night King's residence is not staffed with many servants, and none would dare to trouble me. You may entrust this trivial matter to my care. Mengshi remained silent, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. As dawn broke the following day, Ji Qingqing indeed set out with a dozen attendants to the Night King's residence, accompanied by a black wooden coffin. Their ostentatious procession through the streets drew the attention and whispers of passers-by. Look, the second miss of the Yuntang marquis is having a coffin carried to the Night King's residence. I hadn't heard of any death there. Could it be that His Highness the Night King is in trouble? I'm not certain. Come, let us follow them and see. Ji Qingqing captured the gazes of many as she walked, her eyes reddened like a rabbit's, tears glistening in her eyes. When the gates of the Night King's residence swung open, Granny Su stood in stunned silence, confronted by the sight of a square coffin blocking the entrance. Madame Su had never encountered such a scene before. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Ji Qingqing suddenly rushed forward, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Madame Su, I am aware that my sister has departed. Please, allow me to see her one last time. After all, she is the daughter abandoned by our father, and I wish for her to embark on her journey with dignity. The muscles on Madame Su's face twitched in shock. How could she not know that Ji Yuntang was dead? Just yesterday, she had been lively and spirited, striking others without a care. Noticing Madame Su's lack of response, Ji Qingqing's sobs grew more sorrowful. Madame Su, I implore you, let me see my sister. Her devoted maid. Cui Lu stepped forward and discreetly pressed a jade bracelet into Madame Su's hand. Chapter 26. Ji Yuntang's fury against Ji Qingqing. The moment the jade bracelet was in her grasp, Madame Su's eyes sparkled with greed. Such a precious item could fetch at least 300 taels of silver if sold. Her expression transformed swiftly, adopting a fade of sorrow as she complied with Ji Qingqing's request and instructed for the gates of the Night King's residence to be opened. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Madame Su's eyes. The silver was now in her possession, and how Ji Qingqing would deal with Ji Yuntang, or how Ji Yuntang would retaliate against Ji Qingqing, was of no concern to her. She was merely a guide in this matter. Presently, her own daughter, Lu Linlang, lay incapacitated in bed, and Madame Su would relish the opportunity to create some trouble for Ji Yuntang. Before Madame Su and her entourage could reach the western garden, Ji Bai, who had been sleeping in Ji Yuntang's arms, suddenly jolted awake and began to scream wildly towards the entrance. Woof, woof, woof. Ji Yuntang lazily opened her eyes, gently stroking the soft head of the dog nestled in her arms, her tone languid. Bai, tell me, which reckless soul has come knocking at our door this time? Bai nuzzled against Ji Yuntang's hand, persistently barking at the entrance, as if to announce. A foolish pig has arrived, heedless of danger. Ji Yuntang set the dog down from her lap, brushing off the fur from her clothes as she stood up. Bye. Be a good dog and go play. Ji Qingqing followed behind Granny Su as they walked forward. Just as they approached the western courtyard, Granny Su suddenly halted. She pointed to a nearby courtyard and said, Miss Ji, the princess resides there. You may go on your own. I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you inside. What a jest. Ji Qingqing had come to the Night King's residence bearing a coffin for Ji Yuntang. If she followed, she would undoubtedly find herself in trouble again. Such affairs were best observed from the sidelines. It was wiser not to interfere. Following Granny Su's gaze, Ji Qingqing's eyes landed on a small courtyard about 50 meters ahead. It was secluded and serene, yet the courtyard appeared rather unremarkable from a distance. The wooden door seemed to bear the marks of time, yet it was well kept, and there was not a single servant to be seen at the entrance. Ji Qingqing could not help but inquire of Granny Su, Is my sister truly residing in such a place? It seemed the people of the Night King's residence had driven Ji Yuntang here, likely hoping she would fend for herself. Nevertheless, today she had come. Whether Ji Yuntang was alive or not, Ji Qingqing had no intention of leaving this coffin empty. Ji Yuntang was not dead, she had merely orchestrated her own demise, which would alleviate her persistent troubles. Contemplating this, Ji Qingqing, her eyes reddened, said, Then Aunt Su may attend to her duties. I wish to spend a moment alone with my sister. Aunt Su, feeling a wave of relief, responded respectfully and hurriedly turned away, eager to distance herself from that courtyard. Once the outsider had departed, Ji Qingqing shed her pretense, casting a cold glance at the steward behind her. Lift the coffin, we shall proceed. Just as she entered the courtyard, a dark figure darted out from the side and bit her on the calf. Ji Qingqing gasped in pain, and upon realizing it was a small black dog, she was instantly incensed. What wild mutt dares to bite me? Just wait until I make you into dog stew. The little creature, Ji Bai, turned its rear towards her and wagged its tail. This only fueled Ji Qingqing's fury. How dare a mere animal provoke her? She raised her foot to chase Ji Bai. Suddenly, a black whip appeared out of nowhere, striking her sharply. Can you afford to compensate for the dowry of this princess? Ji Yuntang emerged from the room, adorned in an immaculate white gown that clung to her delicate form. Her hair, elegantly gathered with a simple begonia wood pin, framed her face, and her fox-like eyes sparkled like stars, imbued with a hint of chill. Despite the pain coursing through her back, Ji Qingqing's gaze was drawn to the whip in Ji Yuntang's hand. Had she truly heard correctly? This woman had declared herself a princess. Yet, the Ji Yuntang she remembered was frail and dark, bearing the appearance of one who had not developed properly. Most importantly, how could such a prominent dark mark on the other person's face have vanished? You are certainly not the Night King's consort. The Night King's consort is my sister. You must tell me where you have taken her. Ji Yuntang waved the whip in her hand, letting out a derisive laugh. Ji Qingqing, if you no longer desire your eyes, you might as well donate them to someone in need. As it stands, there is but one mistress of the Night King's manor. And if I am not the Night King's consort, then who could I possibly be? Ji Yuntang's cold and exquisite beauty left Chun Hu, who had just entered, utterly astounded. He distinctly recalled the large dark mark on the Night King's consort's face just yesterday. How could it have disappeared now? Could it be that her unconventional beauty regimen truly worked? Yet, the Ji Yuntang without the dark mark was breathtakingly beautiful, her appearance rivaling that of Ji Qingqing, perhaps even surpassing it in allure. A cold smile flickered within Ji Yuntang as she observed the comical display of this little green tea. You have come bearing a coffin. Do you truly believe that I, the consort, am deceased, and you wish to retrieve my remains? Ji Qingqing remained unconvinced. Is it truly you, Ji Yuntang? How could this be possible? Chun Hu stepped forward, addressing Ji Yuntang, my lady. Is she not the second young lady of the marquis's residence who once pressured you into marrying in the Night King's manor? I find her quite unattractive and of ill character. No wonder she is embarrassed to marry our lord. Ji Qingqing seethed internally, feeling as though Chun Hu's words were a resounding slap to her face, rendering her once prized beauty utterly worthless in the eyes of this oaf. However, Ji Qingqing's reaction was swift. If she had previously been uncertain whether the person before her was Ji Yuntang, she was now convinced. Yet, she could not fathom how this wretched individual had undergone such a remarkable transformation in merely 3 days, to the extent that even she failed to recognize her at first glance. Encountering Ji Yuntang's mocking gaze, Ji Qingqing's eyes instantly reddened, and she quickly assumed a pitiful expression. Seeing that you're unharmed truly brings me immense relief. Our family can finally rest easy. But just as she uttered those words, A resounding slap struck her face. You are so concerned about me that you coerced me to assist you in your marriage? You are so worried about my well-being that you brought a coffin to my Night King's residence? You are so anxious that you create chaos the moment you set foot in my domain? Very well, my lady, I shall attend to this matter at once. Chun, who was particularly exhilarated at the prospect of reprimanding the insipid green tea. He rolled up his sleeves, cracked his knuckles, and advanced menacingly towards Ji Qingqing. The servants at her side rushed forward in a futile attempt to intervene, but they were no match for Chun, who dispatched them to the ground in mere moments. Chapter 27. Entering upright. Exiting horizontally, Ji Qingqing's face turned pale with fear as she retreated step by step, oblivious to the fact that she had unwittingly backed into the fence surrounding the duck pen. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she tumbled into the enclosure, landing squarely in the duck feed basin. Instantly, the ducks were startled, feathers flying in disarray, creating utter chaos. Ji Qingqing had meticulously prepared herself for this visit to the Night King's mansion to confront Ji Yuntang. Yet now, her hair was adorned with duck feathers, her face and new dress smeared with filthy droppings, and she appeared utterly disheveled, engulfed in embarrassment. No, please. I am a lady of the Yuntang marquis. How dare you? A mere dog servant, treat me this way? Chun, who grasped her collar and forcefully yanked her out of the duck pen, his tone less than cordial. Our young lady is still the Night Princess. Have you not treated her similarly? Chan, whose strength was overwhelming, leaving Ji Qingqing unable to resist as she resignedly allowed him to drag her away. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Ji Yuntang's voice rang out in her ear. Chen, it seems Ji Qingqing's face is rather soiled. Take her to the large tub and wash her up. She is someone who values her appearance, and we must allow her to depart with dignity. Chun, who was puzzled by Ji Yuntang's intentions, yet he understood that the princess's arrangements were made for a reason. With that, he pulled Ji Qingqing towards the large tub at the edge of the courtyard, filled with water and swimming fish, including a grass carp. Ji Qingqing attempted to flee, but found herself unable to escape as Chun, who forcefully shoved her head beneath the water. Glug, glug, glug. She swallowed several mouthfuls of water. As soon as her head was lifted, it was promptly plunged down again. Up, down, up, down. This repetitive torment continued several times until Ji Qingqing felt fatigued. She contemplated feigning death, thinking that perhaps this would dissuade Chun from further torturing her. Resolute in her decision, she ceased to lift her head. Yet, her keen eyes noticed something swimming in the water, along with strange objects invading her nostrils and mouth. Help! Ji Qingqing was terrified. After letting out a piercing scream, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Such a weakling. Chun, grimaced in disdain, lifting Ji Qingqing with one hand and unceremoniously tossing her into the coffin. Ji Yuntang cautioned him to leave a crack in the coffin, lest she suffocate. That would certainly spoil the fun. Before departing, Ji Yuntang reiterated numerous instructions to Chun, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he listened, ultimately breaking into a beaming smile. Rest assured, my lady, this matter shall be handled splendidly by me. Meanwhile, at the Yuntang marquis, Mengshe sat anxiously in the hall, frequently glancing outside. For reasons unknown. Ever since Ji Qingqing had left home that morning, her eyelids had been twitching uncontrollably, leaving her in a state of unease. This sensation was even more intense than the previous day, as if an impending event loomed. The maidservant Furong, attending to her, offered words of comfort. Madam, you appear to be overburdened with worry and lacking rest, leading to these fanciful thoughts. Upon hearing this, Mengshe felt a slight easing of her tension. You are right. Qingqing has always been a source of ease for me. It seems I have been overly concerned. Just as she took a sip from her teacup, a household servant rushed in, stumbling and breathless. Madam, it is terrible. A calamity has befallen us. Furong swiftly stepped forward, kicking the servant to the ground. How dare you? Do you not see the madam is enjoying her tea? Where are your manners? What a disgraceful display of panic. Madam, please do not be angry. I did not intend to intrude. I have urgent news to report to you. I personally witnessed servants from the Night King's residence carrying a coffin towards our marquis's mansion. Among them was a burly man, wielding a gong, shouting as he walked. Meng's heart quivered, and she hastily inquired, what was he shouting? He claimed that Miss Ji Qingqing from the Yuntang marquis's residence had heard some news, stating that their family's princess had died, and the coffin was being taken to the Night King's residence to retrieve the body of the Night Princess. In a fit of rage, the Night Princess struck her, and now Miss Qingqing lies in the coffin, surrounded by onlookers. What? The teacup in Meng's hand slipped and shattered on the ground. Yuntang is actually alive? Meng was not astonished by Miss Ji Qingqing carrying a coffin to the Night King's residence, but rather that her despised rural daughter was still alive. Moreover, she had struck Ji Qingqing and confined her to the coffin. Without a moment to change her clothes, Meng hastily rose and hurried outside. At the entrance of the Yuntang marquis' residence, Chun who had already had the coffin placed upon the ground, and he struck the gong with fervor. Come one, come all. Don't miss out on the most significant gossip of the year. Everyone, come partake. Today, Miss Ji Qingqing from the Yuntang marquis' residence is bringing a coffin to our Night King's gates, claiming that our princess has died and needs to be retrieved. It is widely acknowledged that the emperor had bestowed the marriage of the Night King's consort upon the esteemed Miss Ji Qingqing. However, she disdainfully rejected our noble lord, citing his disability as her reason for refusal, and instead implored her sister to substitute in her stead. This would have been tolerable. But upon her sister's arrival at the Night King's residence, it became evident that Miss Ji Qingqing was alive and well. One cannot help but wonder at the intentions behind her arrival with the coffin. Is she not cursing our noble lady with such actions? Upon hearing this, bystanders immediately began voicing their discontent. I, too, was a witness to this spectacle, having seen the second Miss Ji carrying a coffin past me today. To my astonishment, she was en route to the Night King's manor to retrieve her own sister's corpse, despite the fact that the latter was not deceased. Such behavior is utterly outrageous. Who could deny that the treatment of Miss Ji Qingqing and Miss Ji Yuntang, both daughters of the Yuntang marquis, is starkly disparate? To pressure someone into a proxy marriage is one thing, to display ingratitude is another, yet to wish ill upon them is beyond comprehension. It is no wonder that some individuals possess both a charming visage and a heart as cold as a serpent's. Miss Ji Yuntang has already been married off without causing her any harm, yet they seem to harbor ill wishes for her. The entire family of the Yuntang marquis is truly lacking in compassion. At that moment, Madame Meng emerged from the manor, nearly fainting upon hearing such remarks swirling around her. Chapter 28. She demands 100,000 taels from the marquis. The Yuntang marquis is a venerable lineage, having been conferred nobility for their ancestral services to the throne, and the title of marquis has been inherited for 5 generations. In such esteemed families, reputation and honor are of paramount importance. Even the slightest misstep can lead to dire consequences, jeopardizing the heir's claim to the title. Upon reflecting on this matter, Ming suppressed the tumult of emotion swirling within her and managed to coax a gentle smile onto her lips. She addressed Chen Hu, saying, "You must be one of the esteemed attendants of the Night Princess. I am the lady of the Yuntang marquis, as well as the mother of both the Night Princess and Miss Ji heir." While it was indeed inappropriate for Qingqing to carry a coffin to the Night Princess residence, her action stemmed from genuine concern for her sister, albeit resulting in an unfortunate lapse in judgment. She did not intend to cast any malediction upon Yuntang. I implore you to remain calm. Let us discuss this matter within the confines of the estate. Chun Hu inwardly scoffed, recognizing the truth in Ji Yuntang's words. This family was adept at concocting excuses for their transgressions. However, did they truly believe he would enter their estate? Did they take him for a fool? Once inside, how would he negotiate terms or demand compensation from Ming? The absurd and disrespectful behavior exhibited by Miss Ji heir had inflicted profound psychological distress upon their Night Princess, to the extent that she had wept in anguish. Moreover, it had startled the 3 gifts bestowed upon her by the marquis, causing damage to the possessions within the princess's quarters. As conveyed by our princess, she would not dismiss Miss Ji lightly, yet the marquis must furnish her with compensation, the sum of which could not be less than 100,000 taels. Should this not be met, she would have no choice but to present her grievances before the emperor, accompanied by Miss Ji heir. Meng's countenance drained of color, her voice rising in disbelief. What? She demands 100,000 taels from me? I am her own mother. Chun Hu, feigning innocence, replied, but the princess has declared that she is an orphan. Meng was left speechless, taken aback by the resolute determination of Ji Yuntang to sever ties with the Yuntang marquis. Madam currently finds herself devoid of 100,000 taels of silver, and you must grant me a few days to gather the funds. Chun Hu readily acquiesced, stating that the princess had allotted them 3 days to procure the money. Should the marquis residence fail to deliver the 100,000 taels to the Night King's residence within this time frame, she could not guarantee what action she might take. Madam, since there are no objections, please inscribe your name on this promissory note, Chun Hu declared, producing a document from his sleeve. The note, inscribed in stark black ink on pristine white paper, indicated that the Yuntang marquis residence owed the Night Princess 100,000 taels, with a demand for repayment within 3 days. Complemented by a red handprint at the signature line, Meng nearly choked on her own blood, realizing that this entire scheme had been meticulously orchestrated by Yuntang. However, she had not anticipated that if not for the ill intentions of the Marquis household, and if Qingqing had not borne a coffin to the Night King's residence, Yuntang would have found herself powerless to execute her plans. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of eager onlookers, Meng trembled as she inscribed her full name, and at Chunhu's behest, affixed her red handprint. Soon, this incident became the focal point of discussion among the citizens of Dongchen Kingdom, with some even wagering on whether the Yuntang marquis residence would indeed deliver the promised 100,000 taels to Yuntang within the stipulated time. On one side, bets were placed that Yuntang would prevail, while on the other, wagers were made that the Yuntang marquis residence would emerge victorious. At this moment, he felt deep within his heart that aligning himself with Yuntang was the wisest decision of his life. The events of these few short days had stirred his blood more intensely than a decade spent at the Night King's residence. Yuntang sat leisurely in the courtyard, idly petting her dog, while Bai nestled comfortably in her arms, his eyes gently closing in contentment. Chunhu, last time I asked you to acquire jewelry for Lu Linlang, how much silver remains now? If the princess desires it, I shall fetch it for you immediately. Yuntang shook her head. No need. Take all 1,200 taels of silver and place a bet, wagering that the Yuntang marquis house will not deliver any funds to me in 3 days. Chunhu was left utterly astonished. What? No funds? Then have we labored in vain today? Yuntang's fox-like eyes narrowed, and a cryptic smile graced her lips. How could it be in vain? The silver that rightfully belongs to us will not diminish by even a fraction. As a distinguished medical doctor, she had also mastered psychology, an essential discipline in her field. The individuals from the Yuntang marquis house looked down upon Yuntang, believing they had her under their thumb, unaware that she had already discerned their every move. Observing the confidence radiating from Yuntang, Chunhu felt certain that their lady could conjure miracles. He cheerfully departed. Very well, my lady. I shall go place the bet at once. The sun was obscured, and Yuntang glanced upward at the sky, where dark clouds gathered ominously, and the wind howled fiercely. She furrowed her brow and murmured, "It seems a storm is imminent." No sooner had she spoken than heavy rain began to pour, splashing everywhere. On the bustling Baihu street of the capital, at a tea house named Zhu Xian, sat 2 young men adorned in splendid garments. One of them, clad in a crimson robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, boasted brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling peach blossoms. He held a folding fan, exuding a nonchalant charm, his laughter effortlessly captivating. This was none other than Xie Lujing, the heir of the Rongwood Duke's residence. Opposite Xie Lujing sat Prince Chun, Luo Xinian. Both had witnessed the unfolding of the entire affair from their vantage point upstairs. Leaning back in his chair, Xie Lujing casually tugged at the corner of his lips, prompting Prince Chun to ponder which side might emerge victorious in this wager. Xie Lujing raised an eyebrow with a playful curiosity, questioning the prince's unwavering confidence. Luo Xinian bit his lip in disdain, his tone icy as he remarked that, aside from the fact that Madame Meng had already signed the IOU, this matter was as good as settled. Furthermore, given Yuntang's notorious shamelessness, the Yuntang marquis would undoubtedly be compelled by public opinion to deliver the money to her within 3 days. Such a brazen wretch. Capable of casting her own sister into a coffin, what could she possibly refrain from doing? Xie Lujing scrutinized him, noting that the Night King's wife was indeed his sister-in-law. Yet he sensed that Prince Chen harbored considerable disdain for her. How could he not, were it not for her meddling? He would never have been expelled from the Night King's residence by Luo Juanhe. Their once steadfast brotherhood nearly shattered by that wretched Yuntang, was it not all her fault? The individual in question was none other than Chunhu, who had just stirred up trouble and demanded money on behalf of Yuntang. He had not overlooked the fact that Chunhu had wagered on the Yuntang marquis's victory. Xie Lujing's eyes glinted with intrigue as his smile deepened. The situation appeared to grow increasingly fascinating. Outside the Night King's residence, the rain seemed to intensify, prompting Yuntang to hastily gather the sun-dried bedding from the courtyard. Hearing the sound of belongings being gathered, Luo Juanhe softly addressed Yuntang. "Ah Tang, today's incident bears undeniable responsibility on Su Mama as well. If you wish to impose punishment upon her, I shall not stand in your way. Within the confines of his chamber, Luo Juanhe had perceived everything that transpired outside with utmost clarity, yet regrettably, he found himself powerless to intervene. Su Mama, fully aware that Ji Yuntang had not perished, nonetheless allowed the members of the Yuntang marquis household to intrude for trifling gains, even facilitating the entrance of a coffin. To claim that she acted without ulterior motives would be utterly implausible. As for this matter, do not burden yourself, Aku. I suspect that both Su Mama and Lu Linlang are currently preoccupied with their own troubles, leaving little room for concern over anything else. Ji Yuntang's expression was one of indifference. She knew well that the mother-daughter duo were far from trustworthy, yet should they dare to harm her, they would undoubtedly face the consequences. In a secluded courtyard of the Night King's residence, Lu Linlang sat before a bronze mirror, her visage reflecting sheer terror. Ah, my face, how could it have transformed thus? The countenance in the mirror was marred by vast dark patches, a multitude of spots obscuring her once fair skin, rendering her appearance more ghastly than that of a vengeful spirit. Following Ji Yuntang's assault, Lu Linlang had remained confined indoors for the past 2 days, during which an elderly physician had applied ointment to her face, shrouding it in thick gauze. After enduring the torment for 2 days, she eagerly unwrapped the gauze, anticipating the revelation of her exquisite beauty, only to be confronted with a visage grotesquely disfigured beyond recognition. Lu Linlang was on the verge of a breakdown. She swept all the rouge and powder from the table onto the floor, her inner fury seeking an outlet. She struck the nearby maid, Bai Qi, who dared not meet her gaze. "What, even you, wretched servant, find me ugly?" she exclaimed. "Do you believe I won't ruin your face as well?" Bai Qi, terrified, began to weep. While her appearance was modest, she possessed a delicate beauty that could still attract a good match in the future. The thought of becoming as grotesque as Lu Linlang was unbearable. It would mean the ruin of her entire life. No, she could not allow that. Quickly, Bai Qi knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. "I am utterly devoted to you, Miss Lu. I harbor no disdain for your beauty. You have misunderstood me. I believe our best course of action is to restore your face, and I shall fetch a doctor at once." Lu Linlang kicked Bai Qi in the chest, her face contorted with rage. "Fetch what doctor? Those incompetent quacks outside? Do you truly think they can remedy my appearance?" Her face was merely swollen from the slap dealt by Ji Yuntang, requiring only a simple ointment to reduce the swelling. It was the ineptitude of those so-called physicians that had left her looking like a ghastly specter. How could she possibly face the world with such a hideous visage? In her mind, only the imperial physician could restore her beauty. With that thought, Lu Linlang glared fiercely at Bai Qi. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and summon my mother." Yes, I shall go fetch Lady Su at once." The young lady, like a person granted amnesty, fled in a flurry. Soon after, Aunt Su arrived, humming a cheerful tune. Today, she effortlessly acquired a jade bracelet worth 300 taels of silver, which also served to vex Ji Yuntang, leaving her in an unexpectedly jubilant mood. Before she even appeared, her voice echoed through the air. Approaching the doorway, Aunt Su called out, "Linlang, come quickly and admire the bracelet I have just procured. Does it not perfectly complement my noble and aloof demeanor? Do you think wearing it for a stroll tomorrow will bring me great prestige?" In the past, Lu Linlang would have offered a detailed critique of her mother's newly acquired jewelry. However, at this moment, her mind was consumed with her own distress. Upon seeing Aunt Su enter, she dashed out as if seizing a lifeline, crying, "Mother, my face has been disfigured. Please, find a way to save me. I refuse to become an ugly creature." Aunt Su, upon lifting her gaze, was met with the sight of Lu Linlang's face, darker than that of a judge, causing the jade bracelet in her hand to slip and shatter into 4 pieces upon hitting the ground. Stunned, she felt as though struck by lightning. Unable to believe her eyes, how could her daughter, who had been a beauty just yesterday, transform into this? Aunt Su had hoped to rely on Lu Linlang's beauty to attract a wealthy suitor, thereby elevating her own status from that of a servant to one of prosperity. Now, as the opportunity seemed ripe, her plans were at risk of unraveling. Lu Linlang, with tears streaming down her cheeks, recounted the entire sequence of events to Granny Su. Upon hearing this, Granny Su's heart surged with rage. "In my opinion, this must be the wicked doing of that little vixen, Ji Yuntang. Your face bears the marks of her malice. Envious of your beauty due to the blemishes on her own face, she seeks to ruin yours as well. What a venomous heart that little wretch possesses. My dear, I shall go and exact vengeance upon Ji Yuntang this instant." Lu Linlang rose in fury, seizing a dagger hidden beneath her pillow, intent on confronting Ji Yuntang, but was halted by Granny Su. Linlang, do not act impulsively. Should you fail to kill Ji Yuntang, you risk losing your own life in the process. Did you not place Xiao Yi by Ji Yuntang's side? You must instruct her. The mother and daughter conspired together, a glimmer of cunning laughter flashing in their eyes. When Xiao Yi was summoned by Lu Linlang, she approached with trepidation. But upon seeing the multitude of dark spots on Lu Linlang's face, her heart sank in fear. Ji Granny Su, Miss Lu, have you summoned me for something? Chapter 30. The art of makeup is equivalent to head transplantation. The second reason was that Granny Su understood Ji Yuntang was not favored in the Yongning Marquis. In contrast to Ji Qingqing, she represented an extreme opposite. However, they had underestimated one crucial point. Ji Yuntang was not so easily manipulated by them. Having reached this point, Lu Linlang cast a calming glance at Granny Su, then inquired, Xiao Yi, I instructed you to remain by Ji Yuntang's side to monitor her. You were to report any developments to me and my mother at the earliest opportunity. Why have you not come to us for so long that I had to send someone to fetch you? Xiao Yi lowered her gaze and immediately replied, Miss Lu, please do not be angry. The princess is quite strict, and I dared not come out. However, I do have something to report to you and Granny Su regarding the princess. Lu Linlang's interest was piqued, and she urged, do tell. Xiao Yi continued, I noticed that at noon today, the dark spots on the princess's face suddenly vanished. She has become exceptionally fair and beautiful, even surpassing the charm of the second Miss Ji, who had made a special effort to adorn herself. Moreover, His Highness the Night King has shown signs of healing on his face these past few days, a transformation attributed to the substances the princess applies daily. Lu Linlang immediately pressed, do you know what she has been using on her face? This revelation stirred excitement within Lu Linlang. Xiao Yi's expression grew complex as she seemed to recall something, hesitating to speak. Observing her reluctance, Granny Su scolded sharply, you wretched girl, speak at once. If you delay further, I shall cut out your tongue. It is excrement. What did you say? Lu Linlang thought she had misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief. I am not deceiving you, Miss Lu. The substance the princess applies to her face is indeed excrement. Just the other day, I overheard her telling Chunhu that she uses it for beauty treatments. If it weren't for her own eyes witnessing it, Xiao Yi would hardly dare to believe that the dark substance Ji Yuntang applied to her face each day could truly eliminate the blemishes upon it. Such a phenomenon seemed almost magical, yet, in Ji Yuntang's case, it had indeed manifested as reality. Granny Su remained skeptical. Yet she pondered that with Xiao Yi's indenture in her possession, she would not dare to deceive herself. With so many varieties of excrement, how could she discern which one Ji Yuntang utilized? Xiao Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. How could she possibly know the specific type of excrement Ji Yuntang used? What an audacious question to pose. Faced with the fierce gazes of Granny Su and Lu Linlang, an idea struck Xiao Yi, and she swiftly formulated an answer. The substance the princess smeared on her face was dark in hue, remarkably resembling the dog feces she scooped in the courtyard daily. Coincidentally, Ji Yuntang had taken to raising dogs. What a fortuitous coincidence. To assuage any doubt from Granny Su and Lu Linlang, Xiao Yi added, I have also observed that the princess applies a green substance to the princess face, which emits an unpleasant odor, resembling the droppings of the two ducks from the western garden. Granny Su and Lu Linlang exchanged glances, each detecting skepticism reflected in the other's eyes. Could it be that excrement truly possessed beautifying properties, enhancing one's complexion? They were aware that Ji Yuntang had recently taken to raising both dogs and ducks in the manor. Initially, they had merely assumed it was a passing craving for meat, never giving it much thought. Little did they realize that Ji Yuntang was, in fact, tending to her and Luo Juanha's skincare needs. No wonder she had chosen to keep these two creatures in the royal residence. Lu Linlang dismissed Xiao Yu and promptly dispatched Bai Qi to the western garden to investigate whether Ji Yuntang's complexion had indeed improved, as Xiao Yu had claimed. Lu Linlang's face was a canvas of incredulity, yet she could not suppress her joy at this astonishing revelation. There was hope. Her visage was finally salvageable. It appeared that she would need to procure some feces to eliminate the blemishes adorning her face. With resolute determination, Lu Linlang immediately ordered her people to seek out high-quality dung at a premium price. When Ji Yuntang received this report from Chunhu, she was utterly bewildered. What need had she for dung? Was the cuisine of the Night King's residence unsatisfactory to her palate? Chunhu scratched his head, equally perplexed. It seemed to him that Lu Linlang's face had been so marred that she had succumbed to madness, resulting in such irrational behavior. Ji Yuntang regarded her with disdain, dismissing her entirely. After all, if Lu Linlang had not acquired the antidote from this princess, her plight would remain unchanged for eternity. Furthermore, those dark blemishes on Lu Linlang's face would inevitably spread, consuming her entire body until she succumbed to cardiac failure. Old Madame Su was the savior of Luo Juanhe, and Ji Yuntang was willing to show some leniency due to this connection, but Lu Linlang would not receive the same courtesy. The princess was indeed sagacious. After Chunhu finished his cheerful report, he witnessed an unforgettable scene that left his pupils in shock. Ji Yuntang poured a small amount of liquid from a vial and applied it to her face. In an instant, the dark spots re-emerged on one half of her visage, albeit noticeably lighter than before. Stammering in disbelief, Chunhu managed to utter, "My lady, your face has already improved, has it not? Why has it resurfaced now? Who informed you that my complexion has improved?" Ji Yuntang raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. She had merely noticed Ji Qingqing's arrival and applied a touch of foundation and concealer to mask the blemishes on her face. To achieve a complete recovery, she would need to use medicinal masks several more times to eradicate the spots entirely. The modern art of makeup, often referred to as head-changing technique, is a marvel beyond the comprehension of ancient minds. Starting tomorrow, she would commence a regimen of physical exercise. That evening, Ji Yuntang prepared shredded chicken and mushroom porridge, half a boiled apple, and a cup of freshly warmed milk for Luo Juanhe in the small kitchen. As for herself, she concocted a bowl of beef pulled noodles, accompanied by fried chicken wings and iced cola. She found herself nostalgically yearning for the days when ordering takeout was an option. Now, whatever she craved required her own effort to create. The provisions sent by the servants of the Night King's residence had all been discarded by her. It was not a matter of wastefulness, but rather that those items were detrimental to Luo Juanhe's healing process. Even the medicine that Xiao Yi delivered daily presented issues that Ji Yuntang had come to realize. At that moment, Luo Juanhe's magnetic and melodious voice resonated, inquiring about the source of her culinary skills. Chapter 31. The Past, the Cause of Blindness. Among them was a distinguished professor and medical expert, the individual for whom she felt the deepest gratitude in her life. Regrettably, she had not even had the chance to bid farewell to her mentor. Ji Yuntang's smile bore a hint of bitterness as she replied, "I learned from my mentor, who was an exceptional cook. I often visited his home to share meals, and over time, I absorbed his culinary expertise." Luo Juanhe had never encountered the term mentor, yet he could discern that it referred to a master. A flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. This individual must be quite formidable to have taught Ji Yuntang to such an exceptional level. How remarkable must her master's abilities be? Ji Yuntang offered a faint smile. "Indeed, my medical skills have been honed under his tutelage." Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Luo Juanhe. "Ahi, do you need me to take a look at your eyes?" "Very well, I would appreciate your assistance, Tang." With the prior reluctance dissipated and having experienced the wonder of her medical expertise, Luo Juanhe became unexpectedly cooperative with Ji Yuntang. After dinner, Ji Yuntang led Luo Juanhe once more to the hospital within her personal space. She donned a white coat, medical gloves, and a mask, positioning herself beside the computer, exuding an air of utmost professionalism. "Ahi, how long have you been blind?" Luo Juanhe parted his lips slightly. 3 years. The true onset of his blindness began 2 months after an autumn banquet in the palace. The imperial court mandated that all princes and princesses must attend, including this bedridden invalid. The Mid-Autumn Festival was filled with song and dance, a vibrant affair. However, it held no relevance for one such as I. Despite my reluctance to attend, I could not defy the imperial edict. I vividly recall that on that fateful day, I partook not in wine, but merely indulged in a few delicacies presented by the palace maidens. My consciousness began to wane, and when I next regained awareness, it was amidst a raging inferno. The suffocating smoke assaulted my mouth and nostrils, rendering me incapable of uttering a cry for help. In that moment, a singular thought consumed me. I could not perish. I must survive. Clinging to this resolve, I plunged through the sea of flames, only to emerge with my visage marred and my sight extinguished. The palace physicians, grim in their prognosis, advised preparations for my demise. Thereafter, my father forsook me. My mother detested me, and even my own sister turned her back. They feigned concern, professing to have sacrificed much for my sake, yet in truth, not once in 3 years did they grace the Night King's residence with their presence. Even their inquiries were conveyed through the intermediary of Nurse Sue, a manner of communication that left me feeling profoundly estranged. During these 3 years of paralysis, the only soul who remained by my side was my 8th brother, Luo Cyanian, providing me with support and care. It was his encouragement that sustained my will to live until I encountered you. While Luo Juanha spoke with an air of nonchalance, Ji Yuntang understood the weight of the torment he had endured over these years. Once a valiant warrior, a god of battle undefeated, he had been reduced to a mere husk, a living corpse confined to his bed, able to move only his neck, and cast aside by the emperor as a discarded pawn. What does this signify? It signifies that in the eyes of Emperor Jingyang, Luo Juanha holds no value whatsoever. A son, bound by blood, who shed tears and blood on the battlefield for his father, ultimately met such a dismal fate, starkly illustrating the ruthless nature of the imperial lineage. Ji Yuntang felt a pang of sympathy, and she also lamented for Luo Juanha. In certain aspects, they shared a resemblance, both being unfortunate souls abandoned by their biological parents. She took out a slit lamp to examine the fundus and measured Luo Juanha's intraocular pressure, finding no apparent issues. Ji Yuntang proceeded with a cranial imaging examination, surmising that his blindness was due to a head injury from a heavy object, compounded by smoke inhalation from a fire that had scorched his facial skin. It was possible that the blood clots in his brain were exerting pressure on the nerves or retina. Ultimately, the report confirmed the presence of a blood clot the size of an infant's fist within Luo Juanha's brain. Ji Yuntang recalled the acupuncture techniques she had learned from her mentor in her previous life. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound, having been passed down through millennia, and its knowledge and mastery are not inferior to modern medicine. Now that Ji Yuntang understood the cause of Luo Juanha's blindness, she was well equipped to administer targeted treatment through acupuncture. Alongside the acupuncture, she would employ her specially formulated eye drops, enhancing the efficacy of the treatment. Starting today, I will administer acupuncture to you every morning to help dissolve the blood clot in your head. I am confident that within 3 months, you will regain your sight. Luo Juanha shuddered at her words. Tang, do you truly mean it? Will my eyes really see again? It would be disingenuous to claim he was not astonished. After all, blindness in ancient times was considered an incurable affliction, and even the most renowned ghost doctors would not dare to guarantee they could restore sight. Yet his little princess exhibited such unwavering confidence in this matter, illustrating just how formidable Ji Yuntang truly is. I asserted that it is indeed possible, not merely regarding your eyesight. In due time, your legs, your visage, and your martial prowess shall all return to their former glory. When that moment arrives, you shall be able to live as any ordinary person does, free to pursue whatever desires you wish. Luo Juanha felt a surge of excitement within. Had anyone else spoken such words to him, he would have been incredulous. However, since these words came from Ji Yuntang, he was convinced she was not exaggerating. She administered her own medicine daily, a concoction unlike the dark, bitter brews he had previously consumed. Ji Yuntang's was a powdered formulation, occasionally possessing a hint of sweetness. Most importantly, its efficacy was remarkable, as Luo Juanha could sense the transformations occurring within his body each day. Especially, Chapter 32, Lu Linlang. Have you lost your senses? His entire mindset was subtly shifting as well. Those who have never experienced despair cannot comprehend the significance of these minute changes. For Luo Juanha, each day brought a renewed sense of joy akin to being reborn. At that moment, Ji Yuntang was also prepared with her silver needles, unveiling a cloth containing 108 neatly arranged needles, from the finest to the coarsest. If you are ready, I shall proceed with the needling. Ji Yuntang selected a finer needle, heated it over the flame, and then gently inserted it into the acupoint atop his head. She was entirely focused, proceeding with utmost caution. Every movement executed with great precision. Such acupuncture techniques were rarely employed by Ji Yuntang in her past life, as they consumed the practitioner's mental energy. Given her current physical strength, she could manage to insert only a single silver needle. All right, lie still and do not move. I shall remove the needle in half an hour, she instructed. Luo Juanha felt as though something fine as a strand of cow's hair had pierced his scalp, and a burning pain suddenly erupted from the needle's insertion point, swiftly radiating throughout his entire head. The pain persisted for approximately the duration of a joss stick before dissipating completely. His eyes were enveloped in an unprecedented warmth, reminiscent of basking beneath the sun, with a gentle heat stimulating the edges of his eye sockets. This sensation of being cocooned in warmth was exceedingly pleasurable, and Luo Juanhe soon succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following morning, and he discovered that the silver needle atop his head had been removed by Ji Yuntang at some point. She had risen early. Since Chun, who brought the fitness equipment into the West Garden that morning, she had commenced her workout. With her hair tied in a simple ponytail, she lifted a 40-pound barbell, performing repetition after repetition of weightlifting. Chun, who watched in astonishment, having never witnessed such a training method, observing Ji Yuntang's flushed face, yet unwavering determination, he could not deny his admiration. Thus, Ji Yuntang diligently exercised for an hour and a half before concluding her session. She swiftly entered her personal space to indulge in a relaxing hot bath. Meanwhile, Lu Linlang had also dispatched someone to procure several large quantities of manure at a high price. Gazing upon the foul, elongated mass of dog excrement, which emanated an unpleasant odor, Lu Linlang felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach. Merely casting a glance at it provoked her to retreat to a nearby spot, where she began to retch uncontrollably. Within less than a tea's time, Lu Linlang was on the verge of expelling the bitter contents of her stomach. To restore her visage to its former glory, what would it matter to apply a bit of excrement upon it? The thought filled Lu Linlang with despair. It was easy for others to say. After all, it was not Granny Sue who would be smearing feces upon her face. If her friends outside were to learn of this, they would certainly revel in her misfortune. Mother, please devise a plan to summon the imperial physician. I truly cannot bear the thought of applying dog feces to my face. Lu Linlang wore a troubled expression, convinced that the act of smearing excrement upon her visage was a fate worse than death itself. Where shall I find a physician for you? I am merely a servant of the Night King's manor. Without my master's orders, how could I possibly procure the court's physician? Granny Sue's countenance was one of displeasure, having already offended Ji Yuntang, while Luo Juanhe had also turned against her. Lu Linlang's predicament might very well be attributed to Ji Yuntang. Even if she were to go to Luo Juanhe on her knees, he might not acquiesce to her request. Moreover, there was a pressing reality to consider. Summoning a court physician required a considerable sum of silver. Just 2 days prior, she had been compelled to present a substantial amount of silver before Ji Yuntang to rectify the manor's financial shortfalls, and had also disbursed 5 years' worth of monthly wages to Chen Hu. With over 8,000 taels of silver vanished, her heart ached with loss, leaving her with no surplus funds to afford a physician for Lu Linlang. Linlang, it is not that your mother does not wish to assist you, but rather that our current financial situation is quite strained, and we simply cannot spare any extra silver. Lu Linlang, feeling anxious, interjected, Mother, do you not still have a set of? Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Granny Sue swiftly covered her mouth with her hand, her expression a fierce warning as she hissed, Silence. How dare you speak of such matters? Do you wish for us both to meet our demise? Lu Linlang immediately fell silent, aware that this was the last card they held. Unless absolutely necessary, this matter must remain a secret, for revealing it could spell disaster for their lives. Mother, I understand my error, and I shall not speak of it again. I am willing to try using dog excrement as a facial treatment, Lu Linlang declared, clenching her teeth as a resolution formed within her. If Ji Yuntang could rid herself of 15 years' worth of blemishes using such a method, then surely, with only 2 days of her own marks, she could achieve similar results. Perhaps, after her own trial, the outcome would surpass that of Ji Yuntang. With this thought, Lu Linlang commanded Bai Qi, Go and mix the dog excrement with water until it reaches a paste-like consistency. I shall use it for my facial application. Bai Qi promptly replied, Yes, Mississippi. However, when she returned with a bowl of foul-smelling, liquid sludge, Lu Linlang slapped Bai Qi across the face in frustration. Did I not instruct you to create a paste? Why did you add so much water? It's too thin for me to apply on my face. She had heard from Qiaoya that the substance Ji Yuntang used was thick and viscous, only then would it be effective. Lu Linlang hurled the bowl in her hand at Bai Qi, instructing her to take it away and concoct a new mixture. Thus, the mixture was refined 3 more times. When there was an excess of water, it became too diluted. When there was too little, it turned excessively dry, and the dog excrement was hardly soluble in water. Just as Bai Qi was on the verge of despair while stirring the foul substance, a brilliant idea struck her. Why not add a bit of flour? At last, during the 4th attempt, she achieved success. Bai Qi was so overwhelmed with joy that she nearly wept, immediately serving it to Lu Linlang without hesitation. Lu Linlang, without a second thought, applied the mixture to her face, sitting contentedly in the courtyard while fervently wishing for the dark spots to vanish. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Ji Yuntang, who had come to the kitchen to fetch ingredients. Peering in through the door, she inquired, "What on earth is that dreadful smell? Lu Linlang, have you resorted to eating excrement?" Lu Linlang opened her eyes, meeting the sight of Ji Yuntang's fair face, her smug expression igniting Lu Linlang's fury. "Ji Yuntang, don't be so smug. Once the blemishes on my face disappear, we shall see how you continue to be so arrogant." Ji Yuntang chuckled. "Why the rage? If you desire dog excrement, just tell me. No need to make such a fuss and seek it at 10 taels of silver per pound. My family has a vast supply. I could offer you a discount. How does 8 taels per pound sound?" Chapter 33. She wants silver, no way. Lu Linlang clenched her fists, her anger surging to her forehead. "No need for that. Put away your feigned innocence. Don't think I'm easily deceived." Yuntang was not angered. Instead, she smiled at her and said, "Oh, whenever you find yourself in need, feel free to come to this princess for purchases, as I shall keep some set aside for you." She was well aware that Xiaoya was behind this, stirring the pot. However, Yuntang did not anticipate that the other party would inadvertently turn the situation on its head, mistaking the medicinal mask she used for her face for excrement. A cold smile crept across Yuntang's heart. Was this not a case of cleverness leading to folly for Xiaoya, resulting in her own downfall against Lulinang? If Lulinang were to discover that the supposed excrement bore no effect whatsoever, what fate awaited Xiaoya then? Yuntang found herself intrigued to observe the unfolding events. In the grand and opulent hall of the Yuntang marquis, the previous laughter and merriment had dissipated, replaced by a palpable atmosphere of tension. The Yuntang marquis, Jinan Chuan, sat with a stern expression in the principal seat, while Meng stood deferentially at his side. Ji Qingqing, clad in a thin green gown, knelt below, appearing frail and delicate. She bowed her head low, her long eyelashes veiling the shadows in her eyes. Her hands clenched into fists beneath her sleeves, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. A deep-seated resentment brewed within Ji Qingqing. Was she not her father's most cherished daughter? Why, merely owing Yuntang a sum of 100,000 taels of silver, did Jinan Chuan compel her to kneel in public for self-reflection? Yet the debt note bore the unmistakable signature of Meng herself. What connection did it have to Ji Qingqing? She gritted her teeth, her eyes glinting with profound bitterness. And what of her brothers? Were they not the ones who professed the greatest concern for her? She had merely fallen into Yuntang's trap due to a moment's oversight. Was she not the true victim in this scenario? Why does everyone now turn their blame upon themselves? As Meng observed Ji Qingqing's shoulders trembling slightly, her eyes were red and filled with compassion. "My lord, please allow Qingqing to rise. She has been kneeling for nearly an hour. Her constitution is already frail, and if she continues in this position, how can she endure it?" Ji Nanchuan slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with fury. "How can she not endure it? You are simply too indulgent with her. Do you not recall how she insisted on being carried with the coffin to the Night King's residence? Today, during the court session, what do you think those ministers outside were saying about our Yuntang marquis? They spoke of our family's lack of proper upbringing, of fratricidal strife, and of coercing Ji Yuntang into marrying in place of the Night King. To top it all off, they now claim she is merciless, even endangering her own sister's life. You women, confined to your homes, only bring trouble upon this marquis. How many disdainful glances did Che, and I endure in court today? How many accusations from our political adversaries? The emperor regarded us with disdain. Do you consider this a trivial matter? Rather than being angered by public scrutiny, Ji Nanchuan felt an overwhelming frustration at Ji Qingqing's inability to rise to the occasion. After nurturing and educating his daughter for 15 years, to find her outdone by a mere country girl, only to be outmaneuvered to the tune of 100,000 taels of silver, was an utter disgrace. The gossip that followed painted the Yuntang marquis as blind and foolish, mistaking mere dross for genuine pearls. How could such slander not enrage Ji Nanchuan? Meng wore a troubled expression, her face etched with worry. "My lord, the matter has already transpired. Blaming Qingqing now would be of no avail. Our immediate priority should be to devise a strategy to gather the 100,000 taels of silver to present to Ji Yuntang within 3 days." The monthly stipend of the Yuntang marquis was merely 1,000 taels. To them, 100,000 was an astronomical sum. At that moment, a voice, tinged with the weight of years, resonated through the air. This money must not be given. Madame Ji, supported by Wang Mama, approached. As she passed by Meng, She cast a fierce glare in her direction. Meng, it is your good daughter who has caused this trouble. No matter how Yuntang may sever her ties with us, she remains of our bloodline. The essence of the Yuntang marquis family flows through her veins, an indelible bond that cannot be severed. Historically, it has been unprecedented for children to demand exorbitant sums from their maternal families. If we were to relinquish this silver, what would become of the dignity of the Yuntang marquis family, a lineage over a century old? How would outsiders perceive us? After delivering her admonition, Madame Ji settled into a chair, slightly lifting her elbow to gaze at the weeping Ji Qingqing, who knelt on the ground, inconsolable. Wang Mama, why do you linger? Hurry and assist the second young lady to her feet. Such prostration is hardly fitting. Yes, madam. Wang Mama promptly rushed over to help Ji Qingqing rise. The young lady remained silent, her expressive eyes brimming with tears, red as a rabbit, which tugged at Madame Ji's heartstrings. Now, witnessing her beloved granddaughter suffer such humiliation, the venerable matriarch Ji could hardly suppress the urge to personally deliver a sound thrashing to Ji Yuntang, seeking to avenge Ji Qingqing's grievances. Qingqing, my precious granddaughter, please cease your tears. Your weeping rends my heart. Today, it is you who has been wronged. Embracing Ji Qingqing tenderly, the old matriarch comforted her. Oblivious to the fleeting glint of triumph that flickered in Ji Qingqing's eyes, a momentary flash that quickly vanished. It appeared that her efforts to curry favor with the matriarch were indeed a judicious choice. In times of crisis, her so-called father, mother, and brothers had all feigned ignorance and reproached her over a mere sum of silver and the pursuit of reputation, showing not a shred of compassion. Only the matriarch was willing to stand up for her and protect her. A disdainful smile played at the corners of Ji Qingqing's lips. As long as she securely clung to her grandmother's support, she was confident that no one within the Yuntang marquis residence would dare to mistreat her. However, as this thought crossed her mind, her expression fell, and a hint of sobbing crept into her voice. Grandmother, it is all Qingqing's fault. I have brought distress upon the Yuntang marquis household. My father's anger and punishment are entirely justified. Please do not blame them. Meng, observing Ji Qingqing's affected tone as she nestled in the matriarch's embrace, subtly furrowed her brow, a sense of discomfort stirring within her. Throughout the ordeal, Ji Qingqing had solely lamented her own punishment, failing to acknowledge that it was her own improper actions that had precipitated the entire situation. Meng felt a sudden fatigue wash over her as she rubbed her temples, wearily stating, Mother. But the daughter-in-law has already signed the IOU for the Night King's residence and has left her handprint. Many of the townsfolk witnessed it with their own eyes. If we do not comply, I fear for Ji Yuntang. Old Madame Ji's expression abruptly turned frigid. She slammed her hand upon the table, and an expression of wrath emerged on her otherwise dignified and gentle face. What could she possibly do? What did she wish to do? Did she dare to threaten the Yuntang marquis? Chapter 34. Ji Yuntang's dowry is worth merely 5 taels. A wretched being such as her, devoid of discernment between social standings and maliciously vile, deserved to be utterly beaten to death by her rustic adoptive parents. Her entry into our Yuntang marquis has sullied the threshold of our esteemed household. Old Madame Ji regarded Ji Yuntang with palpable disdain. She often heard Ji Qingqing recount various embarrassing tales about Ji Yuntang, and over time, her dislike only grew. It was precisely for this reason that when Ji Yuntang was to be married, the Yuntang marquis was unwilling to prepare a dowry for her. They deemed Ji Yuntang unworthy of anything of quality, let alone a portion of the exorbitant dowry allocated for Ji Qingqing. In a bid to save a sum of silver, they had resorted to using 3 animals as substitutes for the dowry. If they were to squander 100,000 taels, would they not be left in utter ruin? At this moment, Ji Nanchuan, who had long remained silent, nodded in agreement. The esteemed lord also believes that his mother's words hold merit. This sum of silver should not be given to Ji Yuntang, while Qingqing is indeed at fault. Ji Yuntang's audacious demand of 100,000 taels is nothing short of extortion. If we were to submissively hand over the money, it would undoubtedly convey to outsiders that we cower before her. What then? Should she return thrice and 4 times to the Ho residence demanding more silver? Ji Nanchuan refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet he could not shake the feeling that Ji Yuntang's justification for demanding silver was utterly preposterous. The assertion that Ji Qingqing's actions had inflicted severe psychological trauma upon her, or that Ji Qingqing had startled her 3 pieces of dowry. The concept of psychological trauma eludes him. However, he is acutely aware of the trifling value of Ji Yuntang's dowry. The 2 ducks, a humble dog, and a grass carp amount to less than 5 taels of silver. Even if Ji Qingqing had frightened them to death, they would hardly be worth 100,000 taels. Is this not extortion? Ji Nanchuan finds it hard to believe that Ji Yuntang would dare approach them for more silver if he refuses to comply. The situation has unfolded in such a manner that Ji Qingqing is undoubtedly pleased, although she failed to eliminate Ji Yuntang and was mocked in the process. It would infuriate her to allow Ji Yuntang to gain a windfall of 100,000 taels. A faint smile graced Ji Qingqing's lips, her eyes glinting with a cold light as she silently vowed, Ji Yuntang, as long as I am here, you shall not extract a single tael of silver from the Yongning Ho residence. Night King's mansion. Time flies. After 2 consecutive days of applying an unsightly concoction to her face, Lu Linlang, in a fit of rage, shattered every vase and porcelain piece in her room. I have been using this facial mask for 2 days now, yet why has there been no improvement? What exactly went awry in the process? Her frantic cries startled Bichi, who, fearing another bout of violence, hastily offered suggestions from the sidelines. Miss Lu, calming her fury, stated that there was something amiss. Why was it that the Night Princess could eliminate her dark spots with this mask, while you experienced no such benefits? If it were not the prescription at fault, then surely Qiao Yi must be concealing something. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. She had long harbored doubts about this method. Yet it was Qiao Yi who had fervently assured her that Ji Yuntang's approach was utterly ineffective, prompting her to procure it at a high price from outside. In retrospect, it was clear that Qiao Yi had betrayed her, conspiring with Ji Yuntang to sabotage her efforts. How could Lu Linlang endure this? Bichi, summon that wretched Qiao Yi to me at once. Yes, Miss Lu. Bichi dashed off without hesitation. When Qiao Yi arrived, Lu Linlang immediately struck her twice across the face. Qiao Yi, you wretched girl. Tell me, is Ji Yuntang's method of using excrement to remove spots of fabrication? Have you already betrayed me and conspired with Ji Yuntang? Qiao Yi, pale with fright, fell to her knees in supplication. Miss, I am wronged. Every word I shared with you is the truth. Even if you gave me 100 lives, I would not dare deceive you. Then explain why the dark spots on my face not only remained but continue to spread? The servant was uncertain, yet she had personally witnessed the Night Princess diligently collecting the dog excrement from the courtyard each day, if not for her own use. Why would she bother to gather such refuse? Moreover, Chun, who had explicitly stated that the Night Princess employed excrement for her beauty regimen. These words were heard by the servant herself. Suddenly, Lu Linlang recalled what Ji Yuntang had said during her recent visit, and her heart sank. Foolish girl, could it be that you have fallen victim to Ji Yuntang's cunning? If dog waste truly could eliminate facial blemishes, why had Ji Yuntang's own marks persisted for so many years? In merely a few days since arriving at the Wang residence, her blemishes had vanished. This was clearly a ploy to make me believe that excrement could enhance beauty, merely to revel in my folly. We have all been deceived by that wretched woman. Realizing her naivety, Lu Linlang felt ensnared in Ji Yuntang's trap. The orchestrator of this entire scheme could only be Qiao Yi. She unleashed all her pent-up resentment and fury upon Qiao Yi. You wretched creature, I will make you pay. You dare to conspire with Ji Yuntang against me? Have I not treated you well enough? If my face becomes ruined, you shall not escape unscathed. Lu Linlang seized Qiao Yi by the hair, striking her fiercely, her sharp fingertips mercilessly grazing Qiao Yi's delicate visage. Terrified, Qiao Yi suddenly had a revelation and quickly begged for mercy. Miss Lu, please stop. I acknowledge my mistakes. I possess a method to deal with the Night Princess. I implore you to grant me one more chance to redeem myself. Upon the utterance of Qiao Yi's words, Lu Linlang indeed halted her actions, fiercely demanding, what trickery is this? If you dare to mock me again, I shall take your life. The Night Princess is unable to consume peanuts and legumes. When the kitchen prepares her dinner later, we can surreptitiously sprinkle some bean powder into the dish, which would assuredly lead to her demise. Lu Linlang's heart surged with delight at the prospect of eliminating Ji Yuntang. It would be nothing short of splendid. Since her arrival at the Night Prince's residence, she had not experienced a single moment of tranquility, and this lead was indeed promising. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. This task shall be entrusted to you. Once Ji Yuntang is dead, I shall persuade my mother to return your contract of servitude, thus freeing you from this establishment. Qiao Yi promptly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, Yes, yes, thank you, Miss Lu. I shall certainly fulfill my mission with utmost dedication. During dinner, Qiao Yi presented Ji Yuntang with dishes of fish rolls and tomato sauce, spicy stir-fried clams, dompa tofu, trotter's soup, and a plate of date paste cake. Yet, As she arranged the meal and raised her gaze, she was instantly struck dumb with terror. In Chapter 35, Trotter's Soup and Date Paste Cake, she beheld the reemergence of the dark spots on Ji Yuntang's left cheek, miraculously resurfacing once more. Xiao Yi instinctively recoiled 2 steps in shock. Ji Yuntang's crimson lips curled slightly as she cast a cold glance at her, inquiring, "Is my countenance truly so fearsome?" "And no." Xiao Yi stammered, her head bowed, too apprehensive to meet Ji Yuntang's gaze, yet her heart was fraught with unease. She had distinctly observed that the dark spots on the night princess's face had vanished over the past 2 days. Why had they returned now? It was no wonder Lu Linlang had been reluctant to place her trust in her. It is evident that the substance Ji Yuntang applies to her face daily is not, in fact, excrement, but rather a concoction that bears a striking resemblance to it. For Xiaoya has observed that the dark spots on Ji Yuntang's face have significantly faded since her arrival at the Night King's residence. It is likely that, before long, they will vanish entirely. Ji Yuntang narrowed her fox-like eyes, her gaze sweeping over the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, and she suddenly understood. It seems the bait has been taken. Her prior efforts to draw attention were not in vain. "Xiaoya, the meal you have prepared for me this evening is indeed quite lavish. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Upon hearing Ji Yuntang's praise, Xiaoya felt her previous concerns dissipate. Perhaps her mistress was not as astute as she had presumed. After all, having grown up in the countryside and being of little favor, she likely had never experienced such a sumptuous feast. If the mistress enjoys it, I shall endeavor to present a variety of dishes each day henceforth. After speaking, Xiaoya approached with a smile, serving Ji Yuntang a bowl of pig trotter soup. "Mistress, do sample this pig trotter soup. The cook has been simmering it since noon, for 5 hours. Not only is the trotter exceedingly tender, but the flavor is remarkable as well." "Is that so? Then I must savor it thoroughly." Ji Yuntang accepted the bowl from her hands, scooping a spoonful of the soup into her mouth. Upon tasting it, she appeared utterly astonished, her eyes sparkling with delight. In no time, the bowl was nearly empty. Observing this, Xiaoya stepped forward to retrieve the bowl, smiling, "Mistress, did I not assure you that the pig trotter soup is delightful? If you enjoy it, I shall gladly serve you another bowl." In a fleeting moment, she filled a bowl to the brim with pig trotter soup for Ji Yuntang once more. Ji Yuntang, not one to refuse, eagerly lifted the bowl to her lips. Xiaoya's gaze fixated on the back of Ji Yuntang's head, a flicker of malice shimmering in her eyes. "Drink, drink, and once you've finished, may you embark on your journey. The Night King's residence has no need for a princess. The demise of a princess is hardly a matter of consequence. Ji Yuntang should never have come here." A tempest of resentment brewed within Xiaoyi, yet she soon heard Ji Yuntang's voice again, asking for another bowl. The empty bowl was presented before her, leaving Xiaoyu momentarily bewildered. Hadn't she explicitly stated her allergies to peanuts and beans? She had infused the soup with ample soybean powder. Why, then, was Ji Yuntang unaffected after consuming so much? This could not continue. If she filled her stomach now, it would hinder Xiaoya's plans. With this thought, Xiaoyi swiftly donned a cheerful demeanor, pushing a date paste cake towards Ji Yuntang. "My lady, you have already consumed quite a bit of the pig trotter soup. This date paste cake is a specialty of the kitchen. Every time His Highness, the Prince of Qin, visits, he devours many. I have had them prepare a plate for you as well. Would you care to try it?" Within the date paste cake, she had added crushed peanuts, and she was convinced that Ji Yuntang would suffer after eating this. "Ah, splendid. I, too, have a penchant for sweets. And this date paste cake looks delightful. I must indulge in several pieces." Ji Yuntang picked up a piece of the light red date paste cake. Savoring the fragrance of the red dates, complemented by the sweetness of honey and sesame, a truly delectable treat. However, Ji Yuntang still discovered some unusual items, finely crushed peanuts. Although the peanuts were ground into tiny pieces, how could they possibly elude her keen observation? Ji Yuntang let out a cold laugh within her heart. The soybean flour from earlier and now the peanut fragments offered her an opportunity not to be trifled with. She would not hesitate to show no mercy. After tasting a piece, Ji Yuntang smiled and handed the date cake to Xiaoyi. "Xiaoyi, there is still so much of this date cake left, and I, as the princess, cannot finish it all. Why don't you join me in enjoying it?" Xiaoyi gazed at the fragrant and tender date cake, unable to resist swallowing hard. Since this morning, she had only consumed 2 buns and a bowl of thin porridge, and her stomach was now growling with hunger. Ji Yuntang's warm invitation made it seem impolite to decline. After all, the cake merely contained a generous amount of crushed peanuts, and there was no poison added. A few pieces should pose no risk, right? Then I shall gratefully accept, my princess. Xiao Yi eagerly grabbed 2 pieces of the date cake, devouring them hungrily, fearful that Ji Yuntang might snatch them away. Delicious, exquisitely delightful. As a servant, she felt unworthy of such exquisite delicacies. Today was indeed a stroke of fortune thanks to Ji Yuntang. Ji Yuntang then personally ladled her a bowl of pig trotter soup. It can be quite dry to only eat cake. Fortunately, there is still a bowl of pig trotter soup left. You should have some as well. Xiao Ye's eyes glistened with moisture. She suddenly felt that being by Ji Yuntang's side was quite wonderful. At the very least, she would not be unjustly beaten or scolded. And she was ensured a hearty meal. Regrettably, her life was too fragile. Daring to marry into the Night King's residence sealed her fate, making it impossible for her to ascend to the position of a rightful princess. Trading her life for a lifetime of freedom was, in a sense, worth it. Xiao Yi remained silent, lowering her head to consume the pig trotter soup in one gulp. After tonight, Ji Yuntang would no longer exist in this world. Suddenly, with a violent cough, Xiao Yi expelled a mouthful of blood, staining the bottom of the bowl with crimson. An acute pain overwhelmed her, and her skin turned an alarming shade of red as she collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Blood spewed from her mouth with each spasm. Ji Yuntang stood nearby, bathed in the cold moonlight that cast a delicate silver sheen upon her figure, devoid of any sympathy in her gaze. Xiao Yi, is the pig trotter soup to your liking? How does the red date cake taste? Xiao Yi, trembling and in disbelief, looked at her. It was you. You poisoned me. Ji Yuntang calmly replied, this princess did not poison you. The food you consumed tonight was brought by none other than yourself. You must be well aware of what you added to the pig trotter soup and red date cake. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in horror, a fierce crimson hue clouding her gaze. It dawned on her that Ji Yuntang had known all along that she had added soybean powder and crushed peanuts. But why had Ji Yuntang been unaffected? Ji Yuntang's next words provided the answer. In light of your imminent demise, I shall reveal the truth. I am not allergic to peanuts or legumes. It is you who harbors a severe allergy to these ingredients. The reason I, as the princess, express such sentiments is to ascertain whether you and Tao Yi would betray me. If you do not wish to bring harm upon me, then you shall remain unharmed. I have already afforded you an opportunity, which you have chosen not to cherish. You have sacrificed your life for Lu Linlang and must now bear the consequences of your actions. You are merely reaping what you have sown. Chapter 36. The princess eagerly awaits the wedding night. Xiao Yi could scarcely believe her ears. Rarely exposed to peanuts and legumes, she was oblivious to her severe allergy to these items. Yet, how was it that Ji Yuntang seemed to possess such intimate knowledge of this matter? Regrettably, she would never hear the answer. The scene unfolded too abruptly. The sight of Xiao Yi collapsing was etched into Tao Ji's memory. She stared in horror at the lifeless form of Xiao Yi, frozen in shock at a distance, utterly bewildered. Have you seen enough? A cool voice interrupted. Tao Ji turned to meet Ji Yuntang's icy gaze, her heart skipping a beat in fear. She hastily approached, kneeling before her. Your Highness, I am not allied with Xiao Yi, nor have I ever wished harm upon you. I implore you, spare my life. Ji Yuntang was well aware of these circumstances. From the moment the two expressed their desire to seek her favor, she had been discreetly observing their behaviors. In contrast to Xiao Ye's repeated clandestine communications with Lu Linlang, Tao Ji had displayed a degree of propriety, dutifully executing Ji Yuntang's commands without any misconduct within the residence. Ji Yuntang was certain that Tao Ji had indeed severed ties with Lu Linlang and the old maid, Madame Su. Arise, will you follow me? If it could be said that Ji Yuntang had previously harbored some skepticism towards Tao Ji, this utterance was her unequivocal acknowledgement of her. I am willing. I shall serve the prince and princess, obedient to your every command, with unwavering loyalty throughout this life. With the presence of this princess, the Night King's residence was destined for transformation. Ji Yuntang stifled a yawn and remarked, from now on, you shall be responsible for clearing away the duck droppings and dog waste in the western courtyard. Before departing, Ji Yuntang added, oh, and summon Chunhu to me. Chunhu soon arrived at the western courtyard. Princess, did you call for me? Ji Yuntang nodded. Indeed, there is a task I wish for you to undertake. Hang Xiao Ye's body at the entrance of Granny Lu Linlong's abode. Chunhu felt a jolt of surprise. Xiao Yi had perished? Yet, he quickly deduced that Xiao Yu must have betrayed the princess, committing acts that harmed her. Otherwise, Ji Yuntang would not have resorted to such measures against a mere maid. As the night deepened, and the moon hung like a silver hook, Yuntang prepared a basin of warm water, infused with spiritual spring water, intending to assist Luo Juanhe in cleansing himself. Since her marriage to the Night King's residence, she had personally attended to Luo Juanhe's care. Witnessing his gradual recovery filled her heart with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. "Hey, I have drawn warm water to help cleanse you." However, Luo Juanhe seemed lost in thought, and his face suddenly flushed. Fortunately, the green medicinal ointment he had applied concealed the redness, rendering it invisible. Without further ado, Yuntang approached and began to remove his garments. As she beheld Luo Juanhe lying there, silent and unresisting, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. A chuckle escaped her lips. How peculiar it felt to be a rogue teasing a virtuous man. Suddenly, Yuntang felt an urge to provoke Luo Juanhe, curious to witness his reaction. His chest was impressive, firm to the touch, albeit lacking in defined abs. His waist was well formed, exuding strength, and his legs were both slender and elongated. With a playful smile gracing her crimson lips, her cool fingertips glided like a serpent across the man's chest, waist, and thighs, progressing downward. In an instant, Luo Juanhe's body stiffened. The faint scent of peach emanating from the girl mingled with her breath, tantalizing his senses and heightening his awareness. His breathing quickened. As if a switch had been flipped, he felt his face flush and his heart race, overwhelmed by shyness. In that moment, he loathed his incapacitated body. Were it not for his immobility, he would not be subjected to Yuntang's unilateral teasing. Luo Juanhe's atoms apple-bobbed as he swallowed hard, his deep voice quivering with restraint. "Hey Tang, if you continue this, the water will turn cold." He made a mental note of this debt, planning to settle it properly once he regained his mobility. Yuntang was aware of the need to exercise caution. Despite Luo Juanhe's paralysis, he remained a vigorous man. Should she overstep, it could lead to unintended consequences for his dignity. She wrung out a towel and gently wiped his neck, mindful of the scar cream on his face that should not get wet, proceeding carefully downward. Her fingernails had grown somewhat long, and she offered to trim them for him. She attended to every detail, ensuring not to overlook even the crevices. After meticulously cleaning her hands, Yuntang began to wash his chest and back, carefully avoiding the wounds. However, as she reached lower, Luo Juanhe became increasingly uneasy. To facilitate his trips to the restroom, Yuntang had dressed him in elastic waist shorts. Yet now he refused to let her take them off. "Do not be shy. That area requires attention as well. If neglected, your thighs will develop sores over time. Surely, you do not wish to smell foul and be scorned by me. I have little tolerance for unkempt, odorous men." Yuntang feigned annoyance, letting out a mock huff. This man, who had been seen by her countless times, was still acting so bashfully. The moment she mentioned removing his pants, he resembled a startled rabbit, desperately trying to evade her. "If you do not permit me to undress you, I shall summon Chunhu to assist instead, provided you do not mind his strength possibly causing you discomfort." Luo Juanhe, inviting Chunhu would be akin to signing his own death warrant. Yuntang had a tender heart, while Chunhu was nothing but a brute. He would hardly be gentle. Moreover, if he were to be exposed to Chunhu, how could he ever hold his head high before his subordinates again? Taking a deep breath, Luo Juanhe finally relented. "A Tang. Perhaps it would be best if you helped me wash." Yuntang smiled lightly. "Now, this is more like it. Had you known this would be the outcome, why resist me in the first place?" Upon a single glance, or a multitude of gazes, the essence remains unchanged. We are indeed spouses. And it is the most natural thing for partners to engage in intimate acts without a trace of embarrassment. With deftness, Yuntang successfully removed Luo Juanhe's trousers, only to be met with a startling inquiry that echoed in her ears. "Having seen this prince's physique, will you take responsibility?" Yuntang was momentarily taken aback. This innocent prince elicited a chuckle from her. After all, Luo Juanhe likely had no inkling of her appearance. Did he not fear being perceived as a grotesque figure? As she gently parted his thighs and began to cleanse him, she mused, "If you wish for me to take responsibility, you must recover swiftly. Lying here, I can merely observe without any means to engage. It would be quite unreasonable for me to remain a widow throughout my life." Her intention was to encourage Luo Juanhe to cooperate with his rehabilitation, hastening his return to vigor and valiance. However, Luo Juanhe interpreted her words differently, realizing that his little princess was rather eager to share a marital bed with him. Chapter 37. This is not a dog, but my dowry. Having devoted his life to the battlefield, Luo Juanhe had never before encountered the realm of emotions, yet within his heart, he felt an undeniable willingness. If that person were Ji Yuntang, he would gladly commit to a lifetime of companionship, raising children, and nurturing each other through the seasons of life, cherishing love until their hair turned white. Unbeknownst to Ji Yuntang, the thought swirling within the man's heart, she did, however, perceive that Luo Juanhe seemed to have relaxed considerably all of a sudden. Later, Ji Yuntang gently cleaned Luo Juanhe's legs and feet, replacing his soiled diaper and clothing with fresh ones, before extinguishing the lights in the room. "Ahi, good night," her soft voice resonated. Luo Juanhe felt a stir within. Every night before sleep, Ji Yuntang would bid him good night. He thought this must signify the wish for a peaceful night, and thus tenderly returned the sentiment, "Ah Tang. Good night to you as well." The following day, as dawn began to break and all remained ensconced in slumber, the tranquility of the Night King's residence was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. "Ah, murder!" Madame Su, adhering to her morning routine, approached Lu Linlong's chamber to rouse her. Unexpectedly, as she stood at the threshold, she was splattered by an unknown liquid. Enraged, she looked up only to behold a face as pale as parchment, hair disheveled, eyes filled with venomous hatred, hanging upside down from a tree, blood oozing incessantly from the corners of her mouth. In that instant, Madame Su was rendered speechless by terror. After her scream, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Lu Linlang, jolted awake from her dreams, sat up in bed, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. "Bai Qi, go and see what has transpired outside." Bai Qi, feeling a tremor in her legs, recalled the harrowing scream that seemed to emanate from their courtyard. Could it be that the Night King's residence was haunted? "Miss Lu, I dare not." Lu Linlang detested the timid demeanor of the maid, and with a fierce expression, she commanded, "You insolent servant, go as instructed. The sun has risen. What harm could it bring you?" With no choice but to muster her courage, the maid stepped outside. Upon reaching the threshold, she was horrified to behold the lifeless body of Qiaoya, collapsing in shock onto the ground. The air, still damp from the rain, chilled her to the bone, causing Lu Linlang to shiver involuntarily. As she stepped outside, she was confronted by the ghastly visage of Qiaoya, her pallid skin devoid of color, and her hollow, crimson eyes fixated upon Lu Linlang. "Ah, corpse!" Panic-stricken, Lu Linlang disregarded the unconscious Mama Su on the floor and fled back into the house. Once inside, she hastily shut the door, pressing her back firmly against it. Yet her heart could not find solace. Qiaoya was dead? How could this be? Was it not Ji Yuntang who deserved death last night? The news of Qiaoya's demise, hanging at Lu Linlang's doorstep, quickly spread like wildfire. Mama Su was rendered unconscious from fright, while Lu Linlang herself remained indoors, paralyzed by terror. Upon receiving the report from Taoji, Ji Yuntang could not help but reflect on the wrongdoing of the mother and daughter, fearing the specters of their misdeeds. Yet, this turn of events suited her well. She had far more pressing matters to attend to, with no time to indulge their antics. The 3-day deadline had passed, and now the 4th day had arrived, yet the Yuntang marquis had failed to send the promised silver to the Night King's residence. Thus, it appeared that the princess herself must pay a visit to collect the debt. Resolute in her decision, Ji Yuntang sought out Chun Hu, who was engrossed in his breakfast. Before him lay a small table piled high with empty bowls and steaming bamboo baskets, a testament to his hearty appetite. Ji Yuntang allowed him to indulge, recognizing that a satisfied stomach was essential for labor. "Chun Hu, once you've had your fill, prepare to accompany this princess." With a contented sigh, Chun Hu savored the last spoonful of meat porridge, letting out a hearty burp. "My lady, your culinary creations are simply exquisite. Even the meat buns and rice porridge are delightful. I am utterly sated." Upon hearing Ji Yuntang's intentions, he dashed into the small kitchen, emerging with a gleaming kitchen knife in hand. "The IOUs are signed. They dare not refuse us repayment. Today, I shall confront those pretentious scoundrels from the marquis's residence." Observing his fervor for confrontation, Ji Yuntang could only facepalm in exasperation. "My dear Chun Hu, I instructed you to arm yourself, not with that particular weapon. We are civilized individuals. Persuasion through virtue is our path. Taking a life requires a price. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your own for the sake of those hypocritical scoundrels?" Chun Hu, momentarily bewildered, responded, "Ah, my lady, are we not intending to engage in a brawl?" Ji Yuntang shook her head. "A confrontation may be necessary, but not at this moment. Employing our intellect to resolve the issue is the superior approach." With that, She retrieved a dog leash from her space and fastened it around the neck of her small black dog. Ji Bai seemed to comprehend his master's words, barking enthusiastically and wagging his tail in approval. Tao Ji, you shall remain at home to care for the prince. Chen Hu, take up the gong. We shall set forth. Listening to the spirited arrangements made by the young lady, Chen Hu finally realized that the creature Ji Yuntang had him imitate was, astonishingly, a gong. The Night King's residence is nestled in the bustling heart of the capital, with a busy street bustling with passers-by right outside its gates, filled with the lively shouts and calls of vendors. When the trio, a girl, a dog, and a man, made their appearance on the street, they instantly captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. In the eyes of the common folk, dogs were perceived as creatures that could bite and were deemed unworthy of the refined circles. Thus, no noble family would keep one. The townspeople had never encountered Ji Yuntang and were unaware that she was the night princess. A curious woman, who was out shopping for vegetables, inquired, "Young lady, why are you walking a dog in the capital? Aren't you afraid it might bite someone?" Ji Yuntang smiled and replied, "Madam, you are mistaken. This is not a dog." Another woman scoffed, "If this isn't a dog, what is it? Do you think we cannot recognize a dog? Of course, Ji Bai is not merely a dog. He is my exorbitantly priced dowry," Ji Yuntang declared with pride illuminating her face. "My father said that raising a dog brings prosperity. This gift he bestowed upon me is far more valuable than gold, silver, or fine silks. Those things are far too mundane compared to this dog he has given me." Moreover, Ji Bai was procured at the cost of over 10,000 taels of gold, and I am the only one in the capital who possesses such a treasure. No one else has one. My father truly dotes on me. The vegetable vendor furrowed her brow and remarked, "Young lady, you must be joking. How could this small creature possibly be worth 10,000 taels of gold? I reckon it is worth at most 2 taels of silver." Ji Yuntang expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "How could this be possible? My father even gifted me 2 ducks and a grass carp." He claimed that these 3 items combined are worth far more than the dowry of the prime minister's daughter next door. The surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded. They had never heard of a family offering such a peculiar dowry of a dog, 2 ducks, and a fish for their daughter's marriage. It is worth noting that the dowry of the neighboring prime minister's daughter, Hua Ruyue, had caused a stir throughout the entire Dongchen kingdom. It consisted of an astonishing 100 boxes filled with gold, silver, and precious jewels, along with a substantial sum of 150,000 taels of silver. Not to mention the 10 shop deeds and 12 maidservants included. Yet, the man she was marrying was merely Su Mu Yan, a third-rank official in the Court of Judicial Review. Who could possibly make such outrageous claims that a dog, 2 ducks, and a fish could surpass the prime minister's daughter's dowry of 1 million? "My dear girl, may I inquire as to who your father is?" Just then, someone inquired. And beside him, Chen Hu stepped forward with great pride, proclaiming, "You do not even recognize the father of the night princess? He is none other than Lord Ji of the Yuntang marquis, a first-rank official of the current dynasty." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. It was unclear who reacted first, but someone in the throng shouted, "What? So this young lady before us is indeed Ji Yuntang, the newly married, luck-bringing princess of His Highness, the Night King?" Lord Ji, after all, was a first-rank official, and the Yuntang marquis had been a prestigious family for over a century. Surely, they would not be so bold as to offer such a meager dowry for their daughter's marriage. A few days ago, Miss Jier had indeed carried a coffin to the Night King's residence, declaring that the Night King's household had driven her sister to her demise, and she intended to retrieve the remains of the Night King's consort. It remains unclear who initiated the uproar, but the common folk soon joined in the clamor. Ji Yuntang observed the desired effect manifesting, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. She did not utter falsehoods. When Ji Nanchuan presented her with those 3 items of dowry, he indeed claimed their worth surpassed that of gold, exceeding even the exorbitant dowry of the prime minister's daughter, Hua Ruyue. However, at that time, the original owner was solely preoccupied with the so-called familial affection and paternal love, showing little regard for material wealth. She believed that familial bonds could outweigh all mundane possessions. Yet, reality proved that the affection she so cherished was ultimately less valuable than a pile of refuse acquired by Lu Linlang, which, despite its worth of 10 taels of silver, was utterly worthless at the Yuntang marquis' residence. Ji Yuntang instructed Chen Hu to accompany her as she leisurely walked towards the Yuntang marquis' estate with her dog in tow. The tale of the Night King's consort's dowry, which included a mutt, a duck, and a grass carp, quickly spread throughout the capital, inevitably reaching the ears of those at the Yuntang marquis' household. The panic ensued, for they had failed to deliver silver to Yuntang on time. This could only be her retaliation. Nanchuan scoffed, leisurely sipping his tea with an air of indifference. What is there to fear? Even if she were to arrive, there was nothing for him to dread. At that moment, a flustered servant rushed in to report, "My lord, my lady, trouble is upon us. The Night King's consort has arrived with a dog in tow." A tremor coursed through Ming's heart, as if summoned by his very thoughts. Yuntang had arrived with remarkable swiftness. Outside the Yuntang marquis, throngs of people had already congregated, effectively obstructing the passage. Their gazes fixated on the small black dog being led by Yuntang, each expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. This dog seemed to harbor an intense disdain for the Yuntang marquis, barking incessantly upon arrival, a clear testament to its aversion to this place. Indeed, dogs are remarkably perceptive creatures. While the dog had behaved impeccably under the care of the night princess, it transformed into an unruly beast upon entering the marquis. Had the residents of the estate perhaps subjected it to mistreatment? As Nanchuan and Ming emerged, Bai abruptly broke free from Yuntang's grasp, baring its teeth and charging toward the two. In a flurry of panic, Ming stumbled, her left foot colliding with her right and sending her tumbling to the ground. Nanchuan fared little better. The dog clamped onto his pant leg, and to his dismay, it relieved itself on his shoe. "You wretched creature, seeking your own demise," he seethed, his fury ignited as he disregarded decorum and prepared to deliver a fierce kick to Bai. Yet, just as his foot descended, it became ensnared by the whip in Yuntang's hand, which tightly coiled around his calf. "My lord, my dowry is worth a fortune if you damage it. Will you compensate me?" Nanchuan's movement faltered abruptly, his complexion shifting through shades of green, red, and purple, betraying a hint of discomfort. The assertion regarding the black dog's worth was indeed a declaration he had made to Yuntang. However, he had also emphasized that the bond between father and daughter transcended monetary value, incapable of being measured by mere gold and silver. As he met the gaze of Yuntang, whose face bore fewer dark spots than before, he found himself increasingly perplexed by this daughter of his. He inhaled deeply and rebuked, "This lord is aware of your desire to show off, yet that does not permit you to cause disturbance at my doorstep. Walking your dog without a leash is reckless. Fortunately, it has only startled me and your mother. What if it had harmed other elderly or children?" With a single statement, he placed all the blame squarely on Yuntang. In her heart, Yuntang sneered, yet she feigned innocence, saying, "But, my lord, did you not gift me Bai? Is its behavior not an expression of seeing you in a friendly manner? I must say, I envy you, for Bai has never been so affectionate with me, which only highlights how much it adores you." Her incessant reference to him as "my lord" unsettled Nanchuan. Observing her features, which bore a resemblance to his own, he sighed deeply. "You may accept what this lord has bestowed upon you with peace of mind, but from now on, remain in the Night King's residence and refrain from bringing it to the Yuntang marquis' estate." Yuntang noted his deliberate ignorance of the 10,000 taels she was owed. Without hesitation, she produced a promissory note from her bosom. "I did not come today to reminisce with you and your wife. I am here to collect my silver." This document clearly states that the Yuntang marquis' estate was to deliver 10,000 taels to me 3 days ago. Yet here we are on the 4th day, and I have yet to see a single coin. Upon seeing the note, Nanchuan's expression nearly faltered. He first shot a fierce glare at Ming, that woman who was more of a hindrance than a help. Then, with a stern countenance, he addressed Yuntang. "Yuntang, even though you have wed into the Night King's residence, you remain my Nanchuan's daughter. Xin is your sister. And though I could overlook the fact that you struck her, you must not overstep your bounds. You audaciously demand a sum of 100,000 taels of silver. Do you comprehend that for an ordinary family, this is not a trifling amount? They might toil for 3 generations without amassing such wealth." Yuntang shrugged her shoulders, her gaze innocent. "But the marquis' residence is no ordinary family, is it? You possess a legacy that spans a century and need not rely on 3 generations to accumulate wealth. You and your eldest son serve as officials, while your second son engages in commerce. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. Surely, the 4 of you can gather the sum of 100,000 taels quite effortlessly?" Nanchuan. Why did he feel that this daughter was no longer easily deceived? Chapter 39. Yuntang's unique way of insulting. Previously, She would obediently comply whenever he played the family card. But how had she become so astute merely days after marrying into the Night King's residence? Among the crowd, a lady stepped forward to taunt. The actions of the Night Princess are truly beneath the dignity of nobility. Your parents toiled tirelessly to raise you and even arranged a good match for you, elevating you to the status of a princess, yet you immediately scheme for their silver. Your body and skin are gifts from your parents. Without their nurturing grace, how could you stand here demanding money from them? Your behavior is indeed unfilial and disgraceful, unworthy of the public eye. In my humble opinion, you ought to kneel at the gates of the marquis's residence and offer your parents a heartfelt apology, remaining there until they grant you their forgiveness. Yuntang could not suppress a cold smile within. She turned her gaze towards the lady in question, none other than Madame Chiu, the wife of the Minister of Revenue, who was known for her close ties with the Meng family. She inquired, "Might I ask how your children fare?" Naturally, devoted sons and virtuous grandsons, with children flourishing, far surpass what you could ever comprehend. With a calm demeanor, Yuntang replied, "Is that so? Then I wish for them to abandon their spouses and children, to turn against one another, ultimately to be cast out by their in-laws, leading a life of destitution, tormented to death by false affections. You dare to curse me, madam? Just watch as I tear your mouth to shreds." Madame Chiu's expression shifted dramatically. She raised her hand to strike Yuntang, only to be startled nearly deaf by the thunderous clang of a copper gong. Yuntang, seizing the moment, delivered a resounding slap across Madame Chiu's face, a punishment for her audacity and disrespect towards the princess. As the sound echoed, the other side of Madame Chiu's face received an equally forceful slap, a reprimand for her nonsensical and distorted claims. From the very day of my marriage, I severed ties with the Yuntang marquis. Now, they owe me a substantial sum of 100,000 taels, yet refuse to repay it. What is wrong with my demand for repayment? If anyone dares to contest this, let them settle the debt of 100,000 taels on behalf of the marquis. I shall respect you as true men. How does that sound? Upon her declaration, the crowd fell into an immediate and profound silence. They were merely spectators, not foolish enough to assist the Yuntang marquis in repaying the sum of 100,000 taels. Meng, observing Yuntang's relentless demeanor, stepped forward with reddened eyes, her voice gentle. "Yuntang, I understand your anger. It is indeed our Yuntang marquis that has wronged you. Qiqing's decision to carry the coffin to the Night King's residence was a grave mistake, and the marquis has already punished her for it. Might you consider extending us a little more time? For 100,000 taels is no trifling matter, and we truly cannot gather such a sum in haste." Yuntang gazed at the woman she was told was her biological mother, feeling an unprecedented sense of estrangement. Meng harbored no affection for her, and she reciprocated the sentiment. In Meng's eyes, she was merely an unattractive, unrefined country girl, overshadowed by the counterfeit charm of Qiqing. What significance did she hold as a biological daughter compared to that impostor? A cold smirk curved Yuntang's crimson lips. "Madam Meng, if my memory serves me correctly, did not Qiqing's dowry amount to 300,000 taels? Would it not suffice for you to part with a portion of it for me?" Meng's expression faltered momentarily. How did Yuntang come to know of Qiqing's dowry? This was information that, logically, should have remained within the confines of the marquis. After all, the Yuntang marquis had implicitly agreed that Qiqing was destined to marry His Highness the Crown Prince, one who would embody the virtues of a queen. Naturally, her dowry could not be meager, prompting Meng to begin preparations long ago. She pointed at the scattered gold and silver jewels, her smile innocuous. "Sister, you may not be aware, but all of this is the dowry prepared for me by father, mother, and my brothers. It amounts to 300,000 taels of silver. As the legitimate offspring of the marquis household, I can only imagine that your dowry will far exceed mine when you wed." At that moment, Yuntang was blissfully unaware that she would soon be coerced into marrying Luo Juanha. Qiqing's words indeed filled her with hope. Yet, she was overly optimistic. Whatever Qiqing possessed would never be hers. Her grandmother, parents, and brothers were solely concerned with Qiqing's happiness and well-being, never once inquiring about her own welfare or if she had eaten. It was only when Yuntang was to be married that Nanchuan and Meng Shi came to see her, informing her that they too had prepared a dowry for her. How laughable! "Lord Ji, Madam Meng, my patience has its limits. If you do not repay the debt today, I shall be compelled to make daily visits to cause a commotion. I could walk my dog today, stroll with ducks tomorrow, fish the day after. And if it comes to it, we can seek redress before the emperor, provided you are not concerned about the repercussions on your son's inheritance. Ji Nanchuan's neck flushed crimson. He wobbled slightly and was steadied by Meng Shi. Lord, are you unwell? Ji Nanchuan's expression darkened. How could he be well? It was all due to Meng Shi's foolishness in signing the promissory note that they found themselves in such a passive predicament. Now, Ji Yuntang had the audacity to threaten him with the matter of Ji Huaiche's succession. For Ji Nanchuan, this was far more distressing than a knife pressed against his throat. He understood that there was no alternative at this juncture. He could only resolve the matter with money to placate Ji Yuntang. With that, he shook off Meng's grasp and turned to enter the residence. Meng clenched her fists and hastily followed him inside. At the Zhu Yuxin tea house, a dashing young gentleman dressed in crimson held a folding fan. His phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowed as he gazed at the handsome man across from him. Your Highness, Prince Chen, it appears you have miscalculated this time. The Yuntang marquis has yet to repay the Night Princess. Luo Xian had not anticipated this twist. He believed that with Mrs. Meng having signed the IOU, repayment was a foregone conclusion. However, the situation had taken a turn. It was indeed within Ji Yuntang's capability to demand repayment. With a disdainful snort, Luo Xian thought, so what? Today, she has only succeeded in tarnishing my third brother's reputation. Chapter 40. This young master believes she is a blessing star. Xie Liuzheng's gaze fell upon Ji Yuntang amidst the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. This young master believes that with such a formidable princess consort, His Highness the Night King should feel fortunate. After all, the weak merely endure blows, while only the strong take the initiative. She is unlike the previous princess consorts, is she not? Ji Yuntang felt a scorching gaze upon her. When she looked up, she met the strikingly charming face of a young man, who sat in the tea house with an air of defiance and aristocracy. Noticing that she had easily caught sight of him, Xie Liuzheng's curiosity about her deepened. With a casual smile, he waved to Ji Yuntang below. Ji Yuntang found the situation rather perplexing. After all, she did not know him, so why was he waving at her? When he turned away, seemingly ignoring her, Xie Liuzheng remained unfazed, a mischievous smirk playing on his slender lips. Ji Yuntang's earlier stance of confrontation had been exceedingly impressive, garnering Chen Hu's admiration. He inquired, Princess, where shall we venture next? With a slight curve of her crimson lips and a languid demeanor, Ji Yuntang replied, to collect the winnings from your bets, of course. Suddenly, Chen Hu facepalmed, realizing he had overlooked such a crucial matter. The princess had instructed him to wager 1,200 taels of silver on her losing, and now it was uncertain how much the stakes had multiplied. Upon arriving at the betting booth, they found a throng of people eagerly awaiting their share of the winnings. Undoubtedly, the majority had placed their bets on Ji Yuntang's victory, as none would anticipate that a family as illustrious as the Yuntang marquis would act in bad faith and refuse to acknowledge their commitments. However, when they witnessed Ji Yuntang's complete bet on her own loss, their expressions morphed into a vibrant display reminiscent of a painter's palette. The initial capital of 1,200 taels had multiplied tenfold, and Ji Yuntang walked away with a staggering 12,000 taels. Just as she was about to depart, a lean, dark-skinned young man clad in a brocade robe stepped forward, exclaiming, who would bet on their own defeat? I suspect this is a trap set by the Night Princess in collusion with the Yuntang marquis. Ji Yuntang regarded him with an expression that danced between amusement and irony. So, you wish to make a fortune from betting, yet when faced with a loss, you resort to barking like a dog? Pray tell, sir, can you not bear the weight of your own losses? It is my prerogative to stake my own losses, and I am not beholden to provide explanations to anyone. Am I not? Well said. A melodious and magnetic voice resonated, prompting the crowd to turn and behold Xie Liuzheng and Luo Xian, who had inexplicably materialized behind them. Ji Yuntang frowned. What brought these two here? The attendees collectively knelt. Commoners pay their respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince, and young Master Xie. Luo Xian spoke in a calm tone, rise. Having said that, he did not cast a glance at Ji Yuntang, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. Xie Liuzheng, with a leisurely voice and a raised brow, remarked, there is no need for such formalities, esteemed guests. Today, both the Crown Prince and I have come to collect our winnings. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that such prominent figures would partake in such trivial wagers. Yet, they were curious about what stakes His Highness and young Master Xie had placed. Xie Liuzheng's gaze fell upon the thick stack of banknotes in Ji Yuntang's hands, his smile growing ever more radiant. Night Princess, I too wager that you shall lose. It seems that thanks to you, I shall reap considerable profits today. Ji Yuntang maintained her indifferent demeanor, replying, do as you wish. Noticing her lack of reaction, Xia Luzheng inquired further. Are you not curious about what the crown prince has wagered? Not at all. I have little patience for those whose intellect is lacking, she retorted. Luo Xinyan's expression darkened instantly. This woman dared to declare, in front of so many witnesses, that his intellect was deficient, were it not for his third brother's regard. He would have long since expelled Ji Yuntang from the Night King's residence, rather than allow her to wield her influence here. Ignoring the predatory gaze of Luo Xianian, Ji Yuntang naturally tucked the banknotes into her bosom and grasped the dog leash firmly. Your Highness, Prince Chun, she remarked. I told you that your third royal sister-in-law is a harbinger of fortune. You were skeptical, yet look how her arrival has allowed me to amass such wealth. Thus, I shall graciously accept all these silver coins. Luo Xianian's countenance darkened, and with a disdainful snort, he turned on his heel and departed. Ji Yuntang a harbinger of fortune? Nonsense. He had wagered 3,000 taels of silver with Xia Luzheng, betting on Ji Yuntang's victory, and now he faced a total loss. Conversely, Xia Luzheng, inexplicably determined to stake 5,000 taels on Ji Yuntang's defeat, found himself reaping abundant rewards. As the heir to the Duke of Rongwa's estate, Xia Luzheng had always been a frivolous dandy, never indulging in such trivial pursuits. Luo Xianian felt a growing sense of incomprehension towards his once familiar friend. Ji Yuntang ventured into the market to procure various ingredients, preparing to cook a mushroom chicken soup, a silver fungus and lotus seed porridge, and a steamed egg custard for Luo Juanhe that afternoon. With his health gradually improving, Luo Juanhe's appetite was also increasing. Ji Yuntang meticulously prepared each dish to be tender and easy to consume, perfectly suited for his convalescent state. As he swallowed the finely shredded chicken, he remarked, a tang. It feels as though in just a few days, I've begun to regain some flesh. Ji Yuntang playfully pinched his waist, saying, it's about time you added some weight. You, with your towering stature, have become so emaciated. It breaks my heart to see you like this. I can hardly fathom how you've endured all these years. But fret not. As long as I am here at Night King's Manor, no one shall dare to bully us again. Luo Juanhe felt a gentle warmth in his heart as he gazed affectionately in the direction of Ji Yuntang. For a fleeting moment, her blurred silhouette seemed to reflect in his eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. A sense of disappointment washed over him. He longed to open his eyes and behold his little princess, wishing to etch her image into his memory. This way, regardless of whether Ji Yuntang was by his side, he would always carry a thought of her within him. Suddenly, Ji Yuntang leaned closer, her fingertip lightly brushing against his prominent nose, like a feather teasing his heart. Ahi, what are you thinking so intently? The scent unique to her wafted to his nostrils, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. I was pondering whether you would find me repulsive if I were to gain weight. What is there to find repulsive? If you were to become plump, I would take you out for exercise every day, just in time to sculpt those 8-pack abs of yours. Luo Juanhe. So it turns out, his little princess not only wished to share a chamber with him, but also coveted his abs. Chapter 41. The Sharp-Tongued Princess. It wasn't until evening that Steward Yin of the Yuntang Marquis Manor finally delivered the 100,000 taels of silver to Ji Yuntang. Upon seeing her, Steward Yin wore an air of arrogance, his disdain palpable. Night Princess, our esteemed matriarch has remarked that you have already profited over 10,000 taels by leveraging the influence of the Yuntang Marquis Manor at the betting table today. Consider it a stroke of good fortune. Bang! Before Steward Yin could finish his sentence, Ji Yuntang kicked him, sending him flying 3 meters away, where he crashed violently against a tree. Moreover, Ji Qingqing provoked the princess first. Do you expect me to apologize to her? Is she worthy of it? Ji Yuntang tucked away the banknotes and turned to enter the estate, the gates of the Night King's residence closing behind her, leaving Steward Yin outside fuming with indignation. Oh, dear lady, the Night Princess is utterly outrageous. Not only has she taken our 100,000 taels of silver, but she also insulted us, claiming that the Yuntang Marquis is akin to a decorative pile of excrement, unworthy of her acceptance even if offered freely. Just the sight of her is revolting. She further remarked that you, dear madam, are blind and akin to a fool, fit only to be trampled beneath her feet, and that Miss Qingqing would not even qualify to offer her shoes. I merely followed your instructions, delivering the message with utmost courtesy. Yet the Night Princess not only disregarded it but also assaulted me. Look at my injuries. She has left me unable to stand straight. Upon hearing this, the old lady's fury erupted, her head nearly steaming with rage. Disloyal and unfilial, with a venomous heart, How could Ming give birth to such a coarse and despicable daughter? Without the backing of the Yuntang marquis, I shall see how long this wretched woman can remain arrogant in public. Sooner or later, I will make Yuntang kneel at the gates of the marquis, begging for our forgiveness. Yuntang, oblivious to the events unfolding at the Yuntang marquis, would have dismissed them with disdain had she known, for there would never come a day when she would kneel and seek forgiveness. Today, she had earned a staggering 11,000 taels of silver, transforming from a penniless wretch into a plump little heiress. Yuntang felt a delightful sense of satisfaction in her heart. Yet she was acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. Not only were there numerous individuals within the Night King's residence to support, but the subsequent medical care for Luo Juanha would also incur exorbitant expenses. Thus, she had to devise a means to earn more money. On the following morning, after Yuntang had finished serving breakfast to Luo Juanha, an unexpected visitor arrived at the door. The woman was adorned in magnificent attire, her head crowned with jeweled hairpins, her beauty striking yet ethereal, exuding an aura reminiscent of misty mountains and rain, resembling a regal peacock. However, the arrogance in her eyes was impossible to conceal. This was none other than the biological daughter of the favored concubine, the younger sister of Luo Juanha, Princess Luo Qianxue, who held the 10th rank in the palace. When Yuntang was informed to come, she found Luo Qianxue seated in the front hall, sipping tea, showing no inclination whatsoever to rise and pay her respects upon Yuntang's arrival. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, she was shockingly hideous. Perhaps only my blind third brother could find her appealing. My third brother truly has no standards, accepting anything, and given his current ghastly state, one might wonder why he hasn't simply met his end. It is utterly repulsive, and you too share in this repugnance. What is there to admire about this ugly creature? The Night King's residence is truly a place of ill fortune. A cripple paired with an ugly woman. What a match made in hell. Just as Luo Qianxue was about to sip her tea, her cup unexpectedly vanished. Yuntang seized the cup from her hand, splashing the hot tea and leaves all over her delicate face. The scalding liquid elicited a piercing scream from Luo Qianxue. How dare you douse this princess with such boiling tea? I shall have your life. She rushed forward, intent on throttling Yuntang, but was swiftly seized by the arm and thrown over Yuntang's shoulder, crashing heavily to the ground. Luo Qianxue grimaced in pain, unable to rise. Regardless of whether one is a princess or a schemer, I have no qualms about putting those who enter my Night King manor and speak so disrespectfully in their place. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that Luo Qianxue's maidservants, Qiu Shui and Xiutong, were caught utterly off guard. It was only when Luo Qianxue let out a piercing scream that Qiu Shui hurried to assist her, rebuking coldly, "How dare you show such disrespect to the 10th princess? Are you not afraid of the consequences from Lady Li? If Lady Li were to take action, it should indeed be against your princess for her coarse language and insubordination towards the emperor and empress. According to the laws of Dongqin, she deserves 10 lashes and 100 copies of the royal family rules to be transcribed, does she not?" Yuntang had already perused the royal family regulations of the Dongqin kingdom, which were extensive, yet could be distilled into a singular principle: rank dictates authority. And entering the royal sphere elevates one's status to that of divine right. The higher one's rank, the greater their influence, and the heavier their burdens. Luo Qianxue is the biological sister of Luo Juanha, while Yuntang stands as her rightful empress. In the face of disrespect, Yuntang's reprimand was justified. Even in the eyes of the emperor, Luo Qianxue was taken aback by Yuntang's knowledge of royal protocols. Gritting her teeth, she awkwardly rose, her hair still dripping with water. "Yuntang, as long as this princess does not acknowledge you as my empress, you shall never be worthy of such a title. This princess cannot contend with you, yet I find it hard to believe that my mother cannot manage you either. Just wait. I shall ensure that you pay for your actions today." With those fierce words, Luo Qianxue fled in disarray, as if pursued by ferocious beasts. Yuntang's lips curled in a cold smile as she retrieved a bottle of alcohol from her space, spraying it on her hands. She instructed her servant, "Go inform the guards that from now on, no inconsequential individuals are to be admitted." In the Weiyang Palace, the beautiful Li Fei, adorned in a purple lotus attire, lounged leisurely on a recliner, indulging in grapes while 2 palace maids fanned her gently. "Mother, you must stand up for me." Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air, causing the grapes in Li Fei's hand to tumble to the ground. She sat up, her expression one of utter shock as she beheld Luo Qianxue, drenched and with a swollen face. "Swear, what has happened to you? Who has wronged you?" Chapter 42. Li Fei's invitation. Li Fei was well acquainted with her daughter's temperament, domineering and flamboyant, yet no one dared to bully her. What could have transpired today? Mother. It was none other than that wretched Yuntang. You asked me to see her, and she threw tea in my face and pushed me to the ground. My face hurts so much, and my entire body is in pain. Mother, she is utterly arrogant. You must help me teach her a proper lesson. Li Fei felt a flicker of alarm within her. Could it truly be Yuntang? Did she possess the audacity to strike a princess? Swear, tell me honestly. Did you say something that provoked Yuntang's wrath, prompting her to act against you? A flicker of guilt flashed in Luo Qianxua's eyes as she stamped her foot and bitterly exclaimed, "What can I say? I merely called her an ugly freak." And she exploded. She is undeniably unattractive, with a dark complexion riddled with blemishes. I simply spoke the truth. Is there any fault in that? Is it unreasonable to comment on someone's lack of beauty? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Li Fei's eyes. With her understanding of Luo Qianxua, she discerned that the latter was not being entirely forthright. However, she was indifferent to this revelation. She could easily surmise her daughter's actions with a mere thought. As for Yuntang, she would leave that matter to her mother, as she too wished to meet her. Once Luo Qianxua departed, the warmth on Li Fei's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a cold gaze directed at Jianlan. Go to the Night King's residence and convey a message. Inform the Night King's consort to come to Weiyang Palace tomorrow morning to learn the rules. Jianlan acknowledged the command, replying, "Yes, Your Highness." Upon learning of Li Fei's desire to see her, Yuntang felt neither surprise nor astonishment. Rather, she found it entirely anticipated. It had been nearly 10 days since her marriage to Luo Jianha, and Li Fei had neither visited the Night King's residence nor sent any gifts, nor even inquired after them with a simple greeting. It was as if she had already condemned her own son to a fate of despair. Yuntang was uncertain of Li Fei's true feelings towards Luo Jianha, so she resolved to visit the palace the following day to gain clarity. As dawn broke, Tao Ji entered to rouse Yuntang. "My lady, rise quickly. You are to meet with Her Highness Li Fei today, and such matters cannot be delayed." Yuntang glanced at the sky outside, which resembled the time around 6 or 7 o'clock in the modern world. She was merely meeting the beautiful concubine. It was not as if she were attending a grand state ceremony. So was it truly necessary to arrive so early? Nevertheless, she rose from her slumber, for she needed to administer acupuncture to Luo Jianha once more before entering the palace. "Your Highness, how do you find this attire for today?" Taoji presented a flowing purple silk gown adorned with large silver butterflies, shimmering beautifully in the sunlight. "It is splendid. I shall wear it," she replied. As the gown enveloped her figure, the matching belt accentuated her slender waist, enhancing Yuntang's already graceful and statuesque silhouette. Compared to her emaciated frame upon her arrival in this era, she had grown taller and more proportionate through diligent exercise. "Your Highness, you look truly exquisite. This gown from Baotsue Pavilion suits you perfectly," Taoji praised earnestly. Yuntang smiled gently, acknowledging, "It was you who procured it from Baotsue Pavilion, which speaks to your discerning taste." Taoji felt a tinge of bashfulness at Yuntang's compliment. She thought the princess remarkably magnanimous. For had she been a typical young lady from an affluent family, she might have been sold off by now. In contrast, Yuntang generously provided her with silver to procure supplies from the market, demonstrating her profound trust in Taoji. While preparing her makeup, Taoji inquired, "Your Highness, shall we conceal that dark spot on your face?" Although the Eastern Qin Kingdom lacked cosmetics capable of covering blemishes, Yuntang possessed some that could, having witnessed their efficacy in erasing the blemish on her face previously. "No need, a light makeup will suffice. Today, I am merely attending to learn the proper etiquette, not to engage in a beauty contest. Being overly conspicuous may invite unwarranted attention," she replied. Soon, Taoji assisted Yuntang in her grooming, adorning her hair with a single exquisite begonia gold hairpin, while foregoing any additional jewelry. This choice imparted an air of elegance without appearing overly simplistic. As Taoji urged her to hasten, Yuntang hastily prepared some milk buns for breakfast and set aside a cup of milk and a bowl of vegetable noodles for Luo Jianha. After he finished his meal, she retrieved silver needles from her space and gently inserted them into the acupoints atop his head. "Ahi, today marks the 4th time I've performed acupuncture on you. Are your eyes feeling any more comfortable?" Luo Jianha nodded, his voice warm. "Indeed, after each session, my eyes feel pleasantly warm, as if basking in sunlight. So comforting." "That is wonderful to hear. The stagnation of blood in your head has persisted for too long. Clearing it is not a matter of a day or two. I shall perform additional sessions, and you will notice a more pronounced improvement. After completing the acupuncture, Yuntang affectionately stroked Luo Juna's head, saying, "Ahi, I have matters to attend to outside today. You must stay at home and wait for me. I've left Chunhu in the courtyard. If you need anything, just call for him." Sensing the strained relationship between Luo Junha and his mother, Li Fei, Yuntang refrained from disclosing her intention to visit the palace to see his mother. Furthermore, having contacted Luo Qianxue, she was aware that her visit to the palace would entail more than merely learning the rules. Numerous other matters likely awaited her, and she wished to spare Luo Junha from unnecessary worry. With a wave of farewell, Yuntang boarded the carriage of the Night King's residence, accompanied by Tao Ji. As they made their way to the palace, upon their arrival at the palace gates, a young eunuch came forth to escort them inside. The imperial palace of Dongchen Kingdom is resplendent, adorned with red walls and green tiles, featuring pavilions and towers. At the grand crimson entrance, two imposing stone lions stand guard, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. A crisis has arisen. The 17th prince has collapsed due to illness. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. A throng of onlookers buzzes incessantly around the flower bed. Yuntang struggles to see clearly, and just as she attempts to approach, she is halted by a leading young eunuch. "Princess Yi, Lady Li is still waiting for you in Weiyang Palace. You should come with me promptly. Do not keep her waiting for too long," he insists. Yuntang, unfazed, retorts coldly, "Did you not hear them say the 17th prince is in trouble? I believe that a matter of life and death takes precedence." Internally, the young eunuch curses Yuntang, deeming her an eyesore meddling in affairs that do not concern her, yet he maintains an obsequious demeanor, blocking her path. "Princess Yi, you lack medical knowledge. It would be best not to interfere. Please, follow me to Weiyang Palace to meet Lady Li. Enough of this noise." Yuntang glares at him, causing the eunuch to feel as though a venomous snake has fixed its gaze upon him, sending chills down his spine. As he prepares to respond, he suddenly finds himself speechless, as if something is lodged in his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a single sound. Chapter 43. Rescuing in the back garden. At this moment, Yuntang has already maneuvered past the crowd, arriving at the center of the back garden. There, she spots a plump little figure lying on the ground, his face flushed and his delicate hands clutching the hem of his garment tightly. His body convulses on the ground, and he froths at the mouth. This is dire. He is suffering from epilepsy. Yuntang shouted at once, urging everyone to disperse and allow the air to circulate. She retrieved a silver needle from her spatial pouch, poised to pierce the chest of the small figure, but was firmly restrained by a palace maid. "Halt! Who are you to dare harm the 17th prince?" Yuntang frowned in displeasure, responding, "I am here to save him." "What nonsense! The 17th prince's ailment has baffled numerous imperial physicians. How dare a wild girl, whose origins are unknown, claim she can save him? If anything were to happen to the 17th prince, the empress will hold you accountable for your life." Yuntang's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at the increasingly labored breathing of the small figure. Time was of the essence. She forcefully broke free from the maid's grasp, swiftly driving the silver needle into the small figure's body. As another maid rushed forward to obstruct her, a slender silhouette intervened, spreading her arms wide. It was Tao Ji. Tao Ji trembled with fear yet resolutely stood before Yuntang. "I implore you all to trust Our Lady just this once. She will surely heal the 17th prince." Tao Ji was acutely aware of the transformation in Luo Junha's body, which was entirely due to Yuntang's efforts. Though uncertain of Yuntang's medical expertise, her only recourse was to buy her more time. Yet, how could those palace maids and eunuchs be swayed by Tao Ji's words? They surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. "What manner of being are you, daring to stand before us? The status of the 17th prince is of utmost nobility, one that should not be trifled with by your mere consort. If you do not command your consort to cease, I shall strike you down." A flurry of fists descended upon Tao Ji, who gritted her teeth in silence, her hands gripping tightly onto the legs of the two eunuchs, resolutely preventing their advance. Yuntang's administration of needles could not be interrupted. She had not anticipated that, at such a critical moment, it would be Tao Ji who bravely stepped forward to buy her time. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. This timid and reserved girl had risked everything for her sake. Yuntang quickened her movements, employing her professional techniques as she extracted the last silver needle from the little one. Rising swiftly, She unleashed a powerful kick that sent the eunuchs who were assaulting Tao Ji flying. "How dare you lay a hand on those belonging to me?" Ji Yuntang's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and she advanced to deliver several more kicks, causing the two to spit blood. Tao Ji, witnessing Ji Yuntang's actions, felt her eyes welling with tears. Was the consort truly standing up for her? As a servant, what merit had she to be blessed with such a benevolent mistress? With her face bruised and battered, Tao Ji was lifted by Ji Yuntang, who then retrieved a healing ointment from her possession, just as she was about to apply it. A thought struck her, and she instead produced a medicinal pill. "Tao Ji, take this first. It will alleviate your pain." Ji Yuntang assessed the situation. Although Tao Ji's injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial wounds, and with her ointment, the swelling would soon subside. However, at this moment, she intends to retain these injuries for a greater purpose. Since she has come this far and has been maliciously wronged, the medical expenses for Tao Ji must be reimbursed. Otherwise, it would be rather unjust for the young girl. "Thank you, Your Highness," Tao Ji said, her eyes glistening with tears. She reached out to accept the pill from Ji Yuntang's hand and, to her astonishment, found that her wounds no longer pained her. Just then, a middle-aged physician with a square face hurriedly approached with a medicine box. "Where is the 17th prince? Let me examine him at once." Shui Xian rushed over, cradling a small bundle and weeping. "Doctor Sun, you finally arrived. Please, you must check on the 17th prince, after that woman pricked him with several needles. He has shown no signs of life." She was the maid who had been cast aside by Ji Yuntang, and the safety of the 17th prince was her responsibility. Should anything happen, she would bear the brunt of it. "Before I arrived, how could you allow anyone else to examine the 17th prince? If anything goes awry, you shall face the Queen Mother's wrath." Though Dr. Sun's words were sharp, his hands moved swiftly to grasp the small bundle's wrist. As he felt the pulse, his brow furrowed and relaxed repeatedly, ultimately settling into a look of confusion. Strange, the 17th prince's pulse is remarkably stable, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the boy was drooling slightly. It was evident he was merely asleep. The 17th prince is simply slumbering. His health is perfectly fine. "What are you all weeping about?" As Dr. Sun concluded his statement, Shui Xian struggled to maintain her composure. Asleep? How could this be possible? She recalled vividly that she had given the 17th prince candied fruits laced with medicine, intending to provoke his epilepsy. How could he merely be asleep? Shui Xian remained unconvinced, believing that Ji Yuntang must have done something to the 17th prince. "Master Sun, could it be that you misdiagnosed him? Just moments ago, we all witnessed the 17th prince convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth. It was clearly an epileptic seizure. This woman even pricked the 17th prince multiple times. Master Sun, please examine the 17th prince's pulse again." Upon hearing his medical skills questioned, Master Sun became furious. "Are you the physician, or am I? I have practiced for over 20 years. Do you think I cannot discern whether the 17th prince is merely asleep? You lot cannot even care for a minor noble. You are truly a bunch of useless gluttons." Ji Yuntang stood aside, observing as she did not miss the fleeting coldness in the palace maid's eyes. Her intuition told her that the 17th prince's affliction was inextricably linked to this very maid. She approached and inquired, "Are you in the service of Her Majesty the Empress?" Shui Xian was bewildered by the question, assuming that the other party feared her due to her status. She proudly lifted her head, declaring, "Indeed, I am a first-class maid in the Empress's service, responsible for the daily care of the 17th prince." "Oh, then take me to meet the Empress, and let us settle the medical expenses for both the 17th prince and my maid." Ji Yuntang's words left Shui Xian utterly dumbfounded. A repugnant figure, emerging from the shadows, audaciously proclaims herself a princess, and shockingly dares to demand medical expenses from Her Majesty the Empress? Does she truly comprehend that treating the 17th prince is an extraordinary privilege bestowed upon her, one that she could scarcely have earned in a lifetime? It is perplexing how this woman managed to cure an ailment that even the imperial physicians could not remedy. Suddenly, a thought struck Shui Xian, her eyes darkening. Since this woman has so recklessly sought her own demise, she shall oblige her. The Empress resides in the Fengyi Palace ahead. If you wish to meet her, follow me. Chapter 44. Audience with the Empress. Shui Xian picked up the little bundle and set off, with Ji Yuntang promptly trailing behind, accompanied by Tao Ji. As they made their way to Fengyi Palace, the small eunuch, rendered mute by poison, was in a state of frantic despair upon realizing that Ji Yuntang had followed another. Oh no, he had intended to escort the night princess to see the Li concubine, yet she had now headed towards the empress. What to do? In his moment of urgency, the eunuch discovered he could speak again. He immediately dashed in the opposite direction towards Weiyang Palace to inform the Li concubine. At the entrance of Fingyi Palace, Shui Xian's eyes glinted as she positioned herself directly in front of Ji Yuntang. Please wait here for a moment. I must first announce your presence to Her Majesty the Empress. Once inside, upon beholding the woman adorned in a phoenix robe seated in the main position, her expression transformed instantly into one of feigned sorrow. Your Majesty, there has been an incident involving the 17th prince. Today, while I was playing with him in the back garden, his epilepsy suddenly manifested, causing him to collapse, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Just as I sent someone to summon the imperial physician, a woman claiming to be the princess unexpectedly appeared, assaulting several of us and rendering the 17th prince unconscious. Upon hearing this, a look of urgency crossed the queen's gentle face as she rose to her feet. Quickly, bring Aner to me. I must see him. Shui Xian handed over Luo Xianen and discreetly pinched the 17th prince's calf when the queen was not looking. The little boy, who had been peacefully dreaming while munching on a chicken leg, immediately began to cry upon being held by the queen. His short arms could not reach the spot where Shui Xian had pinched him, leaving him to gaze tearfully at the queen. Mother, it hurts, it hurts. This cry deeply pained the queen. Aner, where does it hurt? The woman is currently waiting at the palace gate. Does your Majesty wish to summon her? Let her in. The queen replied, her expression slightly frosty, while she continued to comfort the little one in her arms. Aner, be good. Do not cry. Do not cry. When Ji Yuntang entered, she exchanged glances with Shui Xian, who bore a look of schadenfreude, as if to say, you are doomed. Await your fate. Ji Yuntang furrowed her brow and proceeded to greet the queen according to protocol. This humble servant, Ji Yuntang, pays her respects to your Majesty. Long live the queen. Long live the queen, and may she live for 1,000 ages. Upon hearing the name Ji Yuntang, the empress immediately discerned her identity. You are the newly wedded consort of the Night King, Ji Yuntang? The empress narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Ji Yuntang with a piercing gaze. I have been informed that you were the one who struck my son, causing him to wail incessantly. She spoke falsely. It was the 17th prince who had suffered a seizure, and it was I who intervened to save him. How could there be any notion of having harmed him? In the face of the empress's imposing demeanor, Ji Yuntang remained utterly composed, her expression as serene as ever. If your Majesty harbors doubts, the puncture marks on the 17th prince's chest serve as evidence. Just moments ago, physician's son examined him in the rear garden. He can be summoned to verify the truth. The empress subtly signaled to the maid, Shun, who promptly exited through the side door. At that moment, a timid, tearful voice chimed in. Are you a fairy sister? The little one sniffled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed up at Ji Yuntang. Did you descend from the heavens? When I was on the verge of death, it was you, fairy sister, who saved me. The empress was taken aback. This contradicted what she had been told by Shui Xian. She turned her gaze toward her son. Aner, is this true? Did this sister not harm you? The 17th prince shook his head. No, mother, I felt dizzy and could hardly breathe. It was fairy sister who pressed my back a few times, and I felt much better. However, I fell asleep afterward and am unaware of what transpired. The queen's expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Lady Yi, it appears I have misjudged you. I am grateful for your intervention in saving my son. Whatever reward you desire, I shall gladly bestow upon you. Ji Yuntang was taken aback that the exalted queen would extend an apology to her, which prompted her to regard the queen with a modicum more respect. Your Majesty, my act of saving the 17th prince was merely a trivial effort. However, I have come with a matter for which I seek your judgment. During my treatment of the 17th prince, 2 servants by your side inflicted injuries upon my maid. She is still bruised and battered. I wish to seek justice for her. Having spoken, she summoned Taoji to enter, allowing the queen a closer inspection. This was Taoji's first time in the palace, and she was understandably nervous in the presence of the lofty queen. Ji Yuntang gently reassured her, do not be afraid. Lift your head. Her Majesty will advocate for you. With that encouragement, Taoji gradually raised her head. Her once delicate and charming face was now marred with bruises, her eyes swollen like those of a panda, and traces of dried blood still lingered at the corners of her mouth. Upon witnessing the extent of the injuries, the queen's anger flared. Call forth those servants who harmed the maid of the Night King's residence. Have them taken out and dealt 50 lashes, and then assigned to the stables to tend to the horses, with a strict prohibition from ever stepping foot in the Weiyang Palace again. As her words resonated, she commanded the maid to retrieve 1,000 taels of silver and a golden jade dragon bracelet. Knight Empress, this is a token of my appreciation. I implore you to accept it as a gesture of gratitude for saving Anur. Furthermore, please allow the physician to tend to the wounds on your maid's face. Ji Yuntang accepted it with grace, devoid of any psychological burden. Then I thank Her Majesty the Empress profusely. However, there is a matter that perplexes me, and I seek your guidance. While attending to the 17th prince, I observed that the onset of his condition appeared peculiar, almost as if deliberately induced. Might I inquire what you fed the 17th prince this morning? Upon hearing these words, the Empress's expression shifted dramatically. Are you suggesting that Anur's seizures were orchestrated by someone? Ji Yuntang shook her head, then nodded. It is both so and not so. The 17th prince's epilepsy is congenital, yet based on his pulse, such a severe episode at this age is uncommon. I suspect someone may have poisoned him to provoke an early attack. Chapter 45. Unmasking the traitor. The Empress paled. Ji Yuntang's words conjured numerous thoughts. Luo Xianen's first seizure occurred at the age of 1.5, subsequently manifesting approximately every 2 months. Now, at 3 years old, the frequency of his episodes has escalated, often striking without warning, leaving him convulsing on the ground. The Empress felt a pang of anguish. Yet the imperial physician asserted that this condition was innate, stemming from the womb, and could not be cured, only suppressed with medication. If Ji Yuntang was not deceiving herself, the notion that someone was deliberately harming her son was profoundly chilling. The queen, apprehensive and with a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck, dared not dwell on her thoughts. The attendants around her were trusted maids who had served her loyally for many years. Could it be that there was indeed a traitor among them? At that moment, Mama Shen entered the chamber and whispered into the queen's ear, "Your Majesty, I have inquired with physician's son, and he has confirmed that what Lady Yi said is true. There is no deception." The queen felt a chill settle in her heart. If Ji Yuntang had not lied, then the deceit must lie with her own maids. Ji Yuntang spoke softly, "Your Majesty, the substance that induced the 17th prince's affliction is a poison known as stardust grass. It is colorless and tasteless when dissolved in water, yet when refined, it appears as a recognizable white powder. You should dispatch someone to thoroughly search the quarters of the maids responsible for the 17th prince's daily care. I believe we shall uncover some clues." Upon hearing this, the queen understood the gravity of the situation as it concerned her son's very life. Without hesitation, she turned to her most capable attendant, Mama Shen, and commanded, "Mama Shen, you shall personally lead a search of the rooms of Shui Xian, Shui Wu, Shui Bing, and Shui Yan. Report back to me immediately should you discover anything unusual." Mama Shen nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall gather a team to conduct the search at once." Approximately half an hour later, Mama Su entered with a young eunuch who had assisted in the search. She produced a packet of white powder from a tray and announced, "I report to Your Majesty. This was found beneath the bed of Shui Xian. It has been examined by the physician and indeed matches the description provided by Lady Yu. The remaining medicinal powder, now reduced to a mere half packet, were unmistakable signs of frequent usage." The queen's eyes reddened with anger upon her examination. One could easily infer the number of times Shui Xian had clandestinely employed the powder to induce illness in the 17th prince while attending to him. "Summon Shui Xian to me at once." When Shui Xian was brought forth by 2 guards, she appeared utterly bewildered, oblivious to the gravity of her alleged transgression that warranted such a dramatic summoning. However, the queen's subsequent words left her trembling in fear, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. "You, Shui Xian, whom I have treated with kindness, why have you resorted to poisoning the 17th prince? Who has incited you to commit such treachery?" The queen had borne 2 sons and 1 daughter, Crown Prince Luo Jingshun, Princess Luo Qinggu, and the 17th prince, Luo Xianen, who had only just turned 3. The queen could scarcely believe that Shui Xian would possess the audacity to act without instigation. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have not conspired against the 17th prince. My loyalty to him is as steadfast as the sun and moon." Upon uttering this, she suddenly turned her gaze fiercely upon Ji Yuntang, accusing her of orchestrating this scheme against her. "I implore you, Your Majesty, to see the truth." Madame Shen stepped forward, thrusting the tray of medicinal powder toward Shui Xian's face. "Impudent Shui Xian, even in the face of death, you dare to deny your guilt. Explain this crushed star grass powder discovered beneath your bed." Shui Xian's expression morphed from disbelief to a pallid hue, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? She had concealed the powder so well. How could it have been uncovered? In a moment of dire consequence, how could she possibly confess to such a grave offense that could cost her her life? Your Majesty, this substance does not belong to me. I am being framed. Yuntang scoffed. If you continue to deny it, I possess another method for verification. You have touched that powder. Remnants must linger on your hands, which cannot be washed away within 3 days. Moreover, the star fragment herb will react with vinegar. If your Majesty sends for a bowl of vinegar and allows Shui Xian to immerse her hand within it, should her fingers turn black, it will unequivocally prove that she has indeed handled the powder within these 3 days. The Empress coldly commanded, Madam Shun, have someone bring a bowl of vinegar. I wish to ascertain whether Shui Xian has been in contact with the star fragment herb powder. A maid soon presented a basin of vinegar. The Empress raised her hand slightly, prompting a guard to seize Shui Xian and force her hand into the vinegar. Shui Xian struggled desperately, uncertain if Yuntang's words held any truth. If the powder truly reacted with vinegar, her fate would be sealed. Yet ultimately, her hand was pressed into the basin. Before long, her fingers visibly darkened, while the palm remained unchanged. To any observant eye, it was clear that her fingers had indeed come into contact with the powder, triggering the reaction with the vinegar. The Empress stepped forward and struck Shui Xian across the face, her normally gentle demeanor nearly fraying at the seams. It truly is you. Shui Xian, how dare you harm my son? Who orchestrated this treachery? Shui Xian realized that escape from death was futile. She clenched her teeth and let out a cold, mocking smile. No one compelled me to act thus. I am merely envious of the 17th prince's noble status, envious of his carefree and luxurious existence, wishing only for his demise. Upon uttering these words, she managed a bitter smile before collapsing to the ground, black blood oozing from her lips and nostrils. The sight of blood sealed her fate in an instant. Yuntang approached, furrowing her brow. Your Majesty, she had concealed poison within her mouth. This revelation indicated that Shui Xian had premeditated her actions. Upon her scheme being uncovered, she chose to take her own life. The fleeting lead had vanished, and the queen rubbed her temples, gripped by lingering dread. Lady Knight, I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention, which enabled me to unearth the traitor lurking beside me. Had she remained close to Anur, I shudder to think of the harm she might have inflicted upon him. Yuntang glanced at the little one sketching at the table and offered a gentle smile. The 17th prince is truly delightful. The one who would seek to poison him is utterly deranged. Had I not chanced upon that scene today? I cannot fathom anyone witnessing the 17th prince in peril and choosing to stand idly by. At that moment, the queen suddenly recalled something, her expression turning animated as she regarded her. Lady Knight, since you are aware that this ailment is epilepsy and have come to a nurse aid, might you possess a remedy for this condition? Yuntang, equally fond of the little one, pondered before responding, there is indeed a method. But this affliction cannot be cured overnight. I must perform acupuncture on the 17th prince every 10 days, in conjunction with specially formulated medications, before he can recover. Chapter 46. The Queen's Enlightenment. The Queen's eyes sparkled with unexpected delight. She had merely inquired without any significant hope regarding Yuntang's capabilities. Yet it seemed she truly possessed a remedy. Yuntang spoke slowly. Today, I have already administered acupuncture to the 17th prince. If your Majesty trusts my words, I shall return in 10 days to perform another session. A flicker of hope coursed through the queen's heart. Despite this being their first encounter, she felt an inexplicable urge to place her faith in Yuntang. Eyes do not deceive. She discerned that Yuntang harbored no malice towards Luo Xianen. Grateful, the queen responded, then I shall be indebted to you, Lady Knight. If my son's ailment is alleviated, I shall surely reward you handsomely. By the way, how is Lord Knight's health? Should you require any assistance from me, do not hesitate to ask. Yuntang smiled graciously. I appreciate your Majesty's concern. I am currently aiding he in his recovery. If I find myself in need of your Majesty's assistance in the future, I shall not hold back. Noticing the hour was late, she took the initiative to bid farewell. Your Majesty, I must visit Lady Li next. So I shall take my leave for now, and will return to pay my respects on another day. The queen did not insist on her staying longer, and instructed Nurse Shin to personally escort Yuntang out. Yuntang arrived at Weiyang Palace with a peach branch in hand. Consort Li had been awaiting her presence for quite some time. Aware that Yuntang had first visited the Empress, she feigned a smile and remarked, Night Princess, I have heard that you intervened to save the 17th prince today. Might it be that you possess medical knowledge? Not at all, Ji Yuntang replied modestly. I merely once treated a pig, a cow, and 2 ducks in the countryside. Today, I happened upon the 17th prince collapsed in the back garden and lent a hand. To my surprise, it proved effective. Perhaps it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Consortly was at a loss for words. Had it not been for the fact that it was Shui Xian who had poisoned the 17th prince, she might have been inclined to believe Ji Yuntang's whimsical claims. She knew all too well how potent the poison of the broken star herb could be, once the symptoms of epilepsy were triggered. One would convulse for at least 2 hours, an affliction even the royal physicians could not remedy. Yet, Ji Yuntang had casually subdued it. Who would believe it was merely luck? The Night Princess truly possessed remarkable skills. When she chose to act, the results were astounding. With you attending to hear, my heart finds solace. Yet I wonder, do you resent the emperor and me for binding you to that unfortunate, crippled man, Luo Jianha, whose days are surely numbered? Ji Yuntang smiled and replied, indeed, I do resent. Consort Li was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a blunt response from Ji Yuntang. The gentle and gracious demeanor she wore almost faltered. It was understandable, after all, being wed to someone as hideous and incapacitated as Luo Jianha, and enduring the daily indignities of caring for him, who could harbor no resentment. Ji Yuntang must be filled with animosity towards them, indeed. I lament that my esteemed father and mother conferred upon me the blessing of marriage far too late. Had they bestowed this honor upon me sooner, I would not have endured the hardships of tending to pigs in the countryside for so many years. It is only due to the initial decision of my parents that I am now able to arrive in the capital to wed His Highness, the Night King, and assume the role of a princess. My heart is filled with immense gratitude towards them. Ji Yuntang's words dissipated the anger within Li Fei, transforming it into sheer disdain. Truly, she is but a country bumpkin, and to think this insolent girl dares to blame them for the tardiness of her betrothal? If not for Ji Qingqing's reluctance to marry, this union would never have fallen to Ji Yuntang. She has merely escaped her rural identity and seized an opportunity of great fortune. Li Fei suddenly realized that she may have previously overestimated Ji Yuntang. The reason this woman remains in the Night King's residence, unwilling to depart, is not out of affection for Luo Jianha, but rather for the wealth and status associated with being the Night King's consort. It is no wonder she has caused such a commotion in the Night King's residence, even incurring the ire of Luo Xinian. Your ability to perceive this is commendable. Li Fei's gaze flickered, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Today, I summon you to the palace, and I trust you understand the reason. Now that you have entered the royal domain, you must learn the necessary protocols. For your every action reflects upon the dignity of our entire imperial family. I shall arrange for Granny Sun to teach you the etiquette and customs. She is exceptionally knowledgeable in the ways of our royal decorum. You must learn diligently from her, lest you bring disappointment upon me. Ji Yuntang did not miss the disdain evident in the eyes of Lady Li. She understood that the latter sought to use the pretext of teaching her the proper etiquette as a means to reprimand her, perhaps even as a means of vengeance for Luo Qianxue. In any case, the matron mentioned by Lady Li would undoubtedly make things difficult for her. However, Ji Yuntang was not one to be easily bullied. She smiled gracefully and readily agreed. Very well, I shall express my gratitude to Mother Empress. I will certainly learn diligently under the guidance of Matron Sunday. Matron Sun, who had been Lady Li's attendant for over 20 years, had earned her trust completely. A sinister smile crept across Matron Sun's face as she assured the Night Princess, "Rest assured, my lady. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will impart all the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life." With that, she led Ji Yuntang to a secluded palace within the Weiyang Palace. This remote location, seldom traversed by others, was perfectly suited for her to instruct Ji Yuntang in the ways of propriety. My lady, the first step in mastering etiquette is to evaluate the precision of your movements. Whether it is walking, sitting, kneeling, or dining, every aspect, including facial expressions, must adhere to a prescribed standard. She continued, "Now, let us commence with the first ritual, kneeling. Upon encountering Lady Li, you must bow and kneel. Just now, in the Weiyang Palace, I noticed your failure to do so, which is a grave disrespect. Now, kneel for me, so that I may observe where guidance is needed." Matron Sun held a 2-foot-long ruler in her hand, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority and disdain. The ground here has been deliberately crafted to be uneven and harsh, exuding a cold, unyielding demeanor. Previously, Any maid who faced punishment would find herself kneeling on this very ground for an entire day and night. By the time she was permitted to stand, her knees would be bruised and swollen, rendering her unable to walk. Granny Sun firmly believed that as long as Ji Yuntang knelt, she would ensure that the girl would never rise again. Ji Yuntang curled her lips into a smirk and remarked, "Granny, did you not teach me this? If you do not kneel, why should I? Perhaps you could demonstrate for me first?" Chapter 47. Learning the Rules. Teaching her a lesson in return, Granny Sun scoffed, her hand wielding the ruler with unyielding resolve as she aimed it toward Ji Yuntang's legs. "When I command you to kneel, you shall kneel. There is no need for such chatter. Kneeling is an instinct of humanity. Must one be taught such a triviality?" Just as the ruler was a mere centimeter from Ji Yuntang's knee, she abruptly straightened her leg and forcefully kicked toward Granny Sun's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Granny Sun was sent flying 3 meters, crashing against a pillar within the hall. Pain surged through her body, and she felt as though her old back might shatter. Fuming with rage, Granny Sun was about to unleash a torrent of insults when Ji Yuntang swiftly approached, her large eyes blinking innocently as she gazed up at her. "Oh dear, I hope you are unhurt, Granny. I merely reacted instinctively when I saw you raise the ruler to strike me. It was not my intention to send you flying." Granny Sun could only stare in disbelief, realizing that her ruler had not even grazed Ji Yuntang's knee. Was her reaction a tad excessive? Granny Sun felt a tightness in her chest, yet Ji Yuntang effortlessly assisted her to rise. "Come, Granny, let us continue our lessons in etiquette." This time, despite the excruciating pain, Granny Sun managed to kneel first. "Noble Lady Yi, observe closely. One must kneel and bow like this to adhere to the proper standards." In her attempt to embarrass Ji Yuntang, she exerted great force as she knelt, the sound of her gasps barely audible. Ji Yuntang suppressed a cold laugh. This old crone was truly going to great lengths to deal with her. However, the thought of kneeling was utterly absurd. Granny Sun, clutching her abdomen with one hand and steadying herself with the other, wobbled to her feet. With a chilling glare at Ji Yuntang, she declared, "Noble Lady Yi, I have just demonstrated the proper form, and now it is your turn." Ji Yuntang raised an eyebrow. "Granny, you knelt too swiftly for me to catch it all. Could you possibly demonstrate once more?" Granny Sun nearly spat blood. To demonstrate again would surely ruin her legs. No, learning proper conduct is a matter of personal endeavor. One must grasp it through their own experience. Kneel a few more times, and you shall understand. With that, she brandished her ruler, aiming to strike Ji Yuntang's other leg. Granny Sun thought to herself, surely, Ji Yuntang's other leg won't react similarly. If she refused to kneel, she would continue striking until the girl willingly complied. Just before the ruler connected with her leg, Ji Yuntang, ever perceptive, anticipated Granny Sun's intent and swiftly extended her leg, sending the old woman flying. At last, both legs are fully accounted for. Granny Sun, already racked with excruciating pain, was once again propelled spectacularly through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Wiping the blood from her face, she gasped, gritting her teeth in resentment. "Lady of the Night, are you deliberately toying with this old servant?" Ji Yuntang felt somewhat aggrieved. "Granny Sun, how can you accuse me unjustly? I was merely following your instructions to learn the proper etiquette. Who could have foreseen that you intended to strike me with the ruler?" My legs instinctively reacted, much like one feels compelled to eat when hungry or drink when thirsty. This is beyond my control. You could simply inform me beforehand next time. Gasping for breath, Granny Sun found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, she had intended to ambush Ji Yuntang, taking advantage of her unpreparedness to administer a few well-deserved strikes with the ruler, as had been explicitly instructed by Consort Li prior to her arrival. Had Ji Yuntang been wise enough to align herself with Consort Li's interests, she would not have faced such difficulties. However, Ji Yuntang had foolishly chosen to visit the Empress, whom Consort Li detested, before coming to the Weiyang Palace. Was this not a blatant affront to Consort Li? It was inconceivable that she would not receive a lesson in return. Granny Sun, clutching her abdomen, struggled to rise from the ground, her expression darkening. "Since you, Lady of the Night, have failed to learn properly while kneeling, let us switch roles. You shall learn the proper gestures of respect from this old servant." The primary focus of the greeting lies in the hand movements. Both hands must be positioned at the waist, one atop the other, resembling a blooming lotus, followed by a graceful bending of the knees. As Granny Sun demonstrated this posture, her legs trembled uncontrollably, having endured 2 kicks from Ji Yuntang, making it exceedingly difficult for her to squat down. With mere indifference, Granny Sun rose to her feet and pointed at Ji Yuntang, instructing her to follow suit. Before Ji Yuntang could properly position her hands, a ruler struck forcefully against the back of her hand. In retaliation, Ji Yuntang swung her fist towards Granny Sun's eye. The sound of flesh colliding resonated as Granny Sun felt a sudden darkness envelop her, causing her to lose her balance and fall unceremoniously. Clutching her eyes, she cried out, "Night Princess, you have gone too far. If you do not wish to learn the rules from this old servant, simply say so. Why must you repeatedly resort to violence?" Ji Yuntang pouted, for Granny Sun's words were far from pleasing to her. "For the sake of Lady Li, I have been diligently learning the rules from you. Yet, you have struck me with the ruler time and again. Why do I strike you and not others? If you did not hit me, would I react in such a manner? If you do not wish to teach me properly, simply state your intentions. Why must you unjustly accuse me in such a rude manner?" Ji Yuntang echoed Granny Sun's earlier words back at her, leaving the latter utterly infuriated. Having only learned 2 postures, Ji Yuntang had already struck her 3 times. If this continued, Granny Sun feared she might be utterly transformed. Just as she contemplated how to respond, a graceful figure in a pink butterfly skirt appeared, none other than the 10th princess, Luo Qinxue. Upon learning that Ji Yuntang was studying the rules in Weiyang Palace, Luo Qinxue had dressed exquisitely to witness Ji Yuntang's misfortune, intent on overshadowing her. Upon arriving at this place, she discovered Sun Mama lying on the ground, her face bruised and swollen, her hair a disheveled mess resembling a nest, utterly still, seemingly lost in thought. In stark contrast, Ji Yuntang appeared resplendent in her purple attire, tall and striking. Her countenance adorned with a confident smile that could easily overshadow the faint blemishes on her cheeks. Luo Qinxue, observing the scene, sensed that something was amiss. Just as she intended to turn and summon assistance, Ji Yuntang intercepted her. "Oh, is this not my little sister-in-law? Have you come to learn the rules from Sun Mama as well? It seems she is unwell today and cannot instruct you. Allow me, as your sister-in-law, to guide you instead," Ji Yuntang declared, and with a swift motion, she struck Luo Qinxue's knee with a ruler, the force delivered without any mercy. Crack! Luo Qinxue, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain shoot through her knee, and her legs buckled beneath her, causing her to kneel, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Chapter 48. Her great audacity, you hideous creature. How dare you strike a princess? Ji Yuntang pouted, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. How could this be considered striking? We are, after all, family, and it is only natural to support and learn from one another. I noticed your recent etiquette was lacking, and I kindly sought to correct and teach you. As a princess, you ought to lead by example for others. Sun Mama imparted this wisdom to me. Feel free to inquire with her. Who are you to claim kinship? You, an ugly wretch, do not even deserve to enter our royal gates. Luo Qinxue rose to her feet, raising her hand to strike Ji Yuntang across the face. Yet, before her hand could make contact, the ruler landed precisely on her wrist. With a knack for infuriatingly effective guidance, Ji Yuntang corrected Luo Qinxue's movements. Dear sister-in-law, your posture is incorrect. Grandma Sun has instructed that the hand should be positioned this way. As she spoke, her wrist twisted, and the ruler struck Luo Qinxue's hand once more. See, I told you your movements were wrong. Why did you not heed my words? Luo Qinxue let out a sharp cry of pain as her delicate, fair skin instantly bore the marks of red stripes. Her fury was palpable, threatening to explode. As the esteemed 10th princess, she commanded respect in the Eastern Qin Kingdom, where anyone who crossed her path would divert their course. Yet here, in Ji Yuntang's presence, after merely 2 encounters, she had been soundly chastised on both occasions. Such a profound humiliation was unbearable. You vile wretch, you ugly monster. Before she could finish her tirade, Ji Yuntang's ruler struck her mouth sharply. With a smile, she remarked, "Sister-in-law seems to have forgotten the royal family's rules. To insult one's elder brother and sister-in-law warrants punishment. But I, being of a kind heart, have little to teach you. Allow me to instruct you on how to cultivate virtue instead. This not only benefits yourself, but also your mother, your father, your future husband, and your children. Should I hear such disrespect from you again, I shall visit you once more to impart lessons on virtue. Regardless of age, one ought to learn throughout life. Thus, do not fear the trouble of acquiring knowledge, for it will ultimately prove beneficial. This way, when you marry, your husband shall not resort to violence against you. Do you comprehend my words, dear sister-in-law?" Luo Qinxue winced in pain, her face contorted with anger as she exclaimed, "You vile woman dare to strike a princess within the Weiyang Palace. I shall seek my mother to discipline you." Just as Luo Qinxue attempted to flee, Ji Yuntang delivered a forceful kick to her backside, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her forehead struck the earth, leaving it bruised, and her once exquisite makeup now lay in disarray, powder cascading down her face. Ji Yuntang approached and lifted her chin, stating, "Such squabbles are the domain of children. We are adults now, and you are of marriageable age. Is it not rather juvenile to call upon your parents for support? Such behavior may tarnish your reputation. And what shall you do if no suitor dares to wed you in the future? There is an old saying, an elder brother is akin to a father, and a sister-in-law resembles a mother. If you have grievances, confide in me, for I can advocate on your behalf." Luo Qinxue could hardly contain her fury, her eyes reddening with indignation. Unable to utter a single word, she could only sit upon the ground and weep. Ji Yuntang had not only struck her, but also the beloved 10th princess of Consort Li. She could not allow Ji Yuntang to depart unscathed. Madame Sun narrowed her sinister eyes, realizing that the night princess had yet to grasp the essence of etiquette. "I have not imparted even the most fundamental teachings," she thought, "and you wish to depart so soon. Surely, the Lady Li will scold me for not having dedicated myself to your education." Suppressing her discomfort, Madame Sun proceeded to demonstrate all 32 ceremonial gestures before Ji Yuntang, firmly believing that the latter could not possibly memorize them in such a brief time. To her astonishment, Ji Yuntang merely observed once and replied calmly, "I have learned them all. May I take my leave now?" Madame Sun felt a sting of insult. If one could master etiquette with a single glance, what purpose would the palace's etiquette chamber serve? "You may leave, but first you must meet with Lady Li. Only upon her approval may you depart." Ji Yuntang nodded in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Luo Qinxue had seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed during the exchange, and Ji Yuntang paid her no mind. She understood that leaving the palace would not be a trivial matter. It required the Lady Li's consent. The peach branch was restrained by 2 palace maids, and to maintain a facade of propriety while dealing with Ji Yuntang, Madame Sun refrained from summoning additional help. As they stepped outside, they were intercepted by Jianlan, who wore a sullen expression. "Night Princess, the Lady Li requests your presence." "Very well," Ji Yuntang replied, entering the Weiyang Palace. There, she immediately spotted Luo Qinxue, who was sobbing in the embrace of Lady Li, her fair visage now a portrait of tears. Ji Yuntang shook her head, exclaiming, "I told you not to come and complain, yet you still refuse to listen. Night Queen, do you not understand your transgressions?" A voice, cold and laced with fury, echoed through the air. Ji Yuntang lifted her gaze, meeting the fiery eyes of Consort Li, whose once gentle demeanor had vanished without a trace. Ji Yuntang smiled. "I am unaware of any wrongdoing on my part. I, with the best intentions, summoned you to the palace to learn proper etiquette. Yet you have assaulted my daughter and the maidservants, brazenly repeating such acts. Do you not see me as your mother and consort?" Consort Li seethed with rage. Had her glare possessed lethal power, Ji Yuntang would have been utterly annihilated. "In my eyes, there is certainly no place for Consort Li," Ji Yuntang retorted, causing Consort Li's expression to darken. Just as she prepared to respond, Ji Yuntang interjected, "Someone as gracious, dignified, and virtuous as yourself, my lady, is always held in my heart." Consort Li was momentarily speechless. Ji Yuntang seized the opportunity, continuing, "I have heard from the prince that Consort Li hails from a prestigious family, well-versed in the classics since childhood, and possesses a remarkably broad mind. You would never stoop to quarreling over trivial matters. As your daughter-in-law, it is my duty to guide the 10th sister in her studies of etiquette. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, a reward of 80 or 100,000 taels of silver would suffice. I would not find it lacking." Consort Li was taken aback, her indignation palpable. "How dare you presume to instruct my daughter in etiquette when your own understanding is so muddled?" she retorted. At this, Luo Qinxue turned her head, casting a defiant glance in Ji Yuntang's direction. "Mother Empress, since she claims to be teaching me etiquette, would it not be better for her to demonstrate it before you first? Jiantang is well aware of her own understanding of etiquette. If she performs poorly later, it would only serve to bolster their confidence in reprimanding Jiantang. Let the beautiful consort and the 10th sister observe closely." Jiantang felt no trepidation. Her exceptional memory allowed her to flawlessly replicate the movements demonstrated by Granny Sun, completing the entire sequence in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The onlookers within the chamber were astounded. Even the reluctant consort had to concede that Yuntang's execution of the entire set of actions was impeccably standard, leaving no room for error. Remarkably, she had mastered a complete set of etiquette in just a single afternoon. Yuntang then inquired, "Mother, 10th sister, might I ask if you were satisfied with my performance? The night consort truly impressed me. Your training in etiquette was intended for the upcoming palace banquet in 3 days. Since you have grasped it all, you must arrive punctually." As the consort spoke, she produced an invitation and handed it to her, saying, "This is your invitation. Present this upon your arrival at the palace." Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue visibly panicked. "Mother, those attending the palace banquet are all unmarried young gentlemen and ladies. What right does a married village girl have to attend such an event? Though your third sister-in-law is married, she remains unblemished and has only recently arrived in the capital. It would be beneficial for her to socialize with the young ladies of the city." Li Fei spoke with great conviction, yet only she knew her true intentions, to see Yuntang humiliated. Anyone daring to oppose her must be prepared for dire consequences. If she could reduce Luo Juanhe to his current state, she could just as easily bring Yuntang to his similar plight. Holding the palace invitation in her hand, Yuntang felt as though she were gazing upon the words Hongmen banquet. However, she was determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As a modern individual from the 24th century, she refused to believe she could be outmatched by a few ancient figures. Meanwhile, in Fengyi Palace, Crown Prince Luo Jingxin expressed his vehement opposition upon learning that the Empress intended for Yuntang to treat the ailing Luo Xianen. "Mother, my younger brother is still so young. How could you allow an unknown woman to tend to his illness? If anything were to go awry, would you bear the blame should father be displeased?" A flicker of discontent crossed the Empress's delicate features, yet she maintained her composure as she replied, "Dear son, do not speak so recklessly. She is not an unknown woman. She is the legitimate wife of your third brother. Had she not intervened to save Anur today and exposed the hidden threat lurking nearby, Anur may have faced grave danger." Luo Jingxin's dark eyes clouded with concern as he spoke, "But I have heard that Night King's wife, Yuntang, hails from humble origins and has never learned the art of healing. If you hastily permit her to treat Anur, it may provoke father's dissatisfaction. It would be prudent for Lady Night King to participate in the medical competition at the Qingjiang Square first. This would allow us to assess her medical prowess, and it would also provide reassurance to both mother and father. I wonder how mother feels about this suggestion?" Upon hearing this, the Empress furrowed her brow slightly. The medical competition at Qingjiang Square has been organized under the name of Prince Luo Feizhou and has been ongoing for 2 years. During this time, numerous skilled folk healers have attempted to challenge the competition, yet they have all proven inept when confronted with complex ailments. Even with significant monetary incentives, they have shown themselves to be powerless. Luo Jingxin's proposal for Yuntang to face this challenge appears to be an overt attempt to put her in a difficult position. The Empress could not fathom why Luo Jingxin, having never met Yuntang, would exhibit such animosity towards her. She felt a twinge of displeasure. "I have already arranged for Lady Night King to treat Anur in 10 days. How can one renege on a promise once made? I shall not intervene in the matter of the competition. If Lady Night King wishes to participate, she may, but if she does not, do not trouble her." Luo Jingxin rose, a cryptic smile gracing his handsome features. "Mother need not involve herself. I shall take care of this matter." With this, he exited the Fengyi Palace, encountering Yuntang, who was just leaving the Wumei Palace. Unaware of his identity, she turned to depart, but he blocked her path. "Please, third sister-in-law, wait. I am the current crown prince and also your brother-in-law. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." His face, ethereal and captivating, bore the gentle warmth of spring, exuding a demeanor of refined elegance. Yet, within the depths of his gaze, Yuntang discerned a glimmer of cunning, characteristic of a clever youth. Contemplating her favorable impression of the Empress and the fact that he was the Empress's own son, she offered a slight smile and inquired, "Might I ask what the Crown Prince wishes to discuss with me?" She had heard that the Night Princess intended to treat his younger brother's epilepsy, yet she was unaware of any medical prowess possessed by the Night Princess. To assuage the concerns of the Emperor and Empress and to silence the whispers of the public, he proposed a mutually beneficial solution. The Qinglong Square hosts a medical competition each month, and fortuitously, tomorrow marks the commencement of this month's contest. I wonder, would the Night Princess dare to accept the challenge? Yuntang shook her head, replying, "I cannot, Your Highness. To be frank, I do not possess any medical knowledge. In her previous life, She had been fervently devoted to the study of medicine to save lives, but that did not imply she retained the same passion now. Who could fathom the true intentions of this crown prince? In the next moment, Luo Jingshan presented an offer that was impossible for Ji Yuntang to decline. Should the night princess succeed in her challenge, she would be rewarded with a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold, while others may remain oblivious. Luo Jingshan was acutely aware that the fifth prince, Luo Feizhou, had established the medical competition to attract skilled healers for his own purposes. In this era, physicians were highly esteemed, enjoying elevated social status. As the son of noble consort Ning, Luo Feizhou and Luo Jingshan were fierce rivals, each eyeing the throne with unwavering ambition. His motives for such actions were twofold. Firstly, to ascertain the true nature of Ji Yuntang, and secondly, to vex Luo Feizhou in the process. Should Ji Yuntang emerge victorious, the 10,000 taels of gold would undoubtedly be extracted from Luo Feizhou's coffers. Consequently, it would be Ji Yuntang who would incur the wrath of those offended by Luo Feizhou. What are your thoughts, Night Princess? Ji Yuntang offered a faint smile. It would be foolish to forego easy riches, especially when they were practically delivered to her doorstep. However, if I were to triumph, I would demand 20,000 taels of gold. Chapter 50. The concubine dislikes her own son. Luo Jingshan's expression darkened. Could she truly speak so boldly about 20,000 taels of gold? Nevertheless, he had little faith in Ji Yuntang's ability to win, and humiliating her would serve as a means to vent his frustrations on behalf of Ji Qingqing. Very well, let it be agreed. Should you win, I shall grant you 20,000 taels of gold. Tomorrow at noon, at the Qinglong Square, let us not fail to meet. Within the carriage, Tao Ji applied ice to the bruises marring her face. Her lips moved slightly, her expression betraying hesitation. Ji Yuntang softly urged, if you have questions, feel free to ask. There is no need for reticence in my presence. Princess, I have heard that the patients seeking treatment at the Qinglong Square's medical competition suffer from exceedingly rare and perplexing ailments. Not even the most skilled physician from the palace could hope to cure such bizarre afflictions. Are you truly intent on undertaking this challenge? Ji Yuntang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the enigmatic nature of these maladies. No wonder she had set her price at 20,000 taels of gold. The crown prince had not hesitated for a moment to acquiesce. While she felt no fear, the adage of knowing oneself and one's adversary to ensure victory prompted her to seek further clarification. Peach Branch, please elaborate to me, the princess, on the peculiarities you mentioned. After pondering for a moment, Peach Branch recounted several instances. Some individuals experience a blurred vision, perpetually feeling as though a veil of mist shrouds their sight. Others bear faces marred by persistent pustules and acne, which stubbornly recur despite medical treatment. Additionally, there are those afflicted with itchy, peeling blisters on their feet. Initially, one person suffers from such an ailment, yet it swiftly spreads to the entire household, leading others to believe this strange malady is contagious. Upon encountering these individuals, they are evaded as if they were harbingers of plague. What strikes the maid as particularly astonishing is the young son of Lu Yuanwei, merely 11 or 12 years of age, who, despite enjoying a life of luxury and comfort, perpetually seeks to end his own existence. Whenever his family becomes distracted, he dashes out to attempt suicide by drowning, having been rescued multiple times thus far. Lu Yuanwei's wife has long suspected that her son has been cursed or possessed by malevolent spirits, having expended no less than 50,000 taels of silver on Taoist priests from the mountains to exorcise the supposed evil. Yet, her efforts have proven futile. In desperation, Mrs. Lu has resolved to take her son to a competition, seeking a healer who might alleviate her son's mysterious affliction. After listening to Peach Branch's account, Ji Yuntang began to form a preliminary understanding. Yet, in such an era where medical practices were rudimentary, these ailments had become regarded as incurable. They did not bring death, yet were a source of profound suffering. Your Highness, these ailments are exceedingly peculiar. Even the most renowned physician may struggle to remedy them. I suspect that His Highness the Crown Prince is intentionally placing obstacles in your path, wishing for you to retreat in the face of adversity. Perhaps you might concoct an excuse of ill health to excuse yourself from the medical competition tomorrow? Ji Yuntang's lips curled into a faint smile, her voice brimming with determination. I must attend. I cannot let the promised 20,000 taels of gold slip through my fingers. Do not fret, for I have already discerned the nature of these maladies. They can be treated without medication, she reassured, though Tao Ji harbored concerns. She could not fathom the source of her mistress's confidence. What if Ji Yuntang failed to cure those individuals? Her reputation in Dongchen would surely plummet. I ventured out with Taoji today, acquiring a plethora of delectable treats and some refreshing fruits. Later, I shall prepare a sweet and tangy juice for you, Ji Yuntang declared, her face alight with joy and her tone buoyant. The weather outside was splendid, and upon returning indoors, she hastened to the window, flinging open the 4 Nanmu panes to let in the fresh air. Luo Juanhe paused for a moment, observing her lack of inclination to share her thoughts, and inquired quietly, Tang, when you entered the palace today, did my mother give you any trouble? Ji Yuntang's movements faltered as she felt a flicker of surprise. She recalled that she had not disclosed her visit to the beautiful consort to Luo Juanhe. How did he come to know? Yet, upon reflection, it was likely that Chunhu's loose lips had betrayed her secret. Luo Juanhe remained silent, lips pressed together. He was well aware that Ji Yuntang's words were merely an attempt to alleviate his worries for her. In truth, the events she had encountered that day could not possibly be so trivial. Luo Juanhe remained silent for a considerable time before finally recounting some of his past to Ji Yuntang. Tang, although I am the sole son of my mother, for reasons unknown, she has harbored an aversion towards me since the moment I was born. From my earliest memories, she has never once embraced me, nor has she ever shared a meal with me. Her expectations of me have been exceedingly stringent throughout my life. I have been deprived of the privileges afforded to other princes. The exquisite delicacies savored by my brothers have eluded my palate. I have long believed that my perceived inadequacies were the cause of her disappointment. Thus, for the past 22 years, I have relentlessly pursued martial prowess and scholarly pursuits, striving to demonstrate my worth in battle, hoping to earn her recognition. Yet, I eventually came to the bitter realization that no matter how hard I endeavored, some hearts remain impervious to affection. Gradually, I became disillusioned with familial bonds. The world may perceive my mother as benevolent towards me, but only I understand that in her eyes, I am worth nothing, not even a strand of Luo Qianchue's hair. In the days of my robust health, she shunned me. Now, in my current state, her disdain has only deepened. As the buried memories surged within him, Luo Juanhe felt a deep-seated bitterness and sighed in resignation. Tang, marrying this prince has ultimately been a burden upon you. I suspect that today, my mother has shown you little kindness, has she not? I am acutely aware of my current state and how it renders me incapable of assisting you. However, should such a situation arise again, please do not conceal it from me or venture alone to see my mother. I fear she may not treat you favorably. As Ji Yuntang listened to his lengthy discourse, a pang of sorrow welled up within her. She crouched beside the bed, reaching out to grasp Luo Juanhe's hand, attempting to warm it with her own. Ahi, the past is behind us. No matter what transpires in the future, I shall face it alongside you. The disdain of the consort Li is not a reflection of your worth. Whether she acknowledges you or not, in my heart, you shall forever remain the most remarkable hero. Chapter 51. She is the light in his heart. You need not prove yourself to anyone. Simply understand that those who recognize your brilliance will never turn away from you, regardless of how you may change. I believe that one day, you will become a source of pride for the people of Dongchen. Luo Juanhe felt a warmth bloom within him, her words resonating deeply, as if a gentle tide of warmth swept through his heart. Having traversed the brink of death, he had gained clarity on many matters. From now on, he would live solely for himself and for those he cherished. Ji Yuntang was the brightest light in his life. Ahi, wait for me here. I shall prepare some juice for you. With that, Ji Yuntang swiftly darted into the space. In antiquity, the variety of fruits was limited. She had recently accompanied Tao Ji to the market, where they procured some small peaches and pears. Ji Yuntang ventured to the supermarket once more, selecting a large watermelon along with some strawberries. After washing them thoroughly, she utilized a blender to concoct 2 cups of watermelon strawberry juice and 2 cups of snow pear peach juice. She elegantly poured the juices into cups and brought them outside, inserting a straw into the watermelon strawberry juice. She reserved 2 cups of watermelon strawberry juice for herself and Luo Juanhe, while the remaining 2 cups of snow pear peach juice were offered to Chunhu and Tao Ji. Having completed his labor and drenched in sweat, Chunhu took a sip of the snow pear peach juice, instantly alleviating all his fatigue and the heat of the day. Your Highness, what is this? It's delightfully cool, tangy, and sweet, truly exquisite. After finishing the drink, he licked his lips, yearning for more, realizing he had consumed it too rapidly to discern its ingredients, leaving his cup empty. Ji Yuntang smiled and explained, this is fruit juice, enhanced with ice cubes. On a scorching summer day, a cup is refreshing and soothing. and it also benefits a girl's complexion. Upon hearing the words beautifying, Tao Ji felt a warmth in her heart. She believed that the princess had crafted this juice specifically to aid her recovery from the injuries she sustained. While she had resorted to using less desirable means for beauty, the princess offered her a delightful, tangy sweet juice. Ji Yuntang's kindness moved her deeply, and she resolved to serve the princess diligently in the future. As she contemplated this, she savored her drink slowly, reluctant to finish it all at once. "If you enjoy it, I shall make it for you often," Ji Yuntang declared. The heartfelt sentiment behind her words touched Chun Hu and Tao Ji even more. In these times, fruit is a luxury, particularly for those of their station who could scarcely afford it. Yet, Ji Yuntang's generosity towards them evoked profound gratitude in their hearts. When Ji Yuntang entered the room, she found that the glass of watermelon strawberry juice before Luo Juanhe was already empty. He had finished it and even let out a hearty belch in her presence. Upon noticing Ji Yuntang's arrival, Luo Juanhe's face flushed crimson. The fault lay with the delightful concoction she had crafted. He simply could not resist. Ji Yuntang found his demeanor quite endearing and chose not to expose his embarrassment. With a radiant smile, she inquired, "Ahi, tomorrow I shall attend the medical competition at Qinglong Square. I heard from the Crown Prince that it is funded by Prince Qi, Luo Feizhou. Could you enlighten me regarding his character?" Luo Juanhe swiftly dismissed his awkwardness, regaining his composure. He adjusted his expression and stated, "Prince Qi is the fifth son of concubine Ning, 2 years younger than both the Crown Prince and myself. Concubine Ning hails from the family of the General of the State, whose influence is significant, commanding an army of 150,000 in Dongxin Kingdom. His standing is highly regarded by our father. Thus, in the struggle for succession, both the Crown Prince and Prince Qi possess considerable factions supporting them, rendering them nearly evenly matched. Following the incident concerning myself, Prince Qi and the Crown Prince have not shied away from undermining one another, each aspiring to see the other toppled. Though they may appear harmless, they both harbor deep-seated cunning, frequently engaging in unsavory dealings behind the scenes. You must exercise caution when dealing with them, Tang." Upon hearing his words, Ji Yuntang grasped the implication. It seemed Prince Qi was not a benevolent figure. However, having arrived in this place, she could not avoid interactions with such individuals. Evasion was futile. "Do not worry, Ahi. I shall safeguard myself," she assured him. The medical competition arrived swiftly. After finishing the steamed buns and soybean milk brought by Taoji that morning, Ji Yuntang sequestered herself in her chamber for an entire half-day. When she finally emerged, she clutched a white, square medicine box. Ji Yuntang thrust the box into Taoji's arms, saying, "Taoji, you must safeguard this for me. It is the key to our victory today." Although Taoji was unaware of the contents within, Ji Yuntang's words sent a jolt through her, prompting her to regard the box with newfound seriousness. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall vow to protect this box with my life," she pledged. Ji Yuntang smiled faintly. There was no need for such earnestness from the girl. As usual, Chun Hu remained at the prince's residence to care for Luo Juanhe, while Ji Yuntang set out with Taoji. The capital was abuzz with excitement. Even before the commencement of the medical challenge, Qingsong Square was already thronged with onlookers. Contestants included not only itinerant healers but also practitioners from various regions, each accompanied by an apprentice bearing a medicine box, their expressions haughty and self-assured. At that moment, a eunuch's voice rang out. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. His Highness Prince Qi has arrived. His Highness Prince Chun has arrived." Upon hearing this, the crowd knelt and bowed in reverence. "We, the common folk, pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness Prince Qi, and His Highness Prince Chun. May the three princes enjoy long-lasting peace and prosperity." Luo Jingshan waved his hand, instructing, "Everyone, please rise. Today's medical competition does not require excessive formality." Ji Yuntang, standing at the back of the crowd, observed quietly the competition rules affixed to the railing. The medical competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round features 3 patients. The second round includes 2 patients, and the final round presents 1 patient. The complexity of the patient's conditions escalates progressively from low to high. As long as the participants' theoretical or practical skills prove effective for the patient's ailments, they will advance to the next level. A total of 30 doctors have registered for the competition, among whom 29 are seasoned veterans, while only Ji Yuntang, a young woman, appears out of place among them. Upon her arrival, Ji Yuntang incites a wave of skepticism, particularly from Prince Chun, Luo Snyan, who reacts most vehemently. How did this ugly woman get here? Who brought her in? The competition is about to commence. Someone should remove her at once. Luo Jingshin smirks and replies nonchalantly, calm yourself, eighth brother. The knight consort has been specially invited by me to participate. Second royal brother, you are well aware that she is merely a village girl raised in the countryside, utterly ignorant and completely unversed in medicine. How can you allow her to compete? Luo Snyan expresses his indignation internally, fully aware that Luo Jingshun has long harbored jealousy towards Luo Jianhe, often opposing him at every turn. Now that Luo Jianhe is incapacitated, it seems a deliberate humiliation to invite Ji Yuntang to compete. As if to mock his third brother for marrying an incompetent consort. Chapter 52. Have you ever seen a rose without thorns? Third royal sister-in-law. This is not a place for you. Please leave at once. Luo Snyan steps forward, intent on dragging Ji Yuntang from her seat, only to have her nimbly evade his grasp. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I am your imperial sister-in-law. Even if you harbor fondness for me, it is rather inappropriate to engage in such displays of affection in the presence of so many onlookers. I kindly urge you to maintain your dignity. Luo Xian felt a surge of jealousy. How could he possibly be enamored with a plain woman? Was he truly concerned that Ji Yuntang, this unattractive girl, might tarnish his elder brother's reputation? Prince Qi, Luo Feizhou, narrowed his eyes, his gaze flitting between the two individuals. Before he remarked with a teasing tone, eighth brother has always shunned the company of women. It seems he has a penchant for a lady of Night King Princess's countenance. Henceforth, I shall assist you in seeking out more suitable companions, merely to enliven your courtyard. Luo Xian was tempted to land a punch on Luo Feizhou's sarcastic face. He coldly snorted, declaring, what type of woman I favor is my own affair, and there is no need for fifth brother to concern himself. In the crowd, a graceful lady clad in a delicate yellow gauze gown regarded Ji Yuntang in the center of the square with astonishment. Second brother, is that not sister? What brings her here? Ji Qifeng had not anticipated encountering Ji Yuntang at the medical competition while simply accompanying Ji Qingqing on a shopping excursion. The young girl, adorned in a pristine white dress and a begonia hairpin, appeared almost ethereal as the sunlight caressed her profile, casting a soft golden hue reminiscent of a lotus blooming in clear water, pure yet subtly cool. Ji Qingfeng found himself momentarily entranced, sensing that Ji Yuntang had indeed become more beautiful, stunning enough to overshadow the blemish on her left side. As Ji Qingqing observed, Ji Qingfeng fixated on Ji Yuntang, seemingly unable to blink. A flicker of annoyance coursed through her, though she maintained a gentle smile. Dear brother, it is widely acknowledged that my sister possesses no medical expertise. Should she falter, not only would she disgrace herself, but also tarnish the reputation of our young marquis. The competition has yet to commence. Perhaps we should devise a means to persuade her to descend? Damn it, Ji Yuntang has brought such calamity upon the Yongning marquis, and he nearly found himself enchanted by her. What has come over him today? Yet, Ji Qingqing's words ring true. Irrespective of whether Ji Yuntang has severed ties with the Yongning family, she remains a Ji in the eyes of outsiders, a fact that cannot be altered. Moreover, with so many princes present, the embarrassment caused by the night princess would resonate even more profoundly. He certainly did not wish for further turmoil to ensue. Ji Yuntang, His Highness the Crown Prince is correct. If you possess any sense of propriety, you ought to descend swiftly. This is not an occasion for a mere village matron to involve herself in. If you lack the means, do not undertake such delicate tasks. Others are engaged in a serious medical competition. Your presence here is nothing short of a farce. Upon hearing her name called from the crowd, Ji Yuntang lifted her gaze, only to meet Ji Qingfeng's fiery eyes, his anger palpable enough to seem tangible. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, is this the level of education upheld by your Yongning marquis? The princess consort is not familiar with you. So how can you ascertain whether I possess the ability to tackle intricate tasks? His Highness the Crown Prince has not uttered a word, so what right do you, Ji Qingfeng, have to instruct me? After Ji Yuntang finished speaking, she turned her face away, unwilling to grant him even a fleeting glance, which infuriated Ji Qingfeng to no end. As he muttered curses under his breath, a mocking voice drifted into his ear. Why should she consider your feelings? Have those from the Yongning marquis ever considered hers? Xia Luzheng appeared behind Ji Qingfeng, holding a folding fan, casting a sly glance at both Ji Qingfeng and Ji Qingqing. The second young master Ji may be empty-headed, but he must not be filled with folly. One should not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their hardships. If you have experienced her trials, you may not possess her benevolence. Moreover, have you ever encountered a rose devoid of thorns? Perhaps only this white lotus beside you is without them. Xia Luzhong, renowned in the capital for his flamboyance and sharp tongue, with his words, managed to chastise both Ji Qingfeng and Ji Qingqing. Initially, he had merely intended to join the excitement of the medical challenge at Qinglong Square. Yet he could not restrain himself from retorting upon hearing Ji Qingfeng's heartless remarks. Xia Luzhong could not fathom why Ji Qingfeng would neglect such a remarkable sister as Ji Yuntang, choosing instead to indulge the pretentious Ji Qingqing. Were the minds of those from the Yuntang marquis truly befuddled? Although he was not well acquainted with Ji Yuntang, having only met her once, Xia Luzhong sensed that she was not the type to act without merit. Her audacity to take the stage undoubtedly signifies her confidence in securing victory. Perhaps, in today's contest, Ji Yuntang will emerge as the most unexpected contender among the 30 participants. Ji Qingfeng's face flushed crimson from the scorn directed at him. He clenched his fists and let out a cold laugh. It is astonishing that someone of young Master Xia's stature possesses the peculiar habit of eavesdropping on others' conversations. Truly an eye-opener. Xia Luzhong remained unfazed. He gracefully closed his folding fan, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile, and remarked, "You stand in the square, your voice resounding so loudly. Surely those with functioning ears can hear your words, can they not?" Upon his statement, numerous gazes shifted towards Ji Qingfeng, with many nodding in agreement. Indeed, not only young Master Xia, but even I, a man well past 70, could hear it. The reputation of a young lady is of utmost importance. Master Ji, even if you harbor disdain for the Night Princess, you ought not to utter such vile curses against her. What difference is there between that and a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog? Precisely. Were I the Night Princess, I would disavow you as a brother. The citizens' murmurs fell upon Ji Qingfeng's ears like slaps, one after another, rendering him crimson-faced and utterly humiliated. Ji Qingqing, with her head bowed and biting her lip, swayed slightly under the weight of hundreds of scrutinizing gazes, wishing fervently for a hole to burrow into and escape. Rage boiled within her as she struggled to comprehend how young Master Xia of the Duke of Rong's household would defend that wretched Ji Yuntang, now drawing all the ire upon them. Just then, a voice like thunder reverberated through the crowd, providing them with a much-needed reprieve. Chapter 53. The young lady with poor vision. The medical competition officially commences. Now, let us invite the first patient to the stage. The first to step forward is a young woman in her 20s, possessing a delicate appearance. She squints as she cautiously feels her way forward, each step taken with great deliberation. The assembled physicians are taken aback. Could it be that the first contestant is blind? A blind individual does not present a complex medical case. Rather, they are a hopeless case. How could someone with complete blindness possibly be treated? Night King serves as a living testament to this truth. Many shake their heads in despair, pondering the daunting challenges that lie ahead in this first round. As some begin to waver, Ji Yuntang keenly discerns the truth of the situation. This is no blind person. She is merely a young woman afflicted with severe myopia. There is a saying that those with poor vision cannot distinguish between people and objects beyond 10 meters. When they squint while walking, their vision becomes slightly clearer. The young lady stands at the center of the square, raising her head to gaze at the judge's table, where Luo Xinian sits with a stern expression, sipping tea, mistakenly believing him to be the crown prince. Commoner pays her respects to the crown prince, she declares. A woman from the crowd calls out to her, "Zhaodi, that is not the crown prince. You are mistaken. The one in the center is the true crown prince." Zhaodi squints her eyes, peering intently for a long moment. But all she can discern is a vague blur of blue clothing, unable to make out the crown prince's face. "Your Highness, please pardon me. I am not blind, but my vision is clouded, rendering everything beyond a few paces indistinct. I cannot distinguish between man and woman. This impairment has caused me considerable distress in my daily life, leading to misunderstandings about my manners. I humbly beseech the esteemed physicians present to assist me in restoring my sight. I would be eternally grateful." As she spoke, she knelt and bowed her head to the prince, though her gesture was directed towards Luo Xinian. Luo Jingxin's face turned a shade of green. Here he sat, a living man, yet treated as mere scenery while others bowed to Luo Xinian. However, with her vision so compromised, he found no recourse to voice his grievances. "Is there anyone among you capable of treating her?" Luo Jingxin scanned the crowd, and an elderly doctor promptly rose to his feet. "Your Highness, allow me to attempt to assist this young lady." He took a piece of paper from the apprentice's hand, tore it into a small circular hole, and approached the woman. Please look through this hole and see if you can discern anything clearly. She complied, and to her astonishment, the view through the small aperture was significantly clearer than when she squinted. Indeed, I believe I can see. However, before the old doctor could revel in his success, a voice, half smiling, half sarcastic, emerged from below. Does this mean she must henceforth cover her eyes with paper to navigate? The hole you've torn is scarcely the size of a sesame seed. Surely, she cannot see much through it. The smile on the old doctor's face gradually faded. The next physician to take the stage was a middle-aged man who unveiled his prized possession, a magnifying glass. Your Highness, he declared, this remarkable object in my possession has traveled from the West, passed down from my great-great-grandfather to my humble hands. It enlarges whatever it beholds. I am certain it will assist this young lady in discerning the world around her. Upon his pronouncement, all eyes turned in astonishment to the object he held. Could this walnut-sized transparent item truly possess such extraordinary powers? The judges, Luo Jingxin, Luo Feizhou, and Luo Sinian, observed curiously, yet were unable to discern its mystery even after prolonged scrutiny. As Zhao Di raised the magnifying glass to her eyes, she was met with a grotesque distortion. Everyone she gazed upon appeared exaggeratedly warped, some even revealing gaping mouths, which startled her immensely. So terrifying. I cannot accept this, she exclaimed, her complexion paling as she hastily relinquished the magnifying glass back to the doctor. She preferred ignorance over such unsettling magnification. Ji Yuntang arched an eyebrow, surprised to find that such an oddity as a magnifying glass existed in ancient times. It was indeed intriguing. However, employing a magnifying glass for nearsightedness seemed utterly impractical, not to mention that there was but a single one. Subsequently, more doctors took their turns, employing acupuncture and herbal fumigation to treat Zhao Di, yet the results were scarcely effective. Ji Qingqing watched below, her excitement mounting as it became evident that numerous physicians were unable to remedy the situation. It seemed that Ji Yuntang, a mere village girl, stood little chance. She is about to determine how to conclude her situation. I wonder if my sister has any methods to help this young lady gain clarity. As Ji Qingqing's words fell, all eyes converged on Ji Yuntang. Just moments ago, dozens of doctors had stepped forward to attempt a remedy, yet Ji Yuntang remained seated, seemingly unfazed. Luo Feizhou raised his teacup to his lips, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Ji Yuntang. I too am curious, what insights does the Night Princess possess? Ji Yuntang rose gracefully, a subtle smile gracing her crimson lips. While I may not possess profound insights, I do have a means to help her perceive the world clearly, enabling her to live like an ordinary person. This declaration sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the gathering. No one dared to guarantee a cure for Zhao Di, yet her confidence was striking, leaving everyone in awe. One doctor stepped forward, mockingly stating, "The young girl is indeed fearless," daring to speak such bold words in the presence of so many seasoned physicians. Aren't you afraid of overstepping? Whether I speak with audacity will soon be revealed. Ji Yuntang replied with a slight smirk as she took the medicine box from Taoji and stepped outside. She opened the box and, shielded by its cover, retrieved a vision chart from her space, then positioned herself 5 meters away, affixing the chart to a railing. Aware that the chart lacked illumination, she instructed Zhao Di to advance another meter. The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, uncertain of Ji Yuntang's intentions. The chart she presented was filled with unfamiliar symbols, utterly incomprehensible to them. Ji Yuntang produced a spoon and handed it to Zhao Di. When my stick points to a letter, simply inform me of the direction the letter's opening faces. If it is unclear, just shake your head. First, cover your left eye with this spoon, and we shall begin by testing your right eye's vision. Zhao Di obediently complied. Ji Yuntang pointed upward sequentially, but Zhao Di struggled to discern the letters in the last 10 rows, blushing as she shook her head. Chapter 54. The siblings below the onlookers were perplexed. Finally, when Ji Yuntang pointed at the largest letter E, Zhao Di managed to make out its shape and timidly uttered, "Right." The same applied to her right eye. After completing the tests, Ji Yuntang had a preliminary understanding of her vision. She set aside the stick and instructed Zhao Di to wait momentarily while she rummaged through the medicine chest. What is the Night Queen doing? Is she even capable? All this flamboyance, yet she clearly knows nothing, daring to challenge so many esteemed physicians present. Indeed, in my many years, I have never heard of a method to treat unclear vision. What does this young girl know? The commoners chattered among themselves. and even the 29 physicians seated above regarded Ji Yuntang with disdain. Among them, the most delighted was Ji Qingqing, who relished in Ji Yuntang's embarrassment. The more ridiculous Ji Yuntang appeared, the more joy she derived. The more audacious her claims became, the more profound the impending humiliation would be. She eagerly anticipated witnessing Ji Yuntang fall beneath her feet, which only heightened her excitement. In a world where thoughts diverged among the multitude, Ji Yuntang remained impervious to the cacophony around her. Concealed by the medicine chest, she retrieved an array of lenses from her spatial realm. The bustling square rendered it impractical for an eye examination, prompting Ji Yuntang to assist Zhao Di in adjusting the prescription in succession. Once the lenses were calibrated to 500 diopters, she placed the glasses delicately upon Zhao Di's ears, and in an instant, her vision transformed into clarity. How astonishing! I can see everything, truly see everything, Zhao Di exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Whether it was the people, the clouds above, the leaves on the trees, or the signboards 10 meters away, every detail was vividly discernible. Furthermore, the figures before her appeared without any distortion, magnification, or reduction. Ji Yuntang encouraged her to acclimate to the new lenses and inquired, "Do you experience any discomfort? Is there dizziness?" Momentarily overwhelmed by her elation, Zhao Di eventually realized her vision felt slightly hazy. She murmured, "It seems a bit dizzy." Ji Yuntang added another lens to enhance her vision, guiding her until the dizziness subsided. After a brief respite, she assessed Zhao Di's eyesight once more. The letters that had previously eluded her comprehension now became astonishingly clear, evoking gasps of wonder from the surrounding crowd. Is it truly possible? Can such a small object genuinely improve one's eyesight? This young woman, who had just struggled to discern the symbols below, could now see them with remarkable clarity. How extraordinary! Could it be that the Night Queen truly possessed the ability to heal her? Having finalized the prescription, Ji Yuntang produced a pair of meticulously crafted glasses from her spatial domain and placed them upon Zhao Di's face. From now on, simply don these when you venture out, and you shall live as one among the ordinary. The lenses are exceedingly thin and fragile. Please handle them with utmost care to avoid any damage. Simply remove them and place them in the glasses case before sleeping at night. Zhao Di felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and, with a sudden thud, knelt before Ji Yuntang. "Thank you, Night Princess. You are truly like Hua Tuo resurrected, having healed the affliction that has plagued my eyes for many years. I am immensely grateful to you." Ji Yuntang assisted her in rising, assuring her that nearsightedness is not a grave ailment. There is no need for anxiety, nor should she perceive herself as an outlier. It is, in fact, quite normal. In ancient times, with no mobile phones or computers, few suffered from nearsightedness, and anyone afflicted felt a profound disconnect from those around them. In modernity, individuals with nearsightedness can restore their vision through surgery. It is hardly a serious illness. With a heart full of gratitude towards Ji Yuntang, Zhao Di joyfully descended the stage, while the group of physicians remained scowling, their faces dark as soot. Humph. Curing one is hardly remarkable. It is the simplest of tasks. I refuse to believe her luck will continue to favor her. Indeed, the fault lies with me for lacking that lens. Had I possessed it, I too could have restored this young lady's sight. It is not an extraordinary feat, however. Luo Xinyan held a different perspective. His gaze was fixed intently on the woman in white at the center of the square, his heart racing. For the first time, he saw hope in someone he most despised. If Ji Yuntang is capable of aiding others in regaining their sight, could it not signify that his third brother's eyes might also be saved? Luo Xian was eager to immediately verify this matter with Ji Yuntang. However, considering the inappropriateness of the current setting, he resolutely restrained himself. Ji Qingqing was consumed by jealousy when she suddenly heard Ji Qingfeng's voice. "Qingqing, what does it matter if she can heal one person? Perhaps Ji Yuntang merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence, acquiring a pair of lenses from an unknown source. This hardly qualifies as true medical skill. In the eyes of my second brother, she is worth less than even a single finger of yours." A smug smile graced Ji Qingqing's lips. It seemed that in her second brother's heart, she was still regarded as their most exceptional sister. Her gaze was gentle as water, and with a sweet smile, she replied, "Oh, dear brother, please do not say such things. Sister will be saddened by your words." As her voice faded, a familiar sound pierced the air. "TSK, TSK, did you two crawl out of a stinking ditch? Your words are rather beneath you." Ji Qifeng and Ji Qingqing froze, turning to find that the speaker was indeed Xie Luzheng. Unable to contain herself, Ji Qingqing thought it was one thing for him to scold Ji Qifeng alone. But why drag her into it as well? She had merely spoken the truth. How was that beneath anyone? Feeling quite aggrieved, she bit her lip and replied softly. Young Master Xie, I was merely conversing with my brother. I am unsure how I have offended you to elicit such strong disapproval towards us siblings. If there has been any misunderstanding, please feel free to express it. My brother and I would be more than willing to offer our apologies. Although the Yuntang marquis was a prominent family within the court, with a legacy spanning a century, it still paled in comparison to the illustrious Rongwu Duke's residence. Xie Luzheng, the sole heir of the Duke of Rongwu, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to inherit his father's title. Despite his reckless demeanor, his noble lineage places him beyond reproach. Leaving Ji Huaiche at a disadvantage, fostering a friendly relationship with him is far more prudent than courting enmity. Ji Qingqing, with her simplistic views, believed that her beauty would easily win his favor should she adopt a conciliatory approach. However, she gravely underestimated Xie Luzheng. Apologies were unnecessary. It was merely that he found their presence irksome, and his provocation was intentional rather than forthright. A hint of a playful smirk danced at the corners of Xie Luzheng's lips as he toyed with the folding fan in his hand, his phoenix-like eyes glimmering with mischief. The exasperated expressions of Ji Qifeng and Ji Qingqing were indeed entertaining, reminiscent of his own insufferable cousin. Ji Qifeng, his face darkened with fury, was about to voice his frustration when Ji Qingqing restrained him. Elder brother, let it go. There are too many people here. Escalating this could be detrimental for us. Let us focus on the competition ahead. Chapter 55. The days are dull. Only frustration brings comfort. Ji Qifeng shot a fierce glare at Xie Luzheng before pulling Ji Qingqing's arm to depart. Qingqing, let's go over there. To their surprise, Xie Luzheng followed closely behind. Exasperated by the persistent shadow trailing them, Ji Qingfeng finally snapped. What do you want from us? Avoiding confrontation was one thing, but evading them seemed futile. Xie Luzheng, intrigued, retorted with unabashed confidence. This Qinglong Square was not funded solely by your Yuntang marquis. If you can walk freely, why should I be constrained? Indeed, he sought to vex these two individuals. Life had grown exceedingly mundane, and only by causing annoyance could one find amusement. The discontent of Ji Qingfeng and Ji Qingqing brought him joy. Ji Qingqing clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Having just engaged in one competition, she was reluctant to depart so soon. She yearned to remain, to witness firsthand how Ji Yuntang would be trampled and manipulated by others. Realizing she could not shake off Xie Luzheng, Ji Qingqing decided to stay, tugging at Ji Qingfeng's sleeve and lowering her voice. Second brother, let us remain here and observe. If young Master Xie wishes to accompany us, let it be. We shall pretend we do not see him. Ji Qingfeng turned to confront the infuriating visage of Xie Luzheng, who was grinning and playfully winking at him. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately acquiesced. The square had progressed to the second participant, a youth with a face marred by acne. His legs trembled slightly as he cast his gaze downward, fixated on his toes, exuding a profound sense of inferiority that rendered him unable to meet anyone's eyes. Luo Jingshan narrowed his dark eyes and called out, "Who among you dares to raise their head?" The boy, akin to a frightened bird, collapsed to his knees with a thud, burying his head even lower. Luo Xian furrowed his brow momentarily and spoke slowly. In the practice of medicine, one must adhere to the principles of observation, inquiry, and examination. If you do not raise your head and allow others to see you, how can the physicians present assist you in your healing? Since you have chosen to participate in this medical tournament, it signifies your desire for recovery. You have come this far. Why not take a bold step forward? Wang Sheng felt an unsettling anxiety, his head bowed in trepidation. After much internal fortitude, he gradually lifted his gaze. Upon revealing his face, many young women present grimaced in disdain, voicing their contempt. Goodness, what has happened to his face? It is riddled with so many bumps, it makes me feel quite queasy. So densely packed, akin to the warty toads in the fields. He must have committed some unspeakable act, contracting some filthy disease, no doubt. It is no wonder he shies away from showing his face. If I were to resemble that, I would scarcely dare to step outside. The cacophony of gossip reached his ears, and the scornful glances felt like the scorching rays of the sun, igniting his cheeks with a burning shame, his palms slick with sweat from anxiety. Ever since his face had been marred by countless pustules, the gazes of those around him bore sharp barbs, as if he were a loathsome aberration in this world. Yet he wished for none of this. He remained perplexed as to what transgressions had led to such a fate. If he could possess a flawless and handsome visage, who would ever wish to become a figure that instills fear in others? Silence. Luo Xian could no longer endure the raucous chatter. He slammed his hand on the table, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, which promptly fell into silence. The sight of this youth inevitably reminded him of his third brother. His brother, too, had suffered a tragic fate in a devastating fire, his exquisite and unparalleled countenance irrevocably disfigured. In a single moment, he had plummeted from the heights to the depths, and he understood better than anyone the anguish that such disfigurement brings. Luo Jingxin's profound gaze turned towards Luo Xian, observing the pronounced veins on his forehead and his composed demeanor, instantly realizing that he was undoubtedly contemplating Luo Juanhe. With a raised brow, he suddenly smiled, remarking, "Why must the eighth brother be so incensed? The common folk merely speak the truth. One cannot silence their voices from sharing opinions, can one?" Luo Xian retorted coldly. Those nearby indeed possess an air of superiority, eager to critique everyone they encounter. Anyone with even a modicum of upbringing understands that it is improper to comment on another's appearance. Wang Xing is merely ill. He does not wish to be in this state. Is your joy truly derived from the suffering of others? Though his words lacked direct attribution, many of the women present felt personally implicated, having just engaged in such discussions about Wang Sheng. Ji Yuntang raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Luo Xian to defend Wang Sheng at such a moment. If she was not mistaken, the blemishes on his face were merely the result of normal adolescent acne and scarring. As the acne healed, uneven marks remained, and the recurring breakouts resulted in a buildup of toxins manifesting on his skin, leading to its gradual deterioration. This served as a testament that, just as in modern times, appearance held significant weight even in ancient society, with the original owners suffering greatly from this truth. Suddenly struck by an idea, Ji Yuntang stood up, declaring, "I have a solution to help him eliminate the acne and scars on his face." A voice erupted suddenly in the ears of the crowd, causing them to turn their heads in unison. There, standing gracefully in a flowing white dress, was a woman whose very presence seemed to radiate light, her skirt gently lifted by the breeze. Upon recognizing that it was Ji Yuntang who had spoken, the elder physicians became visibly unsettled. Why was it her again? Was she truly intent on causing a scene? With a conspicuous blemish on her own face that remained untreated, how could she dare to offer to treat others? Was this not a jest? Ji Yuntang disregarded the murmurs around her, retrieving from her medicine box a tube of acne cream and a bottle of facial cleanser, which she promptly handed to Wang Sheng. "The reason your acne persists is due to clogged pores leading to inflammation, which perpetuates the cycle of recurrence," she explained. At this, one physician burst into laughter. "Your Highness, are you perhaps dreaming? Wang Sheng's face has shown no improvement after 2 or 3 years of traditional medicine. Do you truly believe that these 2 trivial items can resolve it in just 5 days? Do you consider yourself a miracle healer?" Chapter 56. Something significant is disappearing within him. It was not that he doubted Ji Yuntang's abilities. Rather, he found her words excessively self-assured. If the results were not as effective as she claimed, it could bring unnecessary complications for her. However, Ji Yuntang's audacity was not akin to someone easily deterred by difficulties. She also sought to leverage Wang Sheng's publicity today to expand her own beauty and skincare market. Acne is a perfectly normal phenomenon. Many individuals experience similar situations, though perhaps not as severely as yours. Typically, it subsides after a few days. The princess asserts that experiencing it firsthand is more convincing than any amount of explanation. Both the acne cream and facial cleanser contain a small amount of spring water, which inherently possesses skin-repairing properties, thereby enhancing the efficacy for the user. Is this not a more reassuring alternative than medication? Wang Xing lowered his head, appearing somewhat at a loss. Luo Feizhou raised his hand and exchanged a knowing glance with those nearby. "Go fetch a basin of water for him to try." The attendant brought the water and placed it before Wang Sheng, who glanced up at Ji Yuntang, receiving a reassuring look in return. "First, wet your face. Then dispense a small amount of cleanser into your palm. Add water to create a lather, gently massaging it onto your face. After a brief moment, rinse thoroughly, and apply the acne ointment, allowing it to sit for 15 minutes. Wang Xing followed the instructions diligently as he squeezed the cleanser into his palm. A refreshing citrus aroma wafted up. When mixed with water, it transformed into a rich, creamy foam. He meticulously massaged the foam onto his face. The gentle sensation reminiscent of clouds, completely non-irritating. After cleansing, Ji Yuntang produced a copper mirror and handed it to him. Wang Sheng then applied the acne ointment to his face. The white cream melted effortlessly upon contact, and he felt an unprecedented comfort in his skin. It was hard to tell if it was merely an illusion, but the previous pain associated with touch had significantly diminished. Wang Sheng felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, having always been the object of disdain from others. Never before had he experienced such intense scrutiny. Becoming the focal point of the crowd. Do not be anxious. I have unwavering confidence in my product, and you must believe in yourself as well, Yuntang reassured him. Wang Sheng awkwardly nodded, but was suddenly startled by an exclamation. Look, the acne on his face seems to be diminishing. This revelation astonished everyone present. The visible transformation serving as undeniable proof of the efficacy of the ointment in Yuntang's possession. In an instant, praises erupted from the crowd. The Night Princess is truly remarkable. She can even cure such stubborn acne. This is far more effective than taking medication. One person remarked, in all my years, I never knew that washing one's face could be done with facial cleanser instead of just water. It seems incredibly effective. Another added, I often suffer from recurring acne. I wonder if the Night Princess's acne ointment and facial cleanser are still available for purchase. Whatever the cost, I must have them. Yuntang's crimson lips curled into a slight smile. The desire for beauty is universal, and throughout the ages, women's money has always been the easiest to earn. Fortunately, within her resources, there remained a plethora of skincare products, and venturing into the beauty market was certainly an option. After examining himself in the mirror, Wang Sheng let out a piercing cry of joy. This is wonderful. My face is saved. He bent his knees and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing in gratitude to Yuntang. Your Highness, the Night Queen, it is thanks to you that the common folk have glimpsed hope. I, lacking in talent, have spent several years studying accounts in a cloth shop. If there comes a time when you require my humble assistance, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. Yuntang's beautiful eyes shimmered as she slightly parted her lips. Rise. It brings me joy to be of help. Should you need me in the future, I will send someone to find you. Yuntang had yet to realize that her casual remark would alter Wang Sheng's life forever. Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the two peculiar items Yuntang possessed could truly restore Wang Sheng's visage. It felt as though something invaluable was slipping away from him, and he could not grasp it. Qingfeng's nails nearly broke from her anxious grip. How could this be possible? If Yuntang's aid to the first person was merely a stroke of luck, what of the second? Wang Sheng's face had been so disfigured, yet it could be healed? Qingfeng dared not imagine the fervor with which the noble ladies of the capital would welcome Yuntang's cleansing lotion and acne cream if they were to hit the market. At that time, all her efforts would be overshadowed by Yuntang. Qingfeng felt a surge of resentment. She was the most esteemed young lady of the Yongning marquis, and this honor rightfully belonged to her. Why should Yuntang claim it? The insufferable voice of Xie Luzhong echoed in her ears. The Night Queen is truly formidable. I dare say someone may never measure up. Qingfeng's face paled, and she clenched her jaw, ultimately refraining from speaking. Among them, the most astonished was Luo Xinian, who stood up in excitement. Could it be that he previously misunderstood Yuntang? Perhaps this plain figure truly possesses some abilities? Does this imply that his third brother's disfigured face might also be restored? Luo Xian's gaze was fixed intently on Yuntang's face, wishing to approach her immediately and demand clarification. Yet, he was also deeply intrigued by the secret surprises Yuntang might unveil next. The next patient to approach was an elderly gentleman, well past 60. His hair was a patchwork of white, and he walked with a hunched back, tiptoeing slowly, pausing with every step. It took him nearly a quarter of an hour to traverse a mere 100 paces. Upon reaching the square, he prepared to kneel in salutation. But Luo Jingshun waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with impatience. No need for formalities. Please share your symptoms. The common man recounted how he had tried numerous folk remedies over the years, all in vain, leading even his family members to suffer from the same foot ailment. I beseech you, esteemed healers, assist this humble man. At this rate, my entire family may well be tormented to death by this affliction. Yuntang raised an eyebrow. Based on his description, this seemed akin to modern athlete's foot. Such ailments should not pose a challenge in ancient times. The persistent failure to heal stemmed from the elder's poverty, as he hesitated to spend money on medicine and relied solely on the home remedies passed down through generations. Consequently, his condition had worsened over time. In Chapter 57, she can make amputees stand. Yuntang's hospital had remedies for athlete's foot, but she intended to first see if the other seasoned doctors could provide a solution. If they could not, she would devise a way to procure the necessary treatment. Soon, an elderly physician clad in a blue robe approached. He first instructed the individual to remove their shoes and socks, and upon glancing at the elderly man's soiled, darkened feet, he was nearly overwhelmed by the foul odor. How many days had it been since these feet had last been washed? The old doctor immediately adopted a stern expression and declared, "This foot ailment is contagious. Your lack of cleanliness, neglecting to wash your feet and change your shoes and socks, makes you susceptible to illness. Mixing footwear with family members can also transmit the infection. Such troubles arise from poor hygiene habits." Upon his thorough exposition, the onlookers exclaimed in unison, "Indeed. Well said. Dr. Li's medical expertise is truly remarkable." Luo Jingshan's previously somber demeanor dissipated, and a smile finally graced his lips. He had anticipated that Ji Yuntang would seize the spotlight once more, yet it appeared that would not be the case this time. Dr. Li's assertions were so cogent that the other physicians present refrained from disputing his prescribed treatment, indicating its correctness, and that was sufficient. Luo Xinian felt a tinge of disappointment. He had been looking forward to the surprises Ji Yuntang would bring. To his astonishment, she had not made a single notable contribution this time. Luo Juanha, devoid of sensation in his feet, remained uncertain whether there was any remedy for his condition. Ji Qingqing and Ji Qingfeng were equally relieved that Ji Yuntang had not overshadowed them again. Otherwise, they would inevitably face ridicule from Xia Lujing. Ji Qifeng curled his lip in disdain, knowing all too well that Ji Yuntang could only employ clever tricks to address minor ailments. And when it came to genuine medical expertise, she was utterly inept. However, what irked Ji Qingfeng was that Ji Yuntang had nonetheless advanced to the second round. The second round of the competition involved 2 patients in total. A wooden wheelchair was being pushed out by a young attendant, and seated upon it was a man clad in black, whose frail appearance belied his 30-something years. His unkempt beard and drooping head exuded a profound sense of hopelessness. A visage all too familiar to Ji Yuntang. It was the expression of one who had lost all faith in life, a man seemingly resigned to death. At that moment, the attendant spoke, addressing the gathered officials and esteemed physicians. "Honorable sirs, our second master was once a skilled escort, traversing the land to transport goods. However, 2 years ago, while leading his caravan through Jiagu Pass, a tragic mishap occurred. They were ambushed by bandits from the mountains, and in a desperate bid to protect his companions, he plummeted down a 100-meter cliff along with the cart. By the time he was discovered, he was already on the brink of death. Since then, our second master has become the man you see now." The attendant's voice faltered as he spoke, and he stepped forward to reveal the man's tattered garments, where beneath the hem lay a hollow leg. "I implore you, esteemed physicians, please assist our second master. He is still so young. His 80-year-old parents weep daily for him. Should he never rise again, his life will be shrouded in eternal darkness." With tears streaming down his face, the attendant concluded his plea, only to be met with a furrowed brow from one of the doctors who retorted, "What do you expect us to do? We are physicians, not deities. His leg is gone. What more can be done?" Others nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, is this not a torment? Throughout the ages, I have yet to hear of a severed leg being reattached, let alone one that has been amputated for 2 years. That lost limb must be decayed and infested by now. We cannot simply sever another's leg to offer a remedy. Such a notion is utterly implausible. This affliction is one that even the gods would find insurmountable." The man in the wheelchair, once devoid of vitality, suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes brimming with tears. He attempted to rise, only to collapse violently to the ground, where he began to strike his head against the floor, rapidly staining it with a vivid scarlet hue. "Let me die, let me perish," he cried out. "What purpose does my existence serve in this wretched state? My leg is gone, and I shall never stand again. My life is utterly extinguished. I implore you, grant me a merciful end, for I can no longer endure this agony." The once stalwart man was now weeping profusely, consumed by a desire for death, as if living had become the most excruciating ordeal. His plight stirred the hearts of many physicians, yet it remained merely a fleeting moment of sympathy, for they understood that the man who had lost his leg was beyond healing. Luo Xinian clenched his fists, striving to suppress the anguish within. At that moment, his thoughts drifted to his brother, Luo Juanha, confined to a hospital bed. The tribulations his elder brother had faced over the years were likely 1,000-fold more agonizing than those of the man before him. He wondered how his brother endured those endless nights, motionless and helpless. Did he, too, weep nightly, yearning for death as a release? A profound sense of helplessness welled up within Luo Snyan. Regrettably, there was nothing he could do. He could not even alleviate a fraction of the suffering endured by Luo Juanha. At that moment, a voice stunned the crowd. If I told you I could help you stand again, would you muster the courage to live on? The man, momentarily halted in his actions, looked up incredulously at the woman in white before him. Despite the blood that smeared his face, he trembled as he asked, "What did you just say?" Yuntang maintained a gentle demeanor and reiterated, "I said I have a method to help you stand once more, to walk like a normal person. Would you be willing to believe me?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized he had not misheard. The young woman claimed she could restore his ability to stand. However, his legs were gone. How could he possibly stand? As this thought crossed his mind, he despondently lowered his head, his expression heavy with sorrow. "My dear, I understand your intention to help me, yet I am acutely aware of my hopelessness. My legs were amputated 2 years ago, and I know I will never stand again in this lifetime. Yet, I still cling to a flicker of hope. The only reason I participated in this medical competition today was to have the esteemed doctors present shatter the last remnants of delusion in my mind. I have harbored this dream for 2 years, and it is time I awaken from it." Chapter 58. Entrusting life and death to her? Yuntang was accustomed to witnessing the poignant separations and farewells of patients. Each time, their reactions pierced her heart with profound empathy. Given the man's current condition, it is evident that his leg has been amputated. Though his life is temporarily preserved, if no further action is taken, even if he does not seek death, he is unlikely to survive beyond 3 years. Yuntang pursed her lips, uncertain of how to comfort him, and instead wished to demonstrate her sincerity through action. "I never jest with patients. I assured him that if I say he can stand, I truly believe he can. Are you willing to give it a try? Given the circumstances, the outcome cannot be worse than your current state, can it?" Luo Feizhou swiveled the teacup in his hand, disdainfully scoffing. "Night Princess, he is already suffering enough. Must you indulge in such impractical jesting? Not to mention the reliability of your methods. Have you considered that your mere words might instill hope in him? And should you fail, could he bear the weight of such a disappointment?" At this point, Luo Feizhou abruptly set down his teacup with emphasis. All present listened intently. If the Night Princess insisted on pursuing this course of treatment, then neither the prince, nor the 8th brother, nor I shall intervene. However, if this patient were to succumb to despair and take his own life thereafter, the Night Princess would bear the burden of being a murderer, held entirely accountable. Upon hearing this, many echoed their agreement, while a handful voiced support for Yuntang. It was evident to the discerning that this man had already lost hope in life and contemplated suicide. The seed of death had long been sown in his heart, and the decision to act rested solely upon a fleeting thought. Yuntang expressed her desire to assist him out of genuine goodwill. The words of Prince Qi, however, seemed to place the weight of this man's life and death squarely upon her shoulders. If she truly possessed the means to heal him, all would be well. Yet, should she fail and the man succumb to despair, would she then be deemed the perpetrator of his demise? If everyone were held accountable for matters of life and death, who among the healers would dare to step forth to aid the impoverished? Is this not a quintessential example of placing undue burdens upon others? Due to Luo Feizhou's status, neither the doctors nor the common folk dared to voice their opinions at the scene. Only the carefree and audacious voice of Xia Luzheng pierced through the crowd, leaving no room for courtesy. "Your Highness Qi, do listen. Are these words even human? You orchestrated this grand medical competition, yet lack the capability to save lives, preferring instead to sip tea and offer idle remarks. When Lady Knights stood to assist, instead of bestowing her with gold, silver, or exquisite embroidery, you placed the responsibility of the patient's future life and death upon her. She is not the king of hell. How can a mere woman be held accountable for the lives of others? I believe that regardless of whether she can heal this young man or not, Lady Knight's courage to step forward is commendable. After all, besides her, it appears there is no one else capable of aiding this patient with his leg." Xia Luzheng articulated the thoughts that others dared not voice. As the son of the Duke of Rome, even Luo Feizhou had to grant him a measure of respect. Ji Qingfeng internally cursed Xia Luzheng for being meddlesome, for stirring the pot unnecessarily. Yet now, with Xia Luzheng's interference, Ji Qingfeng sensed that his own plans were likely to unravel. Ji Qingqing, her eyes brimming with tears, remarked, "Sister is already married. Why does young Master Xia continue to intervene on her behalf, openly challenging His Highness Prince Qi?" Are you not concerned about tarnishing your own reputation? Jealousy gnawed at her heart as she pondered why Xia Luzheng had repeatedly stood against them for Ji Yuntang today. Did he not realize that aligning with the Yongning marquis was far wiser than befriending a mere Ji Yuntang? Reputation? Does this young master possess such a thing? Xia Luzheng replied nonchalantly, lifting an eyelid and regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. If you insist on contending without reason, why should I show mercy when there is cause? I have always advocated for justice over familial ties. I merely observe that you all, prominent figures, band together to bully a weak woman. It is truly shameless. Do you not fear the disgrace it would bring to your fathers? Ji Qingqing, Ji Qifeng, Luo Feizhou. The expressions on the faces of the three were a captivating spectacle. Yet they were acutely aware that behind Xia Luzheng stood the Duke of Ronghua, a father fiercely protective of his son. Should that old rascal learn that his precious boy was being bullied, he would likely cause a stir, even in the Golden Throne Hall. Thus, they could only endure this silent humiliation. Luo Xinian opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. He had a plethora of thoughts swirling within him, yet he was at a loss for how to articulate them. He could not comprehend why his friend would repeatedly defend Ji Yuntang. What was it about her that warranted such fervent support from the capital's most notorious rake, Xia Luzheng? Could it be that Ji Yuntang had cast a spell on him? Ji Yuntang stood upright in the center of the square, her bright fox-like eyes precisely capturing the sight of a young man adorned in a purple silk robe threaded with golden patterns, crowned with a golden tiara and a jade belt. He exuded a languid demeanor, with brows as dark as ink and eyes as deep as a secluded pool. His handsome, aristocratic visage bore a nonchalant smile, radiating an air of carefree audacity, as if he regarded everyone with a dismissive attitude. This was the first time Ji Yuntang had regarded the esteemed young master Xia with such seriousness. One could not help but admit that his tongue was remarkably sharp, effortlessly silencing Ji Qingqing and her companions. When there was no reason to argue, he still contended fiercely. If he was justified, why should he show mercy? In an era teeming with royal kin and noble relatives, where few dared to offend, Xia Luzheng had repeatedly come to her defense. Regardless of his motives, Ji Yuntang would remember this kindness. The old doctor pondered simply. Since he could not mend the patient's crippled leg, he could at least tend to the wound on his forehead, deeming it a significant assistance. He wondered if His Highness the Crown Prince might look favorably upon his righteous intentions and allow him to advance to the third round. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Yuntang had already discerned his thoughts. The old man's clumsy bandaging technique faltered, his gaze frequently darting towards the esteemed Luo Jingxin seated above. It seemed the pretense of treating the man's wounds was merely a guise to curry favor with the three lords in attendance. Ji Yuntang remained patient, allowing the man before her ample time to come to his own conclusions. There was still half a stick of incense's worth of time left. Had he made up his mind yet? Chapter 59. The performance of the White Lotus. The man lowered his head in silence, his expression inscrutable, leaving those around him unaware of his thoughts. Eventually, the attendant, unable to contain himself, crouched down and spoke softly. Sir, why not allow the Night Princess to give it a try? Our purpose for coming here today was to seek the assistance of the divine physicians for your leg. What if the Night Princess can indeed help you stand again? Consider master and madam, as well as your brothers and family. Can you truly bear to abandon everything and leave? It seemed the attendant's words struck a chord within the man, as his brow twitched slightly, indicating a flicker of response. Very well, let this young lady have a go at it, he finally conceded. Zhu Feng, regardless of whether my leg is healed or if I can stand again, please do not let anyone make things difficult for this young lady. At this point, he suddenly lifted his gaze to Ji Yuntang and offered her a faint smile. My lady, please proceed with your treatment without concern. No matter the outcome, I have accepted my fate, and my life or death will not be your burden. His gratitude was palpable. Someone willing to extend a helping hand was already a gift. Even if disappointment awaited him in the end, what did it matter? He was a man of tragic circumstance. Why should he drag others into his plight? Ji Yuntang was taken aback by the man's attitude. She sensed that he harbored little faith in her abilities, and his words seemed to stem from a desire not to implicate her in his fate. With a smile, Ji Yuntang replied, Thank you for your trust in me. I assure you, I will not let you down. If it were said that she initially participated in the competition for monetary gain, now, Ji Yuntang is driven by her true intentions. Though she is not a saint, she cannot bear to witness the suffering of humanity. Particularly, this man possesses a soldierly fortitude that commands her admiration. Your Highness, I wish to attend to this gentleman's right leg. The ensuing process may not be suitable for public display, so I kindly request a clean room be arranged for me, along with hot water, towels, a dagger, and some fine liquor, as I will require them shortly." As Ji Yuntang's words fell, before Luo Jingxin could respond, Ji Qifeng from the audience loudly interjected, "Ji Yuntang, do you not have any shame? As a married woman, how can you so brazenly seek to be alone with a man? Are you not concerned about the damage to your reputation? Such reckless behavior. Does your husband, Prince Yi, know of this?" Today, Ji Qifeng was so incensed that he momentarily forgot he too bore the surname Ji. The tarnishing of Ji Yuntang's reputation was hardly a matter of pride for the Yongning marquis. After venting his frustrations, he felt a sense of relief. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Xinyan's expression had darkened considerably due to his words. His gaze fell upon the man in black, scrutinizing his features, the thick brows, the chiseled nose, the sharp contours of his face, and the vibrant red lips. Despite the disheveled state of his hair and beard, the man exuded an undeniable air of nobility. Luo Xinyan felt a slight shock in his heart. No wonder Ji Yuntang insisted on treating this man alone. Could it be that she has truly taken a liking to him? He found it hard to believe that Ji Yuntang possessed the ability to make his already severed leg regenerate. With his third brother absent, did this woman feel so insatiably eager to act as she pleased? It was utterly absurd. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the flicker of goodwill he had harbored for Ji Yuntang was instantly extinguished. Indeed, some individuals are inherently base, and such nature is unchangeable. Unbeknownst to Ji Yuntang, she swiftly approached Ji Qifeng before he could react. With a decisive motion, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. As if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. 5 vivid red fingerprints appeared on his face, leaving Ji Qifeng momentarily dazed. He stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his features. You dare to hit me?" This wretched woman had the audacity to strike him in front of so many witnesses. Ji Qifeng. Trouble arises from one's own words. Do you presume that everyone shares your vile mindset? If you wish to avoid punishment, it would be prudent to keep your foul mouth shut. I have no desire to provoke you, and the Yongning marquis should refrain from troubling me. We can coexist peacefully. However, should you lack the foresight to provoke me, my hand is not one to be trifled with. Others may fear you, but I, Ji Yuntang, do not. While it was one thing for him to insult her, dragging Luo Juanhe into the fray was an affront she could not tolerate. She could not fathom how he could be so foolish, having already experienced her wrath once, yet he still dared to prance around her unrepentantly. Ji Qingqing bit her lower lip, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at her with profound disappointment. "Sister, second brother's words are for your own good. A lone man and a woman alone in a room. He worries about your reputation being tarnished if you treat another man's leg injury in private. How can you resort to violence without discerning right from wrong?" Ji Yuntang scoffed. At such a critical moment, Ji Qingqing still sought to diminish her stature to elevate their own. For her benefit? Which well-meaning person would publicly berate her in front of thousands, calling her shameless and licentious? If this was considered goodwill, then she wished for Ji Qingqing to excel beyond all measure, to surpass everyone, to be unparalleled. Ji Yuntang cast a derisive glance at Ji Qifeng and remarked, "A foul mouth is a disease, one that must be treated. We are all novices in humanity. Why should I defer to him?" Ji Qingqing's face contorted with heartache, her body swaying as if about to collapse. "But he is your biological brother. You share the same blood. How can you be so cruel to him? Is it because you were abandoned in the countryside as a child that you harbor such resentment towards us? The events of the past were merely an accident. Father and mother have already sent you 100,000 taels of silver as compensation. Why do you cling to this grudge so tightly? Sister, what position does your behavior place grandmother, father, and mother in, and where does it leave the Yongning marquis?" As her emotions surged, Ji Qingqing's face flushed crimson as she approached to grasp Ji Yuntang's hand. Ji Yuntang was nearly amused by the absurdity of it all. How could Ji Qingqing claim familial ties with such audacity? Indeed, they were family, while she, Ji Yuntang, was the outsider. Chapter 60. The strong set the rules. The weak abide by them. Family affection is a treasure when cherished, yet becomes trifling as mere weeds when disregarded. To attempt to compel her to admit fault using such a worthless sentiment, it seems that Ji Qingqing is yet to awaken from her slumber. Having endured enough, Ji Yuntang raised her foot and forcefully kicked the approaching Ji Qingqing 3 meters away. "If your mind is ill, seek treatment. Keep your filthy self away from this princess." or I shall strike you each time I lay eyes upon you. Ji Qingqing's body landed among the crowd, the force of the impact mitigated, leaving her unscathed. She rolled her eyes, gracefully collapsing to the ground, her eyes brimming with feigned tears. With her delicate brows furrowed and her voice tinged with a sob, she lamented, "Sister, if being struck can appease your anger, then Qingqing willingly submits to your blows, provided you apologize to second brother." After her weeping complaint, she lowered her head to conceal the upward curve of her lips. "Ji Yuntang, oh Ji Yuntang, how easily you lose your composure, a mere provocation from me, and you resort to violence. What do you possess to contend with me, a mere brute with a simplistic mind and robust physique?" The sight of Ji Qingqing being kicked away fell squarely within Ji Qingfeng's gaze, his pupils dilating in alarm as he rushed towards Ji Qingqing, enveloping her in his arms. "Qingqing, are you unharmed? Did you fall anywhere? Speak to second brother." Ji Qingqing buried her head in Ji Qingfeng's chest, weeping profusely without uttering a word. The sight of a beautiful woman in tears stirred an instinctive protectiveness within Ji Qingfeng, rekindling his desire to shield her once more. He could not fathom why. Despite being daughters of the same Yuntang marquis household, Ji Qingqing was gentle, magnanimous, and understanding, while Ji Yuntang exhibited such crudeness, arrogance, and rudeness. Ji Qingqing had cared for her on numerous occasions, always considering her well-being, yet Ji Yuntang remained selfish to such an extent. Could she not learn even a modicum of virtue from Ji Qingqing? "Ji Yuntang, you wicked woman, how truly malicious you are. It is one thing to strike your elder brother before the three princes, to also beat your own younger sister is utterly disgraceful. Qingqing is so delicate, nothing like your rugged and coarse demeanor. If you fail to provide both me and Qingqing with a satisfactory explanation this time, do not blame me for bringing you before the authorities. I will expose your vile face of ingratitude to the entire populace of the capital." As his words fell, the sound of slapping echoed in his ears. Clap, clap, clap. Ji Yuntang applauded, a faint smirk of derision appearing in her eyes. What a noble act of filial piety and retribution. How amusing it is that those from the Yuntang marquis household consider themselves so exalted. As she spoke, she rolled up her wide sleeves, revealing her arms to the onlookers. On her delicate, snow-white wrists were glaring whip marks and scars from blades. The flesh had healed, but the scars had not fully faded, and bruises still lingered beneath her skin. 2/3 of her arms bore the evidence of both fresh and old wounds. The physicians present were keen observers. With just a glance, they discerned that the injuries on Ji Yuntang's arms had existed for at least 5 or 6 years, with some scars dating back over a decade. At that time, she would have been merely 4 or 5 years old. What could have transpired to leave her with such a multitude of injuries? The visible realm is so utterly dismal, one cannot help but ponder the conditions of the unseen. Ji Yuntang's gaze dripped with scorn, her voice icy. "She is feeble and pitiable, deserving of your family's indulgence, while I, with my tough exterior, must endure indignities. From a young age, I have grasped a fundamental truth. The children of the impoverished possess no rights. If one is not of blood, they possess even less. The strong dictate the rules, while the weak abide by them. Do you comprehend how I have survived these past 15 years? As a daughter of the Yuntang marquis household, when I was subjected to beatings and whippings in the countryside, what was the Yuntang marquis household doing? What was Ji Qingqing doing? At that time, where were my father, mother, and 3 brothers? To now accuse me of ingratitude. Pray tell, where is the kindness you speak of? Is it truly that sum of 100,000 taels of silver?" Xie Luzhong, ever the spectator with a penchant for stirring the pot, leaned in, blinking in puzzlement. "Ah, something seems amiss. As I recall, that 100,000 taels was clearly brought by second Miss Ji, who arrived bearing a coffin to claim the remains of the Night Princess. She was subsequently confronted by the Night Princess, and the Yuntang marquis household, believing themselves at fault, willingly offered compensation. Compensation is one matter, restitution is another. Surely, second Miss Ji would not be so muddled as to confuse the two. Once again, Ji Qingqing's actions were dragged into the light by Xie Liuzhong's probing words, leaving her feeling vexed. In frustration, she shut her eyes and feigned death in Ji Qingfeng's embrace. To her surprise, he found a place to lay her down, his gaze fixed intently upon the injuries adorning Ji Yuntang's arm. Whenever she had a moment to spare, Ji Yuntang would weave floral cords and embroider handkerchiefs to gift to them. However, the young masters of the marquis's residence, accustomed to a life of luxury, could hardly appreciate her offerings, discarding them disdainfully upon the ground. With an air of arrogance, they lectured her, saying, "Now that you are part of the marquis's household, you must conduct yourself as a lady of the estate. Refrain from engaging in activities that are beneath your station. Spend your time learning from Qingqing, and observe the disparity between you two. Above all, ensure that no one discovers you are my sister." Ji Qingfeng held nothing but contempt for Ji Yuntang, deeming her unworthy of being his sister, oblivious to the multitude of wounds she bore. In light of the 2 slaps he had received on his own face, he suddenly felt that his grievances paled in comparison. "Feel free to report to the authorities. I shall accompany you to the end." Turning to the man in the wheelchair, she expressed her apologies, saying, "I am sorry for the delay. I will assist you with your treatment now." The man clad in black observed the scene with a slight tilt of his head, his gaze filled with pity for her. It appeared that this woman before him was also a victim of misfortune. Though she bore the title of a marquis's daughter, her destiny had been irrevocably altered. While her sister basked in favor in the capital, she endured suffering in the countryside, having survived 15 years of domestic abuse. Reflecting on her resilience, she pondered, what reason did she have not to live fully? "Thank you for your assistance, my lady," he replied. With the commotion that had unfolded, neither Luo Jingxian nor Luo Feizhou could utter another word. They could only hasten to prepare a clean room for Ji Yuntang and gather the necessary items for her care. The farce has concluded, yet the healing must persist. They all eagerly anticipate how Ji Yuntang will manage to make this man, who has lost his leg, rise once more. Chapter 61. Can she truly make a severed leg grow back? In the room, Ji Yuntang expelled everyone, but Xu Feng stubbornly refused to leave. Insisting on staying by his master's side, his eyes filled with a pleading sorrow as he gazed at her. With no choice, Ji Yuntang relented, allowing him to remain to care for the man, albeit with the condition that he must not interfere with her treatment. Naturally, Xu Feng was more than willing to comply. Ji Yuntang instructed Taoji to guard the door, ensuring no one could enter, while she took a ruler to measure the lengths of the man's legs. The left leg was intact, whereas the right leg had been amputated. The difference in length between the left and right legs would determine the size of the prosthesis she needed to prepare. Ji Yuntang initially fashioned a receiving socket from plaster, then selected an appropriate support tube to create the prosthetic component. When she retrieved the prosthesis from her medical box, Xu Feng's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Large enough to fit an egg. This Night King's consort was truly peculiar. What kind of treasure chest was her medical box? It appeared no larger than an ordinary book. Yet she managed to extract such a lengthy object from within. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the item she held bore an uncanny resemblance to a prosthetic leg, albeit much slimmer below the knee than that of a normal person, which struck him as exceedingly odd. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "My lady, is this tool in your hand meant to help my master stand again?" Ji Yuntang nodded. "You are not as foolish as I thought. Your master's leg is already gone. If you expect me to make it grow back, I must admit I lack such capabilities. This prosthetic limb can replace his right leg, enabling him to rise once more and regain mobility. However, in the initial stages, he may experience discomfort, and his body might exhibit rejection responses. These are entirely normal. As long as he diligently trains within the parallel bars each day, within a month, he will be able to walk just like an ordinary person." Yet, Ji Yuntang suddenly furrowed her brow as a thought crossed her mind. The man in black felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart and pressed, "Yet what? I assume you are a martial artist. After fitting this prosthetic, you may no longer be able to practice martial arts, and skills such as lightness techniques will be out of reach. You must consider this carefully. If you agree, I will assist you in the installation," Ji Yuntang stated. Upon hearing this, the man let out a sigh of relief. The ability to stand was already a desperate desire. He could hardly be concerned about the loss of martial arts. In his eyes, the distinction between a disabled person and a normal individual fundamentally lay in the possession of sound and complete limbs, while the pursuit of martial arts was secondary. "I agree. The ability to practice martial arts is no longer significant. As long as Miss Ji can help me stand again, I will be eternally grateful and dare not harbor any further extravagant desires." Initially, he held little hope for Ji Yuntang. However, upon learning that her husband, like him, was a disabled person, confined to bed for 3 years, his heart swelled with admiration for her. He understood all too well the challenges of caring for someone in their condition and the burdens it entailed, yet Ji Yuntang bore no complaints. The unwavering support displayed by the other party, who boldly stood up to defend her husband in front of so many witnesses, is a testament to Ji Yuntang's character and moral integrity. Perhaps she resonated with Luo Jianhe, causing any lingering doubts in the man's heart regarding Ji Yuntang to dissipate entirely. His trust brought her solace, for no physician relishes a disobedient patient. Very well, I shall assist you in fitting your prosthetic limb. The process may be slightly painful. Do not hesitate to voice your discomfort, as there are no strangers present here. The man remained silent. He had already endured the agony of his severed leg. So what more could he not bear? Ji Yuntang instructed Zhu Feng to roll up his pant leg and began to cleanse the man's wound with warm water. In the unnoticed crevices of their task, Ji Yuntang discreetly poured some spring water into the wound. This miraculous water not only strengthens the body, but also possesses healing properties, making it perfectly suited for this situation. After a quarter of an hour of diligent cleaning, Zhu Feng inquired, "Lady of the Night King, I have finished cleansing our second master. Is there anything else you require of me?" Ji Yuntang shook her head. "No, you may stand by. I shall inform you if anything arises." She donned gloves, crouched down, and gently pressed her fingertips against the surface of the incision, prompting the man's brow to furrow immediately. Ji Yuntang understood that his leg was different from Luo Jianhe's. At the very least, he still had sensation. The presence of sensation indicated that during his rehabilitation, he would be able to walk more swiftly and normally. However, the site of the incision had healed, resulting in an unsightly lump. Though its appearance was far from pleasing, Ji Yuntang did not exert much effort when fitting the prosthetic. Her hands moved with remarkable dexterity, and her expression was marked by an utmost seriousness, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. Yet, the man felt perplexed. He had never encountered such techniques and methods before. He wondered from whom this woman had acquired her knowledge. The fitting of the prosthetic took nearly an hour, and once Ji Yuntang had secured it, she rose to her feet. "It is ready now. You may attempt to move your leg and see if you can acclimate." The man complied, and to his astonishment, he found the prosthetic remarkably agile. When he leaned to the left, the prosthetic mirrored the motion. When he leaned to the right, it followed suit. It felt as if it were an extension of his own leg, albeit with a somewhat peculiar appearance. "Zhu Feng, come over and support me. I wish to see if I can stand," he instructed. "Take it slow, second master," the servant promptly replied, moving to assist him. The man cautiously rose to his feet. He stepped forward with his right leg, taking several careful strides, and felt an impressive stability, devoid of any hint of wobbling. Ji Yuntang felt a wave of satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. "It seems you have adapted well. From now on, treat it as your own leg and maintain your training." Suppressing his excitement, the man offered her a grateful smile. "Thank you, Miss Ji. I shall remember this kindness, and I vow to repay you when the opportunity arises." Ji Yuntang merely smiled in response, not taking it to heart. The time grows late, and it is likely that those outside have been waiting for quite some time. Let us make our exit. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the medical competition is decidedly peculiar. Upon Ji Yuntang's departure, Luo Jingshan promptly halted the contest, insisting on resuming only after her return. He firmly believes that Ji Yuntang cannot possibly regenerate a severed leg and eagerly anticipates her impending embarrassment. Furthermore, Luo Jingshan intentionally disseminated the rumor that the Night Princess had publicly vowed to restore the severed limbs of amputee patients, a purported medical miracle that piqued the curiosity of many, igniting a fervor throughout the capital. As time passed, Luo Feizhou's temper flared. In his eyes, his noble status rendered it absurd to wait for a deceitful and unattractive woman, especially alongside a throng of eager spectators. By the hour of shun, the gathering at Qinglong Square swelled, with people converging from all directions, creating an impenetrable crowd. Upon learning of the Night Princess's claimed ability to reattach severed limbs, many rushed to witness the spectacle. Luo Feizhou, seething with frustration, took note of Luo Xinyan's deep-seated disdain for Ji Yuntang and began to taunt him openly. "Eighth brother, the Night Princess and that man in black have been inside for an hour. Do you think they have finished whatever it is they were doing?" He continued. "Third brother is truly unfortunate. Not only is he bedridden, but he also wed a princess who brings him no peace. Surely, his days in the Night Prince's residence are far from pleasant." Luo Xinyan's expression darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. Without needing to be reminded by Luo Feizhou, ever since Ji Yuntang entered the room, his heart had been in turmoil. On one hand, he was apprehensive that Ji Yuntang had truly developed feelings for that man, thus bringing dishonor to his third brother. On the other hand, he feared that Ji Yuntang might speak recklessly, making promises that could not be fulfilled, ultimately not only failing to elevate the man's status, but also leading everyone to believe that Luo Jianhe had married a deceiver, tarnishing his third brother's reputation. I must see what she is doing with that man in the room. Luo Xian immediately rose to his feet, turning to leave. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look, the night princess is coming out." Everyone turned to look, and Luo Jingshan sprang up in a sudden motion. Ji Yuntang was seen gracefully striding ahead, having tossed her hand behind her. Following her were two familiar figures, the man in black and his attendant, Zhu Feng. The difference now was that the man was no longer seated in a wheelchair. Instead, he was being supported by Zhu Feng as he stepped out. All eyes instinctively fell upon his right leg, as it was well known that he had undergone amputation below the knee. Yet, at this moment, every step he took was grounded and assured. They could clearly see that his right leg was no longer empty. Something was genuinely supporting him. The crowd gasped in astonishment, chattering amongst themselves. The night princess was indeed miraculous. She had truly caused the leg of a patient, once severed, to regrow. How was this even possible? Without uttering a word, the miraculous recovery of the patient, enabling them to stand and walk so swiftly, raises the question of whether the night princess is an otherworldly being descended from the heavens, possessing celestial abilities. Foolish child, one might say, if your head is severed, your life is forfeit. How could it possibly regenerate? Amidst the crowd, the esteemed Dr. Li, renowned for curing ailments of the foot, hastened towards Ji Yuntang with a swift and purposeful stride. Suppressing his astonishment, he cast aside his previous disdain and regarded Ji Yuntang with utmost respect. Dr. Li, a man of remarkable adaptability, acknowledged the superior medical skills of others with a sense of admiration. In my lifetime, I have never witnessed a patient devoid of legs rise to their feet. This is nothing short of a miracle. May I inquire, Your Highness, how have you accomplished this? This query echoed the curiosity of all present, none of whom were naive enough to believe that Ji Yuntang possessed magical powers. If she truly wielded such abilities, her own visage would have been restored, and Luo Jianhe would not remain bedridden and incapacitated. Ji Yuntang, not one to be petty, was poised to respond when an incredulous voice broke through the air. Ji Yuntang, whom have you harmed to achieve this? Is this not akin to trading a life for a life, equivalent to murder? Can your conscience bear such a weight? Ji Yuntang turned to find that the source of this remark was none other than the crown prince, Luo Jingshan. He appeared rather dim-witted, yet his words carried a heavy implication. What Ji Yuntang was unaware of was that Luo Jingshan, during her treatment, deliberately spread rumors that she possessed the miraculous ability to regenerate the severed limbs of men. He had meticulously devised a plan to humiliate her upon her emergence, seeking to avenge Ji Qingqing and thereby curry favor with the Yuntang marquis. To his astonishment, the man indeed rose to his feet. He found this phenomenon utterly bewildering and could not fathom how she had accomplished such a feat. The only explanation Luo Jingshan could conjure was that Ji Yuntang had somehow procured another's leg to affix to the man. Otherwise, how could one rationally account for this occurrence? Ji Yuntang silently rolled her eyes, pondering how a son like him could emerge from the gracious and dignified empress with such limited intellect. How had he ascended to the position of crown prince? Perhaps the crown prince had misconstrued her words. She merely asserted that she could assist this gentleman in standing like an ordinary person, but she never claimed that she could regenerate his amputated leg. The notion of exchanging lives for death was beyond the capabilities of a delicate woman such as herself. As for how he managed to stand, that was a matter for them to discern themselves. After Ji Yuntang concluded her explanation, she turned her gaze toward Zhu Feng, the meaning of which was abundantly clear. Zhu Feng remained still for a moment, then glanced at the man, receiving an affirmative nod before he knelt down and rolled up the man's trouser leg. Beneath the fabric lay a peculiarly shaped prosthetic limb. He wore a shoe on his foot, and with the trousers concealing it, it appeared indistinguishable from a natural leg. No one could have ever imagined that Ji Yuntang had orchestrated such a means for the man to stand. The seasoned doctors at the scene gazed in wonder at the exquisitely designed prosthetic limb. Their curiosity piqued as they gathered around to observe. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. How could one not have considered the possibility of utilizing prosthetics to replace the missing parts of the body? This is far more practical than relying on animal parts. In the past, they had encountered patients with severed limbs, yet their sole recourse had been to attempt to substitute with animal parts, all of which had ended in failure. After all, no one could accept becoming a grotesque caricature of themselves. In ancient times, such technology was non-existent. If the wound was not sutured properly, it could lead to fatal consequences. The doctors were too timid to take risks. In dire situations, patients could only spend the latter half of their lives confined to a wheelchair, with no remedy in sight. Luo Jingshan observed as Ji Yuntang transformed into the center of attention, her newfound allure eliciting a chilling expression from him. Fortunately, Luo Jiunha, being a cripple, had no hope of claiming the throne. No matter how formidable Ji Yuntang proved to be, she could not elevate his standing, resulting in a significant loss for Luo Jiunha. Luo Sinian, however, perceived the situation differently. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed on Ji Yuntang, his expression one of incredulity. Chapter 63. Tears are her secret weapon. What peculiar abilities does she possess, and from whom has she acquired them? If one were to claim she possessed medical expertise, the items she produced bore no relation to medicinal herbs. Yet, if one were to assert she lacked medical knowledge, she had managed to cure ailments that had left dozens of esteemed doctors utterly powerless. The ailments presented in the medical competition were already rare and intricate. Yet before Ji Yuntang, these perplexing maladies seemed trivial. It was as if there were nothing beyond her capacity to heal. As Luo Snian contemplated this, he couldn't help but indulge in fantasies about how Ji Yuntang could assist others in standing and walking again. Surely, his third brother's legs could also find their strength. He completely overlooked the earlier embarrassment of his furious intent to catch someone in the act. The flattery echoing in his ears only deepened Luo Jingshan's frown. He had to concede that Ji Yuntang's performance today was indeed remarkable, stealing the limelight. However, he couldn't help but wonder how the next 2 rounds would unfold. At that moment, a guard approached and whispered a few words into Luo Feizhou's ear. Luo Feizhou's eyes brightened, and he promptly stood to issue a command. The hour grows late. We shall pause the medical competition here and resume tomorrow at noon. Luo Snian's gaze flickered. The medical competition had been held for 2 years without a single interruption, yet today it was not only halted but postponed. Observing Luo Feizhou's demeanor, Luo Snian sensed that his 5th brother was up to some scheme once more. He hesitated, contemplating whether to send someone to warn Ji Yuntang to be cautious, but then turned to see her laughing and chatting with the man in black. The two appeared to be enjoying an animated conversation, oblivious to the content of their discourse. Luo Snian's expression darkened instantly. How absurd it was for him to worry about this unattractive woman. His third brother and his close friend had fallen under her spell, yet he remained impervious. Ji Yuntang, a married woman, was conversing merrily with another man, completely disregarding his third brother. Whether she lived or died was of no concern to him. Enraged, Luo Snian stormed away. Ji Yuntang was halted by a man in black, who inquired about the steps for rehabilitation training. After detailing the precautions, she departed with a peach branch in hand. As the Crown Prince and Prince Ji left, the crowd in the Qinglong Plaza dwindled. Ji Qingfeng observed Ji Yuntang's receding figure, his expression growing increasingly complex. For the first time, he pondered whether his treatment of Ji Yuntang had been excessive. Unlike Ji Qingqing, who effortlessly garnered affection and resources, Ji Yuntang had to strive earnestly for everything she desired. Now, the brilliance she radiated seemed to overshadow even Ji Qingqing. Ji Qingqing had been carelessly placed by Ji Qingfeng in a less populated area, where she lay on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. At this moment, after being stepped on multiple times by passers-by, she could no longer endure it. She opened her eyes, her gaze red-rimmed, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Second brother, my leg hurts so much. Did sister accidentally kick it and break it?" Ji Qingqing was well aware of the events unfolding in the plaza, and she had certainly not missed the regret and guilt reflected in Ji Qingfeng's eyes, guilt directed towards Ji Yuntang. Ji Qingqing had never realized that someone as self-important as Ji Qingfeng could exhibit such emotions. This revelation astonished her, while simultaneously instilling fear that this affection might be snatched away by Ji Yuntang. Indeed, no matter how pitiable Ji Yuntang appeared, the fact remained that she had harmed Ji Qingqing, and that could not be denied. Ultimately, her heart was still malevolent, had she possessed even a fraction of Qingqing's gentleness. The Earl of Yuntang's residence would not have been reluctant to acknowledge her. Ji Qifeng stepped forward and embraced Ji Qingqing, a familiar smile gracing his face. Yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling resentment. "Qingqing, the grievances you have suffered today will one day be avenged by your second brother, Ji Yuntang." Ji Qingqing lowered her head in silence, yet she was aware that she had triumphed once more. Tears remained her most potent weapon. With a mere delicate weep, all 3 brothers would inevitably soften for her. Without exception, suddenly, as they traversed the path, The carriage came to a halt. Taoji pulled back the curtain and inquired of the driver, "What is the matter?" Upon hearing this, Yuntang opened her eyes and, peering through the gap in the carriage window, caught sight of a dozen or so guards clad in black, blocking their way, each armed with a long sword. It dawned on her that escape was no longer an option today. Taoji felt a surge of anxiety. "Your Highness, this is not advisable. They clearly bear ill intentions. What if you encounter danger?" Yuntang replied coolly, "If I do not go, it is likely we shall all perish." The mere act of blocking their path without any immediate aggression suggested that these individuals harbored no malice towards her at present. Since retreat was futile, it would be prudent to discern their intentions. With that, Yuntang alighted from the carriage, exchanged a few words with the driver, and addressed the leading black-clad guard. "Lead the way." She did not inquire who sought her audience, for such knowledge was unnecessary. It could only be the crown prince or Prince Qi. After all, this medical competition was orchestrated by the two of them, and her participation was undoubtedly a result of their influence. In the Time restaurant, Yuntang was ushered inside, where she was met with the handsome and refined visage of Luo Feizhou, who greeted her with a warm smile. "Third royal sister-in-law, you have finally arrived. I have eagerly awaited your presence. Please, come in and take a seat." Yuntang thought to herself, such excessive flattery must conceal ulterior motives. Had she not learned of Luo Feizhou's character from Luo Juanhe, she might have easily been deceived by his amiable demeanor. The medical competition had already concluded, and she wondered why His Highness, the Prince of Qi, had summoned her with such fervor. Her tone was somewhat brusque, yet Luo Feizhou remained unperturbed, personally refilling her teacup. "Do not take offense, third royal sister-in-law. I have invited you today to discuss an important matter. This medical competition was initiated by me, with the purpose of seeking out skilled physicians to serve my needs. After 2 years of searching, I have finally realized that the person I am looking for is none other than you, third royal sister-in-law." Yuntang felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She remained silent, fearing he would not believe her. Luo Feizhou's eyes flickered momentarily before he added with a beaming smile, "What you may not know is that my grandfather, General Jiang Yongcheng, commands an army of 150,000. Injuries such as lost limbs are commonplace on the battlefield. If your skills could be of service to me, it is certain that you would play a pivotal role in the future, and being conferred the title of a noble lady would merely be a matter of time. If I may speak candidly, my dear brother's health is already at its limit. Should any misfortune befall him one day, with your skills and my protection, it would not result in my brother's demise. What do you think?" No sooner had he spoken than a resounding slap echoed across his face. Yuntang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. "Cursing your brother, a mere slap is a light punishment. Should there be a next time, I shall bring you before our father and mother to reason with you." Luo Feizhou's smile froze, replaced by a glimmer of ruthlessness in his gaze. "Is the third princess refusing me?" Yuntang shook her head, clarifying, "It is not a refusal. Rather, you have mistaken the wrong person. I possess no knowledge of medicine. The items I presented today were merely trivial amusements of mine, entirely unrelated to medical expertise. Consider this. If I truly had such skills, would I have been driven out by the Yuntang marquis to help Ji Qingqing in her marriage negotiations?" For the first time, Yuntang felt that severing ties with the Yuntang marquis was a prudent decision. Luo Feizhou's eyes flickered. He realized that what Yuntang said was not without merit. He was all too aware of the Yuntang marquis's opportunism. If she were truly skilled in medicine, they would be eager to curry favor with her. Moreover, the items she had displayed were indeed unrelated to any medical practice. Could it be that he had genuinely misunderstood? He had thought that by winning her over before the crown prince, his chances would be greater. Little did he expect to not only fail to win her favor, but also receive a slap in return. Luo Feizhou felt a twinge of displeasure, his tone growing noticeably colder. The Empress Dowager was indeed quite humble. However, if that were the case, she must exert herself in the final 2 matches tomorrow. This prince eagerly anticipates your performance. Yuntang nodded in agreement. Of course, as the golden prize is nearly within my grasp, I cannot let it slip away. A sense of constriction enveloped Luo Feizhou's heart. This woman was indeed after his wealth. Very well, he would see if she possessed the capability to seize it. Yuntang would come and go as she pleased, and Luo Feizhou dared not impose upon her. To him, having an individual of value was far preferable to acquiring another enemy. His mind was intricate, always prioritizing his own interests. At that moment, a window shifted, and a figure clad in black stealthily leapt in, kneeling before Luo Feizhou. He inquired, "Have you arranged everything as this prince instructed?" Luo Feizhou squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Although he promised a reward of 10,000 taels of gold, the medical competition had unfolded over 2 years, and the difficulty of the first round often thwarted the majority of participants. Rarely did anyone advance to the third round, and never had anyone successfully claimed the first prize. Thus, he had never dispensed that 10,000 taels. Yuntang dared to challenge his authority while seeking his wealth. It was nothing short of a fantasy. With a slight smile gracing her lips, Yuntang stepped into the courtyard to wash her hands. "I am fine. Has the prince dined yet?" At this, Taoji suddenly blinked, a glimmer of excitement dancing at the corners of her mouth. "My lady, I believe the prince seems unable to be without you." What brings you to such a conclusion?" Yuntang inquired, puzzled. Yuntang raised her eyebrows. "The prince praises me for being intelligent, clever, and exceptional, a rare talent?" Taoji shook her head. No, the prince's first reaction was not to compliment the princess, but rather to express concern that your brilliance might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, fearing you could encounter danger. As she spoke, a look of envy flickered in Taoji's eyes. "Princess, you may not know, but I was sold to the Night King's residence when I was young. I have now spent a full 7 years within the princess palace, and I have never seen the prince show such devotion to any other woman. In my view, the prince has truly fallen in love with the princess." Yuntang playfully poked her forehead, a faint smile gracing her lips as she teased, "You little one, so young yet so wise, already aware of what true love is. Does little Taoji wish to marry?" Taoji blushed, fidgeting as she replied, "Of course not. I do not wish to marry. I am only 14 and want to stay by the princess's side to serve her." Yuntang raised her eyebrows. 14 is not so young. Many have already begun to discuss marriage. When you two encounter true love, I shall see to it that you have a splendid wedding." "Princess, you jest," Taoji exclaimed, remembering the dishes still warming in the kitchen. "I must go attend to them." Her ears flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot before hurriedly departing. Yuntang watched the girl flee in a flurry, chuckling softly before turning to enter the room. The night was deep and profound, with the full moon illuminating half the sky. A gentle breeze wafted through the cracks of the window, causing the 4 candles on the table to flicker intermittently. Luo Juanhe lay on the bed, pretending to be asleep, when he heard the sound of the door opening. His ears immediately perked up. Yuntang closed the door and window, her voice light and airy as she inquired, "Ahi, are you asleep?" Almost instantaneously, Luo Juanhe opened his eyes. Although he could not see clearly, he could accurately discern Yuntang's position. "They did not harm you, did they?" The man's concern warmed Yuntang's heart. This was the only warmth she could feel in this world. Chapter 65. The Night King's hand can move. Yuntang spoke lightly. Yet Luo Juanhe understood that the matter was likely far more complex. The Qi King was the type who would not rest until he achieved his goals. In his eyes, anyone who could bring him profit was worth any cost to possess. Contemplating this, Luo Juanhe expressed his worries. "Tang, the Qi King is treacherous and ruthless. Do not be too trusting of his words. Moreover, he and the Crown Prince are sworn enemies. Should you align yourself with him, the Crown Prince may very well turn against you. It is quite possible he wishes to use the Crown Prince to deal with you, so you must exercise utmost caution." Yuntang poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. "I am aware of this. I do not side with either of them. Our Wangfu is too impoverished. My sole purpose for participating in the competition is to win the 20,000 taels of gold for first place, and nothing more." Luo Juanhe was slightly taken aback. 20,000 taels of gold. This was something he had not heard Chunhu mention. However, how could he recall that the prize for first place in the medical contest was 10,000 taels of gold? What was the source of this additional sum? Unable to fathom it, Luo Juanhe inquired, "Tang, has the prize for the medical contest increased?" Yuntang understood his reference and offered a faint smile. "No. The extra 10,000 taels of gold is a promise made to me by the Crown Prince." Luo Juanhe's lips twitched, and after a prolonged silence, he finally sighed. "Tang, I must say, even if you win the contest, I doubt the Crown Prince and Prince Qi would be willing to part with their money. The medical contest, in essence, is merely a facade, a pretext for them to select talent. As for the 10,000 taels of gold, based on my understanding of Luo Feizhou, he is more frugal than anyone else. Persuading him to part with his money would likely be more painful than killing him. The Crown Prince is no different. He would rather spend his wealth on indulgences than assist the disaster-stricken citizens or soldiers. Such a person, solely focused on his own interests, pays no heed to the lives of the common people or the countless soldiers. Under the rule of such individuals, the Eastern Qin kingdom is bound to meet an unfortunate end. Ji Yuntang remained unfazed, narrowing her eyes slightly. It matters not. If they refuse to pay, I have ample means to ensure they regret their decision. At that moment, Tao Ji entered with the steaming dishes, placing them on the table. Your Highness, Your Highness. It is time to dine. Ji Yuntang glanced over the spread, which included Luo Juanhe's nutritional meal, along with a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised pork ribs, Westlake vinegar fish, and a bowl of white rice. Since she came into possession of money, she has been sending Qinhu daily to procure ingredients, and the meals at the West Courtyard have become increasingly sumptuous. Coincidentally, Tao Ji possesses commendable culinary skills, and whenever Ji Yuntang is absent, she takes charge of the cooking. Ji Yuntang assisted Luo Juanhe in rising from the bed, setting up a small table for him, and began to feed him. Hey, take your time eating. Be careful not to burn yourself. Ji Yuntang gently blew on the yam and minced meat porridge before cautiously bringing it to his lips. Luo Juanhe opened his mouth to swallow, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow. He instantly recognized that this was not prepared by Ji Yuntang. Yet, the one feeding him was indeed Ji Yuntang, causing his heart to race once more. She is so gentle and sweet. He longed to embrace her. Luo Juanhe slightly turned his head, a faint blush rising on his pale cheeks. Tang, may I request a reward after I finish this meal? Ji Yuntang's heart skipped a beat. Although she knew that Luo Juanhe could not see, she still perceived a shimmering light in his affectionate peach blossom eyes. This was a tenderness that belonged solely to them. Ji Yuntang's heart softened as she gazed into his eyes. Of course. Hey, what do you desire? I will tell you after I finish. It was Ji Yuntang's first experience of him teasing her, yet she felt no irritation. For now, he had transformed into a vibrant and spirited individual, shedding the shackles of lifelessness. Luo Juanhe resembled a vigorous youth, rising with exuberance. This was precisely what Ji Yuntang cherished. After feeding him, Ji Yuntang used a napkin to wipe his mouth clean, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his lips, soft, cool, and glistening with a delicate sheen. Fortunately, Luo Juanhe's sight was impaired. Otherwise, he might have mocked her. He was acutely aware of her reaction and could still sense her unique fragrance lingering on his lips. His face flushed once more as he fantasized about the softness and sweetness of her own lips. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Ji Yuntang sought to change the subject. The meal is finished, Hey. What reward do you desire? But you haven't eaten yet, he replied. Ji Yuntang paused, caught off guard. Luo Juanhe's expression was gentle, and the corners of his lips curled up, clearly in a good mood. Tang, I meant to say, I'll tell you after you finish your meal. All right. I will heed your words. I shall eat first. Ji Yuntang, famished after a long day, promptly sat down at the table to begin her meal. The culinary skills of Tao Ji had truly been passed down to her. Though the flavors were not entirely authentic, they were nonetheless delightful. Ji Yuntang ate swiftly, elegantly, and without a sound, while Luo Juanhe quietly awaited her. Once she had finished, she eagerly inquired, Hey, I'm done now. Can you tell me what reward you wish for? Luo Juanhe nodded slightly, an unrecognized smile flickering in his eyes, though his ears turned crimson. I would like a hug from you, Tang. Is that permissible? Ji Yuntang's eyes widened in disbelief. Was such a simple request all he desired? Merely a hug? Naturally, she consented. She leaned forward, her arms wrapping around his back, embracing Luo Juanhe warmly. Luo Juanhe's body stiffened slightly, the softness of the young girl pressed closely against him, causing him to tense up in nervousness, his senses overwhelmed by her delightful fragrance. This was precisely what he had longed for, yet upon experiencing it, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Believing he was caught in a dream, he moved his hand once more, and to his astonishment, his arm lifted effortlessly. This revelation filled him with uncontrollable elation. In an instant, he embraced Ji Yuntang, wishing to meld her into his very being. His voice trembled with excitement as he eagerly shared the joyous news with Ji Yuntang. Tang, my hand can move. Chapter 66. The cleft lip infant Ji Yuntang was taken aback, finally aware of the warmth radiating from her back. A heat so palpable it transcended the fabric of her clothing. How wonderful. It seemed that Ahi's condition had improved. Releasing him, she grasped his hand, her own heart racing with exhilaration. After so long of tending to him, Luo Juanhe's hands had finally responded, marking a significant step forward for both of them. Their efforts had not been in vain, and Ji Yuntang felt a joy surpassing that of anyone else. That night, they sat together, conversing for hours. Her small hand nestled within his larger one, a tender connection forming. Hand in hand, heart to heart, the air around them was infused with a sweet warmth. The following morning, after Ji Yuntang rose and had breakfast, she administered acupuncture to Luo Jianhe once more. During the wait, he continued to hold her hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Tao Ji and Chun, who exchanged knowing smiles, discreetly exiting to give them their privacy. After such an extended period of interaction, they could all perceive that the relationship between the prince and the princess had grown more intimate. The improvement in their lord's relationship was indeed a positive development for those in service. Ji Yuntang lingered in her room for quite some time before finally stepping outside. She had not forgotten that there were still 2 competitions to attend today. Upon arriving at Qinglong Square with Tao Ji, Ji Yuntang distinctly noticed that there were far more people gathered than there had been the day before. As they approached the 3rd round, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, with the number of spectators more than doubling. After much effort to navigate through the crowd, she reached the center of the square, where she was met with the sardonic voice of Luo Jingshan. Princess of the night, we have all gathered here, waiting solely for you. My 8th brother claims you must be too frightened to show up. Ji Yuntang, disinterested in engaging with him, turned her attention to Luo Xinian and replied, "What is there for me to fear? I have neither stolen nor wronged anyone. I stand here with integrity. I simply encountered a delay on my way here. There is no need for such speculation about my intentions." Remarkably, Luo Xinian refrained from sparring with her, and, seeing Ji Yuntang standing there composedly, he unexpectedly felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had anticipated that she might not arrive today, yet she had made her appearance punctually. Luo Feizhou's penetrating gaze flickered over Ji Yuntang's face before he spoke. "Well then, since everyone is present, let us continue." With that, the 2nd round of the competition commenced. As one participant had yet to take the stage, following Luo Feizhou's command, the 2nd contestant emerged before the audience. To their surprise, it was a woman in her 30s, cradling an infant in her arms. The infant, a girl of approximately 7 or 8 months, was inconsolably crying in her mother's arms, who was frantically trying to soothe her. Observing this scene, Luo Xian furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. "Madam, what troubles you? Is there something amiss?" The beautiful woman lifted her gaze, tears streaming down her face. "Esteemed gentlemen and revered physicians, it is not my health that is in question, but rather my daughter's. From the moment of her birth, her appearance has been peculiar, markedly different from that of other infants. We have consulted countless doctors to no avail. Furthermore, my mother-in-law sought the counsel of a mountain hermit, who proclaimed that my child is an ill-fated being and must be swiftly put to death to spare our family from misfortune. However, this child is a part of me, the fruit of my 10 months of pregnancy. I cannot bear to end her life, nor do I believe my child to be cursed. Now, having been cast out by my husband's family, I implore you, esteemed physicians, to assist my daughter. I am utterly at a loss." As the beautiful woman concluded her lament, Ji Yuntang finally discerned the infant's features. Unlike a typical child, there was a notch the size of a fingernail at the base of her upper lip, exposing her gums, which appeared somewhat alarming. Luo Jingshan, witnessing this, felt a flicker of confusion in his deep-set eyes. How could he recall that the next patient scheduled was an elderly deaf individual, over 60 years of age? How had this transformed into an infant? In stark contrast to Luo Jingshan's bewilderment, the expressions on the faces of the onlookers were nothing short of astonishment. A vivid tapestry of emotions. The child's appearance is quite alarming. It is no wonder that her husband's family cannot accept her. If I were in their position, I would likely feel the same way. A daughter is often seen as a burden, and one who looks like this is even more so. Even if you raise her, how could she ever hope to marry? It would be better to cast her into the river to drown. Indeed, what hope is there for her? Perhaps, as the priest suggests, this child is truly an ill omen. As a mother, you cannot gamble your family's fate on an infant of mere months. The cacophony of voices pierced the woman's ears like a thorn, causing her immense sorrow. She felt even more despondent. Having given birth to such a child meant she would never find acceptance anywhere. In this era, the gender and appearance of a newborn dictate their entire future. A handsome son is treasured as the family's jewel, while a daughter with flaws is not only scorned by others, but also brings shame to her mother. To put it plainly, the backward state of medical care is one aspect, while society's preference for sons over daughters is another. Ji Yuntang sighed. She empathized deeply with this woman's plight, for she herself bore the burden of an imperfect appearance, having endured years of gossip and scorn. Because of her face, she had been beaten and scolded by her adoptive parents and looked down upon by her biological ones. Luo Jingxian took a sip of tea and surveyed the doctors below before inquiring, "Is there anyone among you capable of remedying this infant's visage?" It was evident to him that the second patient must have been temporarily substituted by Luo Feizhou. However, this posed no threat to Luo Jingxian. The more challenging the patients he substituted were to treat, the greater the trial for Ji Yuntang, which inadvertently served his interests. Luo Jingxian could hardly believe that a girl with such a disfigured face could be restored by her. The seasoned doctors exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation. It was not that they lacked the desire to heal, but rather that they were at a complete loss as to how to proceed. Such a situation was unprecedented and beyond their experience. The girl was far too young, even if a method were miraculously devised to fill in the facial deformities. It would undoubtedly result in scarring and disfigurement. In such a case, it would be better to abstain from treatment altogether. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Qi Wang, and Your Highness the Chun Wang, we regret that our medical expertise is insufficient to assist this infant, the doctors collectively expressed. They then observed Ji Yuntang seated in silence, pondering her thoughts. Chapter 67. The Pitfall of the Crown Prince. Suddenly, someone with a gleam in their eye inquired, "Might the Night Princess possess any means to heal this infant?" Upon uttering this question, all gazes converged upon Ji Yuntang. Some looked on with anticipation, others with curiosity, some with trust, while others displayed disdain, skepticism, and mockery. Each countenance revealed a distinct emotion. They were aware of Ji Yuntang's capability to restore mobility to amputees. Yet the congenital nature of this child's affliction rendered it seemingly untreatable. Ji Yuntang's heart was as clear as a mirror. She recognized that yet another individual sought to undermine her through this opportunity. How could she possibly acquiesce to their intent? Rising to her feet, Ji Yuntang began to elucidate her insights before the assembly. This condition is known as a cleft lip, or more formally, a cleft palate, typically resulting from genetic or environmental factors. Observing that this lady does not exhibit such a condition, it is likely that the nutritional deficiencies of the fetus stemmed from pregnancy-related nausea, aversion to food, or selective eating habits. Furthermore, it is plausible that the mother engaged in detrimental practices during her gestation, such as excessive alcohol consumption or smoking, which could have heightened the likelihood of cleft lip in her child. Alternatively, the ingestion of hormone-containing medications during pregnancy might have contributed to developmental anomalies in the infant. In contemporary times, expectant mothers can undergo ultrasound examinations at hospitals to detect such defects in advance. However, such resources were not available in ancient times. Ji Yuntang's discourse was both logical and compelling, rendering the assembled populace utterly astonished. Although they may not have comprehended the intricacies, their hearts were profoundly moved. Ultimately, her intent was to convey that this infant girl was not a harbinger of misfortune. Luo Feizhou's cold gaze narrowed, a glimmer of sharp insight flickering within. After all she had said, "Do you possess a remedy to heal this infant? If you can indeed restore her health, both I and the gathered crowd shall believe she is not ill-fated. Otherwise, her appearance may condemn her to a public execution by fire." Ji Yuntang thought to herself, how infuriatingly cunning the Prince of Qi is. She should have given him a couple of slaps yesterday. Luo Feizhou's tone was unmistakably a threat to the infant's life. Should she succeed in remedying the cleft lip, the child would be spared. Failure, however, would result in her being deemed an omen of doom, facing a fiery demise. Children are inherently innocent, and a cleft lip is not beyond remedy. It merely requires surgical intervention. Before Ji Yuntang could utter a word, a distressed lady, cradling her child, suddenly knelt before her, tears streaming down her face. Her voice hoarse with despair. "Divine Dr. Ji, I implore you, save my daughter. She is so young, barely able to walk. I cannot bear to witness her perish in flames." Her heart-wrenching cries resonated painfully in Ji Yuntang's ears, akin to a thorn piercing her heart. Ji Yuntang approached her, saying, "Madam, please rise. You still hold your child. I promise to assist in treating your daughter." The compassion of a parent is a universal sentiment. Ji Yuntang could not stand idly by in the face of such desperation, especially after hearing that Prince Qi intended to burn the child alive. The lady finally ceased her wailing, standing to express her gratitude profusely. "Thank you, divine Dr. Ji, for your willingness to save my daughter. I, Qiang, vow to repay you, even if it means toiling like a beast of burden." Yuntang, however, remained indifferent to such promises. She turned to Luo Jingshan and requested, "Your Highness, may I trouble you to prepare a clean room for me, one where I will not be disturbed?" Luo Jingshan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Is it not convenient for us to observe?" Indeed, infants are particularly sensitive and prone to incessant cries. A noisy environment is detrimental to her treatment. "We shall discuss everything once I emerge from the room." Luo Jingshan's gaze was imbued with inquiry. He was uncertain whether Yuntang genuinely possessed confidence or was merely stalling for time. Yet, he understood that to refuse at this juncture would be tantamount to striking a blow to Luo Feizhou's dignity. Despite the discord between them, they were bound together in the context of the medical competition. To undermine Luo Feizhou would be to undermine himself, rendering such an action utterly unnecessary. Casting a sidelong glance at his subordinate, Luo Jingshan began to issue instructions without Yuntang's prompting. "Very well. Prepare a clean room for the night princess, and ensure hot water, white wine, towels, and a dagger are at the ready for her to treat the infant." Observing his ostentatious demeanor, Yuntang's eyes suddenly sparkled with cunning. She recognized a splendid opportunity to exploit. It would be a missed chance not to take advantage of Luo Jingshan. Resolutely, she declared, "Your Highness, in order to treat the infant's cleft lip, I require certain medicinal herbs, which I currently lack. Might you send someone to procure them for me?" Luo Jingshan raised his hand nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. "Of course, the medical competition provides herbs to physicians free of charge. Should you require anything, simply state your needs, and I shall send someone to deliver it." He thought little of the matter, considering the limited number of herbs necessary for treating an infant, at most 4 or 5 varieties. Furthermore, Yuntang, who had grown up in the countryside, was rumored to lack knowledge of medicine. What fine herbs could she possibly recognize? If she desired them, he would comply. He was eager to witness what she could accomplish. Luo Feizhou shared a similar sentiment. It must be said, their views on this matter were remarkably aligned. As Yuntang observed the fish biting the hook, a subtle smile graced her lips as she began to recite a list of medicinal herbs. Meteor grass, 5 elements flower, purple danluo, 9 fragrance insect, 7 leaf lotus, sky blue and earth white fruit, centenarian blood coral, centenarian ganoderma, centenarian fig. Yuntang effortlessly enumerated over 20 varieties of herbs, each one an exceedingly rare treasure that could not possibly be found in an ordinary apothecary. The physicians present were astonished. But Luo Jingshan was utterly taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be ignorant of medicinal herbs? How could she possibly list so many in one breath? Moreover, Yuntang seemed to deliberately mention only the most expensive ones, not to mention the earlier herbs. Even the latter ones, the centenarian ganoderma and centenarian blood coral, were exclusive to the imperial pharmacy, gifted from foreign lands to the emperor, and had been meticulously preserved, never to be touched by anyone else. Was Yuntang truly oblivious to the implications of her words? Luo Jingshan raised his gaze, only to meet her bright, shimmering eyes. The young woman blinked innocently, as if to ask, "What is it, Your Highness? Are you having second thoughts?" Yet, these herbs were precisely what I needed to treat the infant. Without your assistance in procuring them, how am I to commence? Luo Jingshan nearly choked on his own blood in disbelief. How could he have known that the herbs Yuntang required would be so invaluable? Chapter 68. The assistance of Prince Chen. The most infuriating aspect was that the physicians present were utterly perplexed by the ailment. They had no comprehension of how many herbs were necessary to treat a cleft lip. Even if Luo Jingshan wished to seek verification, he found himself at an impasse. Silently swallowing his frustration, he cast a glance at Luo Feizhou, pondering whether he could inquire if the competition was organized by him and if he might provide half of the medicinal herbs. However, upon turning back, Luo Jingshan realized that the spot where Luo Feizhou had just stood was now devoid of presence, leaving no trace behind. This infuriated Luo Jingshan to the point where he nearly uttered a curse. He inhaled deeply several times to suppress the simmering anger within, then turned to his trusted aide. "Fetch all the medicinal herbs that the night princess requires. But Your Highness, we do not possess these herbs in our estate, and acquiring them from outside is likely impossible. Most critically, even if we search now, there is simply no time." Luo Jingshan felt a knot tighten in his throat. Yet, with so many commoners present, and with his own promise hanging in the air, he could not afford to lose face. At last, he restrained himself. Retrieving a command token from his robes, and tossing it to his aide. Take this token to the imperial apothecary and claim the herbs in my name. Should my father inquire, tell him I owe it to him and will make amends in due course. Herbs may be sourced again, but one's dignity must not be compromised. If Yuntang were to exploit these items, only to hoard them for herself post-treatment, he would ensure she faced dire consequences. Yuntang observed every reaction of Luo Jingxin, noting his discomfort as he swallowed his grievances and feigned generosity, which elicited a silent laugh within her. If Luo Jingxin intended to manipulate her, he should have anticipated this. After all, these items were hardly insignificant. It took nearly half an hour for his aide to return with a collection of over a dozen medicinal herbs. Yuntang scanned the well-preserved contents of the box, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Indeed, it is evident that the treasures have been procured from the royal palace, showcasing their remarkable age and quality. Now that these items have fallen into her possession, they are rightfully hers, and should she choose to sell them, a substantial profit would surely ensue. After securing her belongings, Yuntang permitted Yuanyang to carry the child alongside her. Upon reaching the threshold, she paused, declaring, "As the princess consort, I prefer to conduct my healing in solitude. Since you have entrusted your child to my care, rest assured, and remain with Taoji at the entrance. Until I emerge, no one is to disturb me." Out of the corner of her eye, Yuntang noticed a group of dark-clad guards approaching, all loyal to the crown prince, likely intent on preventing her from absconding with the medicinal herbs. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Yuntang possessed a spatial realm. Once the herbs entered this domain, unless she willingly retrieved them, no one would ever locate them. With tears welling in her eyes, Yuanyang, the reluctant, understood that Yuntang was her daughter's only hope for salvation. Tearfully, she entrusted the infant to Yuntang, saying, "Princess consort, I entrust my child to you." Yuntang nodded reassuringly, "Do not worry." As the door closed, the child, sensing the unfamiliar embrace, began to wail inconsolably. In response, Yuntang produced a mermaid princess doll, capturing the child's attention and ceasing her cries. In the next instant, with a mere thought, she transported herself and the infant into her spatial realm. She conducted a thorough examination of the child's health, and the results indicated that the infant was in good condition, free from upper respiratory infections and surrounding tissue infections. Only then did Yuntang feel confident to proceed with the surgical intervention. The optimal time for cleft lip and palate repair surgery is between 3 to 6 months of age, as recovery tends to be swifter during this period. Now, the little girl is nearly 8 months old. Fortunately, with Yuntang possessing the miraculous spring water, the procedure should pose no significant issues. Yuntang meticulously cleansed the infant's oral and nasal cavities with a cotton swab, then began to delicately peel back the mucosa from the lip, separating it from the alveolar ridge. Using the tip of a scalpel, she carefully incised through the skin and muscle layers, applying a solution of 1,200,000 adrenaline saline for hemostasis. Finally, she commenced the painstaking process of suturing. The infant, having been administered anesthesia, had succumbed to slumber, and every step of the procedure demanded utmost precision to avoid any misstep. Given the delicate nature of the baby's skin, Yuntang proceeded with great caution, beads of perspiration soon forming on her forehead. At last, after 2 hours of meticulous work, she completed the final stitch and exhaled in relief. Taking a substantial gulp of the miraculous water to regain some stamina, she lingered in her space for a moment, and, once the infant awakened, she cradled her and exited the sanctuary. Outside, Luo Jingxin, accompanied by his guards, attempted multiple times to breach the room, only to be staunchly obstructed by Taoji and Yuanyang. Kneeling on the ground, despite her body trembling with fear, Taoji mustered her courage and stated, "Your Highness, our princess is still in the room attending to the infant. You cannot enter just yet. It has already been 2 hours, and she has not emerged. We have yet to hear a single cry from the child. Who knows what your knight consort might be doing to her? If you force the door open, and something goes awry with the child, who among you will take responsibility?" Luo Jingxian, in his fervor, attempted to kick the door open and storm inside. But Taoji stood resolutely in front of it, tightly shutting her eyes, bracing herself for the impending blow. At that critical moment, Luo Xian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Taoji. His gaze was slightly frosty as he addressed his elder brother. "Since the Night Queen has assured us that she will tend to the child without interruption, I believe we should grant her a bit more time. What if she is currently at a crucial juncture? If you barge in and disrupt her efforts, it could lead to a medical mishap, and surely, dear brother, you would also bear the brunt of the blame. Luo Xian was not genuinely concerned for Luo Jingshan. He himself was puzzled by his impulsive decision to speak up for Ji Yuntang. He sought solace in the thought that the unsightly woman was his third brother's consort, and any damage to her reputation would reflect poorly on him as well. His actions were solely in consideration of his third brother's standing, not out of a desire to aid Ji Yuntang. Luo Jingshan remained relentless, but at that moment, the door swung open, revealing Ji Yuntang cradling the child in her arms. Her demeanor unflappable as she regarded the crowd before her. She first turned her gaze to Luo Xian, offering a simple yet sincere thank you, Prince Chen, for your timely assistance. Ji Yuntang was known for her straightforwardness. She acknowledged that Luo Xian held a disdain for her. Yet his willingness to stand in front of Luo Jingshan stirred a sense of gratitude within her. Had it not been for his intervention, Taoji might have already been knocked to the ground. As Luo Xian met Ji Yuntang's kind eyes, a faint blush crept to his ears, though he defiantly turned his face away, letting out a haughty snort. Chapter 69. The Crown Prince's Apology. I am not doing this for you. It is solely out of consideration for my third brother. I fear that your disgraceful reputation may tarnish his name. Do not indulge in misplaced affections. Ji Yuntang remained silent, reflecting on the child's unyielding temperament. Truly, there was no saving him. Instead of engaging with Luo Xinian further, she turned her attention to Yannian, fully aware of her anxious anticipation. The surgery was remarkably successful. As long as the recovery proceeds well, your daughter's face will bear no scars. Ji Yuntang gently handed the infant to Yannian. The child, neither crying nor fussing, regarded Yannian with eyes resembling two dark grapes, even breaking into a smile upon seeing her. The cleft in her lip had vanished, replaced by a smooth expanse of skin adorned with a milky ointment. Yannian was mystified by the methods Ji Yuntang had employed to heal her daughter. All she comprehended was that the other woman had saved her child, rendering her a life-saving benefactor. Instantly, she knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed princess of the night, for saving my daughter. If it pleases you, I would be more than willing to serve you as a humble maid, toiling day and night. Cast out by her in-laws and bereft of a place to call home, she struggled to survive with her child, unable to find suitable work. At that moment, encountering Ji Yuntang filled her heart with genuine gratitude and admiration. Ji Yuntang neither acquiesced nor declined, but inquired, "What skills do you possess?" She had no tolerance for the presence of the incompetent. "I can cook, embroider, sew, and weave brocade. Additionally, I am skilled in bookkeeping." Ji Yuntang's eyes brightened slightly. It is commendable for an ordinary woman to possess a skill, yet Yuanyang seemed to emanate the grace of a lady from a noble family. Most importantly, the skills she exhibited resonated deeply with Ji Yuntang. Once again, Yuanyang bowed repeatedly, expressing her gratitude profusely. Witnessing this scene, Luo Jingshan's expression darkened. Did she perceive the medical competition as a mere recruitment ground? Where were the medicinal herbs, Night King as consort? Luo Jingshan ceased to feign ignorance, laying his cards on the table as he fixated his gaze on her, pressing for answers. Ji Yuntang, puzzled, inquired, "What herbs?" "Do not feign ignorance. It is naturally regarding the remaining herbs," he retorted. Continuing her charade, Ji Yuntang replied, "The herbs have all been used up, otherwise. What do you think I have been occupied with all this time?" Luo Jingshan's demeanor turned grave, a series of cold laughs escaping him. "Do you truly believe I would take your word for it? That white substance on the infant's face bears no resemblance to the batch of herbs you absconded with. Speak now, where have you concealed the herbs?" With a smile, Ji Yuntang responded, "I have said I used them, and indeed I did." The amalgamation of over 20 types of herbs, after purification, resulted in this minuscule amount of white emulsion, all of which was administered to the infant. If you doubt my words, feel free to search for yourself and ascertain whether I have hidden any herbs within this room. What Ji Yuntang proposed coincided precisely with Luo Jingshan's intentions. Long before Ji Yuntang entered the room with the child, he had dispatched individuals to encircle the entire vicinity, ensuring that Ji Yuntang had no means of escape and could not substitute the herbs. Thus, he was certain that the herbs remained within this chamber. Luo Jingshan cast a meaningful glance at his subordinates, prompting a dozen black-clad guards to surge into the room, scouring every corner with fervor. Alas, despite turning the place upside down, not a single trace of the medicinal herbs could be found. Useless. Have you searched under the windowsill, beneath the bed, and in the beams? His confidant lowered his head even further, responding that they had indeed searched every nook and cranny, prying up the floorboards, yet no herbs were discovered. Luo Jingshan exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this be? Are the herbs sprouting legs and fleeing?" Meanwhile, Ji Yuntang silently reveled in her amusement. For all the herbs were safely tucked away in her space, it would be a miracle if they ever found them. Nonetheless, a wounded expression graced her face. "Does His Highness suspect that I have hoarded all the medicinal herbs? Those are treasures from the imperial pharmacy. Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I would not dare." Feeling aggrieved by His Highness's distrust and the deployment of so many to search her quarters, she declared, "If this is how it will be, then I shall not participate in the medical tournament." With a wrathful demeanor, she attempted to leave, only to be intercepted by Luo Feizhou, who wore a placating smile. "Dear third royal sister, please do not take offense. His Highness did not mean it that way. It is merely that the herbs are exceedingly precious, and he is anxious, fearing you might inadvertently waste them. You have already proven your prowess by healing the infant with a cleft lip, advancing to the third round. You cannot afford to withdraw now." Ji Yuntang was the sole contender advancing to the third round. Due to Luo Jingshan's recent actions, murmurs of dissent and grievances began to permeate the crowd. If this situation continues to escalate, it would only serve to disadvantage the royal family. A mere medical competition spiraling into chaos and resulting in a loss of public support is not the outcome Luo Feizhou desires. In the third round, there is no way Ji Yuntang could prevail. Of course, Ji Yuntang would not genuinely leave. She had calculated that the populace was rallying in her favor and thus boldly feigned her intent to depart. Luo Feizhou's arrival provided her with an excellent opportunity to retreat gracefully. Am I to simply endure this injustice? Wrongfully accused by the crown prince? Where shall I place the dignity of the Night King's household? Upon finishing her statement, Luo Xinian also stepped forward, asserting, "She speaks the truth. My third brother is the valiant prince of Dongxin Kingdom. Surely, the crown prince does not believe that he can bully his princess simply because my brother is incapacitated. Such actions will inevitably lead to disappointment for father." Luo Jingshan was taken aback. Damn it, has Luo Xinian lost her mind, daring to oppose him directly? Even more frustratingly, Luo Xinian's words truly incited the sentiments of the masses. Numerous citizens began to raise their hands and shout, "The Night Princess has saved lives. The crown prince must apologize to the Night Princess. Without the Night Prince, we would not enjoy our current peaceful existence. One must be kind and grateful. We cannot allow the Night Princess to be bullied." Luo Jingshan was infuriated to the point of contemplating violence, yet curiously, Luo Feizhou, ever the instigator, continued to fan the flames from the sidelines. "Second brother, the commoners are not wrong. Perhaps you should apologize to third sister-in-law so that this matter can be laid to rest. You wouldn't want it to reach the ears of father and mother, would you?" Luo Jingshan cast a cold glance at him. "Oh, when I was searching for medicinal herbs, where were you? To emerge now as the Good Samaritan. Fifth brother truly has a cunning mind." Chapter 70. The autistic young master Luo Feizhou replied innocently, "I was suddenly unwell and went to the restroom. It was not my intention to leave." He was fully aware that the costs of those herbs would be attributed to Luo Jingshan, and seeing the other party suffer a financial loss was something he secretly relished. Luo Jingshan understood that without an apology today, he would lose face. He promptly adopted a stern expression and addressed Ji Yuntang, "Lady Knight, it was my fault earlier. My actions were thoughtless, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you can overlook this minor transgression and not dwell on it. I look forward to your excellent performance in the upcoming third round and your pursuit of victory." What was initially a mere compliment unexpectedly elicited a cheerful response from Ji Yuntang. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. I will certainly strive to secure first place and claim that reward of 20,000 taels of gold." Luo Jingshan thought to himself, "How naive. Well then, I shall observe Lady Knight's performance." The commoners, eagerly awaiting the third round of contestants, were filled with anticipation regarding the level of difficulty. When they finally saw the incoming participant, their expressions morphed into a kaleidoscope of surprise. "Isn't that the son of the Chai family? Didn't he participate last year and the year before?" Indeed, it is said that his son secludes himself at home all day, speaking not a word nor venturing outside. Whenever the caretakers let their guard down, he insists on jumping into the well to end his life. Over the years, Madame Chai has sought remedies for her son far and wide, her hair turning white in the process, yet her efforts have failed to restore him to health. Unexpectedly, this year, the final contestant in the third round is none other than young Master Chai. His ailment is indeed difficult to remedy. among those participating in the medical competition. Few ailments are easily curable, but the Night Queen has already managed to heal several cases. Perhaps she may possess a solution for young Master Chai's condition. Let us observe for now. Yuntang absorbed all the discussions of the crowd, gaining a basic understanding of the patient's condition. Her gaze fell upon a boy of about 8 or 9 years old, clad in exquisite dark silk attire, with starry eyes and a prominent nose. He clearly belonged to a family of affluence. However, the boy exhibited extreme shyness. Upon entering a crowded space, his finely chiseled face turned pale, his body and lips trembling as if he were on the verge of fainting. Madame Chai immediately enveloped him in her embrace, soothingly stroking his hair. "Howard, dear, do not fear. Your mother is here, right by your side." Yuntang approached, crouching before the young boy, who instinctively recoiled into his mother's arms. Madame Chai, her face etched with bitterness, spoke, "Your Highness, the Night Princess, please do not take offense. My son has always been this way. He is exceedingly fearful of strangers. He does not cry or make a fuss, but he tends to hide when he sees anyone. I have brought him along a couple of times before, but to no avail. Now, I am left with no choice but to resort to this last measure. I came to the medical competition today in hopes of one final attempt. If there is still no remedy, I shall confine Hao at home and accompany him, foregoing any further treatment." Though Madame Chai was merely in her 30s, her hair was already streaked with gray, a testament to the worry she bore for her son's health. Yuntang, understanding the gravity of the situation, surmised that the child might be suffering from severe autism, a condition that would not yield to quick fixes but rather necessitated a long-term commitment. Nevertheless, it was imperative to ascertain the pertinent details. "Madame Chai, when did your son's condition begin?" Madame Chai sighed. "It started when Hao turned 4. Before that, he was quite cheerful and intelligent. Everyone who met him would praise his lively nature, declaring him a promising candidate for business." Yuntang's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as she grasped a crucial point from her words. "Madame Chai, are you implying that the young master runs away at the mere mention of studying with a tutor? This suggests he has a strong aversion to education, does it not?" Madame Chai nodded and confessed, "To speak candidly, Your Highness, the Night Queen, our family, the chase, has been engaged in commerce for generations. In this era, while merchants may possess wealth, their social standing remains quite low. Consequently, our patriarch has harbored a fervent desire for our family to produce a scholar, hoping that one day he might attain official recognition through examination. However, the children of the Chai family exhibit little inclination towards scholarly pursuits. Many have reached an age where they have ventured to Jiangnan to engage in trade, following in their forebears' footsteps. Thus, our patriarch has pinned all his hopes on Howard, wishing for him to diligently pursue his studies and secure a modest official position in the court, thereby liberating our family from the merchant identity that has characterized us for generations. When Howard turned 3, our patriarch employed a renowned Master Lin from Zhonglin Academy to serve as his tutor. It is said that he was once a celebrated scholar, distinguished for his vast knowledge and strict demeanor. Master Lin instructed Howard for 6 months, after which the boy developed an aversion to learning. He would flee at the mere mention of classes, gradually becoming increasingly introverted and taciturn. The matron and his father were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how such a bright child could transform in this manner, spending his days either hiding from others or expressing a desire to escape life altogether. We consulted numerous physicians who all declared that Howard's health was impeccable, more robust than most. What else could this be if not some form of malevolent affliction? Yuntang pursed her lips slightly, skeptical of the notion of evil spirits. The transformation of this child, she surmised, was most likely linked to his scholarly endeavors. Madame Chai, have you ever contemplated that the young master may not be possessed, but rather grappling with psychological issues? It was the first time Madame Chai had heard someone suggest that her son might be troubled in mind, leaving her momentarily intrigued yet bewildered. Had these words been uttered by another, she might have dismissed them. However, given that Yuntang had successfully treated numerous perplexing ailments during today's medical competition, her words carried enough weight to earn Madame Chai's belief. "Your Highness, what constitutes a psychological issue?" Yuntang replied with poise. "Your family has been engaged in commerce for many years, yet you harbor aspirations of great success for your son, placing all your hopes upon the shoulders of a mere 3-year-old, urging him to study and strive for scholarly achievements. Other children at that tender age are cherished as treasures in their parents' palms. If your son possessed a passion for learning, it might be different, but alas, he does not. The hopes you bestow upon him metamorphose into an unrelenting burden, compelling him to retreat into a shell of anguish. With the passage of time, he may succumb to despondency, perceiving the world's beauty as superficial, leading him to contemplate whether existence is preferable to oblivion. Thus, your son is afflicted with a grave psychological disorder, commonly known as autism. To facilitate his recovery and enable him to unlock his emotional barriers, medication plays a role, but the understanding and companionship of his parents are equally indispensable. Madam Chai, do you comprehend my words? Madam Chai's expression reflected a semblance of understanding, yet confusion lingered. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "So, does this mean my son will no longer be able to pursue his studies and achieve the highest honors?" Yuntang, is fame more important than your son's life? She took a deep breath. He had already developed a resistance to studying. You must not press him further into education, for his condition would only worsen. If he must study, it should only be after his heart is unburdened. Gently guiding him to understand that education can impart knowledge and the principles of being a good person. Books contain treasures and wisdom, yet they are not the sole pathway to success, and not everyone can achieve the title of top scholar, can they? Would you truly exchange an uncertain future for your son's lifelong freedom and happiness? Do you find that a worthy trade? Yuntang felt a deep sense of frustration. How could a child of 3 or 4 comprehend such matters, being compelled by family to engage in daily studies and lessons, forced into pursuits they do not enjoy? Furthermore, they are inundated with notions such as being the family's hope and the necessity of achieving the title of top scholar. Is it any wonder that a child would feel fear? Yuntang couldn't help but reflect on her own childhood. Did she not also dream of becoming a pilot or a scientist, yet ultimately did not fulfill those aspirations, instead studying medicine to become a military doctor? Dreams can be grand, but reality often proves harsh. If Chai Mingho were to work diligently, yet fail to become a top scholar, the pressure he would endure would likely be even greater. Your Highness, even the common folk heed your words. If you say that Howard should not study, then I shall not insist he does, as long as you can assist him in finding his way. Whatever the Chai family can do for you, we are willing. After some contemplation, Madam Chai recognized the validity of Yuntang's perspective. Whether studying would indeed lead to success as a top scholar remained uncertain. To exchange an uncertain future for her son's lifelong happiness seems utterly unfeasible, no matter how one contemplates it. Moreover, in merely 3 or 4 short years, Chai Mingho has attempted to take his own life no fewer than 30 times. If this continues, it will inevitably drive their entire family to the brink of madness. Madam Chai nodded gratefully, recognizing that she had no choice but to cling to a glimmer of hope. After all, aside from Yuntang, there was no one else capable of alleviating her son's psychological affliction. Yuntang swiftly retrieved several bottles of Western medicine from her medical kit, filled with white and yellow tablets, and carefully instructed Madam Chai on the dosage and administration. Once this was accomplished, she turned her gaze toward Luo Jingshan and Luo Feizhou, a wry smile dancing upon her lips as she remarked, "Your Highness, Prince Qi, the condition of young Master Chai is unlike that of others. It cannot be resolved overnight. To effect a complete recovery will require no less than 3 months of guidance. However, I have already prescribed medication for his autism and provided Madam Chai with methods for psychological counseling. Might this be considered my 3rd successful attempt?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feizhou retorted, his voice lacking in conviction, "Surely that cannot be deemed a success. Who can ascertain whether you have truly cured him? What if this is merely your perspective, without any actual results?" Yuntang. Before she could respond, Luo Jingshan rose abruptly, a flicker of intensity igniting in his eyes. "Fifth brother, your words are misguided. We have both witnessed the recent conduct of the Night Princess. Every individual she has treated has shown improvement. Young Master Chai has been afflicted for 3 to 4 years, and achieving results is not an overnight endeavor. I find merit in what the Night Princess asserts. It is unlikely she would deceive us regarding young Master Chai's condition. What say you?" Luo Feizhou. How could he not perceive it? The Crown Prince is clearly opposing him. Is it merely over a batch of medicinal materials? Must he be so stingy? The intention is to secure the first place for Yuntang, compelling him to pay that sum of 20,000 taels of gold. What a far-fetched notion. Luo Feizhou pondered. His second royal brother made a valid point. However, since the 3rd princess consort has pledged 3 months, why not await the conclusion of that period before reaching a judgment? Should we declare her the first now, and should she fail to heal young Master Chai, it would tarnish her reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuntang's cheerful voice rang in his ears. I fear not a tarnished reputation. Declare me the first without hesitation, for it is my rightful place, and I am deserving. Luo Feizhou. He had never encountered such shamelessness. To boast of oneself and assert deservingness, has she truly taken herself for a divine healer? Third princess consort, perhaps we should consider waiting. Just as Luo Feizhou was about to speak, he was interrupted by Xie Lujing from the audience. Does His Highness the Qi Wang not wish to acknowledge the truth? The esteemed Prince Qi, one of the most favored princes of the Eastern Qin Kingdom, is indeed a person who is utterly capricious, leaving one to chuckle in disbelief. To boldly claim he would not part with 10,000 taels of gold, one must wonder who would dare to assist him henceforth. It is a game he cannot afford to play. Xie Lujing's smile was enigmatic, the lingering tone of his voice audible to all present. As his words echoed, Luo Feizhou became the center of attention, his face turning an ominous shade of green. Cursed be Xie Lujing, that wretched creature. Merely looking at him was irksome, and he vowed to eliminate him in due course. Despite the tempest of resentment brewing within, Luo Feizhou maintained a facade of benevolence, raising his hands to command silence. Esteemed guests, allow this prince to elucidate. It is not that I am unwilling to bestow upon the third imperial sister-in-law the promised 10,000 taels of gold. Rather, the rewards for this medical competition extend beyond my own offering. The crown prince has also privately pledged an additional 10,000 taels of gold to her. The prowess of the third imperial sister-in-law is truly commendable, deserving of the title of champion in this medicinal contest. I am prepared to present her with 10,000 taels of gold. However, I am uncertain of the crown prince's stance. As he spoke, his gaze, cold and serpentine, settled upon Luo Jingxin, the corners of his mouth curling into a taunting smirk. If they sought to entrap him, let them engage in mutual destruction. None would emerge unscathed. Chapter 72. The Night King grows bashful. Luo Jingxin was nearly driven to faint by rage. He had just incurred a substantial debt to the imperial apothecary for a batch of medicinal herbs, which likely amounted to no less than 30,000 taels of gold. The foolish Luo Feizhou dared to scheme against him. Regret washed over him in torrents. Initially, inviting Yuntang to participate in this medical competition was a grave miscalculation. Not only did it fail to provide any solace for Ji Qingqing, but it also resulted in a staggering loss of 40,000 taels of gold. How tragic! Yuntang, however, was indifferent to these matters. Whether the two of them contributed, as long as the money found its way into her hands, she remained unconcerned. Observing the prince and the Qi Wang engage in a fierce rivalry, she found it rather amusing. As the situation spiraled further out of control, more and more citizens rallied in support of Yuntang, leaving Luo Jingxin to grit his teeth and swallow his frustration. He clenched his jaw and declared, "Of course. My words are always binding. I shall arrange for 1,000 taels of gold to be delivered to the Night King's residence shortly." The prince acquiesced, and under duress. The Qi Wang had no choice but to comply as well. The two miserly individuals had bled their coffers dry, nearly causing them to suffer heartache. Luo Xian gazed at the crowd, his eyes landing on the composed, smiling figure of the woman in white, a strange and indescribable sensation stirring within him. No one would have anticipated that the victor of this competition would be Yuntang, the very woman he held in such disdain. Yet now, he seemed to understand why his third brother had scolded him vehemently in defense of Yuntang. She truly possessed abilities far beyond what he had imagined. Tao Ji, please prepare 2 rooms in our western courtyard, one for Nian and her daughter, and the other I shall use for storage, Yuntang commanded. She intended to keep her gold hidden away, requiring a discreet location. This 20,000 taels were hers, not the Night King's. Given the turmoil surrounding the Night King's residence, with Matron Xiao and others still present, she could not trust that her assets would be safe in their treasury. Her wealth, after all, was to be safeguarded by her own hands. Peach Branch smiled and replied, "As you wish, Your Highness. I shall attend to it immediately." Yaonyang wished to assist, but was halted by Yuntang, who handed her the remaining half-box of ointment. "This salve possesses restorative properties for the scars on your daughter's face. Apply it to her lips morning and night. In half a month, it shall suffice." Yaonyang's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude as she repeatedly expressed her thanks. "Thank you, Your Highness. Your immense kindness shall forever remain etched in my heart." Upon arriving at the Night King's residence, she began to refer to herself as a servant. Yuntang paid no mind, permitting her to do so. She understood that Luo Jianhe was likely still concerned for her. After washing her hands, she pushed open the door, intending to check on him and share her joy. The room was eerily silent, devoid of any masculine presence. Alarmed, Ji Yuntang turned, only to discover Luo Jianhe cocooned within his blankets, resembling a quail. What has happened? She pondered. She could not fathom why he was in such a state when he had been perfectly fine before she departed in the morning. "Hey, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Ji Yuntang inquired, aware that he was not asleep and feeling a twinge of concern. After a prolonged silence, Luo Jianhe muttered, I am not unwell." "Then why are you wrapped up like that? The weather is not cold. Come out, lest you suffocate yourself," she urged. However, Luo Jianhe only tightened his cocoon further. In his current state of embarrassment, he could not bear to let Ji Yuntang see him. Unfortunately, Chun, who was utterly inept at serving him, the afternoon felt like an eternity. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Ji Yuntang felt an overwhelming surge of frustration within her. She feigned anger and said, "Ahi, are you disregarding my words again? If you persist in your disobedience, I shall take my leave and cease to concern myself with you." Yet, as she had scarcely taken 2 steps, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Luo Jianhe emerged from the covers, his hand firmly grasping her garment, imploring her to stay. "Do not go." Ji Yuntang paused, taken aback by the depth of his reluctance. She settled beside the bed, softening her voice to comfort him. "Very well, I shall remain. What troubles you? Please, share with me." I soiled my..." He hesitated. I soiled my trousers." Following this admission, silence enveloped them. Noticing Ji Yuntang's lack of response, Luo Jianhe's tone turned desperate. "Tang, it was unintentional. Truly, Chun, who is incapable of carrying me, and he." Understanding his embarrassment, Ji Yuntang interjected reassuringly. "I comprehend. I understand completely. This is not your fault. Nature calls us all. It is quite normal." She reflected momentarily, acknowledging her own oversight. She should have anticipated that a robust man like Chun Hu, paired with Luo Jianhe's awkward disposition, would inevitably lead to such predicaments. Yet, aside from Ji Yuntang, it was unlikely that Luo Jianhe would welcome anyone else's assistance. "Allow me to help you change your trousers." Ji Yuntang bore no disdain. Her continuous care had granted her a profound understanding of Luo Jianhe's character. This man responded better to gentleness than to force, requiring her to provide him with an avenue of escape. Once he came to terms with the situation, all would be well. As anticipated, after a brief respite, Luo Jianhe emerged from beneath the covers. At this moment, his ears had turned as red as a crab, and the green ointment smeared across his face had rubbed off significantly onto the bedding. Fortunately, the wounds on his face had begun to scab over, with large patches of red scabs now visible. Although the sight was not particularly pleasant, Ji Yuntang regarded it as a positive development. The formation of scabs indicated that his face was healing. Once the scabs fell away, she could apply scar ointment for restoration, and it would not be long before he regained his former appearance. However, Ji Yuntang chose not to share this good news with Luo Jianhe just yet. Wishing instead to surprise him, Luo Jianhe allowed Ji Yuntang to assist him in removing his trousers for cleaning and replacing them with a fresh diaper. Although he felt a sense of embarrassment, he complied willingly. Afterward, Ji Yuntang changed the sheets and duvet, handing them over to Tao Ji for washing. "Tang, I heard you secured first place today. Is it true?" Luo Jianhe's gentle voice suddenly resonated beside her. As she smoothed the sheets, she replied with a smile, "I was just about to tell you that. I also managed to swindle Prince Qi and King Wang out of a batch of medicinal herbs and 20,000 taels of gold. You should have seen their faces. They were greener than the turtles in the pond. Those two have such poor character and are exceedingly wicked. They must have bullied you before. Consider this my way of avenging you, collecting a small interest from them for now, and later, when you have fully recovered, we shall settle the score with them." Chapter 73. The demand for gold. Rejected and cast out. The young girl's words struck a chord within him, as Luo Jianhe's gaze shifted, revealing a soft glimmer in his eyes. To think that she had stepped forward for his sake. In all his years, no one had ever dared to stand up for him, risking the ire of other princes. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. Yet, amidst his feelings of gratitude, a wave of concern for Ji Yuntang's safety washed over him. Ji Yuntang shook her head, pressing her lips together, and softly spoke. "Since I have already offended them, hiding within the estate will not resolve the issue. It is far better to confront them directly, to meet their challenges head-on." With the advantage of her spatial abilities, she could retreat into safety if danger arose, and this thought did not trouble her. Their hearts were intertwined, each considering the other's well-being, thus drawing them closer together. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard, upon learning that Yuntang had triumphed in the medical competition, earning 20,000 taels of gold from the Crown Prince and Prince Chi, Granny Sue's murky old eyes flickered with a hint of greed. She curled her lips in a derisive smirk. How fortunate she must be. Surely, she must have cheated during the competition. Despite her words, it would be a lie to say she felt no envy. Seeing the expression on her mother's face, Lu Linlang realized that her mother was once again scheming to acquire those 20,000 taels of gold. She immediately rushed over, stoking the flames of ambition. Mother, you must find a way to seize Yuntang's gold. With that, we could afford treatment for my face. After enduring days of torment, her visage was now marred with blemishes and abscesses, rendering her too ashamed to even step outside. Not only that, but those bumps are both itchy and painful, and they have spread across her body, now affecting her chest and back. Lu Linlang implored Granny Su to summon a physician for her, yet Granny Su perpetually claimed poverty, asserting that they were merely servants of the Night King's manor, incapable of affording a doctor. Now, however, fortune had smiled upon them. With 20,000 taels of gold at their disposal, there was no reason to worry about remedying her face. Let me ponder how to procure this woman's wealth. It is impossible to do so surreptitiously. After all, gold is not paper money, and she cannot move such a heavy chest. Therefore, if one desires it, one must boldly claim it. An idea sparked in Granny Sue's mind. She devised a plan. Linlang, rest well in your room. I shall go to meet Yuntang. Await the good news from your mother, she declared, swaying as she exited, accompanied by 7 or 8 servants. At the west courtyard, before even entering, the black dog in the yard began barking incessantly. Yuntang, hearing the commotion, emerged from her chamber, only to find Granny Su and her entourage barging in, with Tao Ji and Qiang utterly unable to restrain them. Yuntang pulled the two aside, positioning herself in front, her gaze coldly sweeping over Granny Su. What brings you here? Do you seek another beating? She inquired. She assumed that with Lu Linlang's face in such a state, Granny Su would be incapable of any mischief. To her surprise, the old woman remained undeterred. Although Granny Su felt a twinge of fear, the allure of wealth emboldened her to inquire, Your Highness, is my daughter's condition somehow related to you? What connection could there possibly be to this princess? What a farcical notion. It was you who sought out the foolishness to apply it to Lu Linlang's face, and now her visage is marred. Rather than seeking a remedy for her affliction, you dare to question this princess? Upon hearing the mention of foolishness, Granny Su immediately thought of the culprit, Xiao Yi. Fortunately, Xiao Yi has met her demise. Otherwise, she would have surely flayed her alive. Yuntang has never regretted striking Lu Linlang, for she deserved the punishment. Does she not possess an inkling of her own standing? Yuntang turned to Granny Su, raising an eyebrow in derision. What justice do you seek? Upon hearing this inquiry, Granny Sue's eyes gleamed, believing Yuntang had yielded. Suppressing the upward curve of her lips, she arrogantly proclaimed, Either the princess provides the antidote for Linlang or compensates me, so that I may summon a physician for her treatment. Choose wisely, princess. Naturally, she hoped Yuntang would opt for the latter, allowing her to inflate her demands and extract money at will. The expenses for Linlang's facial restoration and subsequent care would amount to quite a sum. Yuntang scoffed repeatedly, realizing that this old hag was merely after her wealth. What a delusion. There is neither antidote nor money. You may leave at once. As Yuntang's words fell, Granny Su was left in stunned silence. Witnessing her turn to depart, without a moment's thought, she lunged forward to obstruct her path, only to be forcefully shoved to the ground by Chun Hu. Our princess has commanded you to leave. If you do not comply, do not blame me for throwing you out. In an instant, Granny Su transformed into a shrew, sprawled on the ground, and creating a scene, refusing to rise. Oh, are you intent on driving U.S. mother and daughter to despair? Is there no sense of justice, no law of the land? I demand to see the prince. Let me see the prince. The few servants behind her, upon witnessing the scene, began to hesitate. For who could be unaware that the current prince heeds only the words of the princess? Although Granny Su had merely instructed them to retrieve the gold, she had not commanded them to engage in a brawl with Chun Hu. After a brief consultation, the servants disregarded the fallen Granny Su and fled with the speed of startled rabbits. Granny Su, nearly driven to madness, had intended to escalate the matter, but to her astonishment, all those behind her had fled. As she observed the menacing approach of Chun-Hu, she could no longer afford to ponder other matters and turned to make her own escape. Ji Yuntang, this is not over. Do not think that just because we are servants, we lack rights and can be bullied at will. I shall report this to the authorities and expose your vile countenance, she declared, unwilling to relent as she reached the door before finally departing. Chapter 74. Granny Su blocked while out before long. Chun-Hu entered the chamber to report to Ji Yuntang. Your Highness, I have discovered that Granny Su has indeed left, heading towards the government office. Surely, she does not intend to lodge a complaint? His daily duties, aside from ensuring the safety of Luo Juanha, included monitoring the movements of Granny Su and Lu Linlang. Any suspicious behavior was promptly communicated to Ji Yuntang. With a cold smirk, Ji Yuntang replied, "Let her go. I shall see what the authorities can do to me." The idea of a servant informing their master was indeed laughable. If Granny Su wished to court disaster, she would not hinder her. At worst, she would reveal all of Granny Su's actions within the Night King's residence, leaving her to ponder where to hide her aged face. In due time, it was likely that even Luo Juanha would be unable to protect her. Madame Su indeed reported to the authorities, fully aware that today, Ji Yuntang had just clinched the top prize in the medical competition. Should she be embroiled in a scandal involving oppression and cruelty, her hard-earned reputation would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. If the matter escalated, it might reach the ears of the emperor and empress, tarnishing her image as a deranged and tyrannical figure. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that their wrath could lead to Ji Yuntang being cast aside. In that eventuality, the Night King's residence would revert to her possession, along with the substantial sum of 20,000 taels of gold, all falling into her grasp. As Madame Su contemplated this, a sense of delight washed over her, invigorating her steps. Unbeknownst to her, a group had already set their sights upon her. As she turned a corner, several young men, disguised as waiters, swiftly encircled her. From the throng emerged a tall, astute middle-aged man clad in a gray robe. Upon seeing him, Madame Su's countenance shifted, her flabby form trembling uncontrollably. "Manager Chui, isn't there still 2 days until the repayment deadline? I am already devising ways to gather the funds. Why are you obstructing me?" Manager Chui regarded her, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. 15,000 taels of silver, due in 1 year, and now only 2 days remain. No, not even 2 days, precisely 1 day and 3 hours. Should you fail to repay this sum, I shall be compelled to visit the Night King's residence to collect the debt. After all, the promissory note bears not your name, Madame Su, but that of the Night Lord, Luo Juanha. Upon hearing this, Madame Su's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees, fervently begging for mercy. "Manager Chui, I implore you to grant me a few more days. I assure you I will gather the silver to repay you. This matter, I hope you can keep it confidential and not let His Highness the Night King know." Master Chui smiled, and his expression suddenly softened. "Very well. Since you claim you can repay the debt, I shall grant you an additional 3 days. If you can gather the funds, our Jinxing money house will certainly not trouble Madame Su." At this juncture, Master Chui unexpectedly produced an abacus from behind his waist and began to manipulate it before Madame Su. "Ah, I almost forgot to mention, the principal of 15,000 taels, along with interest, now totals 19,862 taels of silver. Should there be further delays, the interest will double. If Madame Su wishes to avoid incarceration, she must quickly settle the debt." With that, Master Chui waved his hand and departed with several attendants. Once they had left, Madame Su collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though, in the brief span of 2 tea times, her back had become drenched in sweat. No one was aware that a year prior, she had borrowed 15,000 taels of silver from an external money house under the name of Luo Juanha. Paralyzed and unaware, Luo Juanha had no knowledge of this. Madame Su had believed that the funds she embezzled, combined with the silver she withheld within the Night King's residence, would suffice to clear the debt. However, the emergence of Ji Yuntang had disrupted all her plans. Now, she was in a frantic scramble to devise a scheme involving Ji Yuntang's gold. With Lu Linlong's face being one motivating factor, while the impending due date of her debt was another pressing concern. As these thoughts consumed her, she lost all desire to report to the authorities and instead began plotting for the 200,000 taels of gold. Behind her, not a single shadow of a soldier was in sight. Ji Yuntang raised an eyebrow, her thoughts subtly shifting as she fixed her gaze upon her. "Report any issues to me promptly. As long as she does not cause trouble within the Wang residence, let her be." Ji Yuntang understood well that given Mama Sue's temperament, it was unlikely she would relinquish her hold easily. She needed to afford the other party the opportunity to expose her own flaws, thereby gradually altering her standing in Luo Juan's heart. The debt of gratitude must be methodically worn down, so that Luo Juanhe could ultimately comprehend Mama Sue's despicable nature, which was hardly worthy of such reverence. When the time came for Mama Sue to fall from grace, it would be the moment when Ji Yuntang's allies would rise in the Night Wang residence. In this lifetime, she aspired to possess both power and wealth. That evening, Ji Yuntang personally took to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of tender tomato and egg noodles for Luo Juanhe, enriched with vegetables and lean meat, the aroma wafting enticingly and stimulating the appetite. His digestive system had improved, allowing him to consume semi-liquid foods, prompting Ji Yuntang to incorporate various dishes into his daily menu. After allowing the noodles to cool slightly, she presented them to Luo Juanhe, placing them on the small table before him. Aware that his hands had regained some mobility, Ji Yuntang retrieved a set of utensils, chopsticks, a fork, and a spoon from her space, ready for him to choose whichever was convenient. Ahi. I have cooked noodles for you tonight. Your arm has recovered, and it is time to practice eating independently. As a means to strengthen the muscles and dexterity of your arm, I have placed the chopsticks and fork beside you, while the spoon is in the bowl for soup. Feel free to use whichever you prefer. Though Luo Juanhe's vision remained obscured, upon hearing her words, his hands began to explore the three cold, hard objects before him. In ancient times, tableware was predominantly made of wood or porcelain, and this tactile sensation was a novel experience for Luo Juanhe. Tang, is this what you refer to as chopsticks? They feel quite slippery and seem somewhat different from the ones we typically use. Ji Yuntang, aware of his blindness and his insatiable curiosity about the world around him, chuckled as she explained, Chapter 75. Massaging the Night King makes him bashful. Ahi, what you hold in your hand is a stainless steel chopstick. It is more practical than those made of wood or porcelain. It won't shatter if dropped and is easy to clean. This set will be your exclusive dining ware from now on. Yours is black, while mine is pink, ensuring we won't mix them up. Upon hearing that Ji Yuntang intended to separate their tableware, Luo Juanhe felt a twinge of discontent. His eyelashes fluttered as he voiced his concern. Is Tang unwilling to share utensils with me because she finds me dirty? Ji Yuntang, though charmed by his innocence, was wary of causing him distress. She hastily reassured him, Of course not. What are you thinking? We are husband and wife, bound as one. How could I ever disdain you? The distinction in color is merely to prevent confusion with others' utensils. Ahi, let me share a secret. This set of stainless steel tableware is exclusive to us. No one else possesses it. It is even a couple's edition. The phrase couple's edition, spoken with a hint of pride and playfulness, resonated in Luo Juanhe's ears as a declaration of affection. The fact that it belonged solely to them, and not to anyone else, was indeed a testament to their bond. However, he found himself quite fond of the proud yet charming little princess. Her petite figure must be incredibly vivid. All right, it's time to eat. If we delay, the food will grow cold and lose its appeal, urged Ji Yuntang. Luo Juanhe supported the bowl with one hand, while the other held chopsticks, lifting strands of noodles to his lips and savoring a slurp. The smooth, juicy noodles, infused with a tangy fragrance, immediately awakened his appetite. Tang, these noodles are absolutely delightful, exclaimed Luo Juanhe, his eyes sparkling as he began to eat leisurely. His movements graceful and pleasing to behold. Initially, Ji Yuntang worried that he might struggle to reach the food, but upon noticing his challenges, she swiftly exchanged his chopsticks for a fork or a spoon, quickly alleviating her concerns. With this trio of utensils in hand, she no longer had to fret over the awkwardness of dining. Ji Yuntang also relished a hearty bowl of tomato and egg noodles, letting out a satisfied burp before asking Tao Ji to take her bowl for washing. She then commenced a leg massage for Luo Juanhe, with her hands now free. It was time to attend to his legs. Yet, the injuries there were more severe, making his recovery a slower process. Ahi, just lie still. Allow me to massage your legs, Ji Yuntang said as she rolled up his pant legs. She applied a medicinal ointment to promote blood circulation and, while massaging, assisted in the blood flow. Her technique was precise, her pressure gentle, a testament to her professional training from her time in the hospital. Luo Juanhe's lips twitched, and he bitterly closed his eyes, fully aware that his little princess was assisting him with a leg massage. Yet, his legs remained devoid of sensation. Akin to two lifeless logs, imperceptive to pain or touch, enveloped in a shroud of numbness. Despite this, his body responded subtly. Luo Juan's face flushed instantaneously, and he clenched his teeth in silence. In the past, he would have never exhibited such vulnerability, but in the presence of Ji Yuntang, he found himself utterly powerless to restrain his reactions. Ji Yuntang, perceptive as ever, recognized his predicament and deemed it merely a natural physiological response, nothing to fret over. After a moment's contemplation, she tenderly retrieved a square pink handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks from her sleeve, placing it atop his lap. Ahi, don't be shy. I've covered your brother with a cloth. Today, we are focusing solely on leg massages, nothing more. If you have any thoughts, just hold them in for now. Or I can help you out once I finish the massage. Luo Juanhe thought to himself. If he weren't already familiar with Ji Yuntang's temperament, he might have mistaken her for a brazen woman teasing him. How did she manage to utter such words so effortlessly? Did she possess an extensive understanding of men? A wave of bitterness bubbled within him as he murmured, "Ah Tang, have you ever massaged other men before?" "Not at all," she replied. "I have only given massages to girls." During her time in the hospital, female soldiers suffering from backaches or injuries would seek her out for massage or chiropractic care. Over time, she had cultivated a specialized technique for massage. As for the male soldiers, there are dedicated male doctors responsible for their care, and she generally does not intervene in those matters. Upon hearing this, Luo Juanhe felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as it wasn't a man, he was content. Although he harbored a tinge of jealousy, it was not indiscriminate. He did not begrudge just anyone. He was now entirely convinced of her fidelity. Ji Yuntang massaged Luo Juanhe for half an hour, alternating between his legs with tender care. Ahi, recovery is a long-term endeavor. Whenever I have the time, I will assist you with your massages, striving to restore sensation to your legs as soon as possible. Luo Juanhe turned to gaze at her, his brow softening, his voice gentle. "Ah Tang, thank you." He found himself at a loss for words, and only a simple expression of gratitude could convey his feelings. Ji Yuntang's lips curved into a slight smile. "Ahi, in the future, do not say thank you to me. My actions do not seek your gratitude. I do this willingly." As night deepened, the silvery moonlight filtered through the gaps of the window, casting a warm glow in the cozy room. The young woman gazed steadily at the man on the bed, her lips curling gently in a smile. Before retiring for the night, Ji Yuntang bid Luo Juanhe good night once more before turning to leave. When she arose, Tao Ji had already prepared breakfast, and Yao Nyang was assisting in setting the table. Upon seeing Ji Yuntang, both women set aside their tasks and approached her with warmth. "Princess, you are awake. We were just about to call you for breakfast." The morning meal was abundant, featuring soy milk, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, rice porridge, and side dishes, with 4 or 5 freshly boiled eggs still warm in the bowl. Ji Yuntang first served Luo Juanhe a bowl of soy milk, rice porridge, and some side dishes, followed by a peeled egg that she personally brought into the room before she emerged to dine herself. She beckoned to Yuntang, urging her to join the meal. "My lady, how can this be? You are the mistress, and I am but a servant. How can I sit and dine with you?" At that moment, Chun-Hu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steamer of dumplings, and unceremoniously plopped down onto a nearby stone bench. "Do not be so formal. Our lady does not adhere to such superficial customs. As long as you manage your tasks well, she will not mind these trivialities." Chun-Hu, by nature carefree and unrestrained, often felt stifled under the strict supervision of Granny Sue, which left him feeling quite constrained with no outlet for his frustrations. However, in Ji Yuntang's presence, he experienced an entirely different lifestyle, one marked by freedom, equality, and mutual benefit, where actions and words need not be executed with excessive caution. Chapter 76. She is too popular. And brother is dumbfounded. This realization led Shinhu to understand that even though they were servants, the lowest rank within the royal residence, here with Ji Yuntang, they were afforded the respect that every individual deserves. Yao Nyang was evidently taken aback. Holding her child, she found herself at a loss. This was the first time she had witnessed such harmonious interaction between a mistress and her servants, prompting her to reflect on her days at the Qi residence. Despite being the lawfully wedded wife of the Qi family's young master, she always approached her mother-in-law and husband with utmost caution, fearful of offending them. Little did she expect that one day she would witness such a delightful scene. He spoke wisely, suggesting that she join him for a meal. "Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of the child in your arms. Nourishment is essential for you to provide milk for the baby. Is it not?" Ji Yuntang gently remarked. Upon meeting her benevolent gaze, Yuntang's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, warmth swelling within her heart. "Thank you, Your Highness," she expressed gratefully. She took her peach branch and departed, instructing Yuntang and Chun-Hu to remain at the residence to guard the western garden. Yuntang made her way to Fanghua Pavilion, the largest ready-made clothing shop in the capital. She headed directly to the luxurious section, where the exquisite garments caught her eye, prompting her to select a few. Suddenly, a tall figure obstructed her path, and the man's voice was laced with evident rage. Turning to face him, Yuntang recognized the man before her as none other than her elder brother, Ji Huaiche, the heir of the Yuntang marquis. She deftly evaded his grasp, fixing him with a cold stare. "I am unwell. Why should I apologize? If Ji Qingqing is truly so fragile, then you ought to keep a close watch on her and prevent her from venturing out, lest she unwittingly provoke others." A flicker of anger crossed Ji Huaiche's eyes, his fists clenching tightly. "Qingqing is in this state because of your actions. If you hadn't kicked her, would she still be bettered in? Go and apologize to her. Perhaps her spirits will lift, and she may recover." It was only after the matriarch's inquiry that the truth emerged. Ji Qingqing and Ji Qingfeng had attended the medical competition Ji Yuntang participated in, and the injuries they bore were inflicted by Ji Yuntang herself. After shedding tears, she fell ill. The Meng family summoned the imperial physician, who diagnosed her condition as a result of pent-up anger and insisted that she must rest adequately and refrain from further irritation. However, the following day marked the commencement of the palace banquet, an event to which Ji Qingqing had also been invited. In past years, her talents had consistently secured her a place among the top 3, garnering considerable admiration and affection from numerous young elites. This occasion was no exception. Concerned for Ji Qingqing's well-being and the potential hindrance to her participation in the banquet, Ji Huaiche sought out Ji Yuntang, intending to persuade her to extend an apology. Since Ji Qingqing's ailment stemmed from Ji Yuntang's ire, it was her responsibility to mend the rift. To his astonishment, upon encountering her, Ji Yuntang exhibited a dismissive demeanor that was difficult for Ji Huaiche to comprehend. "I will not go," she curtly pushed him aside. "Leave me be." "Ji Yuntang, I am your elder brother. Do you disregard your brother's words?" Ji Huaiche implored. With a roll of her eyes, Ji Yuntang retorted, "And you think you are worthy of being heard?" Ji Huaiche, taken aback, was on the verge of reprimanding her when he was suddenly shoved aside by a powerful force, propelling him further from Ji Yuntang. As he regained his composure, the scene before him rendered him astounded. A throng of women surged forward, completely encircling Ji Yuntang, their excited and trembling voices filling the air. "Night Princess, I too desire your products. I will pay any price. Please sell me a couple of them. My face is plagued by persistent acne that no remedy seems to alleviate. Moreover, my husband is of a similar age to Wang Sheng, and his skin is also greasy and prone to acne. Wang Fei, please sell me a remedy. I wish to restore his complexion." The chatter was incessant, a cacophony that underscored the women's fervor for Ji Yuntang. Furthermore, the crowd outside continued to swell, as those seeking garments mingled with others, all rushing in upon learning of Ji Yuntang's presence. Ji Huaiche wore an expression of disbelief, his handsome face marred by skepticism. How could this frightful creature have garnered such popularity? In his confusion, he seized a passing woman. "Excuse me, might I inquire as to what you're doing? Why encircle this unsightly woman?" The young lady, known for her fiery temperament, was immediately thrust out of the throng and erupted in indignation, directing her ire at Ji Huaiche. "Unsightly woman, I suggest you watch your words. The knight Wang Fei is my idol. What of her appearance? Does her unattractiveness consume your family's rice or occupy your bed? A grown man with such a foul mouth ought to beware of remaining single." Ji Huaiche was taken aback. How could the noble heir of the Yuntang marquis be so insulted? Moreover, he had gleaned nothing from the encounter. Anger simmered within him as he muttered, "A pack of unruly peasants, utterly lacking in decorum." Yet, despite his grievances, he did not withdraw. The Fanghua Pavilion was teeming with patrons, and Ji Huaiche found himself pushed to the periphery. After listening attentively, he finally discerned the fervent cries of the crowd. Facial cleansers, acne creams. What are these peculiar items? Their effectiveness is remarkable, rendering the skin exceptionally smooth. Could Ji Yuntang possess such talents? Surely, they must have mistaken her for someone else. Ji Huaiche was utterly unconvinced. Chapter 77. The princess's remarkable money-making ability. Ji Yuntang paid no mind to whether he believed her. Surrounded by so many, she was well aware that they were drawn by her facial cleanser and acne cream, and her heart brimmed with joy. Evidently, The live demonstration at the medical competition yesterday had yielded impressive results. Yuntang could almost envision a shower of coins fluttering before her eyes, all destined for her purse. She raised her hand to signal for silence, calling out, "Please, everyone, quiet down and listen to me." At her words, the crowd instantly hushed. "I didn't bring any facial cleanser or acne cream today, but there are still 100 bottles available at the Wang residence. If you wish to purchase, please line up to register your names and pay a deposit of 20 taels. When you come to collect, bring 50 taels with you. Each person is limited to 1 bottle." Upon hearing that only 1 bottle could be purchased per person, some expressed disappointment, yet others surged forward with fervor. Such a remarkable product, obtaining even a single bottle was a stroke of fortune. How could one afford to be choosy? Yuntang maintained order, allowing Tao Ji to register names while she collected deposits, processing 1 registration at a time. Eventually, when the queue reached 100 people, no further registrations were accepted. In her hands, the silver notes piled up, totaling an impressive 2,000 taels. The registered individuals wore expressions of joy, while those without registration appeared despondent. At this moment, Yuntang offered words of comfort. "Do not be disheartened, ladies who have not secured a purchase. I shall produce another batch soon, and you may return to buy then." Upon hearing this, the faces of the unregistered ladies brightened with relief. Yuntang procured 2 sets of garments for herself and 2 more for Luo Juanha, along with a single set for Chun Hu, Tao Ji, and Yao Nyang each. Accompanying Yuntang on this outing, Tao Ji returned with a bag full of silver notes and new attire, feeling as though she were floating in a dream. In recent days, Yuntang had repeatedly expanded her horizons, leading Tao Ji to believe that their princess seemed capable of anything. There was nothing beyond Yuntang's capabilities. As they exited the Fenghua pavilion, a throng of women followed closely behind, which filled Tao Ji with excitement and a touch of nervousness. She leaned in, lowering her voice to inquire, "Princess, do we truly have facial cleansers and acne creams at the Wang residence? We have already taken deposits. And if we bring these people only to find those items unavailable, it could lead to complications." "There will be," Yuntang replied, arching an eyebrow. "In my inventory, there are not merely 100 but 1,000 units." However, she understood the importance of strategic marketing, refraining from unveiling all products at once to maintain anticipation for future offerings. Yuntang then led the group to the entrance of the Night King's mansion, instructing everyone to wait outside while she entered to retrieve the items. Upon entering the Night King's residence, Yuntang sought out a secluded spot and retrieved 50 bottles of facial cleanser and 50 tubes of acne cream. She instructed Tao Ji to transport 2 boxes outside. With a sweeping gaze over the crowd, Yuntang proclaimed, "Here lie 50 bottles of facial cleanser and 50 tubes of acne cream, each priced at 70 taels of silver. I have already collected a deposit of 20 taels from you. Thus, an additional payment of 50 taels is required. Those whose names I call may come forth in order to claim their products." As her words echoed, Tao Ji began to announce the names, while Yuntang remained responsible for collecting the payments. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all 100 products were sold out. The fortunate buyers rejoiced, while those left empty-handed could only sigh in envy at the items held by others. One customer inquired, "Night Princess, when can we expect the new stock? Will we miss the opportunity to purchase if we do not receive timely information?" This concern was one Yuntang had anticipated. Given the slow dissemination of information in ancient times, devoid of modern networks, many would receive news belatedly. The new stock should arrive in approximately 10 days. However, I plan to open a skincare shop on White Tiger Street, where the new products will be available for sale. Those interested may wish to keep a watchful eye. She reassured them. Upon hearing her words, many women felt considerably relieved. As long as they reserved their products in advance, they need not worry about missing out on the facial cleanser and acne cream. In this brief period, Yuntang had amassed 5,000 taels of silver, totaling 7,000 taels when combined with the previously collected deposits. This left Chun Hu and Tao Ji in a state of astonishment. "Your Highness, your prowess is remarkable. In a single day, you have earned more than our Night King's residence does in an entire year," one remarked. Out of the corner of her eye, Yuntang caught sight of a veiled figure lurking behind the door, a smirk of derision curling her lips. This poverty was a result of the treachery that had once plagued the royal household. "If you follow my lead diligently, there is great wealth to be earned in the future." Hiding behind the door, Lu Linlong's eyes blazed with resentment. Witnessing Ji Yuntang effortlessly amass 7,000 taels of silver filled her with jealousy, nearly causing her to dig her nails into her palms. 7,000 taels, enough to indulge her and her mother for an entire year. That money rightfully belonged to them. How could Ji Yuntang, that wretched woman, claim it? Lu Linlang ground her teeth, wondering if her mother could somehow procure the 2,000 taels of gold that Ji Yuntang had acquired. She simply could not bear to see that wretch flaunting her success before them. Unfazed, Ji Yuntang chose to ignore Lu Linlang, treating her as if she were invisible. She placed the banknotes into her spatial storage, a small vault she had designated for savings, which now housed over a dozen chests filled with gleaming gold, a sight that was truly pleasing to behold. Suddenly, Ji Yuntang recalled the garments she had purchased earlier that day at Fonghua Pavilion. She had only selected a few for adults and none for little Qi Yue. Qi Yue, the daughter of her friend, was named Qi Yue, and Ji Yuntang held a great fondness for the obedient little girl. Thus, she ventured into the marketplace, selecting 2 sets of clothing for young girls, along with 2 packs of diapers and a bottle, before exiting her spatial realm. Ji Yuntang first presented the peach branch and new garments to Chen Hu, who was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. The fabric and craftsmanship were evidently exquisite, far from ordinary. It was astonishing that the princess was so generous. Princess, I never imagined that one day I, Chen Hu, would don such splendid attire. You have been exceedingly kind to me. I shall certainly heed your words more diligently from now on. Whatever you command, I shall obey. The burly man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, resembled a tender-hearted spouse, nearly moved to tears. Tao Ji also had reddened eyes, clasping her new clothes. Her gaze filled with gratitude towards Ji Yuntang. Princess, I too shall serve you and the prince faithfully from this day forth. Ji Yuntang chuckled softly. Do not be so easily swayed by sentiment. It is merely a new outfit, and I could afford much more. Chapter 78. Ji Yuntang regains her beauty. Chen Hu cradled the clothes as if they were treasures. In truth, what stirred their hearts was not merely the gift of new garments, but the thoughtfulness Ji Yuntang displayed in such seemingly trifling matters. Ji Yuntang then visited Yuanyang's quarters, presenting her with the clothes she had purchased, along with toddler garments for Xiao Qiyue. These are gifts I procured during my outing today. These 2 sets are for Xiao Qiyue, along with diapers and a bottle for the infant. She meticulously explained the uses of the diapers and the bottle. Yuanyang, though astonished, was also filled with trepidation. Princess, these items are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Your kindness in sheltering both me and Qi Yue is already more than we could ever hope for. Moreover, upon my arrival at the Night King's residence, I have yet to assist you in any manner, thus I cannot accept your gifts. Ji Yuntang's words brooked no refusal. Take them, nurture your health. In the future, I shall have tasks for you to undertake. Consider these garments, diapers, and bottles as a token of my esteem for July. It is no easy feat to raise a child alone. One must always think of the little one. Moved by her sentiments, Yuanyang trembled, and with a sudden thud, she knelt down. This servant expresses her deepest gratitude to the princess. Your words shall be etched in my heart. After attending to this matter, Ji Yuntang turned her attention to Luo Jianhe, placing the new garments upon the bed. Ahi, today I procured 2 sets of new clothes for you, one in white and the other in deep teal. I wonder which hue you prefer. Although Luo Jianhe could not see, he had complete faith in Ji Yuntang's taste. A faint smile graced his lips. As long as they are chosen by a Tang, I shall cherish them. Ji Yuntang returned his smile, her voice light and cheerful. I shall hang them up for now. You may wear them whenever you are well. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, Luo Jianhe replied. The following dawn, Ji Yuntang rose early to engage in physical exercise within the courtyard. Weights of 15 kilograms were strapped to her legs as she ran laps around the yard. Ji Bai wagged his tail, following closely behind and seemingly cheering her on. Yuanyang, cradling July, inquired of Tao Ji, Miss Tao, what is the princess doing? Peach Branch had long grown accustomed to Ji Yuntang's rigorous exercise regimen. With a smile, she explained, our princess is merely strengthening her body. She runs 100 laps around the courtyard each morning. Yuanyang gasped in astonishment, having never witnessed such a method of training before. Despite already being a princess, Ji Yuntang's relentless dedication was truly admirable. After completing her 100 laps, Ji Yuntang was drenched in sweat and sensed it was nearly time to enter the palace, prompting her to come to a halt. Peach Branch approached to assist her in removing the iron weights from her legs. Your Highness, the bathwater has been prepared and breakfast is ready. Would you prefer to eat first or bathe? Let us bathe first. I feel quite uncomfortable and sticky. Once Ji Yuntang finished her bath and hastily consumed a light breakfast, Peach Branch began to style her hair and apply her makeup. To her delight, Peach Branch noticed that the dark spots on Ji Yuntang's face had vanished, revealing skin as smooth as fine jade and as fair as snow. Your Highness, it seems the blemishes have disappeared. You look so beautiful now. She resembled a piece of dust-covered jade, the outer layers of grime washed away, revealing her most radiant self. Ji Yuntang gently touched her face, and the reflection in the mirror revealed a woman of exquisite elegance, exuding an ethereal charm. Her lips were naturally rosy, her brows unadorned yet captivating, and her fox-like eyes shimmered with a captivating allure, akin to the soft glow of a crescent moon or the enchanting sight of blossoms blanketed in snow. Absolutely breathtaking. It seemed that today's palace banquet was destined to leave all in awe of the princess. Today, I shall ensure you are adorned with a makeup look that will capture the attention of all, Peach Branch exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as Ji Yuntang's radiant complexion brought her more joy than acquiring a new garment. Ji Yuntang shook her head, gently halting her. Just a light makeup will suffice. This princess does not wish to become the center of attention. To become the focal point only invites a myriad of troubles. She had no desire to attend such gatherings. Yet the Empress Dowager insisted on her participation. Ji Yuntang remained perplexed about what schemes the Empress Dowager was concocting. As a princess, I understand, she said. Upon her command, Taoji swiftly applied a subtle makeup and fashioned her hair simply, securing it with 2 golden hairpins adorned with cloud and phoenix designs. Accompany me into the palace. Remain vigilant in all matters, Ji Yuntang instructed. Yes, princess. Together with Taoji, she ascended into the carriage destined for the palace. Upon their arrival, a line of carriages awaited outside the palace gates. Ji Yuntang approached the guard and presented the invitation, and immediately a palace maid came forth to escort them inside. The court banquet was to be held in a place known as Maylin within the palace. Contrary to its name, Maylin was adorned with a plethora of precious flowers, trees, and various exquisite plants, accompanied by several pavilions where the young gentry could rest. The maid bowed respectfully, announcing, Princess of the Night. The court banquet will commence in a quarter of an hour. Please take a moment to rest here. Ji Yuntang nodded and said to Taoji, let us find a quieter spot to wait. They made their way to an unoccupied pavilion, where the table was laden with fresh fruits and steaming tea. She poured herself a cup and took a delicate sip. The fragrance of the tea wafted around her, leaving a lingering taste on her lips. This tea is exquisite, Ji Yuntang remarked without reservation. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise sounded from behind her. Sister, I did not expect you to arrive as well. I, along with the elder brother, have been here for quite some time. Why did you not come over to greet us? Ji Yuntang turned her head and, unsurprisingly, met the delicate visage of Ji Qingqing, resembling a fragile willow, pitiable and frail like a little white flower. In an instant, the tea she had been sipping erupted from her mouth. Splutter. The spray drenched Ji Qingqing entirely. Ji Yuntang, I sincerely apologize. Upon seeing your face, I simply could not restrain myself. She could not fathom how thick-skinned Ji Qingqing could be, approaching her even in such a state. Did she possess a self-inflicted masochistic trait, feeling discomfort unless subjected to torment? Ji Qingqing suddenly widened her eyes in shock, completely oblivious to the fact that she had been doused in water. Where had the blemishes on Ji Yuntang's face vanished? How could she have transformed so splendidly? This unexpected turn of events caused her to forget the words she had intended to say. Just as Ji Qingqing was lost in thought, Ji Huaicha dashed over like a leopard, swiftly pulling Ji Qingqing behind him. Ji Yuntang, what are you doing? The moment I leave, you begin to bully Qingqing. Do you not realize that her attire was custom-made for her by her mother at Fanghua Pavilion? Can you afford to compensate for the stains? Chapter 79. The sharp-tongued Princess Luo, Qingga Ji Yuntang, observing the protective demeanor of her opponent, felt a disdainful scoff rise within her. Ji Shitzi, are your eyes merely for venting your frustration? When did you ever witness this princess bullying her? The princess sat here sipping tea when she was rudely interrupted by someone who appeared rather foolish. Why do you not manage your dear sister properly, rushing over without discernment, attempting to instruct me on my duties? At this moment, Ji Huaicha also noted Ji Yuntang's expression. Ji Qingqing had spent an entire hour preparing herself before leaving the house, adorned with jewels meticulously chosen by the Meng family, aiming to dazzle the court at the banquet and win the favor of the crown prince. In stark contrast, Ji Yuntang's makeup was merely a light dusting of powder, her hair casually embellished with just 2 hairpins, lacking any additional adornments, presenting an exceedingly simple appearance. Even her attire paled in comparison to Ji Qingqing's. Yet, inexplicably, Ji Yuntang shone more brightly than Ji Qingqing, even eclipsing her beauty. Just then, a woman clad in a vibrant red gown approached. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin as pale as snow, with a voice imbued with sweet laughter. Wow! Is this the so-called illegitimate daughter, the ugly duckling, spoken of by Miss Ji just now? To my eyes, she is even more enchanting than Miss Ji herself. The newcomer was none other than the daughter of the Empress, the 9th Princess, Luo Qingge. She eagerly drew closer to Ji Yuntang, her bright and ethereal eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at her. Greetings, sister-in-law. I am the 9th Princess, Luo Qingge. I have long wished to thank you in person for saving my 17th brother in the back garden, as mentioned by my mother. But I have not had the opportunity to leave the palace until now. At this juncture, Luo Qingge's gaze suddenly sharpened, as she cast a glance at Ji Qingqing and the several noble ladies gathered outside the pavilion, observing the spectacle. A cold smile graced her lips. Just moments ago, they had derided her as the illegitimate daughter of the Yuntang marquis, an ugly duckling too timid to step beyond the threshold, inferior to Ji Ershiji's mere strand of hair. Yet here was Ji Ershiji, flaunting her resplendent violet silk gown adorned with jade patterns and the ornate hairpiece atop her head, only to find, alas, her celebrated beauty pales in comparison to that of the 3rd sister-in-law. How delightful it must be to witness such a stinging rebuke. Ji Qingqing, the noble ladies. Alas, how could their whispered remarks have been overheard by the 9th princess? Moreover, her merciless repetition of their words in public left them in a state of mortification. They longed for a hole to burrow into. Ji Qingqing's lips quivered. Her complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, nearly succumbing to faintness. The blow dealt by Ji Yuntang earlier had been substantial, and now even the emperor's most favored 9th princess had interjected, siding with Ji Yuntang, with Xia Luzheng in front and Luo Qingge behind. What enchantment had Ji Yuntang cast upon them to garner such unwavering allegiance? Listening to the young woman's vehement discourse, Ji Yuntang felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared she had allies. She had initially thought that the 9th princess, Luo Qingge, was akin to the 10th princess, Luo Qianque, a troublesome adversary. Yet, it seemed they were quite different. Ji Yuntang discreetly stowed away the foul powder concealed within her sleeve, nearly harming her allies in the process. Meeting Luo Qingge's bright, shimmering gaze, Ji Yuntang's lips curved into a faint smile, offering her a radiant grin. The 9th princess need not be so formal. The 17th prince is blessed with great fortune and possesses a charming wit. Even if it were not I, others passing by would surely extend a hand in rescue. I am particularly grateful to the 9th princess for aiding me today. Luo Qingge, a naturally affable person, felt an inexplicable fondness for Ji Yuntang upon their first meeting, and immediately clung to her arm in a playful manner. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality between us. Those scheming girls may call me the 9th princess, but you may simply call me Qingge. My mother always said that associating with beautiful people enhances one's own beauty. It just so happens that I have no other hobby than admiring stunning individuals like you, sister-in-law. Would you say we are friends now? This marked the first time Ji Yuntang experienced a girl clinging to her in such a manner, and she felt as though a small kitten was playfully nuzzling against her, which she found rather endearing. Very well, since Qingge does not mind, I shall accept you as a friend. In an instant, Luo Qingge's smile radiated like a blooming flower, her joy akin to that of a 3-year-old child. She turned to the others and proclaimed, "Did you hear that? Sister-in-law has become friends with this princess. From this day forth, this princess shall protect her friends. Anyone who dares to bully my sister-in-law shall be considered as having offended me. It would be wise to show her the utmost respect." As she uttered these words, Luo Qingge's enchanting gaze deliberately swept over Ji Huaicha and Ji Qingqing, with a clear warning evident in her eyes. Their faces instantly turned pale. With Luo Qingge's protection, it was as if the queen herself was safeguarding Ji Yuntang. A remarkable feat indeed. Ji Qingqing, seething with anger, clenched her teeth while maintaining a facade of gentle smiles. She recalled the past, when she had sought to curry favor with His Highness the Crown Prince by ingratiating herself with Luo Qingge, only to be met with scathing rebukes, leaving her in utter humiliation and retreat. In contrast, the 10th princess, Luo Qianque, was far more amiable, often stepping forth to defend her. Alas, Luo Qinxue was the sister of Luo Juanhe, while Ji Qingqing's intended was consistently the crown prince. Fortunately, Luo Jingxin harbored some affection for her, alleviating her heartache somewhat. At that moment, the eunuch's shrill voice pierced the air. The emperor has arrived, and so has the empress. All present knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, your Royal Highness. May you both enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." Following them were noble consort Ning, consort Li, the crown prince, Prince Qi, Prince Chen, the 10th princess, and a multitude of others. Ji Yuntang lifted her gaze, scanning the assembly. At the forefront stood a man clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe. Over 40 years of age, tall and imposing, bearing a striking resemblance to Luo Juanhe. She, standing behind, wished to avoid kneeling but did not want to appear too conspicuous. So she crouched down, draping her long garments over her bent legs. Emperor Jingyang waved his hand, his keen gaze sweeping across the crowd, his voice resonant and cheerful. "Rise, everyone. At today's palace banquet, there is no need for excessive formalities or restraint. You young ones are free to eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." The crowd responded as they stood. Ji Yuntang had already familiarized herself with the occasion en route. The palace banquet, held annually, is orchestrated by the empress, ostensibly to unite the noble families within the court, yet in reality, it serves as a grand matchmaking event. The attendees are predominantly unmarried daughters and sons of prominent families. Ji Yuntang's presence at the banquet was facilitated by a special exemption granted by Consort Li. At this moment, the empress rose, her gentle and warm gaze sweeping across the assembly. Traditionally, the palace banquet featured repetitive performances of song and dance, which the attendees had likely grown weary of. Thus, "This year we shall indulge in something novel. How about a game of passing the flower while drumming?" Upon her words, the young ladies and gentlemen present expressed their gratitude with smiles. They thanked Her Majesty, acknowledging that everything would be at her discretion. They understood that the Empress was providing them an opportunity to showcase their talents. Among the attendees were not only princes, but also princesses. Those who performed well might catch their eye and be chosen as a consort or secondary wife, while the gentlemen could aspire to marry into the royal family as sons-in-law. Such prospects represented a remarkable elevation in status for them. Ji Yuntang comprehended the nature of the event. After all, matchmaking inevitably entails performances of skill. However, she felt no inclination towards such displays, being already married and perceiving little relevance of the festivities to herself. She intended to step aside and allow others to take her place, but Consort Li timely called her back. Her brows softened, and with a gentle smile, she said, "Since the Night King's consort has arrived, why not sit down and engage in some merriment with them? Although you are wed to here, this is an excellent opportunity to cultivate your relationships with the other young ladies. It would be beneficial for both you and the Night King's residents to mingle and make a few friends." Upon her utterance, disdain flickered across the faces of many young ladies present. How could Ji Yuntang, an illegitimate daughter raised in the countryside, possibly be worthy of their friendship? Surely, she could barely recognize a few characters, if any. Luo Qinxue wore a smug expression, though a glint of malice danced in her eyes. She was well aware that her mother's intentions were to have Ji Yuntang make friends as a pretense, while the true aim was to humiliate her in front of the emperor, empress, and such a multitude of onlookers. Both of them were confident that Ji Yuntang was illiterate and had no artistic talents. In such a setting, any display of ignorance would render her incapable of holding her head high for the rest of her life. Ji Qingqing, upon hearing this, allowed a slight upward curve to form at the corners of her mouth. It seemed that she would not need to intervene. Others were already poised to deal with Ji Yuntang. It was a pity that Ji Yuntang, in her foolishness, had married the Night King and failed to curry favor with the beloved concubine and the 10th princess, instead choosing to oppose them. Ji Qingqing's gaze darkened, for it was evident that these two were far more eager than she to see Ji Yuntang humiliated. She merely needed to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. However, they did not anticipate that Luo Qingge would suddenly rise to defend Ji Yuntang. Make friends? The beloved concubine may be overthinking. My third sister has me, a princess, as her friend. Why would she need to associate with this group of superficial individuals? Moreover, true friendship lies not in the number of acquaintances, but in the depth of loyalty shown by those who stand by you in times of need. I have long heard that my third sister-in-law was cast out by the Yuntang marquis, with her family pressuring her to act as a substitute bride for Miss Jier. This revelation suggests that even familial bonds can be superficial. How many friendships can be deemed genuine? In such a tedious gathering, if my third sister-in-law wished to abstain, she could easily do so. Her mere presence brings joy to both myself and my mother. Such audacity in speech, when uttered by others, would be deemed rebellious. Yet when spoken by Luo Qingge, it all appears entirely reasonable. The ninth princess, Luo Qingge, is notorious throughout the Eastern Qin kingdom for her boldness. Her eloquence and sharp would often leave even many learned officials at a loss for words. Consequently, many choose to avoid her, fearing a lecture from this formidable young lady. Upon noticing the darkening expression of Emperor Jingyang, the empress quickly feigned a reprimand. "Gur, such behavior is unbecoming in this setting. Do find a seat at once." Luo Qingge's remarks have undoubtedly offended many, not only ridiculing concubine Li, but also implicating the Yuntang marquis. The empress cast an apologetic glance towards Ji Yuntang and Ji Huaicha, who discerned the underlying meaning of her words. It was not that they were unwilling to assist her. The palace banquet was intended for everyone, and her refusal to partake would surely incite discontent among many, easily inviting resentment. Perhaps Luo Qingge wished to advocate for Ji Yuntang, granting her a measure of freedom in this gathering. Yet alas, some were intent on compelling her participation. Should she choose not to attend, it would instead portray her as indifferent and lacking in decorum. "Your Majesty, the Queen, has graciously praised me. Naturally, I am prepared to participate in today's palace banquet." The ninth princess possesses a vivacious spirit and a sincere disposition. We have just met and felt an immediate kinship. It is indeed a privilege for me to forge a friendship with her. I wish to intercede on behalf of the ninth princess, imploring the emperor and empress to temper their wrath and refrain from punishing her due to my own matters. Ji Yuntang's demeanor was respectful, her tone humble, and her words were articulated flawlessly, offering both face to Luo Qingge and a retreat for the emperor and empress. In that moment, the queen found herself increasingly pleased with Ji Yuntang's poised and generous manner. Alas, Ji Yuntang was already wed to the Night King. Otherwise, she would have earnestly considered betrothing her to the crown prince as her daughter-in-law. Since the Night King's consort has spoken thus, it would be unwise for the emperor and me to disregard your wishes. In light of your intercession, dear, I shall refrain from penalizing her. Night King's consort, please step forward and take your seat. Upon hearing Ji Yuntang's plea on her behalf, Luo Qingge's eyes sparkled with delight, reflecting her gratitude. Ji Yuntang was indeed a most worthy friend. Do not mention it. You have also spoken in my favor. Ji Yuntang replied with a smile before turning her gaze toward the gathering. The game known as passing the flower involves all present seated around an intricately carved round table, with one person in the center beating a drum while the others pass a flower. When the drum ceases, whoever finds the flower before them must rise and showcase their talents. Failure to do so results in a self-imposed penalty of 3 cups of wine. Chapter 81. Ji Qingqing engages in poetic exchange, a resounding slap in the face. Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence. With the queen's command. The diminutive eunuch in the center began to beat the drum, the rhythmic sound echoing in the ears of the assembled guests. The young ladies, holding roses, sent them soaring through the air. When the drumming ceased, the first flower descended at Luo Xian's feet. He furrowed his brow slightly and rose respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, esteemed parents, I possess no remarkable talent, but allow me to perform a sword dance for your amusement." Upon uttering these words, Luo Xian took the sword handed to him by Su Mu and began to dance amidst the plum trees, with the sword firmly grasped in his hand. His movements were both graceful and powerful. With a swift stroke, a flurry of leaves cascaded down. He moved with the lightness of a swallow one moment, then struck with the speed of lightning the next, the sword flowers blooming like silken threads in the air. Ji Yuntang watched with keen interest, unable to deny the beauty of Luo Xian's swordplay, which was executed with impeccable fluidity. Unbeknownst to her, his martial skills had been imparted by Luo Juanhe. Undoubtedly, this performance captivated many young ladies, several of whom blushed at the sight of Luo Xian. Ji Yuntang clicked her tongue, pondering whether Luo Xian's romantic fortunes were on the rise. However, the man in question did not cast a glance at the ladies. His unwavering focus on returning the sword to Su Mu. "Your Majesty, I have embarrassed myself," he stated, addressing his parents. "Indeed, Your Majesty." Ji Yuntang shook her head, clicking her tongue once more. He truly was a straightforward man. It seemed that only Luo Juanhe's words could reach Luo Xian. The game of drumming and passing the flower resumed, and when the drumming stopped again, the second flower landed before Ji Qingqing. Initially shy and hesitant, Ji Qingqing glanced at Ji Jingchen before bowing respectfully to the two seated above. Your Majesty, Your Highness, influenced by my elder brother, I have recently developed a passion for poetry. I humbly request your permission to select one person to engage in a poetic exchange with me. Granted. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Jingong acquiesced. Ji Qingqing's gaze swept over Luo Jingchen, then across the assembly, finally resting upon Ji Yuntang. Sister, might you indulge me in a friendly contest? Having secured the top honor in the medical competition, your skills inspire my admiration, and I yearn to learn from you. Ji Yuntang initially intended to decline, but, catching the exchange between Ji Qingqing and Luo Jingchen, she suddenly agreed with unexpected enthusiasm. Very well, but a contest without stakes is hardly worth it. If I win, I shall teach you martial arts. If I lose, I shall drink 3 cups of apricot spring wine. What say you? Internally, Ji Qingqing held her in disdain, dismissing Ji Yuntang's words. Victory was assured. After all, apricot spring is a strong liquor typically consumed by men, and those with lesser tolerance often succumb to its effects after just a single cup. If this wretched girl seeks to embarrass herself, I shall gladly facilitate her folly. Ji Qingqing turned to the Empress with a gentle demeanor. Might your Highness assist me in selecting a theme? Since it is the plum grove, let your verses revolve around the plum blossom. Brimming with confidence, Ji Qingqing mused for a moment before declaring, plum blossoms, the world, heralding spring. I invite you to respond with the second half. Ji Yuntang was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a poetic composition, not a couplet contest. Yet, for one destined to traverse time, what challenge could this pose? As the ice melts, the northern shore awakens to the melody of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Ji Qingqing felt a slight shock in her heart as she looked at Ji Yuntang with astonishment. Could it be that she truly managed to deduce it? However, upon observing the exchanged glances between Luo Qingge and Ji Yuntang, she instinctively believed that Luo Qingge had assisted her in cheating. After all, Ji Yuntang was utterly unfamiliar with the characters. How could she possibly match the poem that Ji Qingqing had composed? Dear sister, there is another line about the plum blossom. Might you match it for me? Ji Qingqing felt reluctant, convinced that her previous poem was too brief, thus granting Ji Yuntang an opportunity to respond. Surely, if she opted for a longer piece, luck would not favor her again. It was implausible that Luo Qingge would aid her every time, was it? Ji Yuntang, on the other hand, showed no resistance. After all, if someone was serving her an opportunity to shine, why would she decline? Very well. Then I shall teach you some martial arts practice later. Ji Qingqing silently rolled her eyes and declared, in the snow, the red plum. The snow reflects the red plum, and the plum reflects the snow. Upon finishing, she provocatively gazed at Ji Yuntang, thinking that this time she would surely falter. To her astonishment, Ji Yuntang effortlessly replied, in the wind, green bamboo. The wind stirs the green bamboo, and the bamboo stirs the wind. Ji Qingqing was left speechless. This time, she had kept her eyes fixed on Ji Yuntang, not daring to blink, fearful that Luo Qingge would once again intervene. Yet, Ji Yuntang had answered on her own, and the response was quite rhythmic. How could this be? Ignoring Ji Qingqing's incredulous gaze, Ji Yuntang smiled brightly at the assembly. I wonder how my 2 lines were received. What do you all think? Did I win or lose? In the next moment, Luo Qingge immediately responded, of course I won. Although this princess may lack profound knowledge, I am aware that Miss Ji Er's recent composition was not a poem, but rather a couplet concerning plum blossoms. Yet, Sansa still answered fluently. Is this not a victory? Luo Qingxue retorted, since you have acknowledged that it was Miss Ji Er who spoke of plum blossoms. The lines offered by the Night Princess are entirely unrelated to that theme. She has deviated from the subject. How can this be considered a win for her? In my opinion, this round rightfully belongs to Miss Ji Er. Both Luo Qingxue and Luo Qingge, though princesses, maintained a tenuous relationship, engaging in countless subtle skirmishes in private. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now that Luo Qingge had allied herself with Ji Yuntang, it was only natural for Luo Qingxue to side with Ji Qingqing, advocating for her. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with palpable animosity, as the two stood at odds. At this critical juncture, Xia Luzheng stepped forward once more, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Clad in flowing white garments, he opened his folding fan, exuding the demeanor of a cultured scholar. Your Highness, the 10th Princess, your assertion is misguided. Miss Ji Er requested the Night Princess to compose poetry with her. Yet what she provided was not poetry at all. The question itself was misaligned, Thus, how could the respondent possibly provide the correct answer? Furthermore, from the perspective of the couplet, the Night Princess's responses were entirely appropriate. Luo Qianxue gazed at the youth's carefree and audacious visage, her cheeks flushing slightly as she anxiously protested, "Brother Xing, it is clear that Miss Jier has won. How can you speak in favor of the Night Princess?" Xia Luzheng remained silent. A single utterance from Luo Qianxue, calling out Brother Zheng, nearly sent Xia Luzheng into a state of utter shock, causing him to retreat a considerable distance with his fan in hand. He implored the 10th princess to exercise caution in her words, for he is not her brother. Her brothers are all present, seated nearby. Luo Qianxue remained silent. Chapter 82. Public Poetry and Flattery. How could Xia Luzheng, such a simpleton, fail to recognize that she harbors feelings for him, who speaks in such a manner? Xia Luzheng, handsome and the sole heir of the Rongwood Duke's residence, remains unmarried to any noble lady, possessing every desirable quality, save for his loathsome tongue, akin to that of Luo Qingge. Yet, she finds herself captivated by such a gentleman, for there lies a certain challenge in conquering him. In her heart, Luo Qianxue silently mused that when the day arrives that Xia Luzheng becomes hers, she shall diligently train him to obey her every command. Emperor Jingyang's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Ji Yuntang. He squinted slightly and inquired, with Guer and Shuer at odds, "What is your perspective on this matter, Lady of the Night?" Emperor Jingyang had long been aware of Luo Juan's marriage to the illegitimate daughter of the Yangning marquis, harboring a personal belief that she was unworthy of prominence, which is why he had yet to summon Ji Yuntang to the palace. However, it now appeared that this woman was far more formidable than he had previously imagined. It was no wonder the empress had frequently come to her defense before him. Ji Yuntang was well aware that Emperor Jingyang was testing her. Should she fail to provide a viable solution or propose an opinion deemed unjust, she would inevitably offend one of the princesses present, including the empress and consort Li. On one side stands the beloved sister of her husband, and on the other, a newly forged friendship. Everyone is eager to discover how Ji Yuntang will decide. The discord between the two princesses arises from the couplet that has no relation to plum blossoms. If that is the case, I am willing to compose a poem on the subject of plum blossoms right here, for the esteemed audience to appreciate. What does your majesty think? A fleeting smile graced the empress's face as she softly replied, "Your majesty, I believe the Knight Wangfei's suggestion is excellent. Why not allow her to craft another poem about plum blossoms before us all? The young ladies and gentlemen present are well versed in poetry and will surely discern the quality of the Knight Wangfei's composition. If her poem is commendable, let her be declared the victor. If not, then let Miss Ji be declared the winner. This method is the most equitable, don't you think, your majesty?" Emperor Jingyang raised his teacup and took a sip. He had to admit that Ji Yuntang's proposal was indeed the best option available. It would offend no one and assured fairness between her and Ji Qingqing. It was quite astute. Let it be as the empress suggests. If the Knight Wangfei completes her poem within the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, then she shall be deemed successful. Ji Yuntang smiled slightly, expressing her gratitude to both the emperor and the empress. For a modern individual, composing poetry is a task easily accomplished. Having memorized the 300 Tang poems during her elementary years, she could effortlessly outshine Ji Qingqing. However, Ji Yuntang still took a moment to ponder, furrowing her brow in deep thought, glancing at the sky one moment and then at the book the next, leading others to mistakenly believe she was merely exaggerating and incapable of creating a poem at all. Ji Huaicha held this belief as he gazed at Ji Qingqing's pale face, lowering his voice to comfort her. "Qingqing, do not fret. While others may be oblivious to her capabilities, we are not. But, big brother, I can't shake the feeling that sister has changed." Ji Qingqing's lips quivered as she spoke, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The way Ji Yuntang presented herself did not seem like mere bravado. Rather, it conveyed a genuine confidence. Now, Ji Qingqing found herself unable to discern whether Ji Yuntang's demeanor was authentic or merely a fade. If it were a fade, it was truly terrifying, so much so that Ji Qingqing thought of eliminating her immediately. As the incense neared its end, the crowd shook their heads, their contempt evident in their expressions. Luo Qingge was as anxious as a grasshopper in a hot frying pan, yet she dared not urge Ji Yuntang. "What should I do? Time is running out. Why hasn't my sister-in-law started composing her poem yet? Must we truly concede victory to Ji Qingqing, the White Lotus?" The spectators exhibited a variety of expressions, yet only Luo Xinian and Xia Luzheng remained remarkably composed. Xia Luzheng, having witnessed Ji Yuntang's exceptional skills during the medical competition, was not concerned that a mere poem could pose a challenge for her. In contrast, Luo Xinyan's emotions were tumultuous. He himself could not comprehend his current sentiments towards Ji Yuntang. This woman constantly redefined his perceptions, whenever he believed he faced an insurmountable obstacle in her presence. Ji Yuntang's actions always caught him off guard, especially today. He noticed that the blemishes on her face had vanished, rendering her ethereally beautiful. He could no longer refer to her as an ugly creature. Luo Xian felt as though there was nothing that Ji Yuntang could not resolve. When Ji Qingqing faced her, Ji Yuntang was undoubtedly victorious. At long last, just as the incense was about to extinguish, Ji Yuntang spoke. As her words fell, a refined young man in white stood to applaud her. Luo Qing'a, concerned that she might not recognize him, kindly interjected, "Third sister-in-law, this is Jiang Taiwei's grandson, Jiang Yunhang. He currently studies at the Royal Academy and is rather simple-minded, both in body and intellect. He possesses no particular aspirations, merely a profound love for reading and poetry. Akin to a bookworm." Ji Yuntang was taken aback. Was it truly appropriate for Luo Qing'a to speak of him in such a manner? Moreover, her voice was so loud that surely everyone present had overheard. Ji Yuntang initially expected Jiang Yunhang to be offended, yet he smiled gracefully, clasped his fists, and responded with utmost courtesy. "The ninth princess's assessment is remarkably astute. I am grateful for your kind words." Ji Yuntang was at a loss. Did he truly accept being called a bookworm? It appeared he was indeed a rather simple-minded scholar. If her memory served her right, the original owner's third brother, Ji Zihong, also attended the Royal Academy. Perhaps these two were even classmates. With this thought, Ji Yuntang smiled and remarked candidly, "You flatter me, young Master Jiang. It is not as difficult as you suggest. I merely drew an association between plum blossoms and snowflakes, placing the two together to compare their differences." Chapter 83. Teaching Ji Qingqing martial arts and getting beaten. The snowflakes possess a purity that surpasses the plum blossoms, while the plum blossoms exude a fragrance that the snowflakes lack. This suggests that both have their own merits. It is akin to each individual among us, who possesses their unique strengths and weaknesses. As long as we engage in mutual learning and complement each other's abilities, we will undoubtedly achieve progress. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhang's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Ji Yuntang's ability to articulate such insights indicates that she herself is a person of considerable advantage. Ji Yuntang nodded, affirming, "Of course, young Master Jiang is free to do as he pleases. If this poem pleases young Master Jiang and aids the students of the Royal Academy, I, as the princess, am most delighted." Ji Qingqing's complexion had long turned pale. She sat in her seat, her gaze dark and her nails nearly piercing her flesh. How could this be? How could Ji Yuntang compose such exquisite poetry? It is known that Ji Zihong has studied at the Royal Academy for 5 years, and his prowess barely matches that of Jiang Yunhang. Moreover, Jiang Yunhang and Ji Zihong are both esteemed talents at the Royal Academy. If Jiang Yunhang praises Ji Yuntang, does that not imply that, in his eyes, she surpasses him, even Ji Zihong? Luo Qing'a was equally astonished. She had believed Ji Yuntang's medical skills were already remarkable. Yet she discovered that her literary talents were equally formidable. At that moment, her admiration for Ji Yuntang flowed like an unending river. "Father, my third sister-in-law has produced a poem. Does this not indicate she has triumphed over Miss Jier?" Emperor Jinggong frowned, pondering the implications of this conspicuous revelation. Despite his reluctance to engage in conversation, he could not help but acknowledge the profound beauty and depth of Ji Yuntang's poetry, which was nearly flawless. Surely, even the most esteemed literary scholars could not surpass her. The poetry composed by the Night Princess was remarkably impressive, and one might argue that she had indeed outshone Miss Ji this time. Luo Qing'a felt a surge of joy, while Ji Yuntang smiled, and then spoke, "Your Majesty, regarding the wager that Miss Ji and I just agreed upon, might it be fulfilled now?" Emperor Jingyong, uncertain of the true implications of their wager, assumed it to be mere playful banter between the two sisters and readily consented. Indeed, a wager must be honored. Since the Night Princess has emerged victorious, Miss Ji should uphold her end of the agreement. Ji Qingqing felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, her instincts warning her that Ji Yuntang had something amiss in mind, and that she was certainly in for trouble. With pleading eyes, she turned to Ji Huaiqing for rescue. "Brother, I don't." However, Ji Huaiqing merely patted her shoulder and gently reassured her, "Qingqing, do not be afraid. The emperor is present. Ji Yuntang would not dare to harm you. Besides, your dancing is renowned among the elite ladies of the capital. If she wishes to practice with you, would that not be a humiliation for her? Qingqing, I believe in you. You are exceptional. Ji Qingqing. Little did she realize that Ji Huaiqing was merely trying to avoid any trouble stemming from her. With the emperor's decree, could he possibly intercede on her behalf? He had to consider his own standing and that of the Yuntang marquis, did he not? If Ji Qingqing were truly astute, she would have taken the initiative to step forward, thereby garnering the attention of those present. Luo Qingge cast a provocative glance at Luo Qianxue before turning her gaze towards the dazed Ji Qingqing. Miss Ji, please, she urged. Your father and mother, along with so many others, are waiting for you. Do not squander everyone's time. With no alternative, Ji Qingqing steeled herself and advanced. Not far from the plum grove stood a makeshift stage, typically reserved for the emperor and empress to enjoy performances. At this moment, Ji Yuntang and Ji Qingqing faced each other. Ji Yuntang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are you ready for me to teach you the art of combat? Before Ji Qingqing could respond, Ji Yuntang lunged forward, grasping Ji Qingqing's arm with forceful precision. With a swift motion, she executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending Ji Qingqing crashing to the ground. Ji Qingqing was momentarily stunned, her head striking the earth. It took a few seconds for the pain to register before she realized she had been defeated by Ji Yuntang. Gritting her teeth, fury surged within her. You promised to teach me dancing. How could you resort to violence? Ji Yuntang's beautiful eyes glinted with mockery as she replied coldly. Are you truly this naive? Isn't this a lesson in martial skills? People like you ought to practice more, toughening your skin, so that when I strike in the future, you can withstand it. At that moment, Ji Qingqing finally comprehended that Ji Yuntang's promise to teach her was not regarding the art of dance, but rather the discipline of combat. As she realized the situation, she attempted to flee, but before she could take more than a few steps, Ji Yuntang seized her shoulder from behind. With a resounding thud, another flawless shoulder throw ensued. This time, Ji Qingqing landed face first onto the ground. Ji Yuntang smiled, saying, why run? I had previously mentioned that I would teach you martial arts. How could you leave without completing your training? While the two engaged fervently on the stage, the guests at the banquet were left in bewilderment. They were too far away to hear the exchange, only catching glimpses of Ji Qingqing falling twice. A woman in the crowd remarked, is the night princess teaching the second Miss Ji some form of dance? The postures appear rather peculiar. Luo Qingge raised her chin, haughtily snorting, the things my third sister-in-law teaches are, of course, exceptional. How could mere ladies who only know flowery gestures comprehend such depth? She believed that Ji Qingqing should be immensely grateful to her for the opportunity to receive personal instruction. After all, it was a privilege sought by many. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Would you truly consider this a blessing? They thought, as they observed Ji Qingqing struggling to rise from the ground. If this was indeed a blessing, they would gladly decline such fortune. Ji Huaiqing looked toward Ji Qingqing, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. However, with so many present, he suppressed the urge to check on her and quietly took his seat. Yet, the slight clenching of his hands betrayed the turbulence within his heart. Before long, Ji Yuntang approached the gathering. With her characteristic grace, she addressed everyone with a warm smile. I apologize for the delay. I was engaged in martial practice with Miss Ji. She continued, allow me to make amends by taking a cup of Xinglin Chun. With that, Ji Yuntang raised a glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. Luo Qingge, caught off guard, could not intervene in time and stamped her foot. Her voice tinged with concern. Sister San, you have done nothing wrong. Why must you punish yourself with a cup of Xinglin Chun? Chapter 84. The Princess Quarrels. The prince follows suit. Do you realize how potent this drink is? Its after effects are quite substantial. Even a man would be intoxicated after 2 or 3 cups, let alone a woman. Ji Yuntang chuckled lightly. It's nothing. I once get drunk. In her past life, she had often shared drinks with soldiers, having developed an extraordinary resilience to alcohol. The strength of Xinglin Chun, in her estimation, paled in comparison to the bidylin and vodka she favored in her previous existence. Seeing Ji Yuntang appear unfazed reassured Luo Qingge, yet her mouth could not refrain from voicing her discontent. If a penalty is to be imposed, it should fall upon the one who lost. Why should you bear the burden? Ji Yuntang smiled nonchalantly. I have kept everyone waiting for quite a while, and it is only fitting that I face a consequence for it. Luo Qingge, still youthful and unaware of certain social nuances, would learn in due time. It mattered not. She could gradually impart her wisdom. Those who were fortunate enough to attend the palace banquet undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities, regardless of personal grievances. To showcase one's superiority is, however, a significant faux pas in the realm of interpersonal relations. Yuntang emerged victorious, yet she understood the principle that the bird that pokes its head out gets shot. In times when her strength was insufficient, she would compromise in public while strategizing in private. Recognizing when to appear vulnerable was her finest means of self-protection. At that moment, Ji Qingqing limped over, her hair disheveled, lips devoid of color, biting them lightly as tears of humiliation streamed down her bruised face, her attire marred by several large rips. Upon witnessing this, Ji Huaicha rushed to her side, steadying her shoulder. "Qingqing, what happened to you? Did the night princess assault you?" His inquiry prompted an overwhelming sense of humiliation to wash over Ji Qingqing, her eyes welling with tears of grievance. "Sister said she would teach me the dance, but I never anticipated it was martial arts." Without a word, she picked me up and threw me to the ground. After I struggled to rise, she seized my arm and tossed me down once more. I cannot fathom what offense I committed against sister to incur such humiliation in front of everyone. This appearance of mine has become a source of mockery. As the delicate flower wept, many young gentlemen from noble families felt a pang of sympathy, rallying to defend Ji Qingqing. "Night Princess, Miss Ji is your sister. How could you treat her this way? After all, she is a young lady, and having been beaten to such a state, how can she face the world again?" Ji Yuntang remained silent, for justice resides in the hearts of the people, and she felt no need to explain herself to those unconnected to her. Nevertheless, her indifference did not imply that others shared the same sentiment. Luo Qingge immediately reacted like a ruffled rabbit, indignantly exclaiming, "Sister-in-law is merely engaging in a playful banter with Miss Ji. Why do you all make such a fuss? Do you not just with your own sisters-in-law or brothers at home? To elevate such a trivial matter to a question of character, does that imply that the one who cries the loudest is the one who is justified?" Moreover, this wager was explicitly agreed upon by Miss Ji, and everyone present, including the emperor and empress, heard it. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, beware. For this princess shall tear your words to shreds." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this truly mere playful banter? Surely, the ninth princess must have been brainwashed by the night consort. While they were astonished, many felt an overwhelming sense of envy. To be so fiercely defended by the ninth princess was a privilege sought after by many. What merit did this country girl, Ji Yuntang, possess to deserve such protection? Ji Yuntang once again experienced Luo Qingge's protective nature, and it must be said that the two shared a certain affinity in their personalities. They were both fiercely loyal, unconditionally defending those they deemed worthy, regardless of the disparities in status or background. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the night consort is publicly assaulting a subject's sister in this setting. I implore you to intervene on behalf of my sister." A voice rang in Ji Yuntang's ears, and she turned to see Ji Huaicha, holding Ji Qingqing, kneeling without her noticing. The two bore expressions of resentment and fury, seemingly eager to strike Ji Yuntang. The Crown Prince Luo Jingxian promptly voiced his opinion, stating, "Father, I too believe that the actions of the Night Princess are exceedingly excessive. Her behavior not only disregards the royal family, but also shows a lack of respect for the Yuntang marquis. I assert that she ought to apologize to Miss Ji." As he finished his statement, Prince Qi, Luo Feizhou, immediately rose in agreement, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your words are misguided. Miss Ji is the sister of the heir. Yet is the Night Princess not also his sister? Ultimately, it is clear that the balance in the hearts of the heir and the members of the Yuntang marquis tilts more favorably towards Miss Ji. If one were to consider the situation from their perspective, it is entirely understandable that the Night Princess harbors discontent towards Miss Ji. Luo Feizhou spoke with a sense of righteousness, yet only he was aware that he was not genuinely defending Ji Yuntang. Rather, he wished to prevent Luo Jingxian from seizing the spotlight. Should he win Ji Qingqing's affection and gain the support of the Yuntang marquis, it would effectively provide Luo Jingxian with a formidable ally. After all, the three sons of the Yuntang marquis were all exceptionally capable. While Luo Jingxian aimed to play the role of the virtuous, Luo Feizhou thrived on sowing discord, a task he executed with remarkable ease and without any sense of moral conflict. Luo Qingge rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Flatterer. He never misses an opportunity to meddle." She understood well that Luo Feizhou and Luo Jingxian had always been arch-rivals. Wherever Luo Jingxian was present, Luo Feizhou would invariably seek to intrude. The reverse held true as well. Luo Qingge felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Her second brother, already exalted as the crown prince, held a status second only to their esteemed father, the emperor. What more could he possibly desire? Why did he persist in this incessant rivalry with the Qi Wang? It seemed utterly trivial. Not long after two princesses had concluded their quarrel, Emperor Jingyang witnessed his two sons embroiled in yet another dispute, and he momentarily felt overwhelmed. Royal offspring should serve as paragons for others. If they continued to bicker in such a manner, the dignity of their royal family would surely be tarnished. With this thought in mind, Emperor Jingyang waved his hand impatiently, his tone sharp. Enough. This is, after all, a domestic matter of the Yongning Marquis. What kind of decorum is this, squabbling in such a way? Hurry and arrange for someone to take Miss Ji down to change her attire, and summon a physician to attend to her properly. Chapter 85. The Night Princess's talent show. Ji Qingqing's gaze dimmed slightly, a sense of discontent brewing within her. The emperor's words indicated his reluctance to intervene, refusing to take a stand on her behalf. Ultimately, this was not a matter of honor, and her resentment towards Ji Yuntang deepened. Ji Qingqing was escorted away by a palace maid, while Ji Huaichan, concerned about propriety, chose not to follow, merely watching her depart with a lingering gaze. The banquet continued. The rhythm of drums joined the music, and the atmosphere in the hall was instantly invigorated, causing the recent events to fade from memory. In the third round, a peony flower fell before Luo Qianxue. She stared blankly for a moment, then burst into laughter. Finally, her long-awaited opportunity had arrived. Your Majesty, my esteemed parents, I wish to showcase a talent that I cannot accomplish alone, and I seek a partner to assist me. The emperor raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, Oh, who does Qianxue wish to find? I wish to present a captivating dance, the surprise of the phoenix. But I lack an accompanist. I have heard of young Master Xia's exceptional skill with the guqin. Might he lend his talents to accompany me? Luo Qianxue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she shyly glanced at the white-clad figure in the distance, her affection nearly spilling forth. Xiaoluzheng, upon receiving such a gaze from Luo Qianxue, felt a shiver run down his spine. An accompaniment was out of the question. He could only divert his gaze to Luo Senian, pleading silently, My good brother, save me. I do not wish to accompany this peculiar sister of yours. Luo Senian shook his head. I cannot assist you either. You must fend for yourself. It was not that he lacked the desire to help Xiaoluzheng, but rather that he himself was not proficient in playing the guqin. Had he been, he would have taken the stage himself. Ji Yuntang did not overlook the reluctance shimmering in Xiaoluzheng's eyes. It seemed evident that he held a strong aversion towards Luo Qianxue. Typically, Luo Qianxue exuded an air of superiority, looking down upon others, yet now her persistent approach appeared quite unbecoming. Ji Yuntang, a person who valued gratitude, recalled how Xiaoluzheng had come to her aid on multiple occasions. She rose with poise, smiling warmly at Luo Qianxue, effectively obstructing the latter's gaze towards Xiaoluzheng. An accompaniment? This future princess is quite familiar with it. Allow me to assist my younger sister in her performance. Upon noticing Ji Yuntang obstructing her view and meddling in her affairs, Luo Qianxue's face flushed crimson with indignation. She exclaimed in exasperation, I seek young Master Xia. What can a mere country bumpkin like you contribute? Step aside at once. Luo Qianxue felt a pang of doubt regarding Xiaoluzheng's honesty, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Numerous young ladies and gentlemen at the banquet cast scornful glances at Xiaoluzheng, their expressions tinged with mockery. Indeed, Xiaoluzheng was notorious as the capital's foremost dandy. At his age, still climbing trees to raid bird nests. Only a whimsical character like him could engage in such absurdity. They wondered what the 10th princess saw in him. Their disdain for Xiaoluzheng was rivaled only by their envy of one another. How they wished it were one of them whom Luo Qianxue had set her sights upon. If fortune favored them, and they were chosen as the prince consort, their family would bask in comfort for generations to come. Ji Yuntang met Luo Qianxue's fiery gaze with a faint smile, declaring, I do not play the piano. This only fueled Luo Qianxue's ire further. Then why have you come forward? Ji Yuntang blinked innocently, responding, While I may not play the piano, I can provide accompaniment. One does not require an instrument to offer support. Rest assured, my accompaniment is unparalleled in the capital, guaranteed to make you, dear 10th sister, the star of the evening. Her proclamation was met with disbelief, not only from Luo Qianxue, but from all present. Accompanying without an instrument to dazzle the audience? Surely she must have indulged a bit too liberally in her libations. Luo Qingge stepped forward and gently tugged at Ji Yuntang's sleeve, speaking timidly. Third sister-in-law, one should not boast so extravagantly. Perhaps it would be better for you to feign inebriation. Allow me to accompany her in your stead. The embarrassment may be trifling, but to utter such bold words before the emperor and empress could lead to dire consequences. Even if Ji Yuntang were not to face execution, she would undoubtedly endure considerable suffering. Ji Yuntang patted her hand, signaling Luo Qingge to remain unperturbed. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities. The two exchanged glances, and Ji Yuntang once again made a grand proclamation, causing a glimmer of malice to flicker in Li Fei's eyes. The opportunity to humiliate Ji Yuntang had presented itself. Li Fei turned to Luo Qianxue, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Shuer, since your third sister-in-law expresses such a desire, how can you deny her? I am certain that both the emperor and empress would be eager to witness your sister-in-law's talents. Do not hesitate. Quickly change into your attire and prepare. Li Fei was unaware of Ji Yuntang's abilities, but she had absolute confidence in the dancing prowess of Luo Qianxue, whom she had personally trained. There was no doubt in that regard. As long as Luo Qianxue did not falter, the one who would face disgrace would solely be Ji Yuntang. Before long, Luo Qianxue emerged clad in a stunning dress of orange and blue feathers, adorned with a peacock feather in her hair and a semi-transparent veil draping over her exquisite features. Her beauty was shrouded in a delicate mist. In her hand, she held a red oiled paper umbrella, exuding an ethereal grace that captivated all present. Countless envious gazes fell upon Luo Qianxue, drawing her into the spotlight, and in an instant, she resembled a proud peacock, raising her neck with an air of superiority. She cast a disdainful glance at Ji Yuntang and said, "Aren't you supposed to accompany me, Your Highness? Why haven't you started preparing?" Ji Yuntang smiled and replied, "My accompaniment is unlike any other. I can manage it with just my voice." "With your voice?" Luo Qianxue responded, a bit taken aback. "Well then, I am ready. Please commence." Ji Yuntang first requested a piece of paper from Luo Qingge, folding it into a cylindrical shape. Subsequently, she retrieved a miniature microphone from her space, placing it inside the makeshift tube to amplify her voice while keeping the device concealed from view. With a calm demeanor, she approached and began to sing. It was the melody of a certain house by the riverside. Her voice was a captivating blend of mellifluous tones with a hint of sweetness. And coupled with the microphone's reverberation, the moment she began, she captivated the attention of the entire audience. What a beautiful piece. It is simply enchanting. Chapter 86. Two quarreling rivals. The gentle spring breeze danced through the red gauze of her hair, as the embroidery was gifted to him. The lively and melodious tune flowed like a gentle stream, utterly delightful. The audience seemed to be transported by her song, vividly envisioning the scene of a maiden presenting her embroidered gifts to her beloved by the riverside. In the springtime, the apricot blossoms danced upon their heads. And who among the young men in the fields was not charming and dashing? The beauty of this moment was so exquisite that anyone who listened would surely be entranced. Luo Qianxue was momentarily stunned. As she twirled, she realized that nearly everyone present was fixated on Ji Yuntang, completely oblivious to her. Just then, Ji Yuntang's tempo suddenly quickened. "The once tumultuous past has faded, yet I still remember your visage." Ji Yuntang's voice was melodious and sweet, reaching a crescendo that quickened in pace, prompting Luo Qianxue to adjust her dance movements in harmony with the shifting tones. Suddenly, in a moment of misstep, Luo Qianxue tripped, her left foot landing upon her right, causing her to tumble to the ground, while the oiled paper umbrella she held flew from her grasp. At that instant, Ji Yuntang's song concluded. One lay sprawled on the floor in disarray, while the other stood gracefully, highlighting the stark contrast between them. The outcome, evident to all, was unmistakable. As the audience detached themselves from the performance, praises for Ji Yuntang surged like waves, rising and falling in fervor. The song sung by the Night Princess was truly enchanting. The ladies had never encountered such a delightful melody and lyricism. Indeed, it was remarkably novel and unique. Should the opportunity arise, I too would wish to learn it, so that when my father celebrates his 60th birthday, I could perform it before the esteemed guests, surely captivating the entire assembly. I wonder if the Night Princess would be willing to teach me. Luo Qingge lifted her head, a proud expression adorning her face. "See, I told you my third sister-in-law is impressive. You didn't believe me, but now you see her prowess, don't you?" Some had looked down upon my third sister-in-law, deeming her unworthy to accompany them, oblivious to whether she now felt the sting of her fall or the embarrassment of her situation. Luo Qingge's light-hearted tone carried an air of mockery. Witnessing Luo Qianxue's disarray brought her an unexpected sense of satisfaction, as if envisioning the little figures in her mind doubling over with laughter. Luo Qingge felt an unprecedented relief, all thanks to Ji Yuntang. Luo Qianxue possesses such an admirable sister-in-law, yet she fails to appreciate her, constantly opposing Ji Yuntang. One wonders if her mind is entirely devoid of wisdom. Enraged by Luo Qingge's taunts, Luo Qianxue found herself in despair, unable to raise her gaze or lower it, as the derisive stares surrounding her made her wish to disappear into the ground. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Fei's eyes before vanishing, replaced almost instantly by a look of concern upon her beautiful visage. Rising to her feet, she signaled to Jianlan beside her with urgency, imploring, "Jianlan, quickly assist the 10th princess. Ascertain if she has sustained any injuries from her fall." Jianlan complied promptly, hurrying to help Luo Qianxue to her feet. As she passed by Ji Yuntang, Luo Qianxue shot her a sharp glare and uttered a fierce proclamation. "Ji Yuntang, you shall wait for me. The humiliation I have endured today will surely be repaid in kind on a future day." Ji Yuntang's lips twitched. Luo Qianxue's fall bore no relevance to her, for she neither struck nor touched her. If there were to be blame, it rested solely on Luo Qianxue's lack of skill in dance. Had she simply chosen another tune, she would not have faltered. Disinterested in Luo Qianxue's antics, Ji Yuntang turned to grasp Luo Qingge's hand, intent on returning to their seats. "Qingge, let us depart." At that moment, Xia Luzhing appeared suddenly, obstructing their path. With a mischievous smile, he regarded Ji Yuntang with keen interest, his tone casual yet respectful. "I extend my gratitude to the Night Lady for intervening on my behalf. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Rest assured, I will repay this favor when the opportunity arises." Before Ji Yuntang could utter a word, Luo Qingge raised her chin slightly, her expression one of haughty disdain as she regarded him. "You are the son of the Duke of Ronghua, are you not? I have heard you are a good-for-nothing dandy, possessing no talents whatsoever, merely existing to indulge in a life of leisure, and indeed, you are reputed as the most notorious wastrel in the capital. Do not delude yourself. My third sister-in-law would never come to the aid of someone like you. She is clearly here to defend the honor of this princess. It would be wise for you, a mere street thug, to keep your distance from my esteemed sister-in-law, lest you tarnish her reputation." Ji Yuntang. Xia Luzhing. While he could tolerate being labeled a frivolous dandy and the capital's foremost wastrel, being referred to as a street thug by Luo Qingge was insufferable. Xia Luzhing narrowed his eyes and let out a scoff, his gaze lazily drifting towards her. "Ninth princess, have you ever encountered a street thug who possesses such unparalleled handsomeness, a charming smile, and an air of elegance and nobility as I do? If there exists such a person, I would gladly serve him as a servant. Can you possibly introduce me to him?" Luo Qingge rolled her eyes. "If you wish to find such a person, you must seek him out yourself. This princess has no time to assist you. I would much rather spend my time with my dear third sister-in-law. Flies do not land on a seamless egg. If you can attract someone like Luo Qianxue, it is evident that you are no virtuous individual yourself." Xia Luzhing. What kind of twisted reasoning was this? Luo Qianxue's affection for him had nothing to do with him. Had she not noticed him consistently avoiding her? Xia Luzhing gritted his teeth, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being so vexed by a woman that it felt as if his heart were in pain. However, it is evident that the other party is not one to engage in rational discourse. Even if he wished to explain himself, he would likely only exacerbate the situation. At that moment, Ji Yuntang spoke up, her voice gentle. "Linge, one must not judge solely by appearances. I find young Master Xie to be quite a decent person. One cannot determine an individual's worth based on the opinions of others. It is essential to observe with one's own heart to truly discern whether someone is good or bad." Upon hearing Ji Yuntang defend Xia Luzhing, Luo Qingge was taken aback and felt a pang of injustice. "Sister-in-law, he is so carefree, hardly resembling a good person. Did you not hear him boast about climbing trees and falling while trying to fetch bird eggs? At his age, engaging in such childish antics reveals a lack of maturity. If it were not for the backing of the Duke of Ronghua's estate, with his propensity for causing trouble every 10 days or so, I fear the centuries of prestige of the Ronghua family would be squandered by him." Xia Luzhing interjected, "Is my ability to cause trouble truly that formidable? How is it that I remain unaware of this? Furthermore, His claim of injuring his arm while climbing trees to fetch bird nests was merely a ruse to deceive Luo Qinxue, was it not? Otherwise, how could she have agreed to let Ji Yuntang take her place? Chapter 87. She has developed feelings for Luo Juanhe. Xie Luzheng suddenly felt that the reputation he had cultivated as the most notorious scion of the capital was somewhat undeserved. In the past, he had been indifferent to the opinions of outsiders. Now, even if he wished to clarify matters with Luo Qinxue, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Ji Yuntang was still willing to place her trust in him. As Ji Yuntang turned her head, she noticed Xie Luzheng gazing at her with a pitiful expression, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sense of grievance. Ji Yuntang was instantly enlightened. Xie Luzheng was seeking her assistance to redeem his reputation. A subtle smile graced her lips as she gently took hold of Luo Qinxue's hand, speaking softly, "Qinxue, it is not important what kind of person Master Xie was in the past. What truly matters is what kind of person he will become. I believe your deep-seated prejudice against him has cast a shadow over his character, leading you to perceive him through a lens of ignorance. It's not just that my sister-in-law mentioned it. I've realized that the two of you share quite similar traits, both possessing a remarkable eloquence. If you were to spend more time together, you might very well dissolve that misguided perception surrounding him." Her words nearly moved Xie Luzheng to tears. Even his own parents had never spoken so many commendatory words on his behalf to outsiders. In contrast, Ji Yuntang, whom he had met only a few times, had repeatedly come to his defense. At that moment, Xie Luzheng felt that aligning himself with Ji Yuntang was truly the most astute decision he had ever made in his life. Luo Qinxue snorted disdainfully, casting a provocative glance at Xie Luzheng. Who would want to spend more time with him? This princess fears he might drag me along to rummage through bird nests. Xie Luzheng replied. So the bird nest joke is off limits now? Very well, let us all remember that we are friends. And it is essential to be cordial when we meet in the future. After Ji Yuntang finished speaking, she reached out to pinch Luo Qinxue's chubby cheeks and coaxed her gently. My little Princess Qinxue, do not be upset. Frowning will only diminish your beauty. How could such an adorable princess like you wear a frown? Come now, give me a smile. As soon as she finished, Luo Qinxue burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with joy. Sister-in-law, I never expected you to be quite the charmer. Do you often coax my third royal brother like this in the Night King's manner? He is such a cold and proud person. Wouldn't he be upset with your approach? Please tell me. I must know. In an instant, Luo Qinxue dismissed Xie Luzheng from her mind, clinging to Ji Yuntang's arm and acting adorably. Ji Yuntang thought to herself, had she known, she would not have indulged Luo Qinxue. Luo Juanhe had been completely exposed to her gaze. No matter how Ji Yuntang treated him, he never dared to protest. Did he have the audacity to be angry? With no choice but to succumb to Luo Qinxue's relentless charm, Ji Yuntang finally spoke. Your third royal brother is not as cold as he seems. He can actually be quite endearing. He eats when hungry, drinks when thirsty, sleeps when tired, and puts on clothes when cold. He hardly troubles me and treats both me and the servants of the manor with kindness, never losing his temper at random. Most importantly, he is currently bedridden and cannot move. Even when I wash his face, he blushes, and when I hold his hand, he turns shy. His bashful demeanor is more enchanting than any sunset I have ever seen. In summary, I find that he is indeed quite remarkable. As Ji Yuntang uttered these words, her mind was filled with the image of Luo Juanhe's bashful, flushed face. She couldn't help but wonder how he was faring at the Night King's residence. Were Chun-Hu and Yaon Yang taking good care of him? Had he thought of her today? As these thoughts crossed Ji Yuntang's mind, a gentle smile graced her lips, exuding warmth and tranquility. Luo Qinxue, suddenly imbued with a spirit of curiosity, blinked her eyes, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Ji Yuntang, and with a hint of excitement, inquired, Sister-in-law, could it be that you've developed feelings for my third royal brother? Having married into the Night King's residence. She had spent nearly a month in the company of Luo Juanhe, and throughout this time, they had never quarreled. Every word Ji Yuntang spoke was treasured by Luo Juanhe, and he took to heart all her needs, striving to fulfill them. Their temperaments were remarkably compatible, as each would consider the other in their endeavors, placing one another first. Whenever Ji Yuntang encountered something she did not understand, she would seek Luo Juanhe's counsel, and he would patiently provide her with answers. Likewise, when Luo Juanhe displayed a bit of temper, Ji Yuntang would employ various means to amuse him. Even when it came to the significant figures of Luo Sinian and Granny Su, who had offended Ji Yuntang, Luo Juanhe would not indulge them. All these instances accumulated into a myriad of sentiments. Ji Yuntang felt a profound satisfaction with Luo Juanhe. As a husband, he undoubtedly met the standards of her ideal partner. Even now, confined to his bed, he could consider her needs so thoroughly. Once he stood again, the possibilities of what he could do for Ji Yuntang would only multiply. Their bond had truly been tested through adversity, revealing the depths of their sincerity and devotion. Certainly, there is no doubt that her heart was stirred. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, Ji Yuntang found herself unable to voice such sentiments. You, dear child, though still young, are quite the gossip. Your third royal brother has yet to recover. He is unable to move, and instead of dwelling on matters of romance, it would be far wiser to ponder how to expedite his healing. With him to uphold the Night King's residence, my own life would surely be more bearable. As she contemplated the formidable and unparalleled man, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Luo Chinga's eyes. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Luo Juanhe's tribulations caused her heart to ache. Simultaneously, her concern for Ji Yuntang deepened. Indeed, just days prior, she had overheard her mother express grave worries about the condition of the third royal brother, fearing he might not endure much longer. As Luo Chinga's sorrow dissipated, she suddenly lifted her gaze, grasping Ji Yuntang's hand with a face full of hope. Third sister-in-law, while my royal brother may seem somewhat cold, he has always treated me with kindness. In the past, when others whispered ill of me, he did not hesitate to intervene on my behalf. The plight that has befallen him in his service to the country has brought great sorrow to both me and my mother. Should you ever require our assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We shall endeavor to support my royal brother to the best of our abilities. I too fervently wish for his swift recovery. For as long as he stands strong, not only I but the citizens of Dongchen are assured peace. When Luo Juanhe was at the helm, other nations dared not encroach upon our lands. The Dragon Leap army he commanded was invincible, repeatedly repelling those who sought to invade Dongchen. He is the revered god of war in the hearts of the people of Dongchen. This fact is irreplaceable by others. Ji Yuntang smiled gently, assuring, rest assured. I shall diligently assist my third imperial brother in restoring his health. I firmly believe that one day he shall rise and stand shoulder to shoulder with me in battle. Chapter 88. The flowers fall again at her home. Ji Yuntang discerned that, in contrast to her biological sister, Luo Qinxue, and her birth mother, concubine Li, it was Princess Luo Qinga and the empress who genuinely cared for Luo Juanhe. However, given Luo Juanhe's dire condition, having endured prolonged ice baths and slumbered upon a bed of frozen stones for 3 years, his health had deteriorated severely. Even if the empress and Luo Qinga wished to assist him, they found themselves at a loss, relegated merely to sending monthly supplies. This information came to Ji Yuntang's attention inadvertently while she was examining accounts, overhearing it from a servant. Yet, upon arrival at the Night King's mansion, all the supplements were surreptitiously consumed by Granny Su and Lu Linlang, leaving Luo Juanhe bereft of even a morsel, utterly unaware that the empress had dispatched provisions for him. The greed for silver and supplies would not go unchallenged. Ji Yuntang vowed to make Granny Su return everything. Both women had suffered losses at her hands, and now, as they emerged together, they seemed to have found a confidant, whispering secrets to one another with heads bowed low. The game of passing the flower continued. Concubine Li sat in a position of prominence, her gaze enigmatic, lost in thought. As she lifted her teacup, her armored fingers flicked slightly, causing the eunuch beating the drum to momentarily pause, only to nod in understanding. In the fourth round, the flower once again fell before Ji Yuntang. Unfazed by the attention, she rose gracefully, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The weather today is delightful. Shall I compose a poem for everyone? As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Yunheng was the first to applaud, urging her to proceed swiftly. Night consort. Ji Yuntang smiled gently and recited, spring waters fill the four marshes. Summer clouds adorn the strange peaks. Autumn moon casts its luminous glow. Winter ridges boast solitary pines. These verses are drawn from Tao Yueming's Four Seasons. Undoubtedly, it is yet another exquisite poem, prompting Jiang Yunheng to rise immediately, delicately savoring the lines on the paper in his hands. Ji Yuntang cleared her throat slightly, feeling a touch of shyness. She wished to express that this was not her own talent, but rather a tribute to the hard work of her predecessors. Simply verses she held dear. You flatter me, young Master Jiang. This is merely a trifling endeavor, not worthy of your brilliance. I have heard that the Royal Academy is the pinnacle of learning in our Dongtian kingdom, and your admission there through your own merit speaks volumes of your erudition. Surely, you shall achieve the title of top scholar in due course. Ji Yuntang had long been aware that Ji Zihong had taken 2 full years to gain entry into the Royal Academy, while Jiang Yunheng had succeeded on his first attempt. Ji Zihong's greatest aspiration was to secure the top position in the upcoming imperial examination, achieving fame and success, which was also the fervent hope of his family and the Yongning marquis. Coincidentally, both Jiang Yunheng and Ji Zihong would participate in the civil service examination the following year. Standing as both classmates and rivals, facing someone like Jiang Yunheng, who was fervently devoted to literature and eager to transcribe poetry, Ji Yuntang harbored a subtle apprehension that the expectations of the Yongning marquis might be dashed. Jiang Yunheng's cheeks flushed at Ji Yuntang's praise, yet he did not allow her words to inflate his pride. He always understood a fundamental truth. There are always those beyond oneself, and realms beyond realms. His abilities were commendable within the confines of the Royal Academy, yet once he stepped outside its doors, they appeared rather trivial. Upon meeting Ji Yuntang today, this sentiment was particularly pronounced, simultaneously igniting a fire within his heart. Jiang Yunheng clasped his fists together, offering a slight smile to Ji Yuntang. His demeanor respectful as he said, "Thank you for your kind words, Night Queen. I shall strive even harder to live up to expectations." Ji Yuntang smiled in return, choosing not to elaborate further. As soon as Ji Yuntang took her seat, Luo Qingge tugged at her hand, chattering incessantly like a sparrow. "Sister-in-law, who do you think the peony will fall before in this round?" Ji Yuntang shook her head, playfully tapping her forehead with her finger. Her face filled with affection as she replied, "How could I possibly know? I possess no prophetic abilities. Sister-in-law, I can't shake the feeling that the flower will indeed fall before you." Just as Luo Qingge finished her sentence, the drumbeats ceased. They looked down to find the vibrant red peony had indeed landed before Ji Yuntang, with remarkable precision. Ji Yuntang cast a glance at Luo Qingge, who awkwardly rubbed her nose and immediately raised her hands in a gesture of assurance, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, believe me, I did not orchestrate this. I have no idea why it favors you so. It seems to shun everyone else, as if it has singled you out." Seeing her friend's demeanor, Ji Yuntang chuckled softly, "I know, and I never suggested it was you." She certainly could not naively believe that it was Luo Qingge orchestrating the events. The sole issue lay with the young eunuch beating the drum in the middle. Nevertheless, aside from the 2 instances where Ji Yuntang had proactively stepped forward, the flowers had only fallen before her a mere 2 times. Such a frequency hardly substantiates any claim, and may well be attributed to mere coincidence. Among the attendees, some perceived Ji Yuntang's luck as unfortunate, while others deemed it fortunate, suggesting she had perhaps bribed the young eunuch. Most of the young ladies and gentlemen present had come to seek their desired partners, naturally hoping that the flowers would fall before them, providing an opportunity to showcase their talents while garnering the favor of the emperor and empress. Yet, after only 5 rounds of flower passing, Ji Yuntang had already exhibited her talents 4 times, which incited the discontent of the others. Prince Chun and the 10th princess had each received but a single opportunity, while she had garnered 4. How could the rest of us possibly showcase our abilities? Moreover, she was already married, while we remained unmarried young ladies. What significance did her displays hold? The speaker was Chiu Min, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Chapter 89, Luo Qingge's impeccable protection. The two seemed to share a close friendship, akin to that of intimate confidence. Furthermore, Chiu Min's mother, Chiu, and the original protagonist's mother, Meng, were also close friends. Recently, when Ji Yuntang had approached the Yongning marquis' residence seeking money, she had inadvertently offended the other party. Now, with Chiu Min leading the charge, Ji Yuntang suddenly comprehended the underlying motives. Miss Chiu, opportunities are earned through one's own efforts, not through quarrels. Perhaps this peony flower is simply fond of this princess and indifferent to you. It may fall before me, and I cannot control that, can I? Luo Qingge chimed in, stating, "Indeed, what do you mean by that? Even if my 3rd sister-in-law is formidable, can she dictate where the flower shall fall? The palace banquet is hosted by my mother, and the rules have been established by her. Are you now raising a clamor out of dissatisfaction with her?" As soon as Luo Qingge's words were spoken, Chiu Min's face turned pale. She dared not express discontent towards the empress. Her grievances were solely directed at Ji Yuntang. In a hurry, Chiu Min knelt on the ground, bowing her head in apology. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Your Highness, I did not mean it that way." nor would I dare to express dissatisfaction with the banquet arranged by the empress. I humbly ask for your understanding. Seizing the opportunity. Luo Qingge was not one to relent easily. She was aware that many were dissatisfied with Ji Yuntang at today's banquet, and she intended to use Qiu Min as an example to warn others. She aimed to convey the message that Ji Yuntang was under her protection, and not someone who could be bullied at will. Luo Qingge approached Qiu Min and questioned her from a position of authority. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that my third sister-in-law has usurped your chance to shine? The one who owes an apology is not my mother, nor is it this princess, but rather my third sister-in-law, Qiu Min. When Ji Qingqing signaled her to take the lead, she had not mentioned that she should also apologize to Ji Yuntang, had she? She had never anticipated that the ninth princess would defend her to such an extent. Under Luo Qingge's few words, the impact of the situation was instantly elevated to a new height. If she truly apologized to Ji Yuntang, how would the young Master Ji perceive her in the future? How could she possibly navigate this social circle thereafter? At this moment, Qiu Min was filled with deep regret. Had she known, she would not have rashly stepped forward to create an opportunity for Ji Qingqing and Ji Huaiqiao. Now, she had not only lost face, but also suffered significant losses. Ji Yuntang had not been harmed, yet her own reputation was at stake. Regret is a luxury not afforded in this world. With so many eyes scrutinizing her, as if watching a spectacle, she still had to offer her apology. Knight Wangfei, I am truly sorry. Qiu Min's voice was barely a whisper. Luo Qingge cupped her ear and remarked, Sister-in-law, did you hear that? I didn't catch a single word. Ji Yuntang smiled, playing along, neither did I. She found herself increasingly fond of Luo Qingge's temperament. It suited her taste far better than the pretentious Ji Qianxue. Qiu Min clenched her teeth, steeling herself, and raised her voice slightly. Knight Wangfei, I apologize. The fault lies entirely with me. I beseech you to overlook my transgressions and not to hold it against me. This time, Ji Yuntang heard her clearly. She cast a glance at the visibly distressed Ji Qingqing, then replied softly, Given your sincere apology, I shall reluctantly grant you my forgiveness. If she was not mistaken, Qiu Min might have been used as a pawn by Ji Qingqing. From beginning to end, Ji Qingqing never stood up to utter a word in support of Qiu Min. This incident may well plant the seeds of resentment in Qiu Min's heart, waiting for them to take root and flourish over time. At that moment, the queen suddenly inquired with a smile, What talent will the night princess present to us this time? I wonder if the empress has any particular interest. I shall certainly exert myself to perform. Upon hearing this, the queen felt that Ji Yuntang was quite perceptive, instantly grasping the underlying meaning of her words. I found your previous song quite delightful. Both I and my sisters thoroughly enjoyed it. Would you grace us with another performance? Of course, I would be honored to oblige. Ji Yuntang replied. She then proceeded to sing Peach Blossom Oath. It was Luo Feizhou who first reacted, applauding Ji Yuntang enthusiastically. Bravo! The night princess sings exquisitely. It is truly a stroke of fortune for me to hear such a captivating song today. Ji Huaiqing furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze complex as he regarded Ji Yuntang. Could this truly be his timid and inept sister? How had she transformed so remarkably in just a month, to the extent that everyone now viewed her with newfound respect? Ji Huaiqing pondered whether their parents would regret allowing Ji Yuntang to replace Qingqing in marrying the Night King, had they known of her remarkable capabilities. As Ji Yuntang approached, Luo Qingge instantly transformed into an adoring fan, surrounding her with excited squeals. Ah, third sister-in-law, you are my idol. This song is simply enchanting. You must teach me when you have the time. Xia Luzheng expressed great interest in the piece Peach Blossom Promise. While he was indifferent to many things, he reveled in the play of melodies. He interjected, suggesting that if the night princess had the chance, she should also impart her knowledge to him, and he would be willing to pay for the lessons. Luo Qingge immediately shielded Ji Yuntang behind her, much like a hen protecting her chick. Go away. If anyone is to be taught, it should be me first. Keep your distance, or I shall not hesitate to give you a taste of my fists. Seeing the escalating tension between the two, Ji Yuntang hurriedly grasped Luo Qingge's hand. Why complicate matters? If you both wish to learn, you may arrange a time to visit the Night King's residence, and I shall instruct you together. Though Luo Qingge was reluctant to share the experience with Xia Luzheng, she felt compelled to acquiesce given Ji Yuntang's intervention. Sister-in-law, I shall visit you in 3 days. Let us ensure we meet. Very well, let it be so. After Ji Yuntang concluded her statement, she turned to Xia Luzheng. Young Master Xia, you should also join us at the Night King's residence in 3 days. I would love for you to sample my culinary skills. Xia Luzheng, eager for the invitation, readily agreed. Splendid. I am grateful for the night princess's hospitality. Ji Yuntang raised an eyebrow and teased, do not express your gratitude too soon. I am not inviting you to dine for free. Remember to pay for your lessons. Naturally, I never take advantage of others. Witnessing this exchange, Luo Qianxue nearly exploded with frustration. It is a well-known fact that she harbors feelings for Xia Luzheng. The audacity of Luo Qingge, that wretched person, to entice Xia Luzheng before her very eyes is simply intolerable. Luo Qianxue, feeling a surge of indignation, immediately rose to confront Luo Qingge, only to be swiftly restrained by the vigilant Li Fei. Shuer, what are you doing? Your father and several brothers are present. Such recklessness is unbecoming. Mother, did you not see Luo Qingge trying to seduce young Master Xia? I must go and mar her face. Xia Luzheng is hers and hers alone. She will not permit anyone to vie for him, not even Luo Qingge. Li Fei's expression softened considerably as she gently soothed her. Enough of this folly. Young Master Xia's lack of interest in you is his loss. In due time, I shall assist you in finding a more suitable husband. However, Luo Qianxue remained obstinate, pouting defiantly, No, I only desire young Master Xia. I shall marry no one but him in this lifetime. Mother, you must devise a way for young Master Xia to agree to marry me. Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt an overwhelming burden. To be candid, she held reservations about Xia Luzheng. Yet the formidable influence of his family made it evident that Luo Qianxue, in marrying him, would secure her position as the future matriarch of the Rongwu Duke's residence. Faced with such considerable advantages, she acquiesced to Luo Qianxue's whims. However, to her astonishment, after 3 years of pursuit, Xia Luzheng not only remained indifferent, but also recoiled at the mere sight of her, as if confronted by a ferocious beast. Yet, her foolish daughter persisted, determined to wed Xia Luzheng. All right, mother will find a way for you. For now, be obedient and take a seat. We shall deliberate on this matter at length. Under the gentle coaxing of the concubine Li, Luo Qianxue finally settled down, compliantly taking her place upon the chair. However, her eyes, twisted with venomous rage akin to that of a serpent, remained fixated on Luo Qingge. Fortunately, the bustling atmosphere of the palace banquet shielded their exchange from the attention of others. As Luo Qingge raised her teacup, poised to sip, an inexplicable shiver coursed through her body. She set the cup down, rubbing her arms for warmth. Sister-in-law, I can't shake the feeling that something sinister is watching me. Do you think I might be unwell? Ji Yuntang immediately grasped her hand, taking her pulse. You are perfectly healthy, my dear. Do not let your imagination run wild. Yet, perhaps there truly was something lurking in the shadows, fixated on Luo Qingge. After all, her temperament could easily incite animosity within the palace. With this thought in mind, Ji Yuntang retrieved a pouch of white powder from her belongings. Qingge, take this. What is it, sister-in-law? Luo Qingge inquired with curiosity. It is poison, a lethal toxin that can seal one's fate upon contact with blood. Should any malicious individuals seek to harm you, simply scatter it upon their face. However, it must only be used in dire circumstances. Luo Qingge perceived the pouch as a valuable safeguard, understanding that Ji Yuntang's actions stemmed from concern for her well-being. Touched by this gesture, she tucked the pouch away, nestling closer to her sister-in-law in gratitude. Sister-in-law, your kindness towards me is truly remarkable, unlike my second brother, who perpetually wears a stern expression and refuses even a simple request for a music box. His stinginess is quite exasperating. Ji Yuntang's lips twitched. She was aware of Luo Jingshan's frugality, but she hadn't anticipated it to be to such an extent. How expensive could an ancient music box truly be? They are merely trifles that concubines and princesses fancy, insignificant in value. For a younger sister to ask her brother for a music box and be denied is indeed rather lamentable. Observing the young girl's indignant demeanor, Ji Yuntang gently patted her head, reassuring her, Fear not. If your brother does not bestow upon you, your third brother and I shall certainly provide. Whatever others possess, our little princess Qingge must also have. Luo Qingge's face instantly brightened, feeling a sense of acceptance in Ji Yuntang's presence that she had not experienced before, not even from her own father, who would not indulge her in the same manner. Sister-in-law, I wish I had met you sooner. Then I could have frequently visited you at the palace. It is never too late to meet now, should you wish to come to the Night King's residence. You are welcome at any time, Ji Yuntang replied, taking her hand. Now let us go sit down. Soon, they arrived at the final round of the game of passing the flower while drumming. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Consort Li discreetly signaled to the little eunuch drumming. The eunuch instantly understood, nodding slightly. Luo Sinian, sitting directly across from them, furrowed his attractive brows slightly. Was it merely his imagination, or did it seem as though Consort Li exchanged glances with the little eunuch? Yet, how could that possibly be? What a noble and magnanimous person the Lady Li Fei is. Does she truly need to resort to underhanded tactics in such a setting? If it were indeed her design, what could possibly be her intention? Luo Xinyan pondered for a long while, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. It was not until the final round of peonies once again fell before Ji Yuntang that his pupils contracted slightly. How could this be? Once or twice might be mere coincidence, but could the third time also be attributed to chance? The only one capable of manipulating that peony on site was the drumming eunuch. Could it be that Lady Li Fei was deliberately targeting Ji Yuntang? What could possibly be her motivation for such actions? For the first time, Luo Xinyan found himself questioning Lady Li Fei. Ji Yuntang delicately picked up the peony before her, a hint of mockery curling her lips. If she had previously been uncertain whether someone was plotting against her, she could now be quite certain. In this palace, the only individuals capable of bribing the young eunuchs were Lady Li Fei or Luo Qianshui. How desperately they must wish to see her humiliated. The other young ladies were somewhat at a loss for words. Yet, having witnessed Xiao Min's earlier misfortune, none dared to voice their discontent. It was the queen who first regained her composure, a gentle and dignified smile gracing her face as she addressed Ji Yuntang below. Dear Night King's consort, it seems that your first attendance at the palace banquet has drawn the favor of the heavens, wishing to showcase your talents to us all. This could serve as a splendid opportunity for everyone present to reacquaint themselves with you. Might you possess any other skills to share? Ji Yuntang lowered her gaze. She certainly had talents, any one of which could astound the onlookers. However, she had no desire to comply with the wishes of certain individuals. The more they sought to uncover her secrets, the less she would reveal. Your Majesty, may any talent be displayed? The queen nodded, affirming that anything one believes they can showcase is welcome. Satisfied with the response, Ji Yuntang smiled gently. As for talents, I have none. Perhaps I could prepare a dish for everyone? The crowd was taken aback. Cooking? Is she referring to that kind of cooking? Can this truly be considered a talent? Chapter 91. Reducing Expenditures. A nation of vegetarians. Ji Qingqing's eyes darkened, a hint of disdain curling her lips. Sister, are you hungry? The royal chefs in the palace possess the finest culinary skills in Dongchen. If cooking is required, it should be them doing it. Why must you, a princess, take it upon yourself? If word were to spread, people might think the emperor and empress are neglecting you, withholding food. Upon hearing this, the queen's expression soured instantly. Yet, she remained oblivious, continuing, surely, in the Night King's residence, you do not need to cook every day? Such tasks should belong to the household servants, and as the mistress, she ought to enforce discipline. Do they not heed your words, sister? Oh, sister, forgive my thoughtlessness. Please do not be angry, and do not hold it against me. Ji Qingqing feigned surprise, covering her mouth with an exaggerated gesture, appearing as if she had just realized something. Her sarcastic remarks caused the expression of the peach branch behind Ji Yuntang to shift. Ji Second Miss's words were clearly intended to convey that their family's princess could not even manage the servants in the Night King's household. In other words, Ji Yuntang, within the Night King's estate, is treated as inferior to even the servants, compelled to navigate her actions according to their whims. To put it more bluntly, Ji Yuntang lacks the merit to be regarded as the rightful mistress of the Night King's household, a fact that serves to diminish her worth to a mere trifle. Ji Huaicha opened his mouth, having had numerous opportunities to intervene on Ji Qingqing's behalf, yet he refrained from doing so. Ji Qingqing's inherently strong-willed nature compelled her to assert herself even more forcefully in the presence of those she perceived as formidable. Having endured repeated indignities at Ji Yuntang's expense, Ji Qingqing had to vent her frustrations. Otherwise, Ji Huaicha feared for her health. In such a scenario, their parents and his two younger brothers would surely express their concern and reproach him for failing to protect Ji Qingqing during the court banquet. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of venting her grievances, and Ji Huaicha chose to allow her to proceed unimpeded. Ji Yuntang scoffed disdainfully, refusing to indulge Ji Qingqing. It appeared that her sister was enjoying a life of utmost comfort at the Yuntang marquis, inciting a profound sense of envy within the Night Princess. As for the dishes I prepare later, you and your brother ought to refrain from partaking. I fear I might tarnish your exquisite palates. Ji Qingqing fell silent. while Ji Huaicha was taken aback by Ji Yuntang's audacity to publicly insult them. Anger surged within him as he slammed his hand on the table, standing up in outrage. "Night Princess, how dare you? The Emperor and Empress are present, yet you have the audacity to openly insult the officials of the court. What punishment do you deserve for such an affront?" In that moment, he discarded his identity as the elder brother and instead positioned himself firmly as a court official. In this manner, both the Emperor and the Empress would undoubtedly advocate for him and Ji Qingqing. Ji Huaizha considered himself exceedingly clever. Although he could not contend with Ji Yuntang, he was certain that someone would address her. The Jingyang Emperor initially wished to remain uninvolved, yet with numerous ministers present, he had to consider their dignity. Thus he spoke coldly, "Lady Yi, why do you insult young Master Ji and Miss Ji Air? Do you not think yourself a tad too arrogant? I have grown up in the countryside, never experiencing the opulent life where one merely extends a hand for clothing and food. I understand that every grain in the bowl is earned through hard labor. People perish for wealth, and birds die for sustenance. The populace fundamentally regards food as their lifeline. I do not perceive my culinary skills as lacking merit simply because I cook for everyone." However, Miss Ji Air clung to this matter, incessantly belittling me. "I am, after all, the one whom the Emperor personally bestowed in marriage to His Highness, the Night King. Her derogation of me is tantamount to an affront to His Highness, as well as to the Emperor and Empress. How could I not feel indignant?" Her words instantaneously shifted the dynamics of the situation. Ji Qingqing was infuriated. She had not anticipated that Ji Yuntang possessed such eloquence, leaving her bereft of a counterargument. Upon hearing this, the Jingyang Emperor was taken aback. He had not expected such logical discourse to emanate from a woman. In the territories governed by the Eastern Qin Kingdom, certain regions suffered severe natural disasters, facing famine year after year, with some citizens barely able to fill their stomachs, resulting in countless deaths from starvation annually. Yet within the palace, there was an abundance of fine wines and exquisite dishes, with excess food consistently squandered and wasted. In the present day, Ji Yuntang's words seemed to awaken Emperor Jingyang as if by a sudden revelation, prompting him to regard her with admiration. "What a profound truth it is," he mused, "that every grain on our plates is born of laborious toil." Her statement resonated deeply within him. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly made a significant resolution. The extravagance within the palace had grown intolerable. Thus, effective immediately, apart from banquets and receptions, daily expenditures would be curtailed. The imperial kitchen's offerings would be reduced from 8 dishes and a soup to merely 3 dishes and a soup, predominantly featuring light vegetarian fare, with a maximum of 1 meat dish per day, prohibiting any indulgence in excessive feasting. This directive extended beyond the palace to the households of the ministers, where mutual oversight would be encouraged. Should anyone dare to squander or waste food, they were urged to report the matter to the palace. If the claims were substantiated, the offending minister would face a penalty of 3,000 taels of silver, while the informant would be rewarded with 1,000 taels from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Moreover, should anyone in the palace desire additional meat dishes, they would need to purchase the ingredients out of their own pockets and engage the royal chefs for preparation. This decree left those present in sheer astonishment. It was evident that the emperor was resolute in his decision to tighten their budgets. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented, cursing Ji Yuntang 100 times in their hearts. They blamed her for her ill-timed remarks, as those who had once reveled in a life of luxury would now find themselves eating vegetarian fare daily. They were not monks, who could endure a diet of mere vegetables. Furthermore, the vegetarian dishes prepared by the palace cooks were far from delectable. Luo Jingxin is indeed one of them. Although he is stingy with outsiders, he never denies himself, indulging in meals that often surpass those of the emperor and empress themselves. Luo Feizhou could not resist seizing the opportunity to mock him, raising an eyebrow and speaking with a sarcastic tone. "I have heard that His Highness the Crown Prince requires a daily serving of braised lion's head and exquisite 4 delights meatballs. Without them, he cannot find rest. It seems that such delicacies cannot become a daily indulgence, as they are, after all, meat-based. The emperor has already spoken. Should you continue to squander, it would be rather indefensible." Luo Jingxin's expression darkened, and he regarded the gleeful Luo Feizhou with cold disdain, his fists loosening and then tightening again. "What I choose to eat is of no concern to you, fifth brother. It would be prudent for you to mind your own affairs." Luo Jingxin had no doubt that if Luo Feizhou discovered his meat-laden meals, he would be quick to report him to their father. He simply could not tolerate Luo Feizhou's smug demeanor, always opposing him at every turn. Chapter 92. The Empress grows increasingly satisfied with Ji Yuntang. The Empress wholeheartedly approved of the Emperor's proposal. I believe, Your Majesty, that this suggestion is indeed commendable. The daily procurement of ingredients for the palace incurs a substantial sum. By addressing the expenses of our 3 daily meals, we not only reduce the palace's expenditures, but also set a commendable example for the common folk, instilling in everyone the value of cherishing food. The grains and silver saved should be utilized to aid the impoverished citizens in remote regions. Consequently, the number of those who perish from hunger will significantly diminish, allowing more citizens and soldiers to enjoy ample sustenance. In the long run, this indeed constitutes a benevolent act. The Empress recalled that 2 years prior, she had proposed the reduction of the palace rations to Emperor Jingyang, but he had dismissed her suggestion with a curt remark, asserting that the harem must not meddle in political affairs. In essence, he implied that she should refrain from interfering in state matters. The Empress felt a sense of helplessness for quite some time, yet unexpectedly, the words spoken by Ji Yuntang today directly swayed Emperor Jingyang's decision. The more she observed Ji Yuntang, the more she found herself pleased, and even Ji Qingqing appeared more agreeable in her eyes. Had it not been for Ji Qingqing's provocation, Ji Yuntang would not have articulated the sentiment that food is of paramount importance to the people, leading to the issuance of this decree by Emperor Jingyang. Ultimately, Ji Qingqing inadvertently contributed to a noble cause. Ji Yuntang truly is a fortuitous star for their eastern Qin kingdom. With her spirits lifted, the Empress's gaze towards Ji Yuntang grew increasingly affectionate, as she began contemplating what rewards she might bestow upon her after the palace banquet concluded. Lady Knight contemplated what dishes to prepare and wondered if the Empress should arrange for the royal kitchen's pots to be brought over. Ji Yuntang quickly replied, No, it is unnecessary. I shall cook in the royal kitchen myself. I apologize for any inconvenience caused to the Emperor, the Empress, and everyone present. Please, do remain seated for a moment. Granted, both the Emperor and I are in no rush, Lady Knight. Take your time, the Empress assured her. With a smile, the Queen finished speaking, and Luo Qingge immediately approached, grasping Ji Yuntang's sleeve with a pitiful gaze. Sister-in-law, please take me along. I can assist you. The close attendant, Ling Lan, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Would the 9th princess really be of any help? She might as well be there to eat. Xia Lujing also stood up, volunteering. 9th princess, allow me to assist you as well. He was genuinely curious about what dish Ji Yuntang intended to prepare. The moment Xia Lujing finished speaking, Luo Qianxue sprang up like a firecracker. If Brother Zheng is going, then I shall go too. She was truly concerned about Luo Qingge's interaction with Xia Lujing and intended to keep a watchful eye on them. Ji Yuntang felt her head buzzing. It was merely a few dishes she intended to fry, so why the excitement? She could take Luo Qingge, but she absolutely forbade Luo Qianxue from accompanying them. Ji Yuntang simply did not trust Luo Qianxue. She feared she might poison the food. As a result, she had no choice but to dissuade Xia Lujing. Young Master Xia, your kind offer is appreciated, but I am merely frying a couple of dishes. It is unnecessary to have so many people assist. Having Qingge is sufficient. Xia Lujing felt a tinge of disappointment, yet his face retained a carefree and innocent smile. Very well, I shall await the delightful dishes prepared by the Night Princess. Nevertheless, his disdain for Luo Qianxue deepened in his heart. With Xia Lujing opting out, Luo Qianxue naturally followed suit, as she had no intention of aiding Ji Yuntang. In her eyes, Ji Yuntang was simply unworthy. Luo Qingge, Ji Yuntang, and their respective maidservants followed closely behind. It was Ji Yuntang's inaugural visit to the royal kitchen, and it was undeniable that the space was larger than a basketball court. On the tables, in the steamers, and within the clay pots, an array of unfinished dishes lay scattered about. Servants and palace maids were engaged in gathering the remnants, preparing to dispose of them into buckets. Luo Qingge promptly intervened, commanding, Cease at once. Who permitted you to waste food? Furrowing her brow, she ordered, Summon Steward Lu to me. I have inquiries to make. Before long, a plump, middle-aged man clad in steward attire approached, kneeling in reverence. I am Lu Yong, the steward of the royal kitchen. I was unaware of the esteemed arrival of the 9th princess and the night consort. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Luo Qingge, uninterested in dilly-dallying, posed her question directly. Steward Lu, has the time for the palace's lunch not already passed? Why are there still so many dishes remaining? I observe that many are untouched. Why must you dispose of them? The leftovers cannot be reheated for the next meal, Lu explained. Not only does that render the food stale, but it also alters its flavor. Thus, they must be discarded entirely. Ji Yuntang interjected with curiosity. Then why not allow the servants to eat them? Lu Yong lamented, Knight consort, you may not be aware that the meals served to the esteemed are governed by strict standards. Even if there are leftovers, the servants dare not partake, and thus they can only watch helplessly as it all goes to waste. It is indeed inappropriate for the servants to consume the master's provisions. If word were to spread, chaos would surely ensue. Moreover, the remnants of the master's meals are limited and not every day yields such an abundance as today. How would the servants from various departments within the palace manage the distribution? Those fortunate enough to partake would rejoice, while those left wanting would grumble, leading to a decline in their diligence. Over time, this would foster a culture of laziness. Why not establish a menu detailing each master's preferred dishes and prepare meals accordingly each day? This would not only prevent waste but also ensure that the masters are served palatable fare, significantly reducing labor and expenses. Ji Yuntang observed that, aside from the emperor, empress, and a few esteemed consorts, the meals for the other princes and princesses were generally standardized, prepared in large quantities and distributed by the servants to the respective palaces. Yet, individual tastes vary. What delights one may repulse another, resulting in wasted food for those who do not favor the offerings. Luo Qingga's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, your suggestion is quite astute. I have a penchant for bold flavors and enjoy spicy dishes, yet I cannot overlook the fact that some in the palace are averse to heat. In my Feiyue palace, the food delivered by the maidens often leans towards the bland. I find little enjoyment in it. Though I cannot discard it, I sometimes merely take a few symbolic bites, only to find it utterly tasteless." Chapter 93. A flourishing display of talent. If we could implement Sister San's proposal in the future, devising a tailored menu for each palace to cater to individual tastes, I believe I could savor every morsel of food. Luo Qingga reflected on her own preferences. Although she could consume dishes that did not suit her palate simply to fill her stomach, eating something unappealing inevitably dampened her spirits. After all, humans are made of flesh and blood, and food is essential sustenance. Who wouldn't desire a delightful meal that brings joy? Steward Lu hesitantly spoke up. While the Night Princess's suggestion is commendable, she is not a resident of the palace. It may be somewhat against protocol. Luo Qingga placed her hands on her hips, retorting, "What protocol? You may not be aware, but my father has already heeded Sister San's advice, reducing the daily expenses of the palace meals from 8 dishes and a soup to 3 dishes and a soup, with a focus on vegetarian options complemented by meat, to avoid extravagance and waste. From now on, the imperial kitchen will adhere to my sister-in-law's proposal, establishing a menu that the cooks must follow daily. Should anyone wish for extra servings, they must pay for it themselves. Otherwise, they shall only have what is on the menu." Steward Lu opened his mouth, but fell silent, unable to comprehend why this young lady had begun to involve herself in the affairs of the imperial kitchen. Although he was astonished that Emperor Jingyang would heed Ji Yuntang's counsel, he remained skeptical of Luo Qingga's sole perspective. This matter, after all, required higher authority to intervene. Noticing the perplexed expression on Steward Lu's face, she smiled mischievously, aware of his thoughts. "Manager Lu, this princess understands your apprehensions. Are you not worried that my father and mother will hold you accountable? Rest assured, I shall take charge of the menu planning. Once the palace banquet concludes, I will discuss this matter with my mother, and I will ensure she issues a decree for you. Now, you can feel at ease, can't you?" Manager Lu's furrowed brow transformed into a radiant smile. "Your Highness, such words carry immense weight. How could a mere servant not trust you? Once the Queen's decree is issued, I will immediately have someone prepare the menu. What do you think?" Luo Qingga. The previous statement expressed unwavering trust, yet the subsequent one relied on her mother's decree. In essence, Manager Lu still harbored doubts about her capabilities. Luo Qingga smirked. It seemed that Ji Yuntang was indeed correct. Her words had offended many within the palace, and her current standing was rather tenuous. "Very well, let us proceed as such. Now, please instruct the servants in the imperial kitchen to vacate the area. My third sister-in-law is going to cook." Manager Lu was taken aback. "What? The Night Princess intends to cook in the imperial kitchen? This cannot be. The cooking duties should be entrusted to the imperial chefs. If the Night Princess is hungry, she may wait outside for a moment. I shall arrange for something to be prepared for you. It is not that I am hungry, but rather that I wish to prepare dishes for the guests of the palace banquet. May I inquire, Manager Lu, what fresh vegetables remain in the imperial kitchen. Though Lu Guanshi felt a sense of unease, he could not withstand the penetrating gaze of Ji Yuntang, whose eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Consequently, he divulged the truth. Ji Yuntang and Luo Qingge followed Lu Guanshi as they exited through the back door of the imperial kitchen, immediately arriving at a moderately sized room. Without the need for contemplation, she recognized it as a designated storage space for provisions. Vegetables were neatly arranged upon the shelves, while perishable meats and eggs were preserved with ice, each item meticulously labeled. Since the focus was primarily on vegetables, Ji Yuntang decided to select a few varieties. She firmly believed that with skillful preparation, vegetables could surpass even meat in flavor. Her gaze swept across the shelves, and she proceeded to gather 10 large potatoes, 2 pounds of okra, 2 pounds of mushrooms, a pound of green beans, 5 carrots, 6 scallions, and 7 eggs. Ji Yuntang took charge of the selection, while Tao Ji and Ling Lan were tasked with filling the basket. Lu Guanshi observed them with curiosity. After all, the guests at the palace banquet were all individuals of high status, including the emperor, the empress, and various princes. Surely, these esteemed guests had indulged in sumptuous feasts, having grown weary of extravagant dishes like fish and meat. What could possibly entice them to consume such ordinary vegetables? He pondered the intentions of the Night King's consort, who notably shunned the more precious meats. Luo Qingge, holding a basket containing 7 eggs, inquired, "Third sister-in-law, with over 50 of us present, will these few eggs suffice? Even if we divide them equally, it seems insufficient. I fear someone may accuse you of being stingy later." Ji Yuntang slightly curved her crimson lips as she reached for several red and green peppers from the shelf, nonchalantly speaking up. "Ling Gu, have you forgotten that this is merely my talent showcase? The essence of eating is not about indulgence. My intention is not to satisfy their hunger, but to demonstrate that even the most ordinary vegetables can surpass meat in flavor. Does this not affirm the imperial decree just issued?" Luo Qingge suddenly realized the implication. Yet she remained skeptical. Could vegetables truly outshine meat in taste? The disparity in value was glaring. A pound of meat could be exchanged for a dozen pounds of vegetables. Moreover, the notion of feasting on meat and wine was deeply ingrained in the hearts of many in Dongchen. Transitioning to a diet of wine and vegetables would render the experience rather bland, stripping away much of the enjoyment. Ji Yuntang smiled and nodded. "Indeed, this will test the chef's skills." She glanced at the contents of the baskets held by the three and remarked, "All right, we have gathered nearly everything we need. Let us proceed." Upon arriving at the imperial kitchen, Taoji was tasked with peeling potatoes. Ling Lan was responsible for selecting and washing the vegetables. Luo Qingge took on the duty of cracking eggs, while Ji Yuntang handled the chopping. As for kindling the fire, that was Lu Guanshi's responsibility. Everything unfolded in perfect harmony. Ji Yuntang sliced the potatoes into fine shreds and soaked them in water to remove the starch. She poured oil into the pan, sought dried chili peppers and garlic until fragrant. Then, she added the potato shreds, along with green peppers, vinegar, sugar, and salt. The lack of diverse ancient condiments rendered the dish less flavorful. Seizing an opportunity when others were distracted, she discreetly retrieved oyster sauce, light soy sauce, and chicken essence from her storage space and added them to the pan. After a few minutes of stir-frying, she served the dish, dividing the 5 potatoes into 10 plates. The remaining 5 potatoes were cut into chunks as she prepared to make a potato stew with green beans. After adding the ingredients to the pot along with seasoning and water to simmer gently, she began another dish of stir-fried carrots with mushrooms in a separate pan. In Chapter 94, titled Picky Eaters, Ji Yuntang took the remaining pound of mushrooms and pan-fried them slowly, intending to create a fragrant sautéed mushroom dish. The round, plump mushrooms were cooked until golden brown on both sides, releasing their juices and filling the air with an enticing aroma as they sizzled. Ji Yuntang arranged them onto a plate, garnishing with vibrant green scallions, making the dish visually irresistible. Luo Qingge, who was unfamiliar with cooking, watched in awe, her mouth agape, as she salivated uncontrollably. "Wow, sister-in-law, you are amazing. Those mushrooms look absolutely delicious. Would you like to try one?" Ji Yuntang picked up a portobello mushroom with her chopsticks and brought it to Luo Qingge's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingge took a bite, not even waiting for it to cool. Instantly, the rich and savory broth burst in her mouth, delighting her taste buds to the point of ecstasy. She chewed, transforming into a squealing groundhog in sheer delight. To my astonishment, it is indeed more delectable than meat. I have never encountered such fragrant and exquisite mushrooms. You are simply remarkable, third sister-in-law. Lu Guanshi, with flames dancing in his hands, could hardly contain his salivation. Heaven knows, he too longs to savor a bite. Having spent 15 years in the imperial kitchen, Ji Yuntang can discern the delightful essence of her culinary creations by scent alone. It is no wonder that Luo Qingge exhibits a look of sheer astonishment. Were he in her place, he would likely be howling with excitement. With a smile, Ji Yuntang remarked, "If you enjoy it, Qingge, we shall visit the Night King's manor another day, and I will prepare an elaborate feast just for you." Without hesitation, Luo Qingge fervently nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. Third sister-in-law, I adore you." She could hardly restrain herself from accompanying Ji Yuntang to the Night King's manor at that very moment. Yet, she understood that today's palace banquet was the main event, and Ji Yuntang's culinary offerings were limited. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to indulge further. Subsequently, Ji Yuntang prepared a dish of blanched okra, drizzled with a secret sauce, which immediately awakened its fragrant aroma. "Third sister-in-law, what purpose does this egg serve?" Luo Qingge inquired, observing the egg that Ji Yuntang had instructed her to whisk into a viscous consistency. She had never witnessed such a technique before. Initially, she assumed Ji Yuntang intended to create a boiled egg, but it turned out to be quite the contrary. This was the final staple dish. Ji Yuntang approached a nearby pot, lifted the lid, and revealed an abundance of leftover white rice. After serving the remaining rice, she addressed Luo Qingge. "I plan to transform this leftover rice into a dish of fried rice that you have yet to experience. I am confident that you will fall in love with it." Fried rice has become Ji Yuntang's signature culinary skill. In her previous life, she relished ham sausage fried rice, complemented by a tantalizing plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, so fragrant that she could hardly resist licking the plate clean. Upon arriving in ancient times, Ji Yuntang discovered that the chefs here possessed limited culinary techniques, unable to fully uncover the most delectable preparations for each dish. She poured oil into the pan, added the beaten eggs, followed by diced carrots, a pinch of salt, and chopped green onions, stirring until the mixture turned a golden hue and crumbled beautifully before setting it aside. Next, she introduced the rice into the pan, drizzled in some oil, and sautéed it until each grain was distinct. Then, she folded in the freshly scrambled eggs, added a spoonful of light soy sauce, 2 spoonfuls of dark soy sauce, and a dash of chicken essence, finally garnishing it with green onions before serving. Lu, the steward, could not restrain himself from approaching. Swallowing hard as he inquired, "My lady, is this the fried rice you just mentioned? It appears truly splendid." Having lived for so long, he had never considered that leftover rice could be transformed in such a manner. The sight was undeniably appetizing. Indeed, if there are leftovers in the future, do not discard them. You can prepare them as I have, simply adding some salt and green onions for flavor, and the taste will be quite delightful. "Thank you for your guidance, my lady. I shall remember it." The skill Ji Yuntang displayed today had a profound impact on Lu, making him momentarily doubt the quality of his previous culinary efforts. No wonder the masters always left so much uneaten. If every meal could be varied and present dishes as exquisite as those before Ji Yuntang, would there ever be leftover rice and vegetables? As they chatted, the potatoes and green beans were also ready, and Ji Yuntang began to plate them. She instructed the palace maid to serve the meticulously prepared dishes, totaling 5 exquisite plates: tangy and spicy shredded potatoes, potatoes braised with green beans, stir-fried carrots with fragrant mushrooms, pan-seared button mushrooms, and blanched okra, accompanied by a pot of fried rice. Each dish was divided into 10 portions, amounting to a total of 60 servings. At this moment, the palace banquet continued with the game of passing the flower drum. Yet without Ji Yuntang, many attendees found the festivities rather dull. In comparison, it seemed that the talents displayed by Ji Yuntang were far more captivating. The crowd began to anticipate eagerly what culinary marvels Ji Yuntang would conjure next. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed young gentleman exclaimed, "Look, a palace maid is approaching." Everyone turned to see dozens of palace maids approaching, each carrying trays that appeared to hold a variety of colorful dishes, though the details were not entirely clear. A wave of excitement coursed through the crowd. Had the long-awaited dishes finally arrived? The maids arranged the dishes on the table, 1 plate before the emperor and empress, another before the concubines of the harem, 1 for several princes, 1 for a few princesses, with the remaining plates served to the esteemed guests. Ji Qingqing cast a disdainful glance and began to mock. "Is my sister being rather petty? With so many young gentlemen and ladies present, she expects us 8 to share a single plate?" Each person would barely get a taste. Is this meager offering even enough to satisfy our appetites? She surveyed the utterly ordinary vegetables before her, a sense of relief washing over her. Ji Yuntang, the foolish girl, had access to the royal kitchen. What could she possibly lack? Even if venison and bear paws were unattainable, surely there must be an abundance of chicken, duck, and fish available. Ji Yuntang, with her peculiar choices, eschewed the more refined delicacies in favor of humble potatoes and mushrooms, presenting a platter devoid of any hint of meat. Was this truly her intention? She even dared to serve such fare to the emperor, empress, and the crown prince. One could only wonder about her state of mind, given their esteemed status. Accustomed as they were to the finest delicacies, who would possibly appreciate her meager offerings? It was simply laughable. Yet, Xie Luzheng found himself captivated by Ji Yuntang's creations. After indulging in opulent feasts, a change of palate was indeed refreshing. Moreover, the preparation of these dishes was unlike anything he had ever encountered, and merely inhaling their aroma was enough to make his mouth water. When he overheard Ji Qingqing mocking Ji Yuntang, he retorted without restraint, "Miss Ji, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Why must you be so picky?" As he spoke, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, channeling his frustration over not being able to assist in the imperial kitchen directly onto Ji Qingqing. What has become of this world? When dining at restaurants outside, one must pay, yet here in the palace, one receives dishes without spending a coin, and still, they criticize the cook for being stingy. If you possess the skill, why not showcase it? Let us witness the generosity of Miss Ji. Ji Qingqing could only glare at Xie Luzheng in indignation, her lips trembling in suppressed grievance. Ji Huaicha pulled her back gently, urging, "Qingqing, that's enough. Do not make a scene." This only deepened her sense of injustice. To her surprise, her elder brother, who typically shielded her, not only failed to support her in this moment, but instead turned against her. What exactly did she do wrong? Why is it that one after another, they all oppose her? In what ways is she inferior to Ji Yuntang? At that moment, Ji Yuntang and Luo Qingge approached together. Upon seeing them, Xie Luzheng promptly recounted Ji Qingqing's earlier words, without the slightest embellishment. He had anticipated that Ji Yuntang would be angered upon hearing this. But to his surprise, she merely curled her lips and cast a dispassionate glance at Ji Qingqing. It mattered not, for the princess had already declared that the dishes I prepared were unworthy of her and Ji Shixi. Whether they were delectable or not was of no concern to them, as they would not partake. Luo Qingge blinked and chimed in, I understand now. It seems the second Miss Ji is merely lamenting the sour grapes she cannot attain. What then, might I ask, is the intent behind your words? Surely, you do not wish to prevent others from enjoying what you cannot have?" Upon hearing this, many young gentlemen and ladies exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they regarded Ji Qingqing. It was one thing for Ji Yuntang to deny her a taste. It was quite another for her to sow discord, leading those present to mistakenly believe Ji Yuntang to be petty. Truly, the second Miss Ji possessed a cunning mind. Ji Huaiqing noticed Ji Qingqing's flushed countenance, her body swaying precariously, and quickly moved to pull her behind him. It was merely a few plates of vegetarian dishes, as if no one had ever tasted them before. Even if they were offered to us, we would not indulge. Only Xie Shixi would treat the creations of the Night King's consort as treasures. Just then, an untimely sound echoed through the air. Goo goo goo, it resonated, elongated and unmistakable. Xie Luzheng's teasing gaze fell upon Ji Huaiqing's abdomen, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a click of the tongue, Ji Shixi feigned indifference, yet his body betrayed him, likely salivating at the mere scent wafting through the air. Ji Huaiche, mortified, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. His face flushed a deep crimson. Despite his reluctance to admit it, his body was utterly unmanageable. Ji Qingqing, standing behind Ji Huaiche, heard his stomach audibly grumbling, and at that moment, she could only feel the sting of his humiliation. Her elder brother was indeed hypocritical. He repeatedly claimed to disdain the dishes prepared by Ji Yuntang. Yet why did his stomach choose this very moment to announce its hunger? Was it not a deliberate act of self-deprecation? Suddenly, a childish voice chimed in. "Wow, this delicious food is delightful. Mother, I want more." Everyone turned to see the lively and adorable little bundle, who was no taller than the table, clumsily holding a spoon with his pale, delicate hands, feeding himself an unknown dish with great effort but evident joy. Who else could this be but the 17th prince, Luo Xianen? As the emperor remained silent, No one dared to lift their chopsticks, leaving only the youngest, Luo Xianen, to disregard the formalities and indulge in his meal ahead of schedule. The empress gently cradled him on her lap, tenderly wiping the grains of rice from the corner of his mouth. An heir, eat slowly. No one is going to take your food. Luo Qinggu gazed at her younger brother, her expression tinged with excitement. Sister San, I never imagined that even my younger brother, the 17th, would be fond of the dishes you prepare. You are unaware that he is typically quite picky, refusing to indulge in the exquisite delicacies of the palace. It is the first time I've witnessed him devouring food with such fervor, seeing his son relish the meal. Emperor Jingyang felt his own appetite stirred. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled the egg fried rice before him, instantly captivated by its delightful taste. Lady Knight, how did you create this dish? Its flavor is remarkably sweet and fragrant. Yuntang originally intended to convey the importance of cherishing food, hoping that everyone present would realize that even leftover rice, when skillfully transformed, could become a delectable feast. However, this message was misconstrued by Luo Jingshan, who mistakenly believed that Yuntang had intentionally served them leftovers. How audacious! With the emperor and empress present, Lady Knight dares to serve us unfinished food. The 17th is still so young, with a delicate stomach. What if he were to fall ill from eating leftovers? Little did he know. As soon as he spoke in anger, Luo Xianen became displeased. Pouting, he exclaimed, I want to eat it. I love the meals made by Sister Fairy. Sister Fairy is a good person, but second brother 1T let me have the food. Second brother is mean. Ji Huaicha. Who indeed is Luo Xianen's true second brother? How can he speak in favor of an outsider? Although Luo Xianen is young, he immediately recognized Yuntang as the fairy sister who had saved his life not long ago in the imperial garden. It was the enticing aroma of the dishes prepared by his fairy sister that had drawn him in today. Luo Xianan picked up a piece of braised potato, tender from a long simmer, and brought it to his lips, mumbling indistinctly, so delicious, truly exquisite. The emperor and empress, you too must indulge. Only then did Emperor Jingyang survey the assembly, proclaiming, if that is the case, let everyone take up their chopsticks and savor the dish prepared with such care by the night princess. With that, Xia Luzhong was the first to grasp his chopsticks, selecting a sought-ed mushroom to pop into his mouth. Instantly, the mushroom's velvety texture combined with its savory broth nearly brought tears to his eyes from sheer delight. This was beyond delectable. Reflecting on the meals he had consumed over the past 2 decades, Xia Luzhong felt compelled to lament, what on earth had I been eating before? Surely, it was fit only for swine. Luo Feizhou also sampled a mushroom, and upon finishing, his eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked with an air of significance. I never anticipated that the third imperial sister-in-law could coax such a meaty flavor from a mere mushroom. Her culinary skills are truly remarkable. I find myself somewhat envious of the third prince. He must be able to enjoy his sister-in-law's creations daily within the Night Prince's residence. Over time, I wonder if the delicacies of the outside world would even catch his fancy anymore. Chapter 96. The princess and the little dumpling wished to return home. Yuntang sensed an underlying meaning in Luo Feizhou's words and cast him a cold glance. There is no need for your highness to feel envious. What I prepare is merely humble fare, far inferior to the sumptuous delicacies you are accustomed to at the Qi prince's residence. Moreover, our prince has been bedridden for 3 years, suffering from severely impaired gastrointestinal function, subsisting solely on liquid sustenance. Even if he yearned for exquisite delicacies, he would be unable to consume even a morsel. Is His Highness, the Prince of Qi, truly unaware of this? In essence, Luo Feizhou frequently expresses envy towards Luo Juanhe, yet in reality, over the past 3 years, he has not even cast a glance in Luo Juanhe's direction, let alone inquire about his meals. For a fleeting moment, Luo Feizhou's expression shifted, but he quickly donned a smile. Ah, dear sister-in-law, do not take offense. I was merely jesting. Everyone present was acutely aware of Luo Juanhe's circumstances, not only Luo Feizhou, but even Luo Jingshan and Luo Juanhe's own mother, concubine Li, had not visited him in 3 years. Apart from the fool, Luo Xinian, who frequently wandered over for no apparent reason, none wished to frequent the Night King's residence, believing it to be a place of ill omen. With a life hanging by a thread, what is there to behold? Of course, such thoughts were ones Luo Feizhou could only harbor internally. Voicing them would be deemed unethical, and he had no desire to unjustly bear the stigma of being a brother who neglects his elder. Yuntang chose to disregard him. Recognizing Qi Wang as a petty individual, unworthy of her engagement. He could say whatever he wished. It was of no concern to her. The others were engrossed in their meals, while Ji Qingqing and Ji Huaicha stood there like fools, unwillingly observing. They could only watch, unable to partake. Ji Qingqing had anticipated that Ji Yuntang's creations would be met with disdain, yet, to her astonishment, within the span of a mere tea time, the plates before them were entirely devoid of remnants. Not a grain of rice or a sliver of scallion remained. Although they had not dined to their fill, the assembly felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In their eyes, the culinary offerings prepared by Ji Yuntang were nothing short of divine. Li Fei and Luo Qinxue fixated on the dishes before them as if they were adversaries, refraining from lifting their chopsticks the entire time. At that moment, Pin leaned closer, her eyes glistening with eagerness, and inquired, "Li Fei Nyang, are you not eating? Might I have your portion?" Li Fei suppressed a cold smirk within. She had no intention of partaking, fearing that Ji Yuntang might poison her dish. She even forbade Luo Qinxue from tasting it. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Li Fei replied to Pin, "Before arriving, both Snow and I indulged in some pastries, and we find ourselves quite satiated now. Please, allow your sister to enjoy these dishes." Pin, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed her thanks profusely. "Thank you, Li Fei Nyang, you possess a heart of gold. In the future, should I come across any delightful treats, I shall be sure to share them with you." Li Fei regarded her with disdain. After all, what could a mere concubine offer that was of value? The mere presence of Ji Yuntang's dishes rendered them utterly awestruck, revealing their lack of worldly experience. It was no wonder they could not compete with her and were destined to remain mere concubines, oblivious to Li Fei's condescending thoughts. Pin took both her and Luo Qinshua's portions away, though she did not hoard them for herself, but instead shared them with the other noble ladies. After finishing her okra, Chu Guifei dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief and cast a scornful glance at Li Fei, rolling her eyes in feigned superiority. With that, a radiant smile illuminated her enchanting face as she beckoned Luo Feizhou. "Zhouer, come to your mother. May I inquire what orders my mother has?" Luo Feizhou, in a state of confusion, posed a question. Princess Chu, her eyes subtly shifting, gazed upon her son and spoke in a tone only they could hear. "This night, princess, I perceive to be quite capable and worthy of our alliance." Luo Feizhou could not help but acknowledge the profound connection between mother and son, as they were indeed on the same wavelength. However, Ji Yuntang was a rather elusive individual. After the conclusion of the medical competition, he had attempted to win her over once before, only to be met with rejection and a resounding slap. This incident was one he dared not share with Princess Chu, for the embarrassment was trivial compared to his fear that she might jeopardize his future plans. "Fear not, mother, your son understands." Princess Chu regarded her astute son with a nod of approval. Although the Night King's residence wielded little power, Ji Yuntang possessed considerable skill. Now that her beauty had been restored, with a little embellishment, she would not be outshone by any lady present. Once the Night King had passed, it would be quite advantageous for her to have Ji Yuntang become a concubine for Luo Feizhou. Unbeknownst to them, Ji Yuntang was the object of their aspirations. At that moment, she found herself summoned by the Empress, who bestowed upon her a magnificent array of gold, silver, and jewels. Among the treasures were a pair of intricately carved golden hairpins adorned with phoenix motifs, a pair of jade lingzhi and rui scepters, a gold bracelet inlaid with pearls and emeralds, an abundance of rare medicinal supplements, alongside 10,000 taels of silver and 5,000 taels of gold. Ji Yuntang was momentarily taken aback, having witnessed the Empress's lavish generosity. Such extravagance was indeed a stark contrast to her experience since entering the Night King's residence, where the favored consort, Li Fei, had not granted her a single gift. Luo Qingge chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law, if it is insufficient, you may inform my mother. I shall have her send someone to Fengyi Palace to fetch more for you." Ji Yuntang was taken aback, quickly bowing in gratitude. "That is more than enough. I sincerely thank Her Majesty for her generous gift." The Empress smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for such formality, Night King as consort. Gu-er is correct. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall advocate on your behalf." She had discerned that Li Fei held an aversion towards Ji Yuntang. It was perplexing, as the usually understanding Empress seemed to disfavor this daughter-in-law for reasons unknown. While Li Fei may not appreciate her, the Empress certainly did. She harbored great hopes that Ji Yuntang would become her daughter-in-law, as it would provide her with another confidant. The affection of her own children towards Ji Yuntang was more than sufficient. Ji Yuntang responded with a gracious smile and a nod. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall remember your kindness." In this manner, she had successfully allied herself with the formidable empress. How could she possibly refuse? Subsequently, the empress bestowed rewards upon other well-performing young ladies, yet none could compare to Ji Yuntang's. Ji Qingqing had a most dismal day. Not only did she receive no rewards, but she also failed to exchange a single word with His Highness the Crown Prince, leaving her utterly humiliated. If glares could kill, Ji Yuntang would have been ruthlessly slain by her stare long ago. Before departing, Luo Qingge grasped Ji Yuntang's hand, while Luo Xianan clung to her leg. Both siblings reluctant to part ways. This way, he could enjoy the delightful meals prepared by his fairy sister every day. Chapter 97. Did Granny Su come to deliver silver to Chenhu? Ha, he is truly astute. Ji Yuntang found herself in a rather amusing predicament, being tugged along by two little treasures. Moreover, the current guards of the Night King's manor were quite feeble, predominantly consisting of the parasites under Granny Su's command. When you all come to the Night King's manor as guests in 3 days, I shall prepare everything meticulously to welcome you. What do you think? Although Luo Qingge felt reluctant, she recognized the truth in Ji Yuntang's words. From the remarks made by Ji Qingqing earlier today, it was evident that Ji Yuntang's life in the Night King's manor was not particularly pleasant. Fairy sister, you must think of an error. Luo Qingge playfully gave him a light tap on the head, asserting, from now on, you shall call me sister-in-law, not sister. Do you understand? The little one, with a pout, replied, understood, fairy sister-in-law. Ji Yuntang smiled, finding Luo Xian and truly adorable. The 3-year-old's cuteness melted her heart. This further solidified Ji Yuntang's resolve to ensure Luo Xian's recovery. Meanwhile, at the Night King's manor, upon learning of Ji Yuntang's departure, Granny Su's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning. She realized that her long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Granny Su and Lu Linlang promptly headed to the western courtyard. But before they could reach the entrance, they were halted by Chenhu. Granny Su, the princess is not here. If you seek her, please come another day. Without the princess's permission, I cannot allow you entry. Chenhu expected Granny Su to explode with anger as usual, yet today, she displayed an unexpected demeanor, forcing a smile onto her plump visage, which she deemed amiable. Brother Chun, you've misunderstood. I am not here to see the princess. I have come to find you. I acknowledge that previously, both Lin Lang and I treated you poorly, causing you to endure great grievances and hurt your heart during your time at the Night King's manor. The hardships you have faced over the years have not escaped my notice. My intention in treating you this way was to cultivate your resilience and fortitude, to strengthen your will through trials, with the ultimate goal of nurturing your potential. Chenhu, your capabilities are well recognized among the servants of the Night King's manor. Given the years of care I have extended toward you, might you find it in your heart to forgive me this once, so that we may continue to collaborate as we did before? Lu Linlong's eyes widened in astonishment beneath her veil, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. What was her mother saying? Hadn't they come to the Western Garden to retrieve the 20,000 taels of gold from Ji Yuntang's storeroom? Why was she now apologizing to Chenhu? Uncertain if Chenhu would believe her mother, Lu Linlang was resolute in her disbelief of every word spoken. The moment Chenhu allied himself with Ji Yuntang, he had been condemned in their eyes. It was merely a matter of time before they found the opportunity to eliminate him. Chenhu's pupils dilated in shock as he regarded Su Momo as one might a monster, stepping back 2 paces to distance himself from them. He regarded Su Momo with suspicion, questioning her intentions. Did she think he would be swayed by her flowery words? He informed her bluntly that there was no entrance for them, nor even a window. They should leave, for the Western Garden did not welcome them. Over the years, Chenhu had diligently toiled at the Night King's manor, yet Su Momo had treated him like livestock, withholding wages and often depriving him of food. Had it not been for Chenhu's youthful vigor and robust constitution, he might have succumbed to the relentless torment inflicted by Granny Su long ago. The multitude of malevolent deeds committed by her cannot be dismissed with a mere few words. Internally, Granny Su cursed the dull-witted individuals, yet wore a facade of obsequiousness. Brother Chenhu, please do not be overly agitated. I have truly come to apologize today. We have indeed wronged you in the past, and both Linlang and I have recognized our errors. With the Night Consort now overseeing the entire Night Duke's residence, the burden upon this old servant will lighten. Henceforth, my daughter and I only wish to coexist amicably with the Night Consort, and work harmoniously with the household staff. Would you not agree, Linlang? Granny Su cast a knowing glance at Lu Linlang. Although Lu Linlang was unaware of Granny Su's ulterior motives, she quickly devised a response. Indeed, what my mother says holds true. We have come to understand that we are merely servants of the estate. We rely on the Duke and Duchess for our livelihood and wish to abandon any aspirations for authority. We merely desire to conduct ourselves with propriety within the Knight Duke's residence. My previous demeanor was regrettable, and I beseech you to show leniency and not hold my earlier transgressions against me. After uttering these words, Lu Linlang nearly felt nauseated. Had it not been for the allure of Ji Yuntang's substantial wealth, who would willingly apologize to the simpleton Chen Hu, the very thought was revolting. Granny Su inwardly commended Lu Linlang, recognizing her as a clever and resourceful daughter. However, this alone would not suffice. To truly sway Chen Hu, she must demonstrate genuine sincerity. As the saying goes, you cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. With a determined bite of her cheek, Granny Su resolved to act. She retrieved 500 taels of silver notes from her sleeve, her heart aching with the loss, and handed them to Chen Hu. Brother Chen, this 500 taels is a small token of my appreciation, a compensation for the wages I failed to provide you earlier. If you don't mind, please accept it. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Hu snatched the notes from her hand. What folly it would be to refuse money, especially when it comes from Granny Su, who must be bleeding from the heart to part with it. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Granny Su's eyes as she thought, he accepted it. That is what matters. I feared he might refuse. Brother Chen, now that you have accepted the silver, does that mean you forgive us? Lu Linlang's gaze was fixed intently on the silver notes in Chen Hu's hand, nearly causing her to spit blood in disbelief. She recognized the notes. Her extravagant spending had made it difficult to save, and those 500 taels were the result of her hard work over the years, intended for her medical expenses. To her dismay, they had been taken by her mother. Moreover, why would Granny Su give her silver notes to Chen Hu? Without the money, how would she maintain her dignity? Chapter 98. Lu Linlang causes a commotion in the West Garden. Lu Linlang gritted her teeth, her fingers cracking ominously beneath her sleeves. No, her reputation was of utmost importance. She could not allow her money to go to Chen Hu. Chen Hu, those are my silver notes. Return them to me at once. Lu Linlang reached out to snatch them back, but Chen Hu deftly evaded her grasp, his gaze fixed on Granny Su with a knowing smirk. It seems that neither you nor your daughter came here with sincere apologies, did you? The silver note was smeared with a poison known as seven-star grass, which induces a state of deep unconsciousness, fever, and ultimately, a descent into madness. Observing the time, it became evident that the effects of the poison would soon manifest. Chen Hu's body swayed slightly, and his hand holding the silver note trembled ever so slightly. At that moment, he too sensed that something was amiss. His mind felt heavy, as though burdened by a massive stone. His gaze began to blur, and his thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, the figure of Granny Su seemingly multiplying before his eyes. Chen Hu shook his head, striving to gain clarity, yet his efforts proved futile. Until darkness engulfed him, he collapsed in a faint. Granny Su regarded Chen Hu with a sinister expression, finally revealing her true nature. I knew his robust physique would make him resistant to fainting, so I applied an entire bottle of seven-star grass to that silver note. I refuse to believe this fool can withstand the poison. Lu Linlang then grasped Granny Su's intentions and felt a chill of dread. She was relieved that she had not touched the silver note. Otherwise, the one sprawled on the ground would surely have been her. Her mother was indeed astute, knowing precisely how to manipulate Chen Hu. It was a pity about the 500 taels of silver that belonged to her daughter, hard-earned through much toil, now lost. Truly a source of sorrow. Granny Su chuckled. You little girl, when it comes to wisdom, your mind seems to falter. Why lament over that meager sum? As long as we manage to secure Chen Hu's entry into the Western Garden and unlock the doors to Ji Yuntang's storeroom, all the silver within will belong to us mother and daughter. Who would still care for a mere 500 taels? She was well aware of Lu Linlang's impulsive nature, which is why she refrained from informing her prior to formulating the plan, fearing that it might unveil their intentions. In retrospect, it seems that Su Momo's scheme was fraught with tension, yet ultimately harmless. With Ji Yuntang absent, and Chen Hu no longer obstructing her, Lu Linlang felt empowered to stride confidently through the western courtyard. Come, Linlang, let us gather some men to seize the gold. Su Momo beckoned the servants behind her, pulling Lu Linlang further inside. At that moment, a small black dog suddenly darted out from the room, baring its teeth and barking incessantly. Woof woof, woof woof. Lu Linlong's eyes flared with intense hatred as the sight of Ji Bai flooded her mind, recalling the humiliating incident of smearing dog feces on her face. The mere thought of it made her stomach churn. Truly, a wretched creature raised by a vile person, it had no sense of discernment. I shall slay you and make a dog meat stew, she exclaimed, snatching the stick from the housekeeper's hand and swinging it toward the small black dog. The dog, unable to evade her strike, was hit on its hind leg and responded with even fiercer growls. Woof woof woof. Lu Linling was intent on pursuing her attack when Su Momo hastily intervened. Enough. Just let off some steam. Why bother with a beast? Su Momo had already dispatched 2 servants to pry open the lock. Just then, Yuntang rushed out from the kitchen, arms outstretched to block their path. What do you intend to do? These belong to Our Lady Wang. You cannot touch them. Lu Linling scrutinized Yuntang from head to toe, noticing her exquisite blue brocade attire, which she recognized as having been purchased from Fenghua Pavilion, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. A woman, emerging from seemingly nowhere, dares to don attire more exquisite than her own. Such fine fabric ought to be worn by her alone. Only she could truly embody the elegance of this azure garment. With this thought, Lu Linling approached and struck Yuntang across the face with a resounding slap, showing no mercy. Huh! How dare this lowly wretch presume to consider herself a superior to Ji Yuntang? Blood trickled from the corner of Yuntang's mouth. Her hand trembled slightly as she steadied herself, her voice unwaveringly resolute. Lu Linling was nearly amused by the audacity. You think you can impede us with such feeble strength? Upon finishing her taunt, she dealt Yuntang several more stinging blows. Slap, slap, slap. Wretched beings, all of you, if death is what you desire, then allow me to oblige. Lu Linlong's fury intensified, and as the wind swept away her veil, her decayed visage appeared even more grotesque than that of a specter. Yet she showed no inclination to conceal her face, instead erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Ji Yuntang. It is you who has reduced me to this state. I shall not let you escape unscathed, not at all. I will make you experience the torment of disfigurement. I will ensure you understand the consequences of crossing me. I shall cast you into the depths of the inferno. Lu Linling unleashed her pent-up rage upon Yuntang, who was left gasping for breath under the onslaught. The sound of slaps and manic laughter pierced the air, enraging Luo Jianhe, whose veins bulged as he clenched his fists, forcing a few words through gritted teeth. Su Momo, command your people to cease this madness and take all of them away. He felt a pang in his heart at the commotion outside, yet he found himself powerless, loathing once more his frail body. However, Mama Su displayed no fear. What could a cripple, hidden from view, possibly do to her? Calm your anger, Lord Yu. The servants of this manor lack decorum, but Linling is assisting in teaching her a lesson. I anticipate the lesson will soon conclude. So I beseech you to exercise a little more patience. As if connected by an unbreakable bond, the sleeping infant in the room was roused, wailing loudly. Luo Jianhe seethed with fury, his face turning pale. It was she and Lu Linling who were the ones lacking in propriety, and yet they dared to turn the tables? Chapter 99. The fury of Ji Yuntang is terrifying. It seemed he had indulged Mama Su far too much in recent days. At that moment, the lock to the small storeroom was pried open, and Mama Su's eyes gleamed with excitement. Linling, cease your assault. We must focus on our urgent task. At that point, it was as if she could envision countless gold and silver notes soaring into her pockets. Lu Linling was pulled into the storeroom by Mama Su, and their eyes sparkled at the sight of the numerous large redwood chests piled within. The wretched woman's wealth must be contained within. Quickly, move it all. Several servants hoisted the chests and began to carry them out. Mama Su watched them struggle with delight blooming in her heart. It appeared there was indeed a substantial amount of gold within. Once she cleared her debts, wouldn't everything left be hers? Hurry, lift faster, make several trips. Mama Su commanded from the side, while Lu Linling kept watch outside. Since Ji Yuntang's arrival at the Yi Manor, they hadn't felt such exhilaration in a long time, until the moment the box was lifted halfway, when a figure clad in purple suddenly appeared before her. Lu Linling was startled into a piercing scream. Ah, you are still alive? Ji Yuntang grasped Lu Linlong's neck with a hand, her fox-like eyes glinting with murderous intent, her gaze as frigid as frost. If you have not perished, how could this princess bear to succumb? That look sent a bone-chilling cold coursing through Lu Linling. She had never witnessed such a terrifying expression, as if she were being targeted by the Grim Reaper, leaving her breathless. Realizing something was amiss, she rushed out of the storeroom, her pupils shaking at the scene before her. Ji Yuntang had one hand around Lu Linlong's neck while the other relentlessly slapped her, causing blood to spew from Lu Linlong's mouth. Granny Su, in a frenzy, stomped her foot and shouted, "Ji Yuntang, you wicked wretch, release my daughter at once. If you dare to kill her, I will fight you to the death." Ji Yuntang glanced at her disdainfully and sneered. "I certainly will not allow Lu Linlang to die so easily. Just as you treated Chenhu and Yuanyang, so shall I treat you. I want you to experience the taste of being beaten to the point of vomiting blood." With each slap, Ji Yuntang unleashed her full strength, her eyes betraying an unmasked and intense murderous intent. To her astonishment, as soon as she entered the residence, she saw Ji Bai limping towards her, barking incessantly. Ji Yuntang immediately recognized that something was amiss. She swiftly checked Chenhu's pulse and discovered that he had been poisoned with a substance known as seven-star grass. This poison induces a state of unconsciousness, accompanied by a persistent high fever, and, in severe cases, can prove fatal. Ji Yuntang promptly administered an antidote to Chenhu, allowing him to gradually recover. The dosage prescribed by Granny Su was substantial, leaving the timing of Chenhu's awakening a matter of uncertainty. Upon entering the Western Garden, Ji Yuntang was consumed by an overwhelming fury at the scene before her. She beheld Lu Linlang, mercilessly grasping Nyang's hair, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks to her chest and face, all the while spewing vile insults. "You wretched woman. Since you are so intent on defending Ji Yuntang, then go die in her stead. Once you are gone, I shall cast your daughter into the chamber pot to drown, ensuring she accompanies you in death. On the road to the afterlife, you shall not be alone, mother and daughter. Remember, it is Ji Yuntang who has brought your demise. When you become ghosts, it is she you must seek." Following her tirade, she erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Inside the room, the incessant wails of Xiao Qiwei reverberated, while outside, the harrowing sight of her mother being beaten to the brink of death unfolded. Ji Yuntang's rage ignited instantly. This despicable creature dared to use a child as leverage. With a swift motion, she dashed forward, seizing Lu Linlong's hair and flinging her against the wall 3 meters away. Ji Yuntang's eyes blazed with crimson fury, veins pulsating with a vivid red hue, as she gripped Lu Linlong's throat and delivered a stinging slap across her face. "Lu Linlang, dare to harm my loved ones, and you seek your own demise." Ji Yuntang yearned to end her life immediately. Yet, considering the suffering endured by Nyang, she resolved to exact revenge first before sending Lu Linlang to her end. Upon seeing Ji Yuntang, Lu Linlang resembled a startled bird, thrashing violently in her desperation. That already grotesque visage appeared even more hideous at this moment. Ji Yuntang had no intention of sparing her. She retrieved 5 or 6 different poisons from her spatial pouch and forcefully poured them into Lu Linlong's mouth. "Do you relish poisoning others? Allow me to ensure you partake in ample doses." Lu Linlong's gaze was filled with loathing, her teeth clenched in defiance, refusing to open her mouth. Ji Yuntang, undeterred, dislocated her jaw and poured the toxins into her with abandon. "Madame Su, no, my Linlang." Her desperate cry echoed, her heart shattering with anguish. Lu Linlong's initial bleeding from her mouth escalated to a horrifying state of blood oozing from all her orifices, a direct consequence of Ji Yuntang's vile administration. Madame Su could no longer contain herself. She charged at Ji Yuntang in a frenzy. Ji Yuntang, with a swift kick, sent Lu Linlang sprawling to the ground and extracted a stun baton, thick as her wrist, from her spatial pouch. She had not wished to resort to such measures, yet the circumstances had left her no choice. Having traversed into this world for over a month, aside from her encounter with Luo Juanha, this was only the second time Ji Yuntang felt her temper flare to such an extent. To hell with the benefactor. Regardless of Madame Su's immense gratitude towards Luo Juanha, she resolved to not let this transgression go unpunished. Madame Su lunged forward, yet before she could discern the weapon Ji Yuntang wielded, she was struck on the forehead with the stun baton. With a piercing scream, Madame Su collapsed, her body convulsing on the ground, hair standing on end, her mouth askew, smoke billowing from her nostrils. The remaining attendants, they were left bewildered, utterly clueless as to how the princess had executed her strike, while Madame Su lay unconscious, and Lu Linlang, beneath her, was engulfed in glaring blood. Had it not been for the movement of her fingers, they would have presumed her to be lifeless. Ji Yuntang's gaze was piercing as she turned to cast a glance at several servants, who trembled and immediately discarded the rosewood chest they were holding, kneeling in abject supplication. "Forgive us, esteemed princess. It was all the doing of Granny Su." The servants were compelled to act thus, for if we did not comply, she threatened to sell us to the South Wind Pavilion as playthings, leaving us with no choice in the matter. A cold smile escaped Ji Yuntang's lips. Theft, she mused, is theft, regardless of justification. When did pilfering become so audaciously rationalized? If they were to discover that the 1,000 tales of gold Granny Sue had instructed them to steal had long been replaced by her with mere stones, one could only wonder what their reactions would be. At that moment, Tao Ji's voice, laced with panic, broke through. Princess, it is dire. The bleeding from Yuanyang's mouth cannot be staunched. What shall we do? Chapter 100. The procedure for Yuanyang. Ji Yuntang commanded the servants to depart and swiftly approached Yuanyang. She crouched down to assess her condition. Ji Yuntang first lifted the eyelid to observe the pupil, then meticulously examined the oral cavity and nasal passages. With each examination, her brow furrowed deeper. Bruises adorned her body and face, yet some injuries were not visible to the naked eye. The relentless blood-spitting indicated, if Ji Yuntang's conjecture held true, that Yuanyang was suffering from internal bleeding. Having already endured significant blood loss during childbirth, she had narrowly escaped death. Her body had yet to fully recover, and now, having sustained severe injuries from Lu Linlang, the situation was critical. Without immediate surgery, even divine intervention would be futile. Just now, Ji Yuntang was preoccupied with having Tao Ji tend to the wounds on Yuanyang's face, unaware of the severity of her injuries. Your Highness, perhaps I should go outside to fetch a doctor, or I could implore the 9th princess to send a royal physician, Tao Ji said. Her eyes red and filled with anxiety, on the verge of tears. Although she had known Yuanyang for a brief period, she recognized her as a sincere and resolute woman. Furthermore, with little Chiyu still so young, how would she manage if Yuanyang were to suffer any misfortune? Madame Su and Lu Linlang will not awaken any time soon. Have someone confine them to the woodshed, forbidding them from summoning a doctor or providing them with food and water until I am finished here, Ji Yuntang instructed. As for the Wang Yi, inform him of the situation. Tell him that Yuanyang has sustained grave injuries and that I am attending to her. It will likely take 3 to 4 hours for her to recover, so he need not worry. He should eat well, and I shall visit him later. Also, regarding little Chiyu and Shenhu, I ask that you bear with it and look after them until I return. At this point, Ji Yuntang suddenly recalled something. She turned her back to Tao Ji and retrieved a can of formula from the pantry. This is infant formula, meant for babies. If little Chiyu becomes hungry, please scoop 3 or 4 spoonfuls into a bottle, mix it with warm water, and feed it to her. Given Yuanyang's current condition, she will certainly be unable to nurse for at least half a month. While adults can manage without food, infants cannot endure hunger. Having meticulously conveyed her instructions, Ji Yuntang then closed the door behind her. The princess need not worry. The maidservant shall certainly comply. Upon speaking, Tao Ji felt an unwavering resolve within her. With the incident in the western courtyard, she stood as the sole rational and coherent individual aside from the princess. This trust bestowed upon her by the princess was a weighty responsibility she vowed not to betray. Lady Yao had succumbed to hemorrhagic shock and was unconscious. Ji Yuntang promptly transferred her to the space hospital. First, she administered an antibiotic injection and then attached an oxygen tube to facilitate her breathing. Following this, a series of examinations including MRI scans and blood tests were conducted. The results aligned closely with Ji Yuntang's expectations, revealing that Lady Yao's spleen had suffered a traumatic rupture with moderate bleeding, necessitating immediate surgery and a blood transfusion. As Lady Yao's blood type was B, Ji Yuntang scoured the blood bank and fortuitously found 1,000 milliliters of B-type blood. Without delay, she commenced the transfusion and prepared for the surgical procedure. In cases of severe splenic hemorrhage, the only means of preserving life was through splenectomy. Ji Yuntang's expression grew grave. Should the surgery allow for the retention of Lady Yao's spleen, she would exert every effort to preserve it, avoiding resection if at all possible. If not, they would have to proceed step by step. The formidable shadowless lamp illuminated the operating room as Ji Yuntang administered an anesthetic, donned surgical attire, and put on medical gloves, dedicating herself wholly to the operation. This surgical endeavor persisted for a grueling 8 hours, during which Ji Yuntang remained intensely focused, losing track of time. Ultimately, through her relentless efforts, Lady Yao's spleen was preserved. With a sigh of relief, Ji Yuntang succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the floor. When she awoke, half an hour had already elapsed. Ji Yuntang did not hasten to transfer the key maiden from the space. Having just undergone surgery, she was still connected to an oxygen tank and tubes, necessitating further observation for the night. After sipping a cup of spiritual spring water to regain some strength, she finally stepped out of the space. The night had deepened outside, with the moon illuminating the surroundings, casting a hazy and ethereal glow. Glancing at the time, she noted it was the hour of the pig, precisely 2 o'clock in the morning. It was so late, she wondered if Luo Juanhe had fallen asleep. Having not seen him all day, she found herself missing him. She tiptoed over, intending to take a quiet glance. If Luo Juanhe was asleep, she would refrain from disturbing him. However, just 3 steps from the door, Luo Juanhe's magnetic, deep voice resonated. "Yuntang, is that you? The door is ajar. Please come in." It was then that Yuntang realized Luo Juanhe had left a crack in the door for her. Through the gap, she could see that the candles inside were still lit. Perhaps fearing they would extinguish, Luo Juanhe had instructed Tao Ji to light a few more. Originally, there had been only 4 candles in the room, but now there were 10. Luo Juanhe did not do this for himself. After all, his eyes were blind, and lighting more candles made no difference to him. He simply feared that Yuntang, upon emerging, might assume he was asleep and refrain from visiting him. He missed her, and even the sound of her voice would suffice to satiate his longing. Yuntang pushed the door open and entered, finding Luo Juanhe reclining against the headboard, clad in a white inner garment, his slender chest partially exposed. She asked, somewhat awkwardly, "Ahi, it's so late. Why are you still awake?" "I await you." These 4 succinct words seemed to encapsulate boundless worry and concern. Luo Juanhe's voice, warm and soothing, reached out towards Yuntang. "Yuntang, come here. Allow this king to embrace you." Yuntang's gaze fell upon his slender, jade-like fingers, and she couldn't help but marvel at their exquisite beauty. Merely observing those hands, she could envision Luo Juanhe wielding a long sword, bravely vanquishing foes. How sanguine, how enticing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuntang stepped forward, placing her hand upon Luo Juanhe's large palm. Instantly, her small hand was enveloped by his broad grasp, drawing her into his embrace. Luo Juanhe held her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling the sweet fragrance of peach that clung to the young girl. His voice emerged, unexpectedly husky. "Yuntang, I miss you so much, so very much." Chapter 101. Yuntang's first kiss. Luo Juanhe had countless words he longed to share with Yuntang. Yet when they reached his lips, they transformed into a simple expression of how much he missed her. He had already learned of the events within the palace through Taoji's account. He knew that Yuntang not only had not been bullied during the palace banquet but had also shone brilliantly. He was aware that due to her proposal, Emperor Jingyang had ordered a reduction in the meals provided to the palace and the ministers, allowing the saved food and silver to ensure that the soldiers in the military could enjoy a hearty meal rather than fighting on empty stomachs. He also knew of Granny Su's actions today and the derogatory remarks made by her and Lu Linlang outside the courtyard, cursing Yuntang, all of which had reached Luo Juanhe's ears, leaving him disheartened. Luo Juanhe had never anticipated that Mama Su had once vowed before him to diligently assist Yuntang in managing the entire Night King's residence. In truth, she had harbored a desire for Yuntang's demise all along. Had it not been for the shocking revelation he witnessed today, Luo Juanhe could scarcely believe that the same Mama Su who had selflessly jumped into the frigid lake to save him could possess such a venomous demeanor. Her usual facade was in stark contrast to this malevolent countenance. Gasping for breath, Luo Juanhe was overwhelmed with guilt. "Yuntang, forgive me, forgive me. It is my indulgence that has allowed these people to bully you." As he succumbed to self-reproach, Yuntang hurriedly embraced him, burying her head against his chest. "Ahi, this is not your fault. You too are a victim. I understand that Mama Su has saved your life, and I comprehend your willingness to care for her and her daughter, entrusting the management of the residence to them. You are a person of deep feelings and loyalty, a kind-hearted individual who bears no blame." Yuntang's tone shifted abruptly, turning colder. If blame is to be assigned, it must be directed at their insatiable ambition. Over the years, they have embezzled countless taels from the estate, maliciously altered the accounts, and manipulated everything within the residence. Yet even so, Mama Su and Lu Linlang remain unsatisfied. "Ahi, there is a matter of which you may be unaware. The Empress and the 9th Princess have been sending you various supplements every month, and it has been over 30 months thus far. However, all that they have sent has been secretly appropriated and sold by Nurse Su. I cannot ascertain the exact profits made, but one can imagine it to be a considerable sum, not to mention your monthly stipend and other income. Ahi, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter." If the truth comes to light, I will not let Nurse Sue and her daughter escape the consequences of their misdeeds. They must face the repercussions of their actions. For otherwise, my heart will remain restless. Ji Yuntang expresses this sentiment to reassure Luo Jianhe, making it clear that even the debt of life-saving grace cannot absolve them this time. She is not Luo Jianhe, who feels compelled to repeatedly tolerate such behavior. As long as these two remain, the Night King's residence shall never know peace. Luo Jianhe sighed. It is not just Ji Yuntang who is aggrieved. He himself feels a pang of anger in his heart. Yet, he can only lie helplessly on the bed, unable to take action. He grasped Ji Yuntang's small hand and said, "Tang, I understand your intentions. Proceed as you see fit. Once this matter is clarified, there is no need for Nurse Sue and her daughter to remain. Whether you choose to report them or administer private retribution is entirely up to you. I shall not interfere any further. Now, they have brought their demise upon themselves before Luo Jianhe. The hearts of those who could have saved them have turned to stone, and no one can protect them now." After discussing the pressing issues, Ji Yuntang shared her innermost thoughts with Luo Jianhe for a considerable time. Knowing that he had been preoccupied with thoughts of her throughout the day, Ji Yuntang smiled faintly, pondering how she had spent the entire day thinking of him as well. Upon this realization, she tilted her head and planted a kiss on Luo Jianhe's face. The sound echoed softly, startling Luo Jianhe, who widened his eyes in astonishment, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he held her. Tang, you, just now," he stammered, overwhelmed with nervousness, while Ji Yuntang flashed a cunning smile. "I kissed you. Are you dissatisfied? If so, I shall kiss you again." With that, she kissed him once more, the soft sound resounding again. Luo Jianhe felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body stiffening as he sat upright, his heart racing like a captured rabbit. His ears so flushed they seemed as though they might bleed. His little princess had taken the initiative to kiss him. Was this truly not a dream? Suddenly, he realized how easily appeased he was. Just one kiss from Ji Yuntang dispelled all the shadows clouding his heart. He felt as if he were immersed in a sea of happiness, sweet pink bubbles rising around him. Tang, your kisses bring me great joy. You must grant me more in the future." Ji Yuntang smiled gently, her fox-like eyes shimmering as she gazed at Luo Jianhe. How innocent her beloved was, deriving such delight from mere kisses. Perhaps, Luo Jianhe's pursuit of happiness was indeed that simple. Plain and steady was all that was needed. Damn it, how could he have forgotten the pressing matters at hand? His little princess had toiled all day, attending palace banquets, rescuing others, and then coming to keep him company. She must have hardly closed her eyes all day. Luo Jianhe grasped Ji Yuntang's hand, his heart aching for her. After a restful night, there is no need for an early rise tomorrow. The prince would feel distressed otherwise. The weariness rests upon Ji Yuntang, while the pain lingers in Luo Jianhe's heart. Luo Jianhe smirked slightly, saying, Tang, you need not stir. Await me in your dreams, and I shall come to you." Ji Yuntang replied, "Very well. I shall wait for you." Peach Branch was aware that Ji Yuntang had toiled through the night tending to Yuntang. Thus, on the following morning, she refrained from waking Ji Yuntang, wishing instead to allow her some extra slumber. Meanwhile, she busied herself, caring for the child and preparing breakfast for everyone in the kitchen. By the time Ji Yuntang arose, breakfast was already laid out in Peach Branch's kitchen, consisting of millet porridge, steamed buns, flaky pastries, eggs, and pickled vegetables. Peach Branch cradled the little July in her arms, feeding her with a bottle. "Little July did not disturb you, did she?" A clear voice chimed in her ear. And only then did Peach Branch realize Ji Yuntang was awake. "Your Highness, you are awake. Breakfast is warming in the pot. I shall fetch it for you." As Peach Branch began to rise with the child, Ji Yuntang called out to her, "No need, I can manage on my own. Please care for July. Yuntang will be bedridden for a few days and cannot tend to her. I entrust little July to you." Peach Branch was taken aback. What was the meaning of the princess's words? This was, after all, the duty of a servant. It was only through her own experience of motherhood that she grasped the difficulties it entailed. Yuntang had sustained injuries while in our royal residence, and it was only right for her to assist. Not to mention, little July was very well behaved and compliant. She was more than willing to care for her. Ji Yuntang nodded and inquired, "Has the prince had his meal?" After having finished his meal, the servant prepared a delightful porridge made of millet, steamed eggs, and milk for the prince, all of which he consumed with satisfaction. He instructed the servant to ensure that the princess was not disturbed, allowing her to enjoy a little more rest. With a smile, Taoji shared this, but suddenly her expression shifted as a thought struck her. "Ah, princess, I have something to inform you. This morning, the steward guarding the firewood shed reported that Lu Linlang has passed away." Old Madame Su wept throughout the night, knocking on doors and pounding the walls, yet due to your orders, none dared to open the door for her. What Tao Ji refrained from mentioning was that old Madame Su had spent the night cursing Ji Yuntang in the firewood shed. Known for her adeptness at masquerading her true feelings, she cast aside her facade and unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Even the servants stationed at the entrance could scarcely endure her tirade, wishing fervently to silence her with a filthy sock. Perhaps exhausted from her outbursts, she fell silent by morning. Let her be. If she has died, simply wrap her in a straw mat and bury her. Ji Yuntang took a sip of the millet porridge, unfazed by the news. Lu Linlang had been afflicted by 5 or 6 different poisons, each capable of inducing excruciating suffering. Yet they kept her alive just long enough to deny her the strength to end her own life. After enduring such torment for half the night, she would scarcely survive beyond a day. Finishing her breakfast, Ji Yuntang rose with composure and declared, "Old Madame Su is not so easily dispatched. Continue to confine her and ensure she is well guarded. I shall first go to see Chen Hu." Presently, the western garden is filled with injured souls, including Ji Bai, who now limps on one leg. Ji Yuntang visited Chen Hu and conducted a thorough examination. Although Chen Hu remained in a state of unconsciousness, he did not exhibit a high fever, and the poison in his system had been neutralized. Awakening was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Ji Yuntang proceeded to the space hospital to assess the condition of Yuntang. After a night of intensive care, Yuntang had escaped the clutches of life-threatening danger, and all vital signs appeared normal. Ji Yuntang administered an antibiotic before transferring her from the space, allowing her to recuperate in the room adorned with peach branches. Finally, she retrieved some ointment for treating contusions and bandaged Ji Bai's hind leg to prevent him from wandering during his recovery. Ji Yuntang thoughtfully brought forth a dog cage from the space, lined it with soft bedding, and allowed Ji Bai to rest within. Dogs are remarkably intuitive creatures. Ji Bai had played his part during the events of yesterday. As one of the unsung heroes of the West Courtyard, Ji Yuntang made sure to prepare a feast for Ji Bai, including dog food, canned delicacies, and pork jerky. Seemingly aware of his owner's efforts to save him, Ji Bai nuzzled his furry head against Ji Yuntang's hand until she uttered, "Go ahead and eat." Only then did the little black dog lower his head to indulge in the meal. After completing these tasks, Ji Yuntang rose to enter the house and check on Luo Jianhe. But just then, a servant from the front courtyard rushed in with alarming news. "Your Highness, it is dire. Master Chui from the Jin Sheng Money House has brought men to block the entrance of our Night King's residence, demanding that Granny Su come out to repay the debt, or they will refuse to leave." Ji Yuntang's gaze darkened slightly. "Let us go and see what is amiss." At the entrance, Ji Yuntang encountered Manager Chui, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, flanked by a dozen lackeys who obstructed the doorway of the Night King's residence, vociferously demanding the release of Granny Su. "The 3-day deadline has passed. Hasten to bring her forth to repay her debt, or I shall be compelled to lodge a complaint against His Highness the Night King with the authorities seeking justice. How can one expect to evade repayment so easily? Let us see who dares." Ji Yuntang's voice was laced with a subtle gravity as her icy gaze swept over the lackeys at the entrance, ultimately resting upon the blue-robed man. "Manager Chui, how much does Granny Su owe your lending house? And is there a promissory note?" "Indeed, there is." Manager Chui produced a promissory note from within his garments. Noting Ji Yuntang's exquisite beauty and remarkable demeanor, he surmised she was the Night Princess. However, given that over a year had elapsed, and Granny Su had repeatedly delayed repayment, not a single coin had been returned. The principal, along with interest, now amounted to a staggering 19,862 taels. "I merely wish to inquire when His Highness the Night King intends to settle this debt with our Jin Sheng lending house. Although we may not possess the renown of the Imperial Baiyun lending house, our proprietor is a person of integrity and honest business practices. Surely, the Night Princess can comprehend our predicament." Ji Yuntang felt a surge of indignation within her. She had yet to initiate an investigation into Granny Su, yet the latter had already embroiled them in such significant trouble. Had Manager Chui not come seeking her out today, both she and Luo Jianhe would likely have remained blissfully unaware of the situation. Under the auspices of Luo Jianhe and the Wangfu, she borrowed money for her own indulgence, reaping the benefits while leaving Luo Jianhe to shoulder the debt. How could Su Momo possess such audacity? It is no wonder that she has been eyeing the 20,000 taels of gold in my treasury with such intent these past few days. It seems she harbored this particular scheme. Yuntang was exceedingly curious about what she planned to do with such a substantial sum. She now felt fortunate that she had not yet taken Su Momo's life. Today, she must uncover the truth and provide an explanation to both Luo Juanhe and the Jin Cheng money house. With this thought, Yuntang took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous anger within her, and calmly addressed the man in blue. Master Chui, I understand your predicament, yet I must inform you that both myself and His Highness, the Night King, were entirely unaware of Su Momo's borrowing of 15,000 taels from Jin Cheng money house. I kindly ask for one more day to investigate this matter thoroughly, after which I will certainly provide your esteemed establishment with an explanation. Upon hearing Yuntang's words, Master Chui realized that to press further would be unwise, and thus willingly consented to grant her this favor. Very well, I shall extend a day to the esteemed princess. I implore you to interrogate Su Momo thoroughly and ensure that she repays our money house promptly, for if the owner were to inquire, I would be unable to bear the consequences. That is only natural, Yuntang replied softly. Chapter 103, Hypnosis, Interrogating Su Momo. After bidding farewell to Master Chui and his associates, Yuntang promptly made her way to the woodshed where Su Momo was detained. Open the door for me, she commanded. At the entrance, two lackluster servants dozed off until a sharp voice pierced the air, startling them awake as they hastily knelt in supplication. Your Highness, please forgive us. It was not our intention to slumber. Indeed, last night, Granny Su wailed and cursed in the woodshed until dawn, leaving us utterly fatigued. Yuntang coldly interrupted them. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Open the door. The two servants promptly retrieved the key and unlocked the woodshed. As Yuntang stepped inside, a gleaming dagger lunged toward her chest with ferocity. You wretched girl, you shall pay for my daughter's life. Yuntang reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping and seizing Granny Su's attacking hand, neutralizing her strength. With a powerful twist, the sound reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered echoed in her ears. Ah! The dagger clattered to the ground, rendered useless. Yuntang kicked Granny Su away and demanded, Is it true that you borrowed 15,000 taels of silver from the Jin Cheng Bank in the name of His Highness the Night Prince? What did you intend to do with that sum? Granny Su chuckled mockingly. So what if I borrowed it in the prince's name? If you wish to know, I shall not divulge a word. If you have the capability, go investigate yourself. Yuntang narrowed her eyes, her voice as sharp as shattered ice and jade. The Night Prince regards you as his savior and has treated you generously. Ask yourself, has he ever wronged you or your daughter in any way over the years? He has been paralyzed in bed for 3 years, and the Night King's residence has become the realm of you and your daughter. Despite this, you two remain insatiable. Over the past 3 years, how much silver have you sold from the nourishing tonics and medicinal herbs that the Empress has sent to Ahi every month? Furthermore, Ahi receives a monthly allowance and salary. As a prince, his monthly stipend amounts to 2,000 taels of silver, with a total of 3,000 taels when combined with the allowance. Yet, the accounts of the Night King's residence reflect less than 500 taels. I merely wish to inquire where all this money is gone. Madame Su trembled all over, her swollen eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Yuntang. How did she know about these matters? She had taken advantage of Luo Juanhe's incapacitation and the absence of trusted aides to brazenly embezzle those assets. But why was Yuntang suddenly so well informed about this situation? The memory of Lu Linlong's death was vivid, and just last night, she collapsed in Madame Su's arms, coughing up blood until there was no blood left to spill. Such a demise cannot be deemed anything but cruel. Madame Su suddenly realized that Yuntang's current pressure was an attempt to eliminate her. She did not wish to die. She had not yet escaped the Night King's residence, nor had she avenged Lu Linlang. She could not afford to perish yet. Madame Su's complexion turned pale, her lips began to tremble, and with great difficulty, she struggled to rise from the ground and rushed towards the door. Night King, I must see the Night King. I am his savior. He promised to support me for life and provide for my old age. You have no right to question me. I demand to see the king. Madame Su's voice was sharp and hoarse, and she was acutely aware that Yuntang was devoid of compassion. The only person capable of rescuing her now was Luo Juanhe. She had been his savior. Perhaps by pleading and speaking kindly, she could secure her own survival. However, Yuntang had no intention of allowing her to escape, swiftly shutting the door to the woodshed. As Madame Su rushed forward, just a step away from freedom, the door slammed shut with great force, causing her to collide painfully against it, her head ringing with the impact. Do you still wish to see the prince? Do you truly believe he will show any mercy? Yuntang's lips curled disdainfully. If you had simply conducted yourself properly within the Night King's residence, the prince would have honored his promise to ensure your comfortable old age and even find a good match for your daughter. But what have you done instead? Before I arrived, the prince slept on a bed soiled with excrement, wore filthy, tattered garments, and consumed leftovers unfit even for servants. You not only neglected to care for him, but failed to arrange for anyone else to do so. Is this how you manage affairs? You might deceive the dim-witted Luo Sinian, but do you think you can pull the wool over my eyes? First, consider how many lives you have left. Yuntang's words struck deeply into Madame Su's heart, draining her of strength as she collapsed to the ground, her vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling. In this moment, she realized that Luo Juanhe was her only reliable support in the Night King's residence. If she and her daughter wished for a better life, they must cling tightly to him. However, in recent years, after Luo Juanhe descended from the battlefield and became a shadow of his former self, he inadvertently caused her to relent. From the depths of her heart, Su Momo felt that Luo Juanhe could no longer assist her, anything she desired. She had to strive for herself. Thus, step by step, she became increasingly audacious, ultimately transforming into her current state. Now, words hold no weight. It is far too late. Tears streamed down Su Momo's face as she implored, "Please, kill me. I am filled with remorse towards the prince and the Night King's residence." Observing Su Momo's momentary lapse of vigilance, Yuntang swiftly placed a black pill into her mouth. Wishing for death? It would not be that simple. Yuntang produced a pendant from her spatial storage, presenting it before Su Momo and gently swaying it. The truth pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and Su Momo's gaze began to lose its focus. "Speak," Yuntang commanded. "Where have you allocated the 15,000 taels borrowed from the Jinxing Bank, along with the prince's monthly stipend and the profits from the medicinal herbs?" Yuntang inquired further. "And what of the prince's monthly stipend? Where has that been spent?" 2 years ago, the old servant purchased a nearly bankrupt shop on White Tiger Street, using the prince's stipend to open a general store named Craftsmanship Shop. However, it has been operating at a loss for the past 2 years, and attempts to sell it have been futile. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Yuntang's eyes. She was familiar with the Craftsmanship Shop, having often passed by it on her visits to Fanghua Pavilion. To her astonishment, that shop had been established with Luo Juanhe's funds. "Aside from the residence and the Craftsmanship Shop, what else have you done with the Night King's resources?" "Nothing more," Su Momo replied. "These are the only 2 enterprises I possess." Under the influence of hypnosis and the truth serum, Granny Su revealed everything without reservation. In Chapter 104, titled Granny Su's Hidden Motives in Rescuing Luo Juanhe, she even divulged to Yuntang the whereabouts of her jewelry box, as well as the fact that Lu Linlang was simultaneously entangled with several men outside. She had been involved with someone 2 years prior, leading to a plethora of intimate revelations. Yuntang, akin to a gossip enthusiast, meticulously noted the significant information in her mind. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to inquire, 18 years ago in the palace, how did you save His Highness, the Night King?" Upon hearing this, Granny Su paused for a few seconds, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her murky eyes. "My head aches terribly. I cannot recall anything," she murmured. Yuntang narrowed her eyes, her breath catching, as she sensed that there might be more to this matter than meets the eye. Moreover, Granny Su frequently boasted of being Luo Juanhe's savior. Logically, such a significant event would be impossible for her to forget. Yet her current reaction suggested a complete ignorance of the rescue. Realizing this, Yuntang swiftly struck Granny Su, rendering her unconscious, and bound her with rope. She had initially intended to extract the desired information before ending Granny Su's life. However, it appeared that this old woman would live for a few more days. Yuntang turned and exited, locking the door to the woodshed once more. She then instructed the 2 individuals at the entrance, keep a close watch on her and ensure she receives 1 meal a day. Do not let her starve. 2 servants, their faces ashen, nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, we will take good care of Nurse Su." Upon hearing this, Luo Juanhe's countenance turned ashen, icy as if encased in frost. It was a grave disappointment that he had placed such trust in her, even promising to provide for her in her old age, only to discover that she had been scheming behind his back. Luo Juanhe had initially believed that Nurse Su's embezzlement of the royal treasury and her insolent behavior towards Yuntang were the most egregious offenses. Little did he know that even more shocking revelations awaited him. She had borrowed money in his name, only to default on the payments, resorting to pilfering Ji Yuntang's funds to settle her debts. The gold in Ji Yuntang's private treasury, including the queen's rewards and the profits from her sales, were all earned through her own efforts and rightfully belonged to her, not to the Night King's household. Yet, Nurse Su dared to scheme to abscond with Ji Yuntang's hard-earned money to repay her debts. Such audacity was unprecedented. Luo Juanhe clenched his teeth, seething with anger, realizing that he had raised a treacherous wolf all these years. Ji Yuntang turned to pour him a cup of water, gently patting his back to soothe his agitation. "Ahi, calm yourself. There is something I wish to inquire." Her voice, like spring rain nurturing all it touched, extinguished the turmoil within Luo Juanhe's heart. Taking a sip from the teacup, he softened his tone. "Tang, what do you wish to know?" "It concerns Nurse Su's attempts to save you," Ji Yuntang admitted candidly. "I recall you mentioning that before you fell into the water at the age of 4, Nurse Su was employed in the palace?" "Indeed. This incident is vividly etched in my memory. It was a winter 18 years ago, marked by an extraordinary snowfall and an unusually frigid temperature. That day, after finishing my lessons, I was retained by my tutor for further study. However, suddenly, Granny's son, who was close to my mother, came to convey a message, stating that my mother was waiting for me in the back garden and requested my presence. Without a second thought, I followed her. The snow lay thick upon the ground, and upon reaching the back garden, I found it completely deserted. As I accompanied Granny's son, I searched for my mother, but she was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a palace maid approached, announcing that the Weiyang Palace had been robbed and that my mother had lost a very significant bracelet. Without a word, Granny's son abandoned me in the back garden and departed. Yuntang inquired, "And then?" As I wandered near the dragon pool, I suddenly felt my feet slip beneath me, and before I could regain my balance, I plunged uncontrollably into the icy depths of the pool. The winter water was painfully cold. As I fell, it felt as though I had descended into an abyss. My body sank deeper and deeper, and I struggled desperately to swim upwards, yet I lacked the strength. I attempted to cry out, but my lips would not part. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, a tremendous splash echoed through the water, and I glimpsed a hazy figure clad in a granny's attire swimming toward me. In that moment, I lost consciousness. Yuntang narrowed her eyes, sensing an air of peculiarity surrounding the incident, though she could not pinpoint what was amiss. "Ahi, how can you be so certain that the person who rescued you was indeed Granny Su?" However, at that time, there was no one in the backyard. Who could prove that the person who jumped into the water to save someone was indeed her? Ji Yuntang felt that, considering Su Momo's character, she was unlikely to perform such a selfless act of heroism. This thought led him to contemplate some significant clues. The prince vaguely recalled that when he was submerged, driven by the instinct to survive, he had desperately sought something to grasp onto. When that old woman swam near him, he inadvertently clutched a sachet from her waist, which he found tightly gripped in his hand upon regaining consciousness. Once his health improved, he dispatched someone to inquire with Su Momo. She confessed that she had indeed jumped into the water to save him. The prince subtly probed whether Su Momo had lost a sachet, to which she readily admitted, stating that on the day she rescued him, she had indeed lost a very important sachet, a gift from the Empress Dowager. Chapter 105. Investigating the truth behind Lu Juanhe's rescue. Ji Yuntang gently pressed his red lips together, pondering as his fingertips rubbed against the tea bowl in his hand. At that time, Lu Juanhe was still so young. Falling into the water must have terrified him immensely. It was entirely understandable that he would cling to a sachet as if it were a lifeline. Now, that very sachet had become the most critical piece of evidence. "Ahi, do you still remember what that sachet looked like?" Ji Yuntang hesitated to inquire about something from 18 years ago, uncertain if he still retained it, given the passage of time. However, Lu Juanhe replied, "Tang, I remember the sachet. I brought it to the Night King's residence. It is hidden in the secret compartment behind the bookshelf in the Jinghong courtyard. You need only take a look to know." He was inherently a person of deep emotion and loyalty, regardless of how insignificant or inexpensive an object might be, as long as it held meaning in Luo Juanhe's eyes. He would cherish it with care. Ji Yuntang was utterly elated. She had initially contemplated asking Luo Juanhe to describe the colors, fabric, and appearance of the fragrant pouch so she could sketch it for further investigation. However, unexpectedly, Luo Juanhe had simplified her task. She immediately made her way to the Jinghong courtyard, where Luo Juanhe had previously resided, and pushed open the door, heading straight for the bookshelf he had mentioned. The 2-meter-tall Nama bookshelf was meticulously arranged with numerous volumes on military science and martial arts, and each book appeared as pristine as new, showcasing Luo Juan's evident reverence for these texts. Ji Yuntang had encountered descriptions of ancient emperors' bookshelves with secret compartments within novels, yet she had never experienced it firsthand. She reached inside, cautiously exploring behind the books. Suddenly, a protruding round knob caught her attention. With a firm press, a wooden panel behind the bookshelf swung open. And as she looked up, she indeed discovered an oval-shaped pouch resembling a fortune bag. The pouch, roughly the size of a palm, was a deep blue, crafted with golden threads and colorful silk, adorned with exquisite floral and avian embroidery that spoke of remarkable craftsmanship. Ji Yuntang opened it to find it contained an array of medicinal herbs, including mountain nutmeg, patchouli, atractylodes, angelica, and various others, nearly 10 in total. The properties of these herbs were known to calm the mind and alleviate anxiety, all contributing to the enhancement of sleep quality. Before clarifying the identity of the owner of the fragrant pouch, she was reluctant to share her suspicions with Luo Juan, fearing it might cause him unnecessary worry. This pouch originated from the palace, and Ji Yuntang immediately thought of investigating the matter by reaching out to Luo Qingge. She sent an invitation to Luo Qingge. Upon receiving the invitation delivered by Ling Lan, Luo Qingge initially thought she was dreaming. Ling Lan, is this truly an invitation from my sister-in-law? You mustn't be teasing me because I've been longing for her since the palace banquet, right? Ling Lan found herself both amused and exasperated. Their ninth princess, while remarkable in many respects, sometimes lacked common sense. After all, as a mere servant, she would never dare to deceive Luo Qingge. My princess, how could I possibly mislead you? This is indeed a message just delivered by someone from the Night Princess. The eunuch from Dine Gate mentioned that the Night Princess is presently waiting at the palace entrance, and she can come to see you at your command. Then why are we waiting? Quickly, let my sister-in-law in, Luo Qingge exclaimed, only to hastily amend, no, I shall go personally to invite her. Ji Yuntang stood at the palace gate for only a brief moment before spotting a girl in a red dress fluttering towards her like a butterfly. The girl opened her arms and enveloped Ji Yuntang in a warm embrace. Sister-in-law, a day apart feels like 3 seasons, and an hour feels like eternity. Although we just met today, I have missed you dearly. Have you missed me too, prompting you to return to the palace to see me? The girl's eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars, gazing intently at Ji Yuntang, nearly melting her heart. Naturally, I wish to sing lightly as well. Ji Yuntang smiled softly, reaching out to affectionately pat Luo Qingge's head. Observing the girl's whimsical demeanor, she felt her gloomy spirits lifting considerably. However, despite her thoughts, she did not forget the purpose of her visit today. Qingge, I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingge realized that Ji Yuntang might have something significant to discuss, and promptly took her hand,